8 billion people heard the same voice at the same time. A cold, mechanical announcement echoed across Earth, stripping reality of all certainty and turning the world into a selection ground for survival. When GXIN opened his eyes, the sky above him was unfamiliar, the land beneath his feet made of rigid blocks, and a pink, square pig tugged at his trousers. This was my world, a universe constructed from blocks, governed by rules entirely different from those of Earth. Before he could comprehend what had happened, fate had already chosen him. SSS rank awakening, block puppet master. A profession that should not exist. Using only a creature's head and hardened blocks, GXIN could reconstruct its former life, reproduce its abilities, and bind it as a puppet under his control. Monsters, structures, even players, once reduced to components, all could become extensions of his will. Chapter 1: Awakening the SSS Rank Cube Puppet Master. My world is about to begin. This is a game to select the strongest. A brand new worldview will give you a brand new experience. A mechanical yet ethereal voice resounded simultaneously in the minds of 8 billion people on Earth. Everyone seemed bewildered. The twilight sunlight was particularly dazzling. GXIN barely opened his eyelids. A pink blocky pig was tugging at his trouser leg. This is my world, a world made up of various blocks. It possesses laws of things completely different from those on Earth. GXIN's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Had he transmigrated into a game? Ding! Matching a class for the host. Buzz! A blue light barrier descended from the sky, completely enveloping GXIN. Immediately afterward, a dazzling purple light shone from his body, and a notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations on awakening your SSS level talent class, Cube Puppet Master. Thank you for your love of Minecraft. Your class is unique. Please use it with confidence. SSS rank class. GXIN was slightly taken aback. The world before him was practically identical to the Minecraft game he played for 10 years. But what the heck was this awakened class? He didn't recall Minecraft giving you an awakened class at the start. With a thought, his class description appeared before him. Block Golem. Skill 1, Block Control LV1. Instantly collects blocks within a 6x6x6, length x with x height, area without any tools. The number of blocks and precise collection are controlled at will. Immune to bedrock, and does not consume hunger. No wonder it's a 3S level profession, each S representing a different ability. GXIN pondered. If this were truly the case, then this world's Minecraft would be more geared towards combat with specific professions, rather than pure survival. He quickly approached a square tree. To get rich, start by chopping trees, he thought. No matter how Minecraft changes, this is the first rule of survival. He didn't choose to chop the blocks with his hands, but instead used his first skill, instant gathering. Snap! The 6-block-high oak tree instantly crumbled and disintegrated, absorbed into GXIN's inventory. Oak wood plus 5. Oak leaves plus 10. Oak sapling plus 2. Instant gathering is practically a god-tier skill in a block-filled Minecraft. Others need axes and pickaxes to chop wood or mine stone. But for him, gathering is as simple as a thought. The blocks are instantly destroyed, increasing resource gathering speed several times over. Suddenly, a system warning caught GXIN's attention. Ding! Night is approaching. A large number of monsters will appear. Players, please prepare. Successful survivors will be rewarded with 3 years of lifespan, which can be used as currency in this world. Losers will be permanently imprisoned. The monsters the system mentioned were nothing more than randomly spawning hostile mobs like zombies, skeletons, spiders, endermen, and creepers. Zombies, skeletons, and spiders were relatively easy to deal with. With skillful movement, they were unlikely to die. Before it got completely dark, he needed to craft a stone sword for self-defense. Having decided on his target, GXIN broke the grass block beneath his feet, revealing the stone underneath. Gemstone, fine plus 5. Cobblestone plus 36. Coal plus 6. Rough iron or +3. GXIN quickly crafted a crafting table and a furnace for smelting ore. With iron ore, he had the means to survive. 3 pieces of iron were just enough to make a shield and an iron sword. Iron ore is a very important mineral resource in Minecraft. Many items require iron ingots to craft. With the 2 survival items in hand, GXIN felt much more at ease. Thump! A dull impact rang out, and the arrow landed firmly on the shield. Such realistic impact! GXIN murmured, still somewhat shaken. I'm satisfied with letting you shoot once. GXIN flicked his finger upwards, instantly activating the collection. The 2 dirt blocks beneath the skeleton's feet instantly crumbled and disappeared, revealing a crater. The skeleton stumbled and fell into the crater, the arrow missing its mark, grazing its shoulder. Normal difficulty. It seems these mobs haven't been much stronger. GXIN pulled the arrow from his shield and bent down to collect the skeleton's loot. Skullhead, Real World Gathering +1. Bone +3. Arrow +2. Broken Bow +1. Experience +7, player levels up to level 1, all attributes +1. After the golden experience orb entered his body, GXIN could clearly feel the increase in his attributes. This meant that to become stronger, he had to keep killing monsters. Although this world used the Minecraft universe, it had developed a completely new monster killing and leveling system. This gave GXIN a unique experience. He opened his inventory. He didn't need the bones yet. He could break them down into bone meal to grow crops later. His bow and arrows were damaged, and he could only fire 5 more shots at most. But it was alright. At least he now had ranged attack capabilities. Once he survived the night, he had to build a shelter. Fighting alone was too dangerous. Awooh! 5 green zombies wearing dark blue shorts appeared in front of GXIN. The zombies were square-shaped, just like in the game, but much more realistic, especially the rotting flesh on their faces, which made GXIN feel nauseous. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. GXIN swung his iron sword, ready to slay the horde of zombies. Just then, something strange happened. The sound of gunpowder being ignited inexplicably echoed behind him. That familiar sound, could it be that creature? GXIN broke out in a cold sweat. If you were to ask who the most cunning creature in Minecraft is, it would definitely be the creeper. It always manages to sneak up behind you without you noticing, then set itself ablaze, giving you a massive explosion. At close range, you'll be severely injured, if not dead. P.S. In this Minecraft universe, the familiar characters like Herobrine, Notch, 303, the Dreadlord, Null, Mustard, the Death Knight, the Ender Queen, the Blood God, and the Drowned King, they've all become gods, possessing power far beyond that of mortals. Then, the player appears, becoming a god's past, embarking on the path to godhood. Thud! The shield flew from his hand, blasting a large crater in the ground. Ouch! He took back his words. The stench of blood attracted more zombies. No! I have to find a way to break through. Jason quickly got up, dodging the zombies' claws, and pulled out 15 primo gems from his inventory, attempting to summon his first puppet. Without time to hesitate, GXIN quickly took out a skull from his inventory, his eyes flashing with divine light as he stared intently at the square head, saying, "Either become my puppet, or I grind you into bone dust. Choose one." Whoosh! Skullhead, puppet form, +1. Done! Stone Golem, take care of them. The stone golem's aura exploded, instantly sending the surrounding zombies flying. So strong! This is even more outrageous than the original Iron Golem! GXIN quickly retreated, a glint of surprise in his eyes. He didn't transform the original stone golem, instead, he directly refined the skull. The head's influence on the body produced an unexpected effect. The stone golem's stats in every aspect far surpassed those of ordinary zombies. The surrounding zombies only had 20 health points at full strength. The stone golem practically one-shot them, completely unreasonable. In just a few exchanges, the surrounding zombies were all wiped out by the stone golem, and a flood of golden experience orbs poured towards GXIN. The warm sun enveloped his body, giving him an indescribable sense of comfort. Strong! Incredibly strong! GXIN's lips curled into a slight smile as he drew his iron sword and leaped forward to join the battle. Several hours later, a campfire crackled, rotting flesh popping on the flames. A man and a golem sat facing each other. GXIN looked at the rotting flesh on the fire and couldn't help but swallow hard. With no food around, he could only subsist on the rotting flesh that had fallen from the zombies. After swallowing 5 pieces of rotten flesh, a strong feeling of hunger struck. GXIN knew he was poisoned, starved. The flesh of a zombie was not something to be eaten casually. It seems the base building plan needs to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Otherwise, who can stand eating rotten flesh all day? The sun rises in the east. The sky gradually brightens. Ding! Congratulations to all players for successfully surviving the first day. All players are rewarded with 3 years of lifespan. The newbie tutorial is complete. The world forum is open, the player trading market is open, and the system's basic detection capabilities are unlocked. Distance limitations apply. Players have 7 days to prepare resources and build teams. After 7 days, the blood moon will rise, and the 100-day trial of shocking change will officially begin. Upon hearing the system notification, GXIN's expression immediately turned into a mess. He felt like he had misheard. He had learned about the 100-day trial of shocking change before when playing games. After the blood moon rises, zombies, skeletons, and other monsters will all transform into even more bloodthirsty zombies, their numbers increasing several times over, and they will be immune to daytime burning damage. Then, every 10 days, the zombies undergo a mutation, drastically increasing their speed and strength. Without adequate preparation, being bitten to death is inevitable. GXIN sighed softly, looked away from the forum page, extinguished the campfire, and looked up at the large figure in front of him, saying, "Let's go! We don't have much time left. Let's find a place that's easy to defend and difficult to attack to settle down." The stone golem nodded, its massive body slowly rising to its feet. It reached out and lifted GXIN onto its shoulder, carrying him step by step into the distance. After last night's battle, GXIN's level had already reached level 3, with visibly improved attributes in all aspects. An ordinary zombie only has 20 points of health, let alone GXIN, who was only level 3. Once he reached level 100, the damage he could deal with a single punch was unimaginable. With the right blocks, he could summon 5 more golems. The stone golem continued on its way, picking up bones and rotting flesh from the ground and placing them into GXIN's inventory. GXIN leaped off the stone golem and quickly dug up some stones, crafting a hoe. "First, cultivate a field here. Plant the wheat seeds we collected along the way, then use bone meal to accelerate the ripening of more wheat. The more the better. Don't be stingy with the bone meal. The immediate priority is solving the food problem. Eating rotten flesh won't kill them, but being constantly in a state of starvation and poisoning is unbearable." The stone golem carefully cradled the hoe, its dim-witted head slowly nodding, indicating it had no problem. Hard rocks crumbled like tofu before GXIN's instantaneous collection, crumbling at the slightest touch. During this process, GXIN also mined a considerable amount of ore resources. Iron ore plus 35. Coal plus 55. Ding! Block control upgrade. The job skill panel popped up automatically, and an immense, overwhelming power instantly swept through GXIN's body. Block control LV2. Instant collection. Enhanced block collection range increased from 6x6x6 to 16x16x16. Creation power. New freely manipulates all blocks within a 50x50x50 radius around the user for attack or defense, consuming a significant amount of hunger. Creation power? GXIN's heart skipped a beat. These 4 words suddenly reminded him of 2 true gods from Minecraft, Notch, the creator god, and him, the Demon King. Legend has it that only these two truly mastered the power of creation in Minecraft, capable of destroying the world with a wave of their hands. And his own skill is also called creation power. Could there be a connection? GXIN grew increasingly excited, a deep white light gleaming in his eyes. He decided to test his new ability. Creation power activated. Rumble. Oh no, Master is in danger? The stone golem suddenly realized what was happening, immediately dropping its hoe and sprinting towards the summit with all its might. Inside the cave, GXIN suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. His satiety and hunger levels instantly dropped to 0, and a strong sense of weakness instantly overwhelmed him. Sure enough! Showing off gets you punished, that saying is so true. GXIN chuckled self-deprecatingly, quickly rummaging through a box for rotten meat, not caring about being poisoned, and stuffing it into his mouth. The hunger was still there, but at least he wouldn't starve to death. He now considered himself to have a basic grasp of the power of creation, but he was still too weak. His hunger level simply didn't allow him to manipulate the blocks on a large scale. In the future, as he leveled up, the power of creation could control even more powerful and complex things, and its control range would expand significantly. GXIN suddenly remembered his puppetry skills. If block control could be upgraded, then puppetry shouldn't be out of the question. Submit or perish! Ding! Zombie head, puppetized, +3. Ding! Skull head, puppetized, +2. GXIN kept rubbing his chin. The head puppetization was successful, but the puppetry skill hadn't leveled up. Actually, there was no rush. Even with the stone golems, he'd only summoned 6 golems. Soon, 3 sets of iron ingots were smelted. He used the workbench to combine the 3 sets of iron ingots into 20 iron blocks. All of you come out! Thump! Dust billowed. 5 steel golems instantly appeared before GXIN, remarkably similar in appearance to the original iron golems, the only difference being that they each had a monster's head. These 5 iron golems had all their stats doubled compared to the stone golems, and they also possessed 2 special characteristics: immunity to fall damage and 100% knockback resistance. GXIN was overjoyed. These 5 iron golems were practically 5 war machines. From now on, you are Iron Golems 1 through 5, responsible for the base's security. Any monster appearing within 5 kilometers of the base, die. Understand? Iron Golem, Scandium, understood. The SSS level cube puppet master paved 3 paths for GXIN to become stronger. The first was controlling cubes for attack or defense. The second was creating a large number of puppets to increase overall combat power, which was also the most significant short-term boost. A puppeteer can control more than just obedient inanimate objects. Sentient players are also subjects of his control. However, the difficulty is significantly greater than the first 2. The investment and return are disproportionate in the short term, but once players sincerely surrender, the effect will definitely be much better than with mindless puppets. If he masters this profession later, cubes, players, puppets can all become subjects of GXIN's control. Of course, that's all in the future. Right now, he needs to solve the most basic survival problem. Just as GXIN was thinking about mining some more ore, the system's voice caught his attention. Note: the probability of elite monsters appearing randomly is extremely low. Please be very careful. As GXIN understood it, it meant that defeating an elite monster might grant the user some of its abilities. Hiss! The 5 iron golems' eyes flashed red, and their bodies slowly sank into the ground, becoming 5 black shadows that merged with GXIN's shadow. Not only GXIN, but everyone in the area received this notification, and large numbers of people began converging on the monster coordinates provided by the system. A joke about a friend who died from a fall. Shh! Don't tell him, hee hee. At night, not only is the player's vision limited by darkness, but even the monotonous trees can be very misleading. In the game, those with a poor sense of direction can easily get lost. Strange, why is it so peaceful along this path? GXIN wasn't moving fast, constantly alert to his surroundings, but he hadn't spotted a single monster. Normally, nighttime in Minecraft would spawn a large number of monsters due to the low light. Some zombies can even form hordes, attacking players in packs, greatly increasing the chance of death. However, danger often comes with rewards. Experience, loot, monster heads, these are all things GXIN needs to collect. This current peaceful situation is actually not what he wanted. Just as he was thinking about how to lure a few monsters to fight, the sound of fighting suddenly came from ahead. Judging from the sound, it was spiders and zombies. Not far away, there really was a zombie and a spider. However, these two monsters, who usually didn't bother each other, were now fiercely attacking each other, exchanging various attacks. In the game, he had seen the little white skeleton clash with other monsters. But for two melee monsters like a zombie and a spider to attract each other's aggro was truly rare. Never mind, it's not important. GXIN didn't intend to delve into the reason. His current goal was the experience and loot from the monsters. He had no time to understand the feud between these two monsters. Just kill them both. On the other side, the spider's attack frequency suddenly increased, forcing the zombie to retreat repeatedly. In the blink of an eye, the zombie was about to be defeated. What a fierce spider! Hang in there, zombie! Let me lend you a hand. GXIN took out the bow and arrows that the little white skeleton had dropped earlier. The spider, which had leaped up to deliver the fatal blow to the zombie, seemed to sense danger and looked towards GXIN, but it was too late. The arrow struck the spider squarely in the forehead, and it instantly collapsed, unconscious. The zombie was stunned. The surviving zombie seemed somewhat bewildered. For a moment, it seemed at a loss. Your turn! As a seasoned judge, GXIN couldn't let the spider suffer, so he chose to fire a shot at the zombie as well. Hiss! But just as he was about to release it. Not dead? GXIN was slightly surprised. That last attack had a level bonus. Don't even mention a single spider. Even if a zombie and a spider were tied together, I could still shoot them dead. GXIN felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly turned his bow and arrow, pinning a spider that was growling at him to a tree. Then, a series of spider eyes lit up in the darkness. 1, 2, 5. Adding the spiders he hadn't yet shot, he was now surrounded by 7 spiders at once. The spiders growled at GXIN simultaneously, as if trying to drive away this invader. Intelligent spiders? No! Not intelligent, but controlled by someone. GXIN immediately realized, his eyes flashing white light as he frantically scanned his surroundings, trying to find the person hiding in the shadows. This wasn't the original world anymore. He could control iron golems, so naturally someone else could control spider monsters. It seems there are quite a few experts in this world. After being seen through by GXIN, panic flickered in the spider's eyes. No one dared to gamble on the other's goodwill here. Without hesitation, the spiders swarmed forward, preparing to take down GXIN first. But GXIN wasn't one to be easily manipulated. His iron sword thrust out, striking a spider squarely in the chest. As the spider was knocked back, in the blink of an eye, the first spider was shot down and disappeared, the whole process taking just over a second. These summoned creatures looked intimidating, but their actual combat strength was rather weak. They might not even be able to use their trump card, the Iron Golem. This was the 8th spider hidden in the shadows. Not only that, the spiders that hadn't been dealt with yet launched an attack simultaneously, creating a distraction. In an instant, a perfect counterattack formation was formed. Upon witnessing GXIN's considerable combat strength, they quickly adjusted their fighting style. GXIN's eyes turned cold, and the massive hand of Iron One instantly emerged from his shadow. The spider that was about to successfully encircle him was instantly pressed to the ground, turning into a pool of blood. The puppet's overwhelming pressure caused the spider, a monstrous creature, to tremble instinctively. For a moment, it even forgot to attack. Strategies are generally used when both sides are of equal strength, or when one is slightly weaker. If one has overwhelming power, why bother? This also shows that 8 spiders were the limit for the person in the shadows. A gasp came from the shadows, followed by the sound of fleeing footsteps. Seeing the situation was unfavorable, the opponent prepared to escape. 5. Bring the opponent over for a meeting. Xian signaled Steel 5 to give chase. After a brief exchange, he discovered that the opponent wasn't inherently bad. The opponent most likely saw him as a player trying to steal their loot. Even after Xian had shot down the opponent's spider first, the opponent still primarily tried to drive them away, which spoke volumes. Even without the iron golem, the encirclement would only bind Xian, rendering him incapable of resistance, but wouldn't kill him. Simply put, the two sides were vying for control. Whoever won would be safe. That person would have the right to decide the other's life or death, instead of being decided by them. Of course, this was just a minor conflict. Capturing the other to save face was enough. It wasn't worth killing them. Soon after, puppet number 5 dragged a player to Xian. Xian quickly looked ahead and his face darkened. No? You killed him? Oh ho, getting all smug? Xian was furious. What should have been a friendly fight had escalated into murder and robbery. He really wanted to whack the iron golem on the head. But considering the golem was made of iron, he suppressed his impulse. Sigh. Forget it. She was probably a female player. This is really frustrating. After Xian left, the female player's body didn't disappear. Her body, no longer resembling a human, was still dripping blood. The zombies, now fully formed, quickly smelled the blood and slowly gathered around. They prepared to enjoy this divinely bestowed feast. Suddenly, an inexplicable force instantly repelled the surrounding zombies. It enveloped the female player's body and rapidly healed her injuries. Crack! Crack! The sounds of bones shifting and flesh rejoining rang out. Her entire being underwent a dramatic transformation. Even the blood on her body turned back to the original color of her clothes. The puppets, though possessing sentience, have few. Inviting the dead is still inviting them. In their eyes, they're doing their master an extra favor. This thought process made Xian ponder. It seems that the necessary adjustment between humans and puppets is also essential. Zombies! All zombies! Get out of the way! Get out of the way! A warning voice caught Xian's attention. Xian turned around in surprise, and when he saw who it was, a chill ran down his spine. The female player who had just been killed by the puppet was alive. Puppet, come out and control them all! The puppet seemed slightly puzzled, indicating that its master also needed the control code for that player? All of them! Half an hour later, Xian and Chulinger sat facing each other around the campfire. Is there really such a miraculous thing as resurrection in this world? Chulinger ate some rotten flesh to replenish her hunger, replying somewhat angrily. I told you, could you please keep your iron golems away from me? I'm really not a ghost, and I didn't die just now. At this moment, 5 iron golems surrounded Chulinger, each staring intently at her, their iron fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Xian coughed lightly and withdrew his golems, knowing that what he had done was indeed unkind, and got up to leave. Since you're all right, let's leave this misunderstanding here. The whole thing had turned into a huge misunderstanding. Chulinger was about to agree, but a strong desire to follow her arose within her. This desire grew stronger and stronger, almost becoming an instinct. Xian's leader title ability inexplicably reacted. A follower with 99% loyalty detected nearby. Activate ability? Xian turned to look at Chulinger, a flicker of fear in his eyes. What was going on? It seemed she didn't want to be separated from him. A 50% loyalty level to a stranger was already quite terrifying. But this girl had reached 99%. This meant that even if Xian beat her to death right now, she wouldn't retaliate. Or perhaps she has masochistic tendencies? GXIN went through all the bad things he'd done in his past life, but still couldn't figure out how the other person had managed to get 99% loyalty. He wondered if it was just his imagination, but GXIN actually saw a life or death resolve in the other person's eyes. My name is Chu Linger. My profession is a C-rank spider mage. I can concoct medicine, heal, and summon spiders. I won't hold you back. Chu Linger fell into thought, but finally only replied with one sentence. A dramatic change is coming in a few days. Following the strong, we can survive. GXIN looked at the tattered little spider behind her, and suddenly the whole world made sense. So 99% wasn't loyalty, it was the will to survive. Of course, it's a smart choice. A C-rank, support-oriented class can't survive alone after the upheaval begins. Everyone needs a team to rely on. Since his loyalty is already at 99%, it's a good time to try out his third ability, the leader title. Simply provide some food, and you can get a loyal follower for free. It's a great deal. Moreover, the opponent's class isn't weak. A single healing ability is invaluable. Follow me! In the jungle, the night was pitch black. The oak forest had transformed into a birch forest, and the number of trees had visibly increased. The trees in reality were thicker than those in the game, appearing much more realistic. Jason hadn't forgotten his goal. After walking for over an hour, the two spotted their target in the distance, an elite monster. In the darkness, the elite monster was constantly surrounded by fire particle effects, causing the surrounding flowers, grass, and trees to crackle and burn, the flames even igniting the surrounding leaves. This elite monster looked exactly like a small white skeleton, but instead of a bow and arrow, it wielded a stone sword, and its movement speed was incredibly fast, at least twice that of Jason. With a thought, the elite monster's attribute panel appeared before GXIN's eyes. Name: Golden Cicada Skeleton, also known as Greatsword Little White, Level 5, HP 100, Attack 20, Defense 0, Speed 20. GXIN inwardly scoffed. A Level 5 elite monster was nothing special. He had expected a fierce battle, but this golden cicada skeleton was surprisingly weak. Aside from having the same HP as his iron golem, its other attributes were completely outclassed by the iron golem. As expected, this player wasn't wearing any armor besides the enchanted bow and arrow. It wasn't hard to guess that this person had awakened some kind of archery-related skill. Boss, there are 2 more people behind that big rock at 3 o'clock ahead. Chu Linger nudged GXIN's arm, reminding him. GXIN looked away and, following Chu Linger's hint, quickly located the 2 people she mentioned. The 2 people behind the rock were well hidden. Even with his eyesight, he could only barely make them out with Chu Linger's guidance. How did you find them in this darkness? GXIN frowned, looking at Chu Linger, feeling somewhat puzzled. Chu Linger pointed to her eyes and laughed. Spider sense! Immediately afterward, with Chu Linger's help, he found all the people hiding in the shadows, totaling over 50. I'm the last one to arrive, interesting. GXIN shook his head and chuckled, glad he hadn't acted immediately, otherwise he would have been a stepping stone for others. Of course. It wasn't impossible that all of them combined wouldn't be a match for him. GXIN nodded, not denying Chu Linger's idea. Whoever attacks first will be at a disadvantage. Boss, should we go for it? This elite monster is strong, but if we all attack together, we can definitely kill it. On the other side, 10 middle-aged players clad in iron armor, class-specific equipment, crouched together, staring intently at the elite monster. They were naturally also after the elite monster. The bald man pondered for a moment before finally making his decision. Yes, sir! The others nodded in unison. They'd been lurking here for a while, their stomachs growling with hunger. The sooner they finished, the sooner they could go home. Go! The bald player burst from behind a tree, iron sword in hand, leading the charge. He stomped out 5 or 6 flames in quick succession, clearing a path for his teammates. At the same time, he swung his first sword. The others exchanged glances during this time. Without needing orders, they instinctively surrounded the elite monster, beginning their war of attrition. The battle was about to erupt. GXIN and Chu Linger quickly turned to look at the source of the sound. 10 players, wielding iron swords and clad in full armor, charged at the golden cicada skeleton, hacking away with clean, swift movements. Finally, someone couldn't hold back any longer. Upon discovering humans had entered its territory, the golden cicada skeleton's eyes blazed with even greater fury, and it brandished its golden cicada stone sword to meet them. 10 people? That's fast mobilization. GXIN, hiding behind a rock, murmured to himself. The speed at which humans could unite and coordinate in dire circumstances was indeed unmatched by ordinary animals. They're the Ironclad Gang, quite famous on the forums, Chu Linger recalled. That bald guy's name is Wang Chang, he's their leader. All 10 of them are D-rank vanguard warriors, born fully armored, making them extremely powerful in the early game. Forming a team isn't actually that complicated. Just specify a coordinate. If the distance is short, they can meet up in a few hours. After all, sticking together is human nature. GXIN understood. He'd been busy developing his character in the early game, and hadn't been paying attention to the forums lately. No wonder this group was all decked out in iron armor, even better than his own gear. In this world, unless you're a miner or a gatherer, even with a diamond pickaxe, quarrying efficiency is very low, let alone mining a full set of iron armor in a day. These stringent conditions give iron armor its extremely high value. Although they were only D-rank professions, their combat power in the early stages was comparable to many C-rank professions. These 10 individuals were all equipped with iron gear, and their combat strength appeared quite formidable. It seems that not rushing into action earlier was the right choice. The bald player at the head of the group fought with increasing ferocity, absorbing the majority of the boss's damage. This elite monster is definitely stronger than the regular ones. Its great sword is incredibly sharp. Boss, your arm is bleeding. Let me hold the shield and block the damage. No need. Brothers, hold on, don't disrupt the knockback rhythm. The other 9 players, hearing the bald man's words, didn't hesitate and continued to wield their iron swords, kiting the great sword-wielding monster back and forth, reducing its health. In this way, the golden cicada skeleton's health was quickly whittled down to half. But what followed was a gradual increase in the surrounding temperature, reaching an unbearable level. Roar! Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The golden cicada skeleton burst into flames, activating its flame burn skill, causing a massive increase in its overall attributes. The monster has a second stage? At this moment, all the players were stunned. The system hadn't provided such crucial information. Or rather, for elite monsters, this ability is hidden information, and the system doesn't provide any notification. It seems the system's information isn't complete. We need to pay attention to this in the future. GXIN's eyes were grave as he firmly memorized this useful information. After the golden cicada skeleton's health dropped to low, it was engulfed in raging flames. Its powerful aura instantly blew away the 10 members of the Ironclad Gang, each of them bursting into flames and continuously losing health. Damn! Telecom fraud? Wang Chang coughed up a mouthful of blood, staring in disbelief at the data the system had regenerated. Like GXIN, he never imagined he'd be tricked by the system's information. Before they could react, the crimson-blooded golden cicada skeleton was upon one of the Ironclad Gang members in a single strike. The golden cicada stone sword slashed, and the player's square head was cleanly severed, blood gushing from his neck and splattering all over Wang Chang's face. Fifth brother. Wang Chang stared at the head rolling in front of him, his mind reeling, completely stunned by the sight. Red blood was the most terrifying thing for humans, especially since the head beneath his feet belonged to his former comrade in arms. Damn it, that's the downside of striking first, TSK. GXIN felt a pang of sympathy for them, weighing whether to intervene. Why don't you take them in as slaves? If you intervene now, you'll be a benefactor. They'll be eternally grateful, Chu Linger joked. In her view, GXIN was perfectly capable of dealing with this elite monster, rescuing these 9 people in the process, and even expanding his player base. A win-win situation. But they're not slaves, they're civilized people, they should be called little brothers. How about this? If they don't abandon their companions and run away alone, I'll rescue them, otherwise, forget it. Taking in little brothers isn't something you can just do randomly. Saving cowardly, treacherous, and unjust people is useless. Chulinger nodded, feeling this was a good idea. On the other side, the golden cicada skeleton withdrew its weapon. The blood on the golden cicada stone sword evaporated instantly under the high temperature, and the 4th leader of the ironclad gang lost his life completely in this attack. This powerful blow instilled fear in everyone who had attacked, especially their leader, Wang Chang. But the ironclad gang members also knew that they absolutely couldn't run away now, or they would definitely be defeated one by one. Boss, pull yourself together. Let's find a way to save our lives first. The others quickly held off the pressure from the golden cicada skeleton so that the severely injured and immobile Wang Chang could escape danger. Seeing the deaths of the 5th and 4th brothers, Wang Chang was also heartbroken, but he needed to find a way out of the predicament. Temporarily detached from the battlefield, Wang Chang stared into the darkness, his eyes unfocused, then he knelt down with a thud. I know you can see here. We've tested the skeleton's backup plan, now we just need additional damage. Help us, brothers! We can forego the monster's special abilities afterward. Just give us a hand. Let us escape with our lives. These words were naturally meant for the other dozen or so players hiding in the shadows. If those lurking in the shadows were willing to help, their ironclad gang could survive. Forego the monster's special abilities? Such a good thing. Some people, upon hearing this, began to stir, wanting to step forward to help. No rush. Let them fight to their heart's content. Once they've exhausted the Great Sword Skeleton's 2nd phase, it'll be easier for us. The night was pitch black, save for the sounds of battle and Wang Chang's pleas. Time ticked by, and the restless emotions subsided, as if the players hiding in the shadows were nothing more than cold, lifeless stones. Damn it! Wang Chang's heart sank, his pupils trembling. This damned world! Not a single person offered a helping hand. If they all attacked together, they could easily take down the great sword Little White, and they wouldn't have to die, but… On the other side, Chulinger's reaction was different from the other players. She excitedly told GXIN. Oh! A godsend! A godsend! Going out now, we'll have both face and substance. GXIN stretched, his eyes beginning to glow with a deep, empty white light, then he emerged from the darkness. Heh, he's a real man. This guy named Wang Chang isn't meant to die. Let's risk it a bit and save them. This man is loyal and righteous. Even in such a critical situation, his mind is still so clear. He's practically the ideal subordinate. He'll take him on. With GXIN's help, the rest of the ironclad gang members instantly felt the pressure ease and collapsed to the ground. Give me a reason to save you! Wang Chang whirled around and saw a young man with white light emanating from his eyes slowly emerge from the darkness. This man held 3 stone cubes floating in his hands, spinning rapidly under the influence of some unknown force, clearly indicating exceptional skill. Seeing someone willing to help, Wang Chang was immediately moved to tears. If you can save my brothers, my life, Wang Chang's life, is yours. A man's word is his bond. Fearing GXIN might refuse to help them, Wang Chang immediately stated the highest price he could pay. Ha, that's enough. GXIN nodded. This man had made a very good impression on him. The power of creation activated once more, and several blurry black figures swiftly disappeared into the stone house. Stay away! I can handle this alone. GXIN stood in front of them. Having decided to rescue them, he couldn't break his word. The rescued members of the ironclad gang all looked at the young boy, their voices filled with anxiety. Friends! Don't be careless! This boss is already low on health. Let's attack together. We might have a chance to kill it. GXIN didn't heed the ironclad gang's advice, instead gesturing for silence. Don't worry! I can handle this alone. Even if something goes wrong, protecting your lives won't be difficult. At least he was safe. The ironclad gang members hesitated, still somewhat worried. Inside the stone house, it was pitch black, nothing could be seen. Little White the greatsword was bewildered, desperately swinging his greatsword, trying to get out. Little White, being a monster, tensed, slowly and stiffly turning his head. Before him stood 5 iron golems with monstrous heads, grinning at him askance. A massive amount of golden experience orbs rapidly gathered towards GXIN, his heart pounding wildly. His level soared from 3 to 6, and all his physical attributes received a significant boost, especially his hunger level, which doubled to 46. Wang Chang stared blankly at GXIN's retreating figure. At that moment, the boy's youthful appearance seemed to grow incredibly tall in his eyes, like a savior god. GXIN turned and smiled at Wang Chang. I've kept my promise. What about yours? From today onwards, my life, Wang Chang's life, belongs to you. The other 7 players from the ironclad gang exchanged glances, then nodded heavily. They hadn't made any promises to GXIN beforehand, but they weren't the type to renege on their commitments. I Su De, I Lin Huang, I Zhao Qian, I Hao Jin, I Wu Tian, I Huan Tian, I Wei Lu. Willing to sell yourself, DXIN? Your name ID is quite unique. DXIN was a username GXIN had casually chosen. Players could only view names by nickname. Being read aloud by these 8 people made him cringe. Sell yourself? Get up! GXIN cleared his throat and helped Wang Chang, the leader, to his feet. There's no need for that. You're all old enough to be my fathers. If you don't mind, you can call me boss or leader, or even just my name. We don't have that many rules. These words gave Wang Chang and the others ample dignity. After all, no one wants to be someone else's slave. Wang Chang's eyes were filled with gratitude. Boss, don't worry, from now on our lives are yours. You tell us to go east, we'll never go west. GXIN nodded in satisfaction. He wasn't worried about Wang Chang's loyalty. A man who would kowtow and beg for help for his brothers was worthy of his trust. Ding! Wang Chang, Su De, Lin Huang, Zhao Qian, Hao Jin, Wu Tian, Huan Tian, and Wei Lu have formed a contract with you, voluntarily becoming your subordinates. Loyalty 80-99%. GXIN looked at the system notification, slightly surprised. He hadn't expected it to go so smoothly. These guys were truly loyal. After GXIN formed contracts with the ironclad gang members, Wang Chang's injuries were healing at a visible rate, and his hunger level, which had plummeted to its lowest point, was slowly recovering. A healer? The ironclad gang members stared at Chu Linger in astonishment. Chu Linger had mentioned in her introduction that she knew some healing techniques, making her a semi-healer, so GXIN wasn't too surprised. After settling Wang Chang and the others, GXIN strolled to the stone house he had built. Golden Cicada Stone Sword +1. Golden Cicada Skull Head +1. Golden Bone, Flame Burning +1. GXIN grinned. With the golden bone in hand, the purpose of this trip was achieved. Flame Burning LV1 ignites all flammable blocks within a 50 by 50 by 50 radius, including living organisms. Refining time, 3 hours. All right. We've got the stuff. Let's go back. The blood moon is in 6 days. Time is tight and the mission is heavy. We can't waste much time here. GXIN called to the ironclad gang members and Chu Linger, and they hurried back. He had come alone, but returned with a group of strong laborers, especially Chu Linger, whose healing skill was a rare ability. After Chu Linger's treatment, Wang Chang and the others were no longer seriously injured and could walk on their own. Chu Linger looked unwell, her stomach growling incessantly. Healing 8 people at once was far too much for her. Her hunger level had plummeted to rock bottom. I'm so hungry! Do you guys have anything to eat? Seeing Chu Linger's distressed state, GXIN quickly pulled out half a stack of rotten flesh from his system inventory and handed it to her. This is all I have. Bear with it for now, I'll treat you to bread when we get back. There was still one stone golem farming at the base. They should be able to have some hot bread when they returned. The hunger effect from the rotten flesh is really unbearable. Just bear with it. There might be bread when we get back to the base. GXIN's voice held a hint of helplessness. This world was far more dangerous and real than any game. Especially food, it was incredibly scarce. They barely saw any cattle, sheep, or pigs. He did see a pig at first, but he was still in a daze from the whole mass transmigration and didn't kill it for meat. Thinking about it now, he couldn't help but regret it. Just as he was pondering this, rustling footsteps began to echo from the dark forest around them. I expected this. It seems this journey isn't over yet. GXIN wasn't surprised that the people in the shadows would try to steal their loot. And when the puppet killed the elite monster, it didn't leave his sight at all. The people in the shadows had no idea how terrifying his strength truly was. It's no exaggeration to say that one of his iron puppets was equivalent to an elite monster. Whoever came would die. Slowly, many people emerged from the darkness, appearing in GXIN's and his companion's field of vision. Let me formally introduce myself. I'm Jiajunyu, a B-rank or censor, and also the president of the newly established Stonemasons Association. It's a pleasure to meet you all. A middle-aged man squeezed out from the crowd, revealing a very friendly smile. Friend, I see you have exceptional talent. Would you be interested in joining our guild? GXIN glanced at the menacing-looking crowd around him. Good heavens, everyone else in the forest is part of their faction. No wonder they're all hiding in the woods, they're organized. In this chaotic world, having more abilities means more options, making it easier to deal with danger and increasing the chances of survival. GXIN chuckled. Most likely? Not 100%. What's the difference between that and outright robbery? I refuse. I don't have time to waste here with you. Get out of my way. With that, GXIN brazenly pushed past the man in front of him and swaggered out of the crowd, showing no respect whatsoever. The ironclad gang and Chulinga followed behind GXIN, silent but constantly on guard. Jiajunyu's eyes were bloodshot as he struggled to suppress his emotions. Kid, I admit your burst damage is impressive, but the cooldowns must be quite long. As he spoke, the 40-odd men behind him drew their weapons, seemingly warning GXIN. GXIN narrowed his eyes. Cooldowns? What cooldowns? The puppet had only used a basic attack. There were no skills with cooldowns. With a whoosh, several archers suddenly appeared in the tree. We spotted this elite monster first. Jiajunyu's face twisted in a grimace. You should at least understand the principle of first come, first served, shouldn't you? You beasts. You're all heartless, ruthless beasts. Wang Chang finally couldn't hold back any longer. He didn't resent these people for not helping him in his time of need. After all, they had no obligation to. Wang Chang resolutely stood in front of GXIN, wounded but his iron sword unyielding. His attention was entirely focused on the mysterious youth, ready to shoot at any moment. GXIN's displayed strength still made him wary. However, this monster's characteristics were simply too tempting, worth the risk. Make a choice. You can take this as a threat. Hey. Wang Chang, you're really underestimating your boss. I promised you'd follow me and eat the meat. I won't let you have any soup. But GXIN completely ignored Jiajunyu, feigning anger as he shoved Wang Chang aside. Immediately afterward, a strong feeling of suffocation spread throughout their bodies, and they began to bleed profusely. What are these rocks? I can't breathe. Damn it, we're stuck. If we don't get out, we'll suffocate. Jiajunyu's pupils constricted. He stumbled back several steps, quickly creating distance between himself and GXIN. He truly hadn't expected GXIN to still have the strength to use a skill after killing an elite monster. Brothers, forget about the archers in the tree. Kill this guy with all your might. In his panic, Jia Junyu displayed extreme cold-bloodedness, abandoning the lives of 10 archers to kill GXIN first. The Stonemasons Guild members swarmed in, none daring to challenge the powerful elite monster boss, yet they were surprisingly frenzied when facing GXIN, a fellow human. I advise you to be rational. GXIN showed no panic, on the contrary, a subtle, enigmatic smile played on his lips. The steel golem's tall, imposing bodies were barely visible in the darkness. Only their eyes, emitting red light particles, were discernible. Huh! The Stonemasons Guild members were terrified at the mere sight of it. The iron golems attacked with incredible speed. They had no time to react. A single strike sent them all spitting blood, severely injured and collapsing to the ground. Looking at the colossal creature that had suddenly appeared before them, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness quickly spread through the crowd. Normal iron golems would have been manageable. A little strategy would have been enough to deal with them. But these steel golems exuded an even greater sense of oppression than the golden cicada skeleton from before. They were utterly powerless to resist. Only now did Jia Junyu realize that he had underestimated this being. GXIN focused his mind, a deep, hollow white light gleaming in his eyes. Taking advantage of the moment when the enemy was stunned, he instantly activated the power of creation. The ground collapsed, and all 30-odd charging players fell into the giant pit. Immediately afterward, a chaotic mass of cubes appeared above their heads. Upon reaching level 6, GXIN's hunger level doubled, making it much easier for him to control the surrounding blocks. Oh no! Everyone, get out of there! He's going to bury us alive! The Stonemasons Guild members panicked. They hadn't expected GXIN to be so powerful. You guessed right. GXIN smiled, pointed downwards, and the mass of blocks slammed down heavily. "Aya!" The sound of everyone bleeding out rang out, and they felt the suffocating pressure from the 10 archers. After one exchange, the 30 opponents had no chance to fight back, completely overwhelmed. Wang Chan and the others, wielding their great swords, were all sweating bullets. Their boss seemed a bit too strong. Thinking back to their incredibly cringe-worthy words, they felt utterly ashamed. Who the hell was protecting whom? Spare us! We surrender! Please spare our lives! Not long after, the people underground couldn't hold on any longer. GXIN, hearing the pleas for mercy from below, didn't rush to let go. Today they dared to steal his opportunity. Tomorrow they dared to ride roughshod over him. He couldn't quell his anger without teaching them a lesson. Yes, we were just following orders. We were just doing what our men were told. The screams from underground continued unabated. In Minecraft, although most blocks aren't fatal, being stuck in a block and feeling suffocated was unbearable. GXIN approached the edge of the pit and looked down, his icy gaze sweeping over the group of arrogant players, his tone now laced with a sense of oppression. No, it's yours. GXIN nodded in satisfaction, retrieving the monster's special ability from his backpack. Don't take chances. Be down to earth. Otherwise, you'll get another beating. Jia Junyu felt a surge of shame and anger upon hearing this, worse than if he'd eaten a pile of poop. But he was helpless. Any one of the 5 steel behemoths standing beside GXIN could easily defeat them all. This young man was ridiculously strong. If they didn't beg for mercy, they would truly die, without a doubt. Master XIN, you're right. Seeing their leader, Jia Junyu, back down, the other players in the pit didn't dare utter a sound. They'd witnessed GXIN's methods firsthand, and now no one dared to mess with this big shot. GXIN patted Jia Junyu on the shoulder, his mood brightening considerably. Why didn't you say that earlier? Why did you have to make me win you over with virtue? In this dangerous other world, unity among players is key. According to race, we're of the same kind. If it weren't for that, you'd probably have been wiped out by me as mobs long ago. Jia Junyu grinned, forcing a fawning expression. GXIN's smile vanished instantly. They were just thinking about how to ambush him, and now they wanted to escape unscathed. There's no such thing as a free lunch. A sharp rebuke sent chills down everyone's spines. The reason he hadn't killed them outright was to extract some benefits from them. Oh, nothing much, just a little short on cash lately. Since we're all friends, I was thinking of borrowing some money from you all. I wonder if anyone here could lend a hand. GXIN fiddled with his fingers, calmly and forcefully. Borrowing money. The players were just starting out. The only thing he could extort was lifespan. Here, lifespan is the only currency. Killing players doesn't reduce their lifespan. Keeping them alive means they'll become your lifespan harvesters. The Stonemasons Guild members' faces fell at the mention of money. It was truly a case of bad luck begetting bad luck. But they had no choice, money or life. Give it to them, give it to them. Jia Junyu clearly understood the situation better. Without paying, they wouldn't be leaving. The surrounding steel golems, one with a sinus, were practically paralyzed. He didn't dare gamble. GXIN dusted himself off, a smile returning to his face. That's more like it. I won't ask for much. You should each have 3 years' worth of lifespan reserves. Just lend me 1 year's worth each. 1 year! If his body was weak, he might just ascend to immortality while giving it to them. Of course. GXIN didn't care about that. As long as they didn't provoke him, he wouldn't covet their lifespans. The power of creation activated. Earth walls rose up, surrounding all 50 players. This isn't up to you. Either pay up and leave, or you fight my puppet. The choice is yours. The players, seeing the rising earthen walls around them, felt a chill run down their spines. This was GXIN's warning. Right now, they just wanted to slap themselves. Of all people to mess with, why did they have to provoke this living devil? There was no other way but to use less lifespan in the future. The people at the bottom of the pit stared at the junk they held in their hands, their faces terribly grim. GXIN didn't care. Looking at the nearly 50 years of lifespan on the system panel, he couldn't help but laugh like a pig. Thanks for nature's bounty. Oh, by the way, I've memorized all your nicknames on my system panel. If I run out of lifespan later, I'll borrow some from you. Let's go! We're retreating. GXIN hummed a victory tune, leading the ironclad gang and a group of iron golems swaggering towards the base. He hadn't ruled out killing them to cover his tracks. But having just transmigrated to this world, he was unaware of many taboos. The system's use of lifespan as a circulating currency was, in a sense, a way to protect players, because lifespan wasn't a dropped item. Players could use lifespan to buy their lives in conflicts. What GXIN wanted to do was to slowly accumulate their lifespans into his own hands. Violently uprooting them would only lead to a dead end. A year's lifespan isn't a huge amount, but it's not a small amount either. The members of the Stonemasons Association watched GXIN and his group leave. Some were indeed heartbroken about their wasted lifespan, but most were relieved that the demon hadn't killed them. Instead, Jia Junyu, who organized the operation, became their target of hostility. Some even felt that Jia Junyu should compensate them for all their losses. President, are we just going to let them go like this? Our Stonemasons Association has been so wrong this time. Do you have any better ideas? Jia Junyu replied irritably, his face extremely pale. He had been extremely cautious in this operation, with every step proceeding steadily according to his plan until GXIN appeared. However, this battle still ended in defeat, and a crushing one at that, with everyone severely injured. Hu Biao hesitated for a moment, but quickly recovered and continued reporting on his side's situation. All right, that's enough. I'll handle these matters. What you need to do now is to calm the members down and prevent any internal problems within the association. Jia Junyu was well aware of what Hu Biao was saying, but he was thinking further ahead. A few days later, the blood moon would rise, and disaster was imminent. The Stonemasons Association, having suffered this calamity, was severely short of manpower, which would greatly affect the construction of future fortifications. If they couldn't survive the sudden zombie horde, they would lose their lives. Nothing else mattered. Dawn breaks. Jisun and the others have already returned to their base in the cave. Quickly taking out the workbench, 3 batches of wheat instantly turned into bread. Everyone has worked hard. Eat your fill and try to fill up your hunger bars. Jason smiled broadly as he distributed the bread to everyone. 3 batches of wheat could only make 1 batch of bread. Divided among 10 people, each person received very few pieces. To ensure everyone was well fed and recovered from their injuries quickly, Jason gave away most of the food, keeping only 2 pieces of bread for himself. If they weren't full, they would have to eat rotten flesh for now. The ironclad gang members looked at the bread offered to them, feeling a surge of gratitude. These are extraordinary times. Food is incredibly scarce for everyone. Ordinary people, to avoid starvation, can only survive by eating rotting flesh. Boss, you should eat first. My hunger level is still high. I should be able to last a while longer. Wang Chang is a reasonable man. GXIN had already shown immense kindness by saving their lives. He didn't dare ask for anything more. No! A major upheaval is imminent. If your injuries don't heal quickly, fighting off monsters later will be a pipe dream. GXIN refused decisively. Although Wang Chang and the others had received treatment from Chu Linger, their physical condition wasn't good. Without sufficient food, healing would be extremely difficult. But thank you, boss! Wang Chang wanted to say something more, but seeing GXIN's resolute eyes, he could only keep this kindness firmly in his heart. GXIN watched as everyone ate their bread, then nodded with satisfaction. These were his first group of followers, his trusted confidants in the future, and deserved the highest level of treatment. Although they could only eat bread now, this situation would soon change. While everyone was recovering, GXIN remembered the golden bone in his backpack. After a moment's thought, he got up and headed deeper into the cave. Iron 1 and 2, you guard the cave entrance and protect Wang Chang and Chu Linger. The other puppets protect me. Scandium, yes, sir. Immediately afterward, the golden bones began to melt, and an extremely dense golden light surged into GXIN's body, continuously nourishing his limbs and bones. Even his hunger points, which hadn't fully recovered, gradually approached saturation under the nourishment of this light. As time passed, GXIN slowly entered a meditative state. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successful refining. Flame Burn LV1 burns all blocks within a 50 by 50 by 50 radius centered on the user, and grants immunity to burn and lava damage. After an unknown amount of time, the system's voice rang in GXIN's mind. It's done! GXIN was slightly pleased. He opened his eyes, his entire body radiating warmth, as if he had just taken a hot bath. Flame burn! Whoosh! The flames spread rapidly outwards from GXIN, the scorching heat causing the stones to crackle violently. Even without any flammable material on the rocks, the flames showed no sign of extinguishing, burning all the way to the deepest part of the cave, illuminating the entire cave as if it were daytime. Without hesitation, GXIN got up and walked to a ball of flame, reaching out to touch it on the wall. The expected burning sensation was replaced by a cool feeling, like stroking a wisp of dancing, icy mist, extremely comfortable. GXIN was in high spirits. The fire-burning ability perfectly compensated for his lack of wide-area attacks. From now on, no matter how many enemies there were, he could burn them all with a single burst of fire. Having settled everything, GXIN headed towards the exit. I'll F ****, you're at #BigUN #%, you at #UN and... Just as he stepped out of the cave, a beautiful aria of traditional Chinese music reached GXIN's ears. The voice sounded like Wang Chang's. What a headache! With a formidable enemy at hand, they're still fighting amongst themselves. GXIN was slightly taken aback. His first thought was that Chu Linger and Wang Chang were hurling insults at each other. But when GXIN arrived, the scene before him completely stunned him. Wang Chang was furiously hurling insults at his system panel, and everyone else around him looked equally furious. Chu Linger, far from arguing with Wang Chang, was even occasionally bringing him a bowl of water to moisten his throat, allowing him to continue his verbal battle with the people on the other end of the system. Yeah! Brother Chang's awesome! Let's just use our national treasure to shut him up and make them slander our boss. All the henchmen echoed. Hearing the encouragement around him, Wang Chang's eyes hardened. He rolled up his sleeves, took a deep breath, and was about to unleash his life's work. Seeing his boss emerge, Wang Chang swallowed back the curses he was about to unleash, forcing a smile. Went smoothly. By the way, who were you cursing with? GXIN strolled over to Wang Chang, peering at his system panel. Hey! Boss, it's nothing. Let's talk about something else. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Wang Chang's forehead as he tried to hide it, clearly not wanting GXIN to see the contents of his system screen. Oh ho! We're all on the same side. What can't I see? GXIN pulled Wang Chang's arm aside and looked directly at his system screen. Is this about me? GXIN couldn't believe his eyes. He clicked on the person's profile, only to be met with a densely packed string of short posts. Murder, arson, cruelty, utter evil deeds. Ha, interesting. Who wrote this? GXIN laughed in exasperation. He recognized the poster. He didn't know them. GXIN's face fell. Who would have thought? Everyone else pays for assassinations, but the Stonemasons Association, doesn't they have a screw loose? Paying to spread rumors about him? They're seriously ill. He turned and accessed his system panel, entering the chat area. He found the most popular post was still a fabrication defaming him. First floor. Do demons really exist in this world? Second floor. Definitely. I've seen this DXIN. He can summon 5 very powerful red-eyed monsters at once, clearly using demonic power. He's ruthless when killing. I personally witnessed someone being smashed into mincemeat. Third floor. How could such a damned guy be in our area? We're incredibly unlucky. The post is very popular, with over 100,000 views. The content is mostly false, only the name GXIN matches, the rest is pure nonsense. Some of the comments even amuse GXIN himself. Now, the Stonemasons Guild has given them an outlet for their emotions. Deep down, they don't care about the truth. They'll come at GXIN whether they're human or ghost. However, he doesn't care much. Even if the whole world dislikes him, so what? He'll just use his strength to subdue them. If they don't submit, he'll kill them. Longevity is everything. You can all disperse now. These talkers won't survive the sudden change. Why bother arguing with a dead man? Meanwhile, at the Stonemasons Guild base, Jia Junyu sat in a house built of stone, with Hu Biao, the vice president of the Stonemasons Guild, beside him. How's the stone and ore mining going? Jia Junyu asked Hu Biao in a cold voice. Jia Junyu listened to Hu Biao's report with his eyes closed, a smile gradually creeping onto his lips. They could buy as many lifespans as a group of stones as they wanted, if they so desired. If others weren't willing to buy, then they would have to mine them themselves. However, without the assistance of miners and quarry workers, an ordinary person couldn't even dig out a single set of stones in a day. The efficiency was extremely low. How's the matter I asked you to handle? Very good. Jia Junyu opened his eyes, letting out a long sigh of relief. A huge weight had been lifted from his heart. He knew very well that doing this would only offend DXIN and inevitably invite retaliation. If this wasn't addressed promptly, it could very well shake the foundation of his leadership. That's why he had Hu Biao spread rumors, shifting everyone's hostility towards DXIN. All their defeats were attributed to DXIN. This tactic worked. Now, within the Stonemasons Guild, people only remember that DXIN beat them and stole their lifespans. Few cared why he did it. We can use the stone we need for construction to exchange for the living and medical supplies they produce, striving to restore our guild members to their best physical condition before the cataclysmic event. And also, whatever you do, don't reveal the location of our base. Safety first. Hu Biao nodded in agreement, turning to leave the stone house, when Jia Junyu hesitated for a moment and called him back. There's one more thing. Go tell your men that no one is allowed to sell a single piece of stone to DXIN or his subordinates, no matter who is willing to pay a high price. Not sell? Hu Biao was momentarily stunned, scratching his head. Why? It's a fool not to make money. Besides, DXIN is probably the richest in this region. We should take advantage of the rising stone prices and rip them off. We won't have another chance. Rip them off? Humph, short-sighted. The upheaval will begin in 5 days. They won't have enough stone to build fortifications. Guess what will happen to them? What will happen? Hu Biao frowned slightly, then seemed to realize something, and a chill ran down his spine. They already knew enough from the forums what would happen after the upheaval. All the major organizations were scrambling to buy stone and other building materials. Even the price of soil was skyrocketing. Cutting off one person's stone supply now would undoubtedly cut off their lifeline after the upheaval. Once the upheaval begins, that person will surely die. He was only thinking about making money off DXIN, while Jia Junyu wanted DXIN's life. My injuries haven't healed yet, we must avenge this. Jia Junyu's eyes were sharp, and his voice carried a chilling aura. To defeat someone, force wasn't the only way. He might not be able to defeat his opponent, but that didn't mean he couldn't kill GXIN. The Stonemasons Guild's biggest advantage was its building resources. Subduing the enemy without a fight, that was the result he wanted. Hu Biao swallowed hard, his fear of his guild leader growing stronger. He then voiced his question. What if DXIN and his group join other guilds for protection? He's out of luck. I've already made arrangements with the Food Guild, the Medical Guild, the Equipment Guild, the major guilds. We traded a 10% discount on stone for a guild-wide blacklist of DXIN. You don't need to worry about those things. Just focus on ensuring the stone mining progress. Jia Junyu waved his hand, signaling Hu Biao to leave. At first, he had been vaguely worried that spreading rumors about DXIN online would invite retaliation, but now he didn't need to worry. DXIN probably wouldn't even live that long. What is this? No prize for guessing. 2 days passed quickly. During this time, GXIN and his group went out to collect a large amount of resources, the most valuable of which were seeds for various foods. With these seeds, although food was still scarce, it was at least somewhat secured. Thump! Outside the cave, 3 large wooden crates landed, kicking up clouds of dust. GXIN coughed twice, waving away the dust from his mouth, and spoke. By what? I dug all of these myself. GXIN was puzzled. In his eyes, these stones were just trash, there were plenty of them. He couldn't understand why they would use their precious lifespan to buy such worthless stones. Upon hearing this, Wang Chang and Chu Linger looked as if they had seen a ghost, their eyes filled with disbelief. Even the most skilled miner couldn't dig out so many stones in just a few days. Chu Linger took out a pickaxe and handed it to GXIN. Teach us. GXIN was quite annoyed by Chu Linger's mischievous behavior. He grabbed the pickaxe and started chiseling at the exposed rocks to the side. You guys are obviously Minecraft newbies. You can't even dig a stone properly. Watch closely, I'll only teach you once. Clang! The sound of stones colliding rang out. GXIN was now level 6, his strength far exceeding that of an average person. This single blow with his pickaxe left his hand numb and tingling, even reducing his satiety level by 1 point. However, the exposed rock didn't crumble into rubble and enter his inventory. Instead, it forcefully bounced his pickaxe away. What's going on? GXIN stared wide-eyed at his hand. In the game Minecraft, mining rock with a pickaxe was an easy task, but in the real world, it was incredibly difficult. Unconvinced, GXIN swung his pickaxe a few more times before a piece of rough rock finally, reluctantly, entered his inventory. Now he finally understood, there was a difference between the game and reality. Mining rock without a suitable profession was extremely time-consuming and laborious. From the very beginning, GXIN did not follow the normal steps to upgrade his equipment. Instead, he directly activated his block-collecting ability, which is why he did not realize how different the mining methods were between the real world and the game world. Now, looking back at his own profession, just how powerful was the SSS level? To be able to instantly collect all the blocks without depleting his hunger was simply heaven-defying. Wang Chang and the others wanted to laugh at GX Cyan's thoughtful expression, but as responsible underlings, they had to hold it in. Instant collection activated. Thud! With this one swing of the pickaxe, a completely different scene appeared. A large pile of rocks instantly turned into powder and was sucked into his inventory, flowing smoothly and in less than a second. Boss, you're amazing. No wonder you could produce so many stones. The ironclad gang members were all fans of GX Cyan. A boss with superb combat skills and maxed out life skills. Who wouldn't love him? It's innate. You can't learn it. GX Cyan reached out and shoved the pickaxe back into his arms, pretending to be casual. Get to work. Get to work. Don't just stand there. Wang Chang tapped the second brother on the head, reminding him. Quick! Build a wall here first. The ironclad gang members moved crates full of stones and began various construction tasks. Hunger -1. Schulinger. Huh. After handing over the tasks to Wang Chang and the others, GX Cyan returned to the cave. Over the past few days, he discovered that Schulinger actually had some talent in construction and redstone. She learned everything remarkably quickly. Right now, what they lacked most was food, a lot of food. That was what he needed to consider. The bone meal reserves in the box were running low, making temporary planting impossible. The best and most convenient way was undoubtedly to buy it directly from the trading market. Jason had recently stumbled upon an organization called the Food Guild. Like the Stonemasons Guild, they recruited a large number of farmers and herders, selling large quantities of food to individuals and organizations. GX Cyan guessed it was most likely due to the rumors circulating online. Damn Stonemasons Guild, how dare you slander my reputation! Today I'll destroy the very foundation of your existence. Instantly activating the collection, GX Cyan continued downwards, even the hardest blocks appearing incredibly fragile before his 3S ability. By noon, GX Cyan had single-handedly mined nearly 300 stacks of stone, filling 6 large chests. The reason why a small to medium-sized guild like the Stonemasons Guild could stand shoulder to shoulder with the major guilds and wield considerable influence was likely due to these building stones. The enemy base coordinates are well hidden. They can't be found anywhere on the forum. But that doesn't mean GX Cyan has no way to deal with them remotely. It's terrible, President! Something horrible has happened! Hu Biao stumbled into Jia Junyu's office, built of massive stone blocks, his forehead covered in beads of sweat. Clearly, something extremely urgent had occurred. Calm down, Hu Biao. I'll handle this. Jia Junyu chewed his steak leisurely, a hint of displeasure in his expression. President! Don't eat any more. Our stone market has been betrayed. Someone's selling cheap stones. We can't sell any of our stones now. Jia Junyu's relaxed expression froze instantly. His eyes sharpened. Impossible! All the miners and quarrymen in this area are our people. How could anyone break our Stonemasons Association's monopoly? This news struck him like a hammer blow, the steak he'd swallowed stuck in his throat. Water! He coughed, and Hu Biao quickly handed him a bottle of water. Only then could Jia Junyu swallow his steak. Hu Biao didn't elaborate. He summoned his system panel, tapped the screen, and revealed a mysterious figure whose face was hidden. This number represents 2 whole days' worth of sales for their Stonemason Association. Hu Biao quickly added, Now some of our longtime customers are cursing us in the comments section of our shop, saying we're making a killing. If you don't do something about it, our shop is finished. Bad review. What a piece of trash shop. They don't even support 15-day no-reason returns. Brothers, never buy stones here. They're making a killing. A set of stones costs a month's worth of life force. I've been fed up with them for ages. Damn it! How is this possible? His face grew increasingly pale, even his voice trembled slightly. His opponent had clearly come prepared. Immediately afterward, a trending post quickly caught his attention. The Stonemasons Association is profiting from disaster. A set of stones sold for a month's lifespan. What a ruthless shop! Jia Junyu stood there stunned. This series of attacks had caught him completely off guard. He had used this tactic on DXIN just a few days ago. He never expected it to be used on his own association today. He reopened the anonymous merchant's shop, but found no clues. Could it be DXIN behind this? The perpetrator seemed to have used a similar block-controlling ability that night. But controlling blocks and collecting blocks are completely different concepts and shouldn't be confused. It's also possible that another union is targeting us. Jia Junyu immediately changed his perspective. The reason their Stonemasons Association wielded considerable influence within the larger unions was fundamentally due to their absolute monopoly on building materials. Now, out of nowhere, another organization had appeared, trying to steal their business, selling their stone at half the price. It was practically an attempt to destroy them. But why would they do this? Could it be that they coveted the Stonemasons Association's influence? Seeing Jia Junyu's furrowed brow, Hu Biao grew increasingly anxious and tentatively urged him on. Boss! What should we do now? If we can't sell the stones, we won't be able to pay our members' wages. Many miners are already threatening to leave the union. If there was one person who benefited most from selling high-priced stone these past few days, it was undoubtedly Jia Junyu. Not only did he avoid working in the dark, dreary mines, but he also received a lifespan far exceeding that of anyone else. Almost a third of the lifespan earned by the stone sellers went into his personal pocket, while the frontline miners received a pitifully small amount each day. Some miners considered rebelling, but those who only knew how to mine were no match for the ruthless Jia Junyu. Therefore, the bankruptcy of the Stonemasons Association was the last thing he wanted to see. I will handle this matter. First, try your best to calm the people down, and while you're at it, investigate whether someone within the association is behind this. Jia Junyu's eyes sharpened, and he vaguely suspected that someone within the association might be plotting a rebellion. Yes. I'll take care of it right away. Hu Biao nodded and quickly left the stone house. After Hu Biao left, Jia Junyu paced back and forth inside, frowning in deep thought. If they could negotiate and reach a mutually agreeable price, the matter would be easily resolved. After all, with the impending upheaval, building materials were in high demand and short supply. No matter how many stones either side produced, there would be buyers willing to purchase them. There was no worry about not being able to sell them. The real fear was that the other party didn't want to cooperate with them, and would only keep lowering prices, ultimately destroying their Stonemasons Association and taking their place. No, I need to have a serious talk with this person. In another cave, GXIN lay on a clump of hay, leisurely scrolling through the comments on a post. In this internet age, F-rank professional keyboard warriors are definitely a force to be reckoned with. Actually, GXIN didn't need to go to such lengths. His SSS rank instantaneous gathering ability already made him invincible in this war without bloodshed. And this was without GXIN using his full strength. If he were running while mining, this number would double. So, the Stonemasons Association is completely useless. Hiring someone to post a message is just a way to annoy the Stonemasons Association. It felt strangely like opening a shop on Pinduoduo. Making money while lying down, what a wonderful thing. GXIN opened the system data panel and checked his lifespan. In this world, lifespan is both a circulating currency and can be used as real lifespan to replenish oneself. This unscientific power was simply impossible under the original world's laws. This also confirmed the notification they heard when they first arrived. This place can grant you immortality. Ding! You have an unread message. Just as he was pondering, a message arrived. Oh? Someone seems to be getting restless. GXIN lifted his slightly sleepy eyelids, saw the signature, and immediately tossed it into the trash. Now you're thinking about negotiating? Where were you all before? This message was from Jia Junyu. The moment the Stonemasons Association slandered his reputation, the negotiations were already off. The Stonemasons Association's bankruptcy was only a matter of time. Wow! The big boss has restocked. Everyone hurry and grab them. The stones here are much better than those from the Stonemasons Association. Not only are they cheaper, but the quality is also better. Don't grab them, I'm a scalper, leave some for me. GXIN chuckled, casually blacklisted the scalpers, and then created a pinned message. From this day forward, this shop is officially renamed Emperor One Shop. This shop solemnly promises that during the upcoming 100 days of upheaval, the price of the stones will absolutely not increase. Thank you for your support. This statement ignited another wave of comments from players. A true leader. Look at this, that's real vision. I'm not saying anything more, I'm buying 2 sets of stones to eat at home. From now on, anyone who opposes Emperor Yi's shop is my enemy. This notice was not only for the players but also a warning to the Stonemasons Association, clearly stating their stance. No cooperation whatsoever, they were determined to destroy them. Of course, the other party could lower their prices, but that would undoubtedly create discord within their association. And that discord was exactly what GXIN wanted. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! There was a 50 by 50 aerial farm there. These were their food sources after the cataclysmic event. The aerial location was to prevent zombie destruction and make harvesting easier later. GXIN approached a pumpkin vine and reached out to break off a pumpkin block. Pumpkin +1. His primary purpose for coming here was for the pumpkin in his hand. As everyone knows, pumpkins have many uses in Minecraft. They can be used as food to make pumpkin pie, pumpkin plus sugar plus egg, or as jack-o'-lanterns for decoration. However, their most widespread use is probably as iron golems and snow golems. If GXIN wanted to mass-produce a golem army that obeyed his commands, relying solely on monster heads was definitely not enough. He needed to find a stable and mass-producible source of heads. Therefore, pumpkin heads became his first choice. GXIN took out his scissors and quickly cut a ghost face out of the pumpkin. Pumpkin head +1. Today, I will give you life. Awaken, sleeping puppet! Whoosh! A red light suddenly flashed in the pumpkin head's eye sockets, as if responding to GXIN's summons. Pumpkin head, puppet transformation, +1. It works so easily! GXIN was somewhat surprised. Perhaps his abilities were more compatible with the pumpkin head. He checked his inventory and found he didn't have any cubes to make the pumpkin head's body. It's actually a functional golem! She first looked at the thriving wheat field, her expression filled with joy. After receiving her owner's permission, she became like a child running back and forth in a field, constantly harvesting the golden wheat. In my world, crops can be rapidly ripened with bone meal, greatly shortening their growth time. GXIN became increasingly excited as he thought about it. If this idea could really be realized, then the problem of food shortages would no longer be a problem plaguing him. Even when food was plentiful, he could compete with the Food Guild for business and show off his skills. Jason tossed out the bone and pumpkin head he was holding, and a snow-white bone golem with terrifying markings on its face appeared before him. The bone golem resembled a snow golem with its pumpkin head cut off, its appearance both clumsy and subtly chilling. Ding! Bone golem summoned successfully. Bone golem, a utility golem. In a stressed state, it can launch bone spikes at enemies from a distance, dealing 5 points of damage and inflicting a continuous bleeding effect every 5 seconds. Under non-stress conditions, can accelerate the ripening of all crops within a 5x5x5 area. Skill cooldown is half an hour. Not only did it fulfill his need to accelerate plant ripening, but it also saved him the trouble of configuring a combat golem to protect the farm. What capitalist wouldn't like a versatile talent? The space seems a bit small. After replenishing his strength, GXIN took out soil and a bucket. The original farm had been a chaotic mess of various crops planted haphazardly, with no sense of organization. Now, after the expansion, he could plant in designated areas. Whoosh! After several explosions, the 50 by 50 aerial farm was completely destroyed. 1,000 curses ran through his mind. The last person who dared to provoke him like this must be regretting it now. Xin quickly took out a bucket from his backpack, turned around, and landed gracefully in the water, perfectly immune to all fall damage. The crops on the aerial farm were all destroyed, especially some pumpkin vines, which were completely destroyed by the fireball explosions, leaving not even seeds behind. Fortunately, Xin had already absorbed the 40 puppets he had just created into his shadows, otherwise, this attack would have been a devastating loss. Who is it? Show yourself! Xin's rage and killing intent caused his blood pressure to soar, and the surrounding temperature became unbearably hot. Some of the grass even spontaneously combusted. The crossbow bolts crackled. His response was a barrage of fiery arrows. Fine. I know who you are. Since you're not players, I don't need to hold back. The moment the crossbow bolts fired, and Minecraft mob flashed into Xin's mind, the pillager. They are notorious bandits in the Minecraft world, a type of villager, whose favorite pastime is beating up normal villagers and looting villages. Flame Scorching activated. Centered on Jisun, a towering inferno instantly reduced everything around him to ashes. Then, 2 golden carrots entered his mouth, instantly restoring his nearly depleted hunger meter. Both the power of creation and the scorching flames consume a great deal of saturation. The golden carrot is the food in Minecraft that restores the most energy, restoring 14.4 points of satiety and 6 points of hunger at a time. Moreover, it's not difficult to make, making it undoubtedly the king of cost-effectiveness in Xin's eyes. Thus, with the added benefit of the golden carrot, the fire burned for a full half-hour before finally coming to an end. By this time, the surrounding trees had long since vanished without a trace, and even the muddy ground was slightly hot from the heat. The mud, riddled with arrows, slowly receded. Xin emerged from the mud house, only to be greeted by a scene of scorched earth. Just as Xin finished his work and was about to leave, he was astonished to find that none of the hidden Calamity Squad had died. They were all huddled together, the water flowing beneath their feet continuously cooling them down. This time, he was truly amazed. Compared to those mindless zombies and skeletons who only acted on instinct, these Calamity villagers seemed like people with normal intelligence. Warrior, we apologize on behalf of the Kingdom of Calamity. We hope this matter can be resolved peacefully. You really do have intelligence. Xin was slightly startled, the flames in his hands gradually receding. The attacker deserved to die, but he couldn't die now. He needed a way to understand this world. We are human, isn't it normal to have intelligence? The Calamity Squad leader nodded, his eyes somewhat strange. But upon reflection, it made sense. Calamity villagers were villagers, weren't they? The presence or absence of intelligence is extremely important for living beings. Zombies and skeletons, being mindless monsters, are unable to hunt in groups and, to Xin, are merely a group of moving NPCs, posing no danger whatsoever. However, once living beings acquire intelligence, everything changes. They can communicate, learn, and even cooperate to hunt enemies far stronger than themselves. The actions of the Calamity Squad just now fully proved this point. The second is mutation. Some sentient beings, after being stimulated by external factors, have a very low chance of awakening intelligence. The Calamity Squad leader paused here, as if hesitating about something. And the third way? Xin couldn't help but ask. Chosen by the gods? Xin felt as if he had learned something incredible, but at the same time, a new question arose. Do gods really exist in this world? Are we humans, who have transmigrated from Earth, also the work of the gods? This is a game to select the strong. Xin suddenly recalled the words he'd heard when he first transmigrated, and now, upon closer reflection, they seemed tinged with irony. He composed himself, clearing his mind of the jumbled thoughts, and asked, Where is this Calamity Kingdom you speak of? Actually, the Calamity lands are everywhere. This place could also be the territory of the Calamity Kingdom. The red-clad Taoist, whether due to a slow reaction time or because he hadn't even intended to dodge. The axe fell, cleaving the square head in two. The red-clad Taoist died instantly, crimson blood splattering across the ground. This scene left GXIN completely dumbfounded. Their own people fighting each other? But his smile vanished in an instant. All these changes happened so fast, so silently, that GXIN was momentarily disoriented. Ding! Welcome to the land of calamity. The land of calamity? You've resorted to underhanded tactics. Calm down, warrior! You're on our territory now. Ha ha, kid, you're still too green. Since you've come to the land of calamity, you might as well stay here. The Calamity Squad leader kicked the wounded GXIN to the ground, his flattery instantly turning into mockery. GXIN tried to struggle to his feet, but the blue particle effect emanating from his body was constantly eroding every inch of his strength. This blue arrow actually possessed the ability to seal hunger. The Calamity Squad leader patted GXIN's head, a hint of regret in his voice. Don't waste your energy. This arrow is made for someone like you with divine power. Once you're hit, within 3 days you'll be completely reduced to an ordinary person. Revert to an ordinary person? Not necessarily. GXIN sneered inwardly, his eyes showing no panic at being hit by the arrow. On the contrary, he was unusually calm. Sealing his hunger level did indeed reduce his combat power by a large margin, but unfortunately, not entirely. A rank 3 S-Class cube puppet master wasn't that weak. Puppets are essentially summoned creatures and are not affected by the host's hunger level. Half an hour later, GXIN slowly stood up. His level had reached the peak of level 9, just one step away from level 10. The negative effects of the arrow wound were still present, but his mobility had recovered to about 70 to 80%. He walked up to a moralist whose face was covered in blood. The moralist was severely injured, his tongue slightly tucked in by GXIN. This demon had wiped out their entire Calamity Squad in just half an hour. Most terrifyingly, he had done this while under the effects of the cursed arrow. How did you manage to teleport me, a living person, to the Calamity Lands? GXIN asked his first question. The moralist, already terrified, quickly replied to save his life. It's a heart coil. They're people with special spatial abilities, capable of building bridges connecting two areas with their bodies. Once a heart coil dies, the person teleported there naturally returns. A heart coil? So, I just need to find one more heart coil to go back? Theoretically, yes, but I can't guarantee that the heart coil you find won't have ulterior motives. The Taoist priest became excited, his voice trembling slightly. I'm telling the truth. You can't go back on your word and spare my life. GXIN nodded, a simple, honest smile appearing on his face. Don't worry, as long as you behave, your life will be fine. Second question, do you know where to find a heart coil? The Kingdom of Calamity has many organizations that cultivate heart coils. A heart coil's life isn't particularly precious, so they're not hard to find. You'll definitely find one in the capital. Using human lives as teleportation spells, the land of calamity is truly chaotic. Very good, you're free. GXIN was very satisfied with this man's answer. After saying that, he turned and left without hesitation. After watching GXIN walk away, the moral guardian let out a long sigh of relief, his eyes turning malevolent. He pulled a communication firework from his pocket, muttering to himself. Before the firework could even rise into the sky, a sharp bone spur pierced his heart. The bone puppet slowly emerged from the shadows, picked up the fallen firework, and quickly chased after GXIN. A figure darted across the black Gobi Desert, followed by the system's voice. Ding! The aura of calamity is eroding the host's mind. Please return to your designated area as soon as possible. GXIN frowned, a strange sense of irritation rising within him. He knew he was already affected by the curse of calamity. He had been wandering alone here for a long time, surrounded by endless black Gobi Desert, without a single tree, let alone anything edible. It truly lived up to its name of calamity. After a moment's thought, he decided to take a risky gamble. He pulled a firework from his pocket, the very one that the Little Tongue had wanted to use to tip him off. Search! Little Tongue's dying words seemed to travel rapidly into the distance through some medium. Meanwhile, in the wilderness of the Calamity Kingdom, the two corpses before him had died peacefully, the strangulation marks on their necks clearly visible. Father! Mother! Why were you so foolish? Treason and rebellion are heinous crimes. Why did you do this? Why did you do this? It's all my fault. If I were strong enough, perhaps you wouldn't have died. The white-robed youth trembled uncontrollably, his head bleeding from the banging. With that, the two guardians turned and left, leaving the youth kneeling on the ground. The white-robed youth pounded his fists in anguish, watching helplessly as his parents' bodies dissipated into starlight, unable to do anything about it. Are our lives so worthless? Why is heaven treating us like this? I don't understand. Foreign invasion. Warning. Just as the youth was grieving, a communication firework launched by GXIN exploded in his ear. The sound seemed to travel from a great distance, reaching the white-robed youth's ears only briefly before vanishing into nothingness. Not good. The white-robed youth awoke with a start. Without time for grief, he turned and ran towards the kingdom's city. Although his parents were executed by the kingdom, as a citizen of Calamity, it was his inescapable duty to report the kingdom's troubles, regardless of personal grudges. It's terrible. A foreign army is attacking. Level 1 red alert. Level 1 red alert. The white-clad youth's voice attracted the attention of a Calamity squad. I know. It means the enemy has at least 1,000 soldiers. We must assemble our army to meet them. The youth, undeterred by the squad leader's reprimand, spoke calmly and confidently. Humph. Assemble your army? You make it sound so easy. Where's the proof? I heard the sound of a message firework, seemingly coming from a great distance. I only heard one sentence. The youth's voice trembled slightly with urgency. He gave a look to one of his subordinates, signaling him to immediately relay the message back to the city. Yes. The boy felt guilty, his eyes darting around, avoiding the Calamity Squad leader's gaze. While Shinpon possessed the ability to jump through space, its status in the Calamity Lands was not high. Many used Shinpon as a one-time teleportation talisman. Very good, if that's the case, things are easier. Since you heard the message-transmitting firework, locating its position shouldn't be difficult, right? Upon hearing that he needed to locate the teleportation, the boy hesitated. Shinpon's spatial jumping ability had a fatal flaw. It couldn't jump between different world zones. If the sound of the communication fireworks originated from another region, the only way for the boy to return to the land of Calamity after teleporting them there would be to kill Shinpon. The boy didn't want to take on this difficult task and tried to refuse. Humph. No buts. The possibility of you being the only one in the entire kingdom of Calamity who heard the communication fireworks is extremely low. If you don't want to be accused of falsely reporting military intelligence, then take us to investigate. Upon hearing this, the boy panicked completely. He was not even 16 years old yet. Even if the source of the communication fireworks wasn't outside the region, and even if they encountered a powerful enemy, the first to die would be someone like him with no fighting ability. According to the kingdom's laws, I have the right to refuse. The boy's eyes hardened, and his voice was full of strength. No! You don't! The boy quickly took 2 steps back, and just as he was about to leap away through the void, a blue arrow pierced his skin. Don't worry, we'll just take a look from afar. We won't engage any powerful enemies. After all, this is a level 1 red alert. We can't mobilize the entire nation's army just because of your word. The boy's eyes blazed with anger, but he was helpless and could only nod resentfully in agreement. Could that firework have expired? Why hasn't it worked for so long? They're here! GXIN was overjoyed. He quickly lowered his body to avoid revealing his presence, and signaled the 5 steel golems in the shadows to silently surround them. Now that his hunger was capped, His only means of combat was his golems. Unless absolutely necessary, GXIN was unwilling to take this risky step. Nobody? You dare lie to me. You're just a lowly heart coil. What right do you have to make me believe you? I only believe my eyes. This scene completely stunned GXIN. He hadn't expected heart coils to have such a low status in the Calamity Kingdom. This was someone with spatial teleportation abilities, yet he was being used for fighting and killing. It was a complete waste of talent. In the land of Calamity, the heart coil possesses the ability to shatter space, but due to a congenital physical defect, it cannot lift anything, not even the most basic armor. Simply put, aside from its ability to teleport, the heart coil's combat power is virtually zero. This is a fatal flaw for the Calamity Kingdom, which reveres strength. The squad leader stepped forward, looking down at the white-clad heart coil still struggling in agony. Remember! You heart coils are merely tools for the Calamity Kingdom to unify the world. The fact that you haven't been wiped out proves you still have value. Don't try any tricks on me. Tell me, what do you want with us here? The white-clad youth's eyes were filled with fear. In the Calamity Kingdom, falsely reporting military intelligence is a serious crime, especially for someone like the heart coil, who is less than a dog. Who are the two planners of Shinpon's rebellion a while ago? However, due to their inherently weak constitution and the cursed arrows that could suppress all divine power, the uprising was quickly suppressed, and the two planners were hanged. So it's you. No wonder you look so familiar. He beckoned the others over. We survived in the land of Calamity only because of the king's benevolence. Your parents actually dared to plot to overthrow the kingdom of Calamity. They are truly ungrateful. Beat them hard. Today I will deal with the remnants of the rebel army for the king. You and your parents are just a bunch of vermin. Die. After you die, we can go back. When he learned that an enemy was about to attack the kingdom, he was willing to put aside his hatred for his loved ones and choose to pass on the news without hesitation. But in the end, all he received in return was beatings and insults. At this moment, the white-clad youth finally understood why his parents had rebelled. The land of Calamity wasn't hell. The human heart was. If there's an afterlife, I want to be a bad person with great power. The youth murmured his last words, his voice soft yet exceptionally clear. The Calamity squad leader sneered mercilessly. You want to be a bad person? Don't worry, there won't be an afterlife. I don't know if there's an afterlife, but in this life, I can let you be a bad person. A youth appeared out of nowhere, walking steadily towards them. How dare you trespass into the land of Calamity? Trespass? GXIN chuckled. I wouldn't even want this godforsaken place if you gave it to me. You treat it like a treasure. Although both GXIN and the white-robed XIN Pan lying on the ground appeared to be young, their appearances and auras were worlds apart. One was covered in blood, helpless and pitiful. The other was spirited, confident, and powerful. The Calamity squad leader drew his iron axe, his face warily fixed on the outsiders who had appeared out of nowhere. Puppets, charge! Annihilate them! At the command, 5 steel golems burst from the ground and charged towards the Calamity squad. The dozen or so members of the Calamity squad hastily met the enemy, their cursed arrows flying towards the 5 steel golems. To their utter surprise, the steel golems didn't even flinch, taking the arrows head-on. A member of the Calamity squad had just pulled out a communication firework when he was stabbed into a pulp by a bone golem. To finish the battle quickly, GXIN also released the bone golems, whose attack power was relatively low. The combined ranged attack of over 30 bone golems dealt considerable damage. GXIN approached the white-clad youth and handed him the last golden carrot he carried. Hungry? Want something to eat? GXIN nodded, not denying it. That's right, it's me. But none of that matters now. I heard you say you wanted to be a bad person. Maybe I can help you. And I can even turn you into a very powerful bad person. Help me? How? The deathly light faded from the youth's eyes, replaced by a resolute tone. GXIN was secretly pleased. The other party was surprisingly cooperative. He definitely had to recruit someone with spatial teleportation abilities into his camp. The first step to turning a good person bad, killing. With that, GXIN tossed the iron sword from his backpack to the youth, then waved for Steel One to bring over the half-dead Calamity Squad leader. Kill him with this iron sword. Shut up! Upon mentioning lying about military intelligence, the Calamity Squad leader clearly paused, immediately sensing something was wrong. The white-clad boy seemed genuinely telling the truth. After all, an exceptionally powerful outsider was currently standing before him, slapping him in the face. What's your decision? If you kill him, we'll be on the same side, and I can give you anything you want. If someone betrays their own kind and helps outsiders kill their own, can that person be considered a bad person? Then definitely a bad person. The white-robed youth's pupils dilated dramatically. GXIN's words instantly awakened him from his reverie. That's right! At this moment, the white-robed youth seemed to have shed a shackle. The aura of calamity within him was completely ignited, and his overall demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation, leaving GXIN secretly astonished. Has this kid gone mad? GXIN thought he'd need to give the boy more moral guidance in the future. If he really turned him into an ingrate, he'd be the one who got hurt. The boy bent down to pick up the iron sword, but his stubbornness prevented him from doing so. However, he didn't give up. Even without a weapon, he still had his fists fueled by hatred, capable of killing just as easily. Is this what killing feels like? Is this what liberation feels like? GXIN unconsciously swallowed. My God, this kid definitely has some psychological issues. He jumped directly from one extreme to the other. GXIN cleared his throat, feeling that his underling might still be salvageable. The white-robed youth suddenly snapped back to reality. The bloodshot in his eyes quickly faded, and he knelt down with a thud towards GXIN. You have given me a second life. From today onwards, you are my master, Calamity Spirit. My life is yours. Calamity Spirit? That name is somewhat interesting. Actually, I still prefer you to call me boss or boss. Master makes me sound old. Understood, Master? GXIN nodded. Although he always felt the other person had some minor flaws in their personality, these were minor issues. He could just instill more positive ideas in them later. Having XIN Pan as a follower would make traveling and escaping much easier. Most importantly, they could go back now. Master, where are you going? I can take you there. Home. At the back of the base, a spatial rift was torn open. The system notification arrived late, causing GXIN to frown. Could it be that time flows differently in different regions of the world? Base planning map. The host can use lifespan to delineate their territory within this area. Within the host territory, mutated monsters cannot spawn. The more lifespan spent, the larger the territory becomes. This transparent paper should have been given to GXIN right after the mutated event, but since he wasn't in this area then, it's only being given to him now. GXIN thought about it. With this paper, the difficulty of the mutated event would be greatly reduced, and he wouldn't have to constantly worry about a zombie spawning unexpectedly nearby. Ding! The system has detected 9 base planning maps already existing in this area. Host, would you like to overwrite them? These 9 base planning maps were likely placed by Wang Chang and his group. However, because GXIN suddenly recharged his lifespan by 30 years, his priority is far higher than their base planning maps, so he can directly choose to overwrite them. Yes. Immediately afterwards, everything within this area, including Chu Linger and Wang Chang, appeared clearly in his mind, like a 360-degree all-around camera with no blind spots. GXIN suddenly became serious. In his consciousness, he could clearly see that Wang Chang and his group were being besieged by a group of zombies. Although the heart coil ability cannot be used to cross areas back and forth, it can still perform short-distance continuous jumps within a single area. Wang Chang, shield in hand, struggled to stay upright, coughing up blood. No, there are too many zombies here. We need to retreat back to the cave. Our rear is also swarming with zombies. We can't go back. Brothers, hold on. Just a little longer, there'll be a way. Cough, cough. Wang Chang swung his iron sword forcefully, decapitating the zombie in front of him, fighting his way through with wounds. Go! We're retreating back to the cave. The mutated zombies were incredibly strong, far exceeding their expectations. Their health was not only twice that of ordinary zombies, but their movement speed had also significantly increased. Most deadly was their sheer number. Killing one would spawn two more nearby, seemingly endless. Just as they were about to break through, a red-clad zombie suddenly targeted the weakened Chu Linger, taking advantage of the ironclad gang's disarray, and lunged for her neck. It's over! By the time the ironclad gang tried to retreat, it was too late. More zombies surrounded them, and they could barely protect themselves. Just then, space-time rippled, and a massive steel object crashed to the ground, instantly crushing the zombie that had lunged at Chu Linger to pieces. Then, a second, a third. In the blink of an eye, all 5 base security guards were present, managing to withstand the onslaught of all the surrounding zombies. My dear subordinates! Did you miss me? Wang Chang was overjoyed. Boss, you're finally back! We're saved! The rest of the ironclad gang cheered. It's our turn to fight back! These damned zombies, die! GXIN's arrival undoubtedly gave them a boost of confidence. They were all energized, their fighting power greatly increased, and they forced the zombies into a retreat. To their surprise, the dead zombies did not continue to spawn, and their numbers were decreasing at a visible rate. What's going on? Everyone was puzzled. The immense pressure suddenly eased, and they all collapsed to the ground. The combined base plans of the 9 of them were only enough to cover the entire cave area where they lived. GXIN simply used 30 years of his lifespan to buy up the entire surrounding area using the base plans. From now on, zombies would no longer automatically spawn here. Chu Linger's eyes lit up with excitement. Boss! You're still alive! I told you, if you have low emotional intelligence, don't talk! GXIN's face darkened. He knew the other person meant no harm, but this remark sounded strange. I have to say, you guys are really hopeless. The base's defense system was planned for so long, and you guys messed it up in just 2 days. GXIN looked at everyone's mournful faces in silence, and could only sigh helplessly. It seems that for a team to grow quickly, it still needs a capable deputy leader. That way, the margin for error is guaranteed. Upon hearing that their boss was hungry, Wang Chang quickly pulled half a pack of rotten meat from his backpack and handed it over. GXIN looked at the rotten meat in Wang Chang's hand, inwardly grumbling. How did things get worse? After you disappeared, boss, some bastard blew up our aerial farm. Without a food source, we were forced to come outside to find something to eat, which led to the zombie attack we just witnessed. Why don't you buy some from the food guild? We can earn more lifespan, but we only have 1 life. GXIN was very disappointed in Wang Chang's inflexibility. Wang Chang shook his head, his voice even more sorrowful. At this, GXIN's anger flared up. The Stonemasons Association was already suppressing them, and now the Food Guild was joining in. Fine, he'd remember this grudge. He would repay them later. GXIN took the rotten flesh from Wang Chang and took a big bite. Hunger-inducing particles began to emerge in his body. Oh right, I forgot to introduce you all. This is our loving family's newest member, named Calamity Spirit. You mustn't bully him. GXIN turned and pushed Spirit in front of everyone, letting them get to know him. Spirit seemed a little reserved, unable to utter a word for a long time. It was Wang Chang who took the initiative to step forward and make friends. Ha ha ha, we're all brothers, no need to be so reserved. Tell your uncle anything in the future, and your uncle will always be on your side. Everyone else gathered around, looking at the thin boy with several bruises on his body, and felt a pang of sympathy. Oh dear! Poor kid, how did you get hurt like this? Don't worry, our boss is a very nice person. Work hard for him, and no one will dare bully you in the future. My name is Su De, the second in command of the Ironclad gang. It's nice to meet you. Space jump? That's an amazing skill. Yeah. You actually possess such an incredible ability, it's truly remarkable. No wonder our boss took a liking to you. With your help, our base's defenses will definitely improve even further. Ha! He actually felt a long-lost warmth in this completely unfamiliar land. The ended dragon baby he brought back from the end, aren't you adorable? Unrelated to the original text. Upon hearing about spatial teleportation, everyone clamored for Calamity Spirit to demonstrate it. Calamity Spirit turned to look at GXIN, seeking his opinion. GXIN smiled, offering no decision for Spirit. You are no longer anyone's slave. You can do whatever you want. Calamity Spirit trembled slightly, a strange light flickering in its eyes. Master! I understand. Yeah, from now on, when we're killing zombies, we'll have to rely on you. 7 in and out is no longer a dream. Look at you, just don't bully her. What charging warrior wouldn't like a teleporter who can take you home at any time? GXIN watched this heartwarming scene with a smile. His team was gradually taking shape, a healer, a charging warrior, and a teleporter who could greatly improve combat mobility. Everything was developing towards the perfect team. What's going on? Could it be a side effect of the cursed arrow? No, that can't be. The cursed power within me is almost completely depleted. What on earth is happening? Ding! Host level has reached level 10. First layer of gene lock deciphered. All attributes doubled. Class upgrade, Cube Puppeteer Cube Enchanter. New skill, Enchanting Enchantment LV1, can enchant effects onto any item, including already summoned puppets. The effect is permanent. Ding! Enchanting Enchantment requires the use of Lapis Lazuli Puppet and Diamond Puppet. Please create these two types of puppets as soon as possible. After leveling up from level 9 to level 10, not only did my attributes increase, but even my job title changed from Block Puppet Master to Block Enchanter. Opening the system panel, all my attributes were now displayed digitally. Name, GXIN. Level 10. Health, 100 points. Hunger, 100 points. Attack, 40 points. Defense, 10 points. Speed, 20 points. Occupation, SSS rank Block Puppet Master, SSS rank Block Enchanter. Divine Power, Block Control LV2, Block Puppet LV1, Fire Scorch LV1, Enchanting LV1, Leader Title LV1. While enchanting may sound unremarkable, its potential for manipulation is considerable. Imagine enchanting Steel Puppet 1 with Undead Slayer. Placed among a horde of zombies, it would be an absolute powerhouse, forcing even the strongest zombies to kneel and swear allegiance. Furthermore, enchanting doesn't limit a puppet to one enchantment. Knockback, Fire Aspect, Silk Touch, Thorns. These effects can all appear on a single puppet. A fully armed army of steel. Are you scared or not? Chulinger, standing in the crowd, was the first to notice GXIN's odd behavior. She asked, somewhat puzzled. What are you grinning about? I'm happy. Can I laugh when I'm happy? GXIN waved his hand, offering no further explanation, and followed the others through the spatial rift created by the Calamity Spirits into the cave. This upgrade made him realize something very important. Professions can also be upgraded. Every 10 levels constitutes a stage. After reaching level 10, a completely new profession will emerge from the existing one, along with a related skill. It's obvious that this isn't just GXIN's exclusive privilege. Wang Chang and Chu Linger's professions will also upgrade and become stronger, just not as overpowered as his. As for whether the same profession can branch into different specializations, that still needs further investigation. Each layer of the farm is more than twice the original size, requiring an astronomical amount of soil. This would be an impossible task for others, but not difficult for GXIN. Instantly collecting soil doesn't consume any hunger points. He only needs to prepare food for exercise. In just one morning, he plowed through the surrounding base grounds, collecting a considerable amount of soil. He also encountered many zombies wandering in from outside the base. After a few punches and kicks, the food problem is temporarily solved. The blueprints are good. We'll build the farm according to this design. Call up the entire Ironclad gang and try to finish the first 3 floors before nightfall. GXIN handed the farm blueprints to Chulinger, instructing everyone to build a few floors to address the immediate problem, and then gradually expand upwards. The number of zombies during the day was manageable, but at night, their numbers were simply appalling. Leaving aside whether a 100-story farm could even be built, GXIN's idea alone had already shocked her beyond measure. This young man before her always seemed to have unbelievable things on his mind. At GXIN's command, everyone in the base sprang into action, even the stone golems were used as transport. The stone golems weren't particularly strong in combat, but their endurance was far superior to the iron golems. Especially when it came to mining stone, their speed was significantly faster than that of ordinary people. They were practically born miners. GXIN took out the zombie heads he had collected beforehand, his eyes flashing with divine light, intending to refine them all. Ding! Zombie heads, puppetized, *50. A few spicy snacks were devoured, and his nearly depleted hunger bar quickly returned to full. Using the golems didn't consume hunger, but refining them initially still consumed a lot of stamina. GXIN pondered for a long time, and finally turned all the zombie heads into stone golems. The base was currently under construction, and high-quality labor like stone golems was in high demand. The mention of stone immediately reminded GXIN of his emperor's shop. The shop's stock of stones had long since sold out, and he hadn't restocked, which was tantamount to breaking his promise regarding the pinned message. Those buyers were probably cursing him out. Opening the emperor's shop's message board, the first thing he saw wasn't a curse. Fellow players, who understands? How could such a conscientious shop close down? Yeah, look at his profile picture, it's all black. He probably got bitten to death by a zombie, boo-hoo. Hope the shop owner is okay, I'll buy him a cigarette. No cigarette, just craving one, grabbed a stick to smoke. There were many more comments, but none of them were cursing GXIN. Most of the comments were concerned for him, and some even used Emperor's Shop's comment section as a place to vent their frustrations. GXIN was a little touched. In these chaotic times, life is hard for everyone. Looks like you guys had a good time while I was gone. GXIN had a vague premonition that the Food Guild's exclusion of them was likely related to the Stonemason Guild. Whatever, I'll take action. From today onwards, both the Stonemason Guild and the Food Guild will go bankrupt. In a makeshift mud box, an unknown player was shivering. Without stones, he could only rely on the soft mud to hold off the zombies' attacks. If the zombies got any stronger, the mud wouldn't be enough. In this state of catastrophe, zombies gradually grow stronger over time. Soil can only withstand zombies for up to 10 days. To survive longer, one must buy stone, which can withstand zombies for up to 50 days, greatly increasing safety. How am I going to survive this? In 10 days, the zombies will have learned to destroy the soil. The player sighed, rubbing his forehead. He only has 1 year left of his stored lifespan. If he runs out of that, he'll have to use his lifespan to buy what he needs. Holy crap! The Emperor isn't dead! He sat bolt upright in shock, determined to buy stones on his own. Boss, you're still alive. 1 set of stones only buys 15 days of lifespan. I'm devastated by the quality of Emperor's goods. Authentic. Boss, where have you been these past few days? My wallet misses you. GXIN looked at the player's comments, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. These 300 sets of stones were something he had dug up while working overtime, a temporary measure to solve his immediate problem. Once his stone golem quarrying project is completed, the stone supply issue will be resolved. Actually, he had another purpose: to buy seeds. With zombies roaming outside, searching for more was impossible. The only solution was to buy them from other players in the system shop. Thank you for your concern and support. We did encounter some issues recently, but they are all resolved now. To reward new and old users, the DE shop is launching a Seed for Stones event. Every 3 different seeds can be exchanged for a set of stones in this shop. Limited to 1 exchange per person, while supplies last. Immediately afterward, an event button appeared in the lower right corner of the DE shop. The page after clicking was very simple, like a simplified version of a workbench. Place seeds in the 3 left slots. If the above requirements are met, a set of stones will appear in the right slot. It's very intuitive. The event immediately went viral online. Players considered it tantamount to throwing money away. Comments on the DE shop surged instantly, reigniting the hype that had faded in the past few days. Hey! Why is this guy suddenly collecting seeds? Is DE shop going to enter the food brand market? Yuri's so dense. The shop owner is obviously throwing money away. You should be happy. Thanks for the gift, sir. The stones here were things they couldn't afford even if they risked their lives. Actually, the cost of these stones wasn't high. In a place like the Stonemasons Association, where many miners and quarrymen gathered, a set of stones cost only a few hours of lifespan. The Stonemasons Association's meteoric rise was largely due to the tumultuous 100-day trial. Bang! Jiajunyu 6. Day 5 of the shocking change. The 15th floor of the 100-layer farm has been completed, and the base's food system has basically recovered, even to the point of having a surplus. The Stonemasons Association is in turmoil due to the sudden return of the Emperor's shop, especially their leader, Jiajunyu, who is constantly overwhelmed and unable to eat or sleep. Meanwhile, GXIN's fully automated ore mining system is nearing completion. The stone golems are incredibly fast at mining, easily rivaling professional miners. The best part is that this labor works continuously for him without pay. Looking at it this way, puppetry is a super overpowered ability. With his living arrangements settled, he should also focus on developing his own strength as soon as possible. GXIN threw out the lapis lazuli block and the pumpkin head. A flash of white light appeared, and a lapis lazuli golem materialized before him. The lapis lazuli golem is entirely dark blue, leaving a deep blue footprint on the ground when it walks, which disappears after 15 seconds. It looks remarkably like a dwarf villager. A system panel pops up, displaying the lapis lazuli golem's description. Its basic attributes are similar to a stone golem, but its special attribute is extremely useful. GXIN felt he was a true business genius, always able to think of ways to profit from lifespan. Master! Do you have time? A slightly timid voice reached GXIN's ears. Turning around, he saw it was Calamity Spirit. Since joining the loving family, Calamity Spirit's personality had become much more lively, but why was he unusually shy in front of his master, GXIN? That look in his eyes sent chills down GXIN's spine. Something felt off. Yes, master, I will listen to you. GXIN sighed. This kid was pitiful. Growing up under constant oppression had shaped his personality into something pathological, and correcting it wouldn't be something that could be done overnight. Speak, what do you want to talk to me about? No one here will blame you for saying the wrong thing, and no one will hit you. Just say what you want to say. GXIN was slightly helpless. To be honest, he wasn't good at communicating with someone as introverted as Calamity Spirit. A warm feeling rose in Calamity Spirit's heart, and hesitantly uttered the rest of his sentence. Will we have a chance to return to the land of Calamity in the future? Return to the land of Calamity? GXIN was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected the other party to ask this question, but upon reflection, it made sense. A boy of about 10 years old, so far from home. Homesickness was inevitable. No! Our strength is still too weak right now. Fighting back would be nothing short of suicide. GXIN paused for a moment, then continued. Don't worry about this. I will definitely keep my promise. Once I am strong enough, I will conquer the entire land of Calamity for you. From then on, you will be the King of Calamity. How about it? King of Calamity? The Calamity Spirit repeated these 4 words blankly, seemingly deeply shocked. GXIN felt a little guilty. He was becoming more and more like that evil capitalist. Conquering the land of calamity, that's a bit too much of a promise. He didn't know if the spirit would buy it. This shouldn't be considered empty promises, right? After all, he really might conquer the land of calamity in the future. It shouldn't be. Huh? GXIN was completely stunned. What kind of outrageous words were these? Then why do you want to return to the land of calamity? The calamity spirit paused, then continued. This disciple wants to return to the kingdom of calamity and bring all the heart coils here to live. Bring the other heart coils here? Ah. GXIN's eyes lit up. Why hadn't he thought of this before? How many heart coils does the kingdom of calamity have? I can contact several thousand people. Calamity Spirit replied immediately, seeing GXIN's interest. GXIN stroked his chin, deep in thought. The heart coils have no rights in the calamity lands. They lack food, warmth, and sleep. Here, however, food and space are plentiful, easily accommodating thousands of heart coils simultaneously. This would undoubtedly offend the Calamity Kingdom, making conflict inevitable. But none of that mattered. Compared to a force of thousands of heart coils, a little risk was acceptable. A brilliant plan to poach them slowly began to take shape in GXIN's mind. Speed reading course. Don't rush this. You're too weak right now. I need to arm you. XIN Pan can't wear any equipment, not even a simple wooden sword. To arm Calamity Spirit, GXIN needs to find another way. He got up and walked to a large chest, rummaging through it until he took out 5 pumpkins and half a set of iron blocks. Puppet technique activated. The pumpkins and iron blocks intertwined, and in the blink of an eye, 5 steel golems appeared in the cave. The steel golems made from pumpkin heads were identical to the original iron golems. While their combat power couldn't match his own personal golems made from monster heads, they were sufficient to protect Calamity Spirit. As he spoke, the 5 steel golems slowly melted into a black shadow and disappeared into Calamity Spirit's shadow. If anything could quickly boost XIN Pan's combat power, the puppets he summoned would definitely be one. The mobility of spatial jumps combined with the steel puppets' extremely high output would elevate XIN Pan's combat power several levels. In this way, GXIN had fulfilled the promise he made to Calamity Spirit. Calamity Spirit felt a powerful force constantly moving within the shadows, an unprecedented sense of security welling up inside him, his excited voice trembling slightly. Master, can I really control this power? If he had possessed this power back then, his parents might not have died. GXIN scratched his head, somewhat unsure how to answer this question. The Calamity Spirits were able to control them because the puppets obeyed their commands. All commands had to be carried out without violating GXIN's will. You can think of it this way, at least your personal safety isn't a concern. I've never seen anyone single-handedly take on 5 steel puppets. The Calamity Spirits were somewhat moved, their knees slightly bent as they were about to kowtow to GXIN. The land of calamity. An extremely strong aura of calamity has raged here for tens of thousands of years. Only the mutated calamity villagers can survive here. The calamity advocates slaughter, and in recent years, the calamity king has been seeking opportunities to wage war in various regions, wanting to expand his rule. The Kingdom Castle. He cleared his throat, and his deep, authoritative voice rang out. Speak, what is the progress of the exploration of the trial grounds? I understand. Exploring other regions is no easy task. Sacrifices are inevitable. Order that the families of all those who die exploring other regions receive double the condolence money. Sweat beaded on the Calamity Knight's forehead. He didn't immediately express his gratitude, but instead added in a trembling voice. Those who explored the trial grounds did not die in other areas, but on their own territory, and they also brought foreign races into the land of calamity. Upon hearing this, the hall fell silent instantly, and even the knight who brought the message held his breath. The King of Calamity looked slightly taken aback, as if he had heard something utterly ridiculous. Humph! Killed on their own territory, what a bunch of useless trash! Sent their entire families to work in the mines. The Calamity Knight swallowed hard. The thing he least wanted to hear had happened. The Calamity King's personality was extremely strange, cruel, and bloodthirsty, and his rules were often baffling. The two sacrifices mentioned earlier were essentially the same, both were deaths for the kingdom, but the treatment they received was completely different. Do you also want to be sent to the mines? The Calamity King's face darkened with anger. A mere messenger knight dared to openly question him. This was an insult. I don't want to. The Calamity Knight bowed. Demotion was the best outcome. He had prepared to die before coming. Hundreds of messenger knights serving the king had already died. One more wouldn't make a difference. What was about to happen was the most crucial. The Calamity King calmed himself slightly and continued. Bring that foreigner up. I want to interrogate him personally. This Calamity Knight was an honest man. He didn't lie to save his own life. Upon hearing 100 Spirit Heart, the Calamity King's expression instantly changed, and the atmosphere quickly became tense. He rose from the platform, walked to the knight, and spoke in a cold voice. Do you know what the biggest difference is between the 100-spirited heart coil and other ordinary heart coils? The messenger knight was trembling uncontrollably. As the Emperor's confidant, the 100-spirited heart coil was named so because it could travel unharmed between any regions without any restrictions. A major reason for the 100-spirited heart's parents' rebellion was to prevent their son, Calamity 100-spirited, from becoming a tool of war. Given the Calamity King's character, executing the entire 100-spirited heart's clan wouldn't have been excessive, yet their son, Calamity 100-spirited, was spared. To outsiders, this might seem like the king showing mercy by sparing their family's bloodline. But he knew perfectly well that the king merely wanted to leave behind a useful tool. The King of Calamity strolled out of the castle, his voice carrying far and wide. Yes, sir! Day 9 of the shocking change. In just a few days, the base's dilapidated state was completely gone, replaced by many breathtakingly tall buildings. Each wall was 100 blocks high and 10 blocks wide, like a giant shield, firmly keeping the zombies outside at bay. Zombies that hadn't undergone 50 days of mutation were completely incapable of digging through such thick walls. Of course, in GXIN's view, the shocking change was more than just a crisis. It was more like a test, or rather, a trial. Zombies were essentially the same as non-mutated zombies. Killing them would yield a large amount of experience. As long as the trial was timed well, the crisis could be turned into an opportunity. Especially Chu Linger the healer, if she developed a group healing skill, that would be incredibly awesome. This reaffirmed GXIN's idea of recruiting followers. The aerial farm had reached 50 levels, each with rationally planned crop planting areas. Wheat, as a staple food, was prioritized for planting on the first 10 levels. With the help of the bone puppets, it could be harvested more than 10 times a day. Sometimes, when you stood high up and looked into the farm, you'd see a sea of golden yellow. At that moment, even if you were exhausted, seeing this scene could be therapeutic. Pumpkins, as an important source of puppet heads for GXIN, also had their own separate section. It was a dream come true for those with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Inside the cave, 11 people were eating lunch around an enormous wooden table. I spent 3 hours today fixing the legs of those zombies. I almost died from exhaustion. Chu Linger took a vicious bite of the golden carrot on the table. Chu Linger blushed instantly at GXIN's words, muttering somewhat embarrassedly. I was just saying, don't take it so seriously. By the way, isn't Calamity's spirit coming for dinner? GXIN shook his head and sighed. He can't stay idle. He went to patrol the base. Besides, with Xian Pan's identity, he can't even lift a weapon, so grinding monsters would be beyond his capabilities. So GXIN assigned him the task of patrolling the base. The other's spatial jumping was a perfect fit. GXIN turned to the ironclad gang members eating nearby and asked, How's your monster hunting going lately? The ironclad gang members reacted in stark contrast to Chu Linger. As he spoke, he crossed his arms in front of his chest and struck a pose, nearly tearing his shirt. Rip! Suda ripped his shirt, strips of fabric bursting everywhere. Your trapezius muscles aren't as well developed as mine, watch me. Rip. GXIN was speechless. 7 or 8 muscular men had actually started a shirt-tearing contest right in front of him. Chulinger, standing to the side, transformed into a devoted fangirl, clapping and cheering enthusiastically. Wang Chang spoke first. Our ironclad gang members are all around the same level. After these past few days of dedicated foot care, we've reached level 5. And you? GXIN asked Chulinger. Level 7. Upon hearing this level, the 8 burly men, who had been so enthusiastic, immediately deflated, silently putting on their iron armor and obediently starting to eat. They were deeply shocked by Chulinger's level. To level up as quickly as possible, they spent more than 5 hours a day on foot care, 4 hours more than Chulinger. After grinding so hard for so long, to be outdone by a little girl, it was truly humiliating. GXIN frowned in thought. Chulinger's rapid leveling didn't surprise him too much. Leveling speed is closely related to class level. A C-rank spider mage levels up at least 50% faster than a D-rank vanguard warrior. Therefore, over time, a difference of 2 levels is quite normal. GXIN himself leveled up to level 1 after killing only 1 skeleton monster, the class bonus being ridiculously high. Want to have your clothes ripped off too? No! Then sit down and eat! GXIN was speechless after Chulinger's retort. After lunch, the ice puppet came over carrying a whole slice of watermelon. The ice puppet was a puppet GXIN had researched. Its basic attributes and attack patterns were very similar to the bone puppet. This ranged attack puppet can throw ice spikes to slow down enemies. After 3 consecutive hits, it can also freeze enemies. This effect is very useful for making chilled watermelon. In the hot summer, no one can resist a sweet and delicious chilled watermelon. Wow, boss, you're amazing! You even managed to get chilled watermelon. We've really chosen the right person to follow. Yeah, I never imagined I'd get chilled watermelon in another world. Wow, I'm so happy! Everyone else's upheaval is about struggling to survive, but ours is about eating chilled watermelon. Boss, you're my god forever. A group of muscular men hugged each other, tears of joy streaming down their faces. A slice of chilled watermelon made them cry with sweetness. After dessert, everyone returned to their work. GXIN had a long-term vision. He didn't think simply erecting 4 walls around the base would guarantee success. The more redstone cannons with their wide-area destructive power, the better. They'll definitely come in handy once built. I blew up a sinkhole with TNT, got stuck. After everyone left, GXIN took 5 diamonds from his backpack and held them in his hand, falling into a deep silence. For some reason, diamonds were extremely rare in this area. He had mined nearly 1,000 sets of stones and only found these 5 diamonds. This was outrageously scarce. Without enough diamonds, he couldn't create diamond golems. Without diamond golems, his enchantments were useless. He carefully put the diamonds away and then summoned his 5 steel golems. However, giving you new bodies is something I might consider. The steel golems, upon hearing about new bodies, all stirred with excitement, their eyes filled with doubt and confusion. He opened the system panel, his fingers swiping rapidly, and a post quickly appeared before him. This post wasn't popular. He'd only seen it by chance. GXIN wasn't interested in other people's private lives, but a mention of lava in the post quickly caught his attention. The coordinates and location of the lava were accurately marked, not far from his base. If all went well, he could set off now and return before nightfall. While the steel golems were strong, they couldn't compare to the obsidian golems. GXIN's puppetry technique actually had another use, directly puppetizing blocks, then using monster heads to guide the puppetized blocks, thus upgrading the golem bodies. This upgrade is purely an enhancement, restoring the characteristics of the obsidian golem without sacrificing the iron golems. Later, he could even incorporate stronger netherite blocks, but that's a matter for later. Diamonds are already so hard to mine, the rarity of netherite fragments will only be higher. Without much hesitation, GXIN grabbed 5 stacks of golden carrots and headed towards the lava marked on the post. I wonder where the Calamity Spirit is. With his help, it'll be over in 10 minutes. Finding the Calamity Spirit in a territory spanning over 10 kilometers won't be easy for GXIN. Since the Calamity Spirit received the mission to patrol the territory, it has become much more proactive, wanting to patrol the base 180 times a day. Plus, with ample food now, it's even more reckless with its teleportation. As long as it doesn't die from jumping, it'll jump to its death. Forget it, I'll just walk. It's not far anyway. G chuckled bitterly and set off towards the edge of the territory. It seemed the poaching plan needed to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. 1 Xion pan wasn't enough. GXIN couldn't possibly walk on the ground, otherwise he'd be entangled, and the time cost would be too high. The power of creation activated. Although he couldn't fly, he could easily control the grass block to carry him. The lift from beneath his feet propelled the grass block, carrying GXIN into the sky, heading towards the lava. Don't worry, no, luckily we ran fast, or we'd be sandwiched between them. The player in white was equally exhausted. Tomorrow is the 10th day of the trial. After 10 days, the zombies will become stronger. We probably won't make it. Who are these trials for? Just then, GXIN flew overhead on his grass block. Holy crap! A god! The white-clad player's drowsiness vanished instantly, and he sat bolt upright. The red-clad player shook his head and sneered. Even a god would be bitten to death by zombies. No, there really is a god passing by in the sky. Holy crap! It really is a god. Quick, take a screenshot. The red-clad player looked up and saw the flying grass block. At first glance, he truly looked like a deity flying through the sky. However, this wasn't a concern. He had specifically brought 5 extra sets of golden carrots before leaving. Gnawing away. After consuming several golden carrots, his hunger level rapidly recovered. Oh deity, I am very hungry now. Could you grant me some food? If so, I will become your most sincere believer. The red-clad player clasped his hands together, knelt cross-legged, and began to make a wish. The player in red replied impatiently. Sure, don't talk, make your wish sincerely. GXIN, high above, naturally couldn't hear the prayers below, but coincidentally, a sudden breeze blew, and his nose began to itch unbearably. Achoo! Who's talking about me behind my back? GXIN rubbed his itchy nose, constantly guessing what was going on. Huh! Where did my golden carrot go? Only after sneezing did GXIN realize that the golden carrot he had been holding was gone. Forget it. I'm not looking anymore. I still have plenty in my backpack, enough to eat. He didn't dwell on it anymore, piloting the grass block, slowly flying into the distance. Ah! The gods really appeared. This is a golden carrot. What did I tell you? As long as you're devout enough, even the softest voice can be heard by the gods. The red-clad player was now completely frenzied, tears streaming down his face, wildly flaunting and roaring while holding the half-set of golden carrots. The white-clad player stood frozen in place, speechless for a long time. Ha ha, there really are gods in this world. GXIN had no idea what kind of misunderstanding his aerial flight had caused. He hadn't even noticed the 2 players, one red and one white, beneath the tree. The golden carrot slipping from his grasp was an accident, and its landing in the red player's hands was equally accidental. With these 2 coincidences, everything suddenly seemed perfectly logical. GXIN jumped off the grass block and arrived at the lava pool marked on the post. A dozen or so mindlessly wandering zombies surrounded the lava pool. Upon seeing GXIN, a living, breathing person, their eyes instantly blazed with bloodlust. Like hungry dogs smelling a huge pile of excrement, they wriggled their somewhat rotting bodies and lunged at GXIN. How could GXIN, who had already completed the first stage of his genetic lock, possibly be a match for these few zombies? Since acquiring the sword, GXIN had kept it gathering dust in his backpack. Now, he wanted to test its true power. With a flick of his wrist, he delivered an upward strike. Intense flames instantly cleaved a charging zombie in two. GXIN's body had already broken through a genetic lock. A single punch could deal 40 points of damage. With the added damage from the golden cicada stone sword, each strike far exceeded the zombie's tolerance. A few screams rang out, and large amounts of experience points flowed into GXIN's body. His experience bar increased, but it was far from enough to break through to level 11. Having dealt with these weaklings, GXIN slowly walked to the edge of the lava. Most others would be terrified, but GXIN was fearless. The flames had granted him exceptional fire resistance. Even lava at thousands of degrees Celsius couldn't harm him in the slightest. He took out an iron bucket, and in the blink of an eye, half the pool of lava was gone. Lava meeting water creates stone. Water meeting lava creates obsidian. It's worth noting that the bucket can be spawned infinitely, but each bucket of lava only produces one piece of obsidian. To upgrade 5 steel golems to obsidian golems, at least 40 buckets of lava would be needed. However, this small lava pool could only provide GXIN with 19 buckets of lava, less than half. How about we use this lava to build a nether portal? That way, we'll have an inexhaustible supply of lava. GXIN stroked his chin thoughtfully, deciding to change his strategy. Lava is a scarce resource in the upper realm, but once you reach the nether, it's everywhere. You can easily encounter vast seas of lava just by walking around. Using these few buckets of lava to build a nether portal is clearly the best way to solve the obsidian shortage. Furthermore, with a large amount of lava, GXIN could even replace the entire outer wall with obsidian. This would make it difficult even for zombies that had mutated in 90 days to breach the base. Of course, reality is different from a game, and GXIN had no idea what this hellish world was like. If things went wrong, some danger might arise. On the way back, GXIN was a little bored. Currently, the only way people knew about the outside world was through communication on the system forum, and GXIN was no exception. The system panel was very comprehensive. Text, images, and videos could all be uploaded to the forum. Small organizations, lacking resources and connections, couldn't even survive the first wave of zombies. Some scattered, some died. GXIN's organization, where one person supports a group of people and they all live comfortably, is unique in the trial grounds. GXIN became interested. He wasn't sure if there were gods in this world either. It's highly likely that it exists, otherwise many things would be inexplicable, and attributing them all to deities would seem perfectly reasonable. Him? GXIN's eyes were strange. As one of the creator gods in the Minecraft world, him held a very high position in the hearts of players. He truly hadn't expected that anyone in this world would actually believe in him. Clicking on the post comments, they were all unanimously sarcastic. First floor, HIM? Ha ha ha, everyone come and see. There's an idiot here who's transmigrated and still believes in him. Second floor, him is just a fictional character. He doesn't exist in reality. The poster must have been driven mad by zombies, fantasizing about a god saving him. Third floor, haha, buddy, wake up. This is reality, not a game. Fourth floor, alright, everyone disperse. This is pointless. It's unbelievable that this kind of post is getting attention. In a past life, many people played Minecraft and knew something about the fictional character him. Clearly, the poster doesn't know him's story. After all, not everyone in a past life played Minecraft, let alone knew about the player-created creator god. First floor, hey, is the poster playing hard to get? His full name is Herobrine. Second floor, since the poster believes the him you know is not the same person as the him we know, can you describe his specific characteristics? Poster, I don't know much either. I only know he can fly, can control blocks, and his eyes seem to be white, a very empty white. Second floor, I'm speechless. Isn't this just him? I spent so much time talking to an idiot, what bad luck. I'm leaving. Third floor, I'm leaving too. The poster should probably get their head checked. They're probably hallucinating. Game screenshot, guess what this is? No prize. In a dimly lit tunnel, the red-clad player stared at the comments under his post, his angry expression gradually turning into madness as he muttered to himself. You don't understand, you understand nothing. The true god Herobrine gave me hope to live, you're all wrong. Since the cataclysmic event, the red-clad and white-clad players had been constantly on the run from zombies. Because they hadn't awakened any classes, they weren't even qualified to join a major guild. Under the prolonged pressure of survival, the red-clad player's sanity was on the verge of collapse. The only thing keeping him alive now was Herobrine, the hero who had given him the golden carrot. Red-clad brother, keep your voice down, you'll attract the zombies. His friend, the white-clad player, gestured with a shushing finger. You saw it too, didn't you? You're the only one in the whole world who believes me. They're wrong, the red-clad player roared, showing no sign of backing down. The white-clad player was now somewhat confused about his friend. To be precise, the other had gone mad. Roar! GXIN, in both temperament and appearance, was completely different from the ruthless, destructive, and bloodthirsty him. Compared to destruction, he preferred creation and building. Having his own base and team was what truly captivated him. Therefore, he didn't connect the Herobrine described by the red-clad player to himself. My current abilities are probably similar to Wasabi from Fansun Village, right? GXIN smiled slightly, casually liking the red-clad player's post. Ignorance and foolishness are the most terrifying things in the world. As for whether gods truly exist in this world, it's not important to GXIN. He only needs to protect his own little corner of the world. Back at the base, darkness was gradually falling. Ding! Blood moon rises. Tonight will be a sleepless night. The system's voice echoed in the ears of everyone in the trial grounds, and panic quickly spread. After the blood moon rises, the number and strength of zombies will significantly increase, and players cannot survive the night by sleeping. The howls of the zombies are also a significant challenge to the player's mental well-being. Without sufficient psychological preparation, they will likely die from mental breakdown. GXIN and his team members had no such worries. He bought up all the land within a radius of dozens of kilometers, so not a single zombie would spawn in the base. The 4 towering walls kept the zombies outside the base at bay. Even if the zombies had 10 more voices, their sounds wouldn't reach their ears. This must be the joy of the rich. With nothing to do, and with the blood moon rising and sleep impossible, GXIN decided to first construct a nether portal and explore it briefly. He took out 2 buckets of water, dug 3 blocks into the ground, and poured the water in. A simple infinite water system was created. Magnetic. The sound of lava being extinguished rang out, and a dark purple block appeared before him. Obsidian is the hardest block in Minecraft besides bedrock. It's immune to all explosion damage and can only be broken with a diamond pickaxe. Legend has it that the weapon of the Minecraft god Herobrine was made of hard obsidian. This made GXIN curious. Did his block control also work on obsidian? If he could he also use obsidian as his weapon? Without hesitation, he placed his hand on the obsidian, his expression gradually turning serious as he silently prayed. SSS level talent, please don't disappoint me. Instant collection activated. Done. GXIN was overjoyed, letting out a long sigh of relief. The instant collection ability still worked on obsidian. After repeating the same operation several times, 19 obsidian stones appeared in GXIN's hand. This way, once the diamond golem was created, he could use enchantment to apply various enchantments to the obsidian, increasing its damage and effectiveness. GXIN took out 10 obsidian stones, 3 vertically and 2 horizontally, quickly arranging them in the shape of a door on the ground. The sound of a flint and steel rang out, and a terrifying aura from hell swept over him, making GXIN's clothes flutter. Like the blasted lands, the Nether is a region of a different dimension. They are independent yet interconnected, forming the entire Minecraft universe. Jisun's overworld, also known as the Trials, is also part of the Minecraft universe. To enter the blasted lands from the Trials, one must rely on Shinpan's help. Entering the Nether is much simpler. All it takes is building an obsidian portal. Jason looked at the dark purple portal, didn't hesitate, and stepped through it. The most common monster in the Nether is undoubtedly the zombie piglin. Piglins are quite peculiar. As long as you don't provoke them, they're unlikely to harm you. A wave of dizziness washed over him. Xian shook his head violently, and what came into view was a blood-red hue. Boiling lava, soft soul sand, and glowing fluorite embedded in the ceiling of the Nether. Everything was remarkably similar to the Minecraft hell he remembered, like playing a game with incredibly realistic lighting and shadows. The scorching heat could instantly burn some items, but it had almost no effect on Xian. His ability to burn with fire granted him immunity to high-temperature damage. Stepping out of the portal, he began to observe his surroundings and headed towards the sea of lava ahead. Jason had no intention of exploring further, simply collecting some lava was his purpose. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Looking back, Xian found two pig spirits staring at him with strange looks. Shh! Keep your voice down. He's not a pig, he's an outsider. The older pig spirit beside her replied. An outsider? Are all outsiders this ugly? The younger pig spirit continued to ask. Sister Pig nodded. Anyway, no one is as good-looking as us. Speed reading course. In the game Minecraft, piglins don't actively attack players, they are a semi-neutral mob. This is evident from the fact that the piglin siblings didn't attack Jason after discovering him, except for reckless piglin brutes. These are all in-game scenarios. Real-world situations require specific analysis. Jason looked at the two piglins, one large and one small, and a sudden inspiration struck him. Could I find an ally in the Nether? That way, I can quickly learn about the Nether situation. This is reality, not a game. Piglins have developed intelligence, and are not incapable of communication. Being able to communicate means he can understand their needs, and having needs means he has the opportunity to win over this faction. Regardless of the piglins' combat strength, their sheer power and intelligence networks spanning the entire inferno were enough to warrant Xian's attention. The Calamity villagers had formed kingdoms. There was no reason the piglins should be a disorganized mob. If he could successfully meet their leader, they could even negotiate mutually beneficial terms. The worst-case scenario was being driven out of the country. He wouldn't lose anything. Their voices weren't quiet, so Xian naturally heard them. Oh! I'm so hungry! Golden carrots are so delicious! He emphasized the word. Golden. The thing pigs can't resist is food, and the thing pig spirits can't resist is golden food. The pig spirit siblings had lived in the lower realm for years and had seen plenty of gold, but golden food was unheard of. Their curiosity was undisguised. Sister, what is he eating? It's golden and looks so delicious. Slurp. The younger pig spirit wiped his drool, his eyes fixed on the golden carrot in Xian's hand. Sure enough. The older pig spirit sister was clearly more mature, with a slightly stronger resistance to delicious food. Good boy, little brother. All the food from other tribes is poisonous. When we get back, your sister will roast some wild pig meat for you, snoring. He waved the golden carrot in front of them, gesturing for them to come and have some. The pig spirit sister grabbed her pig spirit brother, who was about to run away, and shook her head, still a hint of wariness in her eyes. Since that's the case, then he wouldn't hold back. Xian picked up the golden carrot and took a big bite. Crunchy, chicken-flavored. He deliberately got golden carrot juice all over his mouth to tempt the little pig spirit. Seeing this outsider bite off half the golden carrot in one go, splattering golden juice everywhere, the pig spirit brother's heart shattered. His voice trembled with urgency. Sister, look, that outsider has already eaten it. He wasn't poisoned. I want some too, slurp. The pig spirit's innate craving for gold made the little pig spirit brother feel like he'd eaten an itchy herb, completely uncomfortable. The pig spirit sister was also starting to lose her composure. In the end, instinct overcame reason, and tears streamed down her face. Seeing the time was right, Xian gave them a way out. He took 2 more golden carrots out of his backpack and placed them on the ground, then took several steps back, his meaning quite clear. Hoo-hoo, sister, look, on the ground! The pig spirit brother broke free from his sister's grasp and sprinted to pick up the 2 golden carrots Xin had left on the ground, then handed one to his sister. Hoo-hoo, sister, it's golden! Delicious! Brother, this belongs to someone else, we can't take it. The pig spirit brother took a bite, and it burst with juice, the golden sweetness sliding down his throat, his natural instincts fully unleashed. Hoo-hoo! Sister, this is so delicious! I've never eaten anything so delicious before. The pig spirit had always lived in the lower realm of hell and had no access to carrots, let alone knowing the recipe for golden carrots. Even if they knew the gates to the upper realm were built from Hell's Gate, their bodies couldn't withstand the laws of the upper realm. They would turn into mindless zombie piglins within seconds. This is the same reason why Xin couldn't stay in the land of calamity for long. Seeing her brother eating so heartily, the piglin sister finally couldn't resist and started munching away. Slurp, slurp, delicious! So delicious! The piglin brother had already finished his golden carrot and was sucking on his fingers, muttering, "Too few. I wish I could have one more. I have a few more here. Do you want some?" Xin appeared in front of the siblings unnoticed, pulling 2 more golden carrots from his backpack. Pig spirit brother jumped up when he saw the golden carrot presented to him. Hoo-hoo! I want it, I want it! Xin smiled. The first step in striking up a conversation had been successful. He had struck the perfect balance, neither too obsequious nor too mysterious. The pig spirit sister took the carrots, her cheeks flushing slightly. After all, she was only a few years older than the little pig spirit, and after 2 rounds of advances, she too had succumbed. She softly thanked Xin and then began to munch on the carrots. She then took another look at the face of this foreign pig. It was a bit ugly, but not entirely unacceptable. Game screenshot unrelated to the original text. After the siblings had eaten and drunk their fill, Xin first briefly introduced himself, and then asked their names. The older sister was called Pig Spirit Xiaoyan, and the younger brother was called Pig Spirit Xiaojiang. I am a merchant from the upper realm. I've come here to do some business with you, Xin told the siblings. Of course, trade was just a pretext. His real intention was to build a bridge of communication and negotiation with the pig spirits. In case anything he couldn't handle in the future, this connection with the pig spirits would be a very important link. Business? What do you want to sell? Various metal products, including the food I just gave you. Xin answered calmly, his expression sincere. Unlike the Calamity villagers, the lower world pig spirits hadn't formed a nation. Instead, they had developed a more primitive tribal system, unified and governed by a single chief. I understand. Then please lead the way. Xin gave a very kind smile. This was exactly the outcome he wanted. Having accepted a gift, Little Rock hesitated for a moment before leading Xin away. The younger brother, Little Jelly, didn't think as much as his sister. If he could eat golden carrots every day, he'd do anything for her. The pig spirit siblings walked ahead, with Xin following behind, towards the distant Crimson Forest. The Crimson Forest was a forest-like biome filled with giant fungal structures. Crimson fungi and giant crimson fungi thrive in this environment, and occasionally, eerie fungi also spawn. Within the giant fungal structures, weeping vines can be seen hanging below netherwort, sometimes accompanied by luminous fungi. The surface is covered with crimson fungal rock, patchy nether rock, and scattered netherwort, upon which crimson fungal tendrils grow. Stepping on it, the soft fungal rock rustles, its undulating surface making it feel like a sea of lava beneath one's feet. The only difference from the game is that this Crimson Forest is truly vast. Without the piglin siblings leading the way, Jisun would likely have gotten lost. The pig spirit Xiaoyan turned and warned. Watch out for the mushrooms on the ground, they often trip pigs up in the lava. Before he finished speaking, a mushroom near Xin's feet suddenly poked its head out, causing him to lose his balance and nearly fall into the lava. I've seen it all. Luckily, I'm not a pig. GXIN wiped the sweat from his brow. Because of the passive effect of the flames, he wasn't burned by the lava, but seeing a vast sea of lava still instilled a primal fear in him. After crossing a lava island, the crimson trees thinned out instantly, and the area suddenly became quite spacious. A castle built of basalt and nether bricks appeared before them. A squad of piglin brutes patrolled in front of the castle. How dare you trespass on the piglin king's residence? Get out of here at once, huff! 2 piglin brutes wielding golden battle axes blocked GXIN's path, their eyes filled with deep hostility. If he dared to take another step forward, their axes would come crashing down on him. The pig spirit Xiaoyan stepped in front of GXIN, her expression angry. This is my guest. Don't be rude. I'm taking him to see my father. Miss, he's a foreigner. You must be careful not to be fooled by him, huff huff. 2 barbarian soldiers looked anxious and were about to force their way through Xiaoyan's blockade, ready to kill GXIN. Although Xiaoyan was the eldest daughter of the Pig Spirit King, her power was clearly inferior to her younger brother Xiaojian, since the future Pig Spirit King's position was to be passed to him. Seeing that their young master had spoken, the 2 guards naturally couldn't obstruct her any longer, and had to send someone to inform the Pig Spirit King. GXIN stood there dumbfounded. Could his luck really be this incredible? He could just wander around and run into a princess and prince from the piglin tribe? Seriously, a princess and a prince like you, don't you have any guards with you? If you die out there, who will inherit the family fortune? Thinking back, hadn't he almost made the piglin prince cry with envy? With the piglin boy clearing the way, the piglin soldiers were indeed much more obedient. Although their faces were still full of dissatisfaction, they had no choice but to let them pass. One of the pig spirit soldiers chimed in. That foreigner is so ugly, what did the young lady see in him? Hurry! Another soldier chimed in. Exactly! He doesn't even have tusks, he's obviously a pushover, his offspring won't be good looking either. In the pig spirit's aesthetic, the fatter the male pig and the longer his tusks, the more attractive he is to girls. Although GXIN was very robust, compared to this group of pigs, he was completely outmatched. Therefore, Xiao Zhang's shout had actually saved the lives of these 2 ignorant soldiers. I heard that General Manbing's apprentice, Shuling Xiaoqing, seems to have a crush on our young lady. Now he has a rival. Should we tell him, Hulu? Of course. Any later, and our young lady's heart will be stolen away by that foreigner. After discussing it, the 2 barbarian soldiers hurried off in one direction. The Piglin King's palace is incredibly luxurious, almost entirely adorned with glittering gold. Its splendor can only be described as opulent and magnificent, rivaling even a king's palace in scale. Land is subdivided and managed by subordinates, while the Piglin King's sole responsibility is to govern these subordinates. The Piglin fortress was vast, but sparsely populated. Aside from a few piglin barbarians guarding the entrance, GXIN saw no other servants. However, the piglin king lacked all of these, which piqued GXIN's interest. Could he be a self-disciplined, independent, and strong-willed monarch? GXIN pondered to himself, having only observed the other party's living environment, and thus formed a rough analysis of the piglin king's character and nature. If that were indeed the case, his attempt to negotiate an alliance seemed highly likely to succeed. Following the piglin siblings for another half-hour, they finally saw a throne in the distance. Seated on the throne was the true ruler of the piglin realm, the piglin king. However, to GXIN's complete surprise, the piglin king was completely different from what he had imagined. He was incredibly obese, his entire body almost taking up half a wall. His enormous golden armor couldn't conceal his bloated belly, and the fat on his face had long since sagged lifelessly, no longer supported by muscle. His body was covered in mud, and his mouth was smeared with blood and grease, a stark contrast to the imposing, dignified kings of the past. GXIN covered his mouth and nose, swallowed hard, and involuntarily took a step back. A pungent stench began to assault his senses. especially his eyes, which stung so badly he could barely open them. Jisun was secretly alarmed. The image of the wise ruler he had just analyzed instantly crumbled. The Piglin King was nothing more than a fat, unkempt old man. If it weren't for the golden crown on his head, he would have thought he had just jumped out of a trash can. However, Little Rock and Little Pulp seemed oblivious to anything amiss, continuing on their way. They were piglins themselves, having lived here for a long time, and were completely immune to the scent, protective shield, surrounding the Piglin King, walking ahead without any problem. This made things difficult for Jisun, who was following behind, even causing him to question whether forming an alliance with the piglins was the right choice. "Father, I brought you back a merchant from the upper realm. He has some very delicious food. Shall we buy some from him?" Little Jiang is so clever. "Whatever you want, father will buy it for you." The Pig Spirit King looked at his child, who was about the size of his palm, his eyes filled with affection. His older sister, Little Yen, stood beside her father, not snuggling into his arms like Little Jiang had. Perhaps she was embarrassed because Gxin was present. "Gxin, the merchant from the upper realm, greets the Pig Spirit King." Gxin spoke politely, following Little Jiang's lead. Silence. The Piglin King ignored Gxin's words, continuing to tease his son, completely ignoring him as if Gxin didn't exist. A man who could become the leader of a tribe couldn't be without cunning and shrewdness. He immediately saw that Gxin's intentions weren't simply about trade, but rather an alliance. Gxin narrowed his eyes, unperturbed by the neglect. Although the Piglin King hadn't spoken to Gxin, everything was clear. His last words to Little Paddle were actually meant for Gxin, and the subsequent silence only heightened the meaning. The coded message: "What benefits will an alliance with you bring to my tribe?" Gxin, being astute, understood the implication. He only had one chance left. He had to pique the Piglin King's interest with a single sentence, or this alliance with the lower realm would be lost. Jisun added 4 words to his introduction: Lord of the lower realm. No one dislikes flattery. It can be considered a promise. Clearly, this was another of Jisun's manipulative tactics of offering empty promises. As long as the promise was grand enough, even just a whiff of its allure was welcome. But the shrewd and experienced Pig Spirit King wasn't so easily fooled. "Lord of the lower realm? You?" Gxin frowned, showing no panic. The other party didn't truly want to kill him, but rather was testing his strength and the weight of the title. "Lord of the lower realms." Several obsidian stones spun wildly in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, an obsidian wall appeared before him, colliding directly with the Piglin King's fist. Thump! A shockwave exploded instantly, sending the nearby Piglin Little Rock flying. She was completely bewildered. Why had they started fighting without warning? He landed another powerful punch, cracking the obsidian. If it were any other block, the Piglin King's punch would have shattered it to pieces. Gxin was secretly alarmed. This opponent was indeed no ordinary person. He was determined to make this an ally. "Divine power!" The Pig King's eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't expected this foreign youth to be able to wield divine power for defense. Jisun's ability to freely control and manipulate blocks was precisely the divine power the Pig King had mentioned. Of course, the subsequent absorption of fiery scorching heat was also a form of divine power. "Pig King! Our battle isn't over yet. It's not good for you to be distracted like this." Gxin peeked out from behind the obsidian wall, his pale white eyes filled with a menacing aura. The obsidian wall, on the verge of collapse, disintegrated and reformed, like a dragon swimming upstream, tightly binding the Pig King's arm, rendering him immobile. The Pig King reacted quickly, squeezing his bound arm with force, rapidly controlling the spreading obsidian. Gxin chuckled. His opponent was simply too large. 14 obsidian stones could barely bind one of his arms. Otherwise, this attack could have locked him completely in place. It seemed he needed to prepare more obsidian in the future. "Ha ha ha, good heavens, I underestimated you. You're worth my full strength." The Pig King placed the small paddle he was carrying back on his throne, and his body began to swell, growing larger and larger, until it seemed to reach the castle ceiling. Xian broke out in a cold sweat, a bad feeling creeping into his heart. Perhaps influenced by the Pig Spirit King's aura, the system panel popped up automatically. Name: Pig Spirit King. Level: 49 Demigod. Attributes: Unknown, Undetectable. Abilities: Unknown, Undetectable. Affected by the opponent's aura, system detection automatically shut down. Huh! Jisun was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected the seemingly lazy and filthy Pig Spirit King to be a level 49 demigod. In this world, the difference between humans and gods is actually quite simple. Those above level 50 are called gods, and those below level 50 are human. Reaching level 49 from level 1 relies on personal effort. But breaking through level 49 depends on one's comprehension and talent. The Pig Spirit King had already reached level 49, long since ranking among demigods. Just now, Xian, a mere mortal, had actually exchanged 3 blows with a demigod without being at a disadvantage, which clearly showed that the Pig Spirit King had indeed held back. Xian immediately admitted defeat. Damn it! What was the point of playing anymore? Originally, the opponent's punch was a single-target attack, but now, with its increased size, it had become an area of effect attack. He was only level 11, yet he wanted to fight a level 49 demigod head-on. It was practically suicide. The Pig Spirit King didn't really intend to kill Xian. After briefly displaying its power, its body shrunk back to its original size, its smile growing even wider. Ha ha ha, young man, very good. Not only could you block my attack, but you also managed to counterattack. Your combat strength is truly remarkable. You have the makings of a great man. Upon learning of the Pig Spirit King's demigod strength, Xian's attitude softened considerably. This battle wasn't a life-or-death struggle. There was no need for a bloody fight. Boy, do you know how complex the forces in the lower realm are? How dare I, a mere pig? Spirit King, contend for the title of ruler of the lower realm. However, considering you are from the upper realm and don't understand the rules of the lower realm, I won't punish you. This junior will remember. Xian was a master of persuasion, defusing the Piglin King's intimidating advances with just a few words while still saving face for him. He also learned a crucial piece of information. The Piglin King wasn't the only demigod in the lower realm. Xian looked puzzled. How many times did you climb the steps? Xian honestly replied, This junior is not talented. I only unlocked the first level. The first level? How is that possible? The Pig Spirit King stood up from his seat, disbelief in his eyes. This young man had actually fought him for 3 rounds with only the first level of strength, and most importantly, he hadn't been killed. He had lived for hundreds of years, and this was the first time he had encountered such a thing. Such talent and strength were truly rare in the world. Forming an alliance with him seemed like a good deal for the Pig Spirit clan. If Xian became powerful in the future, perhaps he could really make the Pig Spirit clan the ruler of the lower realm. Jisun smiled inwardly. This old pig loved playing riddles. His inquiry about the golden carrots was a tacit agreement to the alliance. A less perceptive person wouldn't understand. He took a set of golden carrots from his backpack and handed them to his piglin sister, Xiaoyan, gesturing for her to present them. He himself stood still. Why? Because getting too close was too smelly. He couldn't stand it. The Piglin King took the golden carrots from his daughter and examined them carefully. Their golden appearance was indeed something piglins like to eat. What's the name of this food? Golden carrots are made from a food called carrot from the upper realm and gold. They taste sweet and delicious, and restore the highest satiety level of all foods. Jisun didn't hide the carrot recipe and told him everything. It wasn't that he didn't want to hide it, but rather that it was impossible to. The lower realms weren't lacking in gold ore, they were simply lacking carrots. If he kept the recipe secret, it would only make him appear insincere. Besides, his original purpose wasn't to trade, but to forge allies. Interesting. I didn't expect gold could be mixed with food. The Piglin King looked at the golden carrot in his hand with increasing delight, completely disregarding any potential poison, and swallowed it whole. Delicious, really good. Clearly, the golden carrot perfectly met all the piglin's food requirements. In the lower realms, besides hunting some urchins for sustenance, the piglins might gather some mushrooms for variety. Their diet was extremely monotonous, making the golden carrot all the more precious. Just as everything was going as Jason had hoped, a loud voice rang out from the back of the hall. Chief, why don't you discuss the matter of trading with outsiders with us? Xian turned around and saw two people, one large and one small. The larger one wore golden armor, walked with a powerful stride, and although not as robust as the Pig Spirit King, his physique was still quite terrifying. The smaller one was about the same age as Xian, appearing as a young pig spirit. This man was none other than the barbarian general of the Pig Spirit tribe and his apprentice, Pig Spirit Shaoqing, the largest slave owner under the Pig Spirit King, commanding an army of 1,000,000 barbarians. The Pig Spirit King chuckled upon seeing them. Barbarian General, you've come at the perfect time. I have something for you to try. I'm sure you'll like it. The Barbarian General first glanced at Xian beside him, his eyes filled with hostility. He then took the offered golden carrot and examined it closely. After a moment, seeing nothing unusual about the golden carrot, he immediately turned his attention to Xian. You outsider! What conspiracy are you plotting by coming to my tribe this time? The Barbarian General spoke, spitting everywhere, causing Xian to involuntarily take a step back. These pig spirits all seem to be the same. Every barbarian soldier harbors immense hostility towards them. What is this tree in hell called? Speed reading course. This time, Xian had learned his lesson. This barbarian general was burly and overweight, clearly no ordinary pig. If a pig spirit's level was directly linked to its size, this guy was probably quite formidable. Activating the system to investigate was the wise choice. The system activated, and the Barbarian General's information appeared before him. Name: Barbarian General. Level 48. Attributes: unknown, undetectable. Abilities: unknown, undetectable. Affected by the opponent's aura, the system detection automatically shut down. Xian was slightly startled. His guess was correct. The Barbarian General was also a fourth-stage ascendant powerhouse, second only to the Pig Spirit King in strength. Humph! You outsider, how arrogant! Seeing that Xian had no intention of answering his question, the Barbarian General's anger intensified, and he was on the verge of killing Xian. The Barbarian General clearly wasn't buying it. In his view, a mere youth had no right to talk about an alliance with their pig spirit race. An alliance? This greenhorn? What makes him think he can? It's understandable that he thought this way. Xian wasn't strong at the moment, and he didn't have any powerful backing. An alliance with the entire pig spirit race was indeed insufficient. Initially, his purpose in forming an alliance with the pig spirits was very pure: to quickly understand the lower realm and find a place to gather information. But now, after witnessing the Pig Spirit King's high-level combat power, he changed his mind. Xian and his team are still in their early stages, their understanding of the world is too limited, and countless troubles and dangers are inevitable in the future. Since the piglins have demigods, other races must have them too. Having offended the Kingdom of Calamity, if they send a demigod to capture him, he's doomed. At the very least, it would allow him to safely navigate the early development phase and have a way to deal with any demigod-level opponents. The Piglin King calmly continued to defend Xian, saying, "Just because he withstood 3 of my punches, he's qualified to be an honored guest of our Piglin race." Your sleeping place? The Piglins had a unique way of treating guests, taking someone to their sleeping quarters for a meeting, where they could be completely open and honest with each other, was considered the highest form of hospitality. The Barbarian General was somewhat resentful that Xian, a member of another race, received such treatment. All right, let's get down to business. The Pig Spirit King abruptly ended the conversation, having GXIN and the barbarian general sit down to begin discussing the alliance between the two races. Since you've taken the initiative to seek an alliance with my race, then state your conditions. GXIN took a deep breath, his mind racing, considering various favorable conditions and what he could offer in exchange for the Pig Spirit's help. Here, Senior naturally refers to the Pig Spirit King, a demigod. Each box holds 27 slots, and each can hold one set, 64, of golden carats, totaling 172,800 golden carats per month. The Pig Spirit King's fat right hand kept stroking his chin, watching GXIN with interest, his mind clearly calculating. That's all? The Pig Spirit King closed his eyes, his expression serious, feigning reluctance. A vein throbbed on GXIN's forehead as he mentally scoffed. What do you mean, that's all? Your drool's practically dripping. Clearly, the Pig Spirit King was tempted, but also incredibly greedy. He wanted much more. 200 boxes a month. But you'll need to provide some gold ingots and gold nuggets. Upon hearing that the price of the golden carats had doubled, the Piglin King's serious expression vanished, replaced by a loud laugh. You know how to go all out, kid. Good. Since you're so generous, our Piglin clan can't be stingy either. For 3 months, we guarantee your safety, unlimited times. Although the Piglin King was insatiable, he at least had a conscience. He added his own incentive in the end. GXIN could ask him for help any time, unlimited times. Overall, it wasn't a bad deal. GXIN breathed a sigh of relief, his face beaming. There was no wine, so he pulled a carrot from his backpack and held it up to the Piglin King in celebration. Then congratulations on the success of our alliance. Success. The Piglin King responded, holding up a carrot. Compared to those heartless allies who only think of taking, the Piglin King is undoubtedly a decent guy, and GXIN is happy to deal with him, since everything is out in the open. If things don't go well now, and he really runs into trouble later, the Piglin King will definitely demand more. 3 months. This time frame is also very important, coinciding with the end of the 100-day period following the cataclysm. The cataclysm is a disaster, but also an opportunity. GXIN can quickly level up through this trial, although he might not reach demigod level. Reaching level 30-something and being able to protect himself will definitely be no problem. After 3 months, he can offer other terms to the Piglin race to have them protect Wang Chang and the others. Ding! Host has entered into a contract with the Piglin clan. He felt as if he had inexplicably entered into a contract with something. Players' systems, in a way, are also a form of divine power. However, the Piglin King didn't care. He hadn't intended to break the contract anyway. Speed reading course. Just as GXIN and the Piglin King were enjoying wine and carrots, a Piglin barbarian soldier rushed out of the hall, his expression extremely anxious, saying, Your Majesty, something's happened. The Wither King, along with his juniors, are blocking the gates of our Crimson Forest. These words instantly froze the joyful atmosphere. Blocking the gates? Unbelievable. How dare they? The barbarian general glared angrily, slamming his fist on the table and shouting, startling the soldier who had come to report the news. The Wither King, also known as the Wither Skeleton King, was of comparable strength to the Piglin King, a level 49 demigod from the lower realms. Therefore, the Piglin race and the Wither Skeleton race had been at odds since ancient times, with frequent battles and territorial disputes. They both desired to be the rulers of the lower realms, but due to the even strength of their two races, either succeeded. Therefore, they resorted to other methods to suppress the other. Blocking the gates was one such method. Powerful elders would lead their outstanding juniors to the other's territory to cause trouble. The rule was that only juniors could fight, one-on-one, and elders could not interfere. The loser would have their legs crippled and be forced to roll off the stage, suffering immense humiliation. If the blocked side had no one daring to accept the challenge for a long time, it was considered an admission of weakness, and the powerful elders would have to bow down and beg the opposing elders to return. Now that the Withered Skeleton King had personally led his juniors, only the Piglin King and his juniors could accept the challenge. Imagine a clan leader bowing down to another clan leader. The scene was unbearable to witness, instantly bringing shame upon the entire clan. This is how face is earned. The Piglin King was much calmer than the barbarian general, saying, "What kind of behavior is this? Can't you see we have guests here?" Then, his tone shifted abruptly. "Since they dare to block our way, we'll tear them down." With that, the Piglin King slowly stood up, and the fat on his body visibly shrank and burned, transforming him in the blink of an eye into a muscular fighting pig. This scene truly amazed GXIN. The Piglin King's slimmed-down appearance resembled the barbarian general, even more so. The Piglin King cleared his throat and roared towards the sky, his voice echoing throughout the Crimson Forest. "Listen up, young piglins! All pigs under the age of 20, assemble outside the Crimson Forest! Someone's blocking the gate!" The Piglin King's voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to possess some kind of penetrating magic, reaching everyone's ears. Even the Wither Skeleton King outside the Crimson Forest could hear it clearly. "Which blind race dares to block our Piglin gate? They're tired of living, aren't they? Humph! I know without a doubt it's those black devils. Let's go see. I just completed my first tier advancement recently, and now I'm worried about not having any sparring partners." The Piglin King's roar caused an uproar throughout the Crimson Forest. Every piglin under the age of 20 surged towards the forest's edge. Jason had naturally come along. He had no intention of participating. He was just there to watch the spectacle. After all, he wasn't a junior member of the piglin race. The Wither King's appearance was quite strange. He was the same height as the Piglin King, like a gaunt giant, but his arms were incredibly long, even reaching the ground. He didn't come alone. Behind him stood a densely packed army of wither skeletons, a dark, overwhelming force that seemed poised to conquer the entire Crimson Forest. Several three-headed wither spirits hovered in the sky, appearing to possess third-tier strength. So many skulls! I must find a chance to twist a few back. Perhaps influenced by his profession, GXIN's first reaction upon seeing the Wither King was to twist off its head and make it into a puppet. A puppet made from the Wither Skeleton King's head would definitely be powerful. Of course, with his current strength, he couldn't defeat the Wither King. Perhaps he could try later. Seeing the Pig Spirit King emerge, the Wither King wore a slightly insincere smile. "Old pig! Long time no see. Do you like the gift I prepared for you? An eye for an eye. Today, our Pig Spirit clan will beat you juniors to a pulp, or we'll consider it a clean slate." The two were immediately filled with hostility upon meeting, exchanging harsh words. The Withering King, mocked like this, showed no anger whatsoever, indicating he had come prepared. "Come forth, Wunyan!" With that, a cheerful-looking young man stepped onto the stage. At this moment, both the piglins and Jason were stunned. The young man who had appeared was not the Withering Skeleton, but a player. "Withering old thief! Are you out of your mind? Sending an outsider to fight for you? You've really thrown away all your shame just to win!" The Piglin King laughed loudly, his face full of sarcasm. The Withering King, unperturbed, retorted, "Outsider? How does he look like an outsider? Wu Nian, release your withering aura." The youth named Wu Nian, upon hearing this, didn't hesitate. His withering aura surged forth, unleashing an extremely dark and corrosive aura that whipped his clothes wildly. Immediately afterward, an 11th level pressure swept over them, even surpassing GXIN's by 1 level. One of the biggest advantages of player versus player combat is the various awakened classes they possess. During battles, their unpredictable and elusive abilities can significantly influence the outcome of a match. "Shameless!" The Piglin King gritted his teeth, nearly grinding them to dust. He hadn't expected his opponent to be so shameless. Jason stood at a distance, quietly observing the young man, a serious look in his eyes. He could sense that this guy named Wunyan was very strong. his class level was likely above A rank, making him a formidable opponent. The aura released by the opponent was indeed that of the Wither, but, like himself, he was definitely a player. He had probably just awakened some Wither-related abilities. Then another question arose: why was this opponent also in the lower realm? And why was he so familiar with the Wither Skeleton King? Since that's the case, then I'll see just how strong your Wither really is. The Piglin King no longer cared whether the opponent was an outsider. If the Wither King wanted to compete, then he would gladly oblige. Upon hearing this, the younger piglins all stirred with eagerness, but none dared to take the first step. Now they urgently needed someone to go up and test the waters. "Your Majesty! I am willing to go up and defeat him!" A robust piglin barbarian volunteered for the challenge. Name: Pig Spirit Awang. Level: 11, 1 Ascension. Attribute: Unknown, Undetectable. Ability: Unknown, Undetectable. The system's built-in detection function isn't very powerful. Even a level 11 pig spirit soldier can't see through its true strength, only knowing its basic level. The opponent appears to be 2 years older than Ji Xinxiu, barely reaching the age limit of 20. However, this is already enough. Reaching level 11 at 20 is considered above average in the pig spirit race. The Pig Spirit King turned to Awang, who had volunteered for the battle, and nodded with satisfaction. "You have guts! If you win this battle, I will personally grant you land." Opportunity favors the prepared, and it was clear that the piglin Awang had seized it well. Meanwhile, the young Munyan stood calmly on the stage, hands clasped behind his back, his expression utterly indifferent. His presence at the gate was also a test from the Wither King. Just as Gxian had guessed, although he carried the aura of the Wither, he did not belong to the Wither race, but had awakened an A-rank class, the Wither Prince. Perhaps due to his class, he wasn't born in the trial grounds like normal players, but instead appeared in the territory of the Wither Skeletons. The Wither Skeletons weren't semi-neutral undead creatures like the piglins. They considered any outsider an enemy, and Wunyan, as a player, was no exception. Fortunately, the Wither King sensed the Wither aura on him and didn't order his execution. If he wins this battle, he will officially join the Withering clan, becoming one of them, and from then on, he will have a powerful backer. If he loses, he doesn't know which way the gears of fate will turn. He had no intention of starting a conflict with other clans. Fighting was merely for survival, so politeness was necessary. The pig spirit Awang exhaled hot breath from its nostrils, its expression gradually turning crazed. "If you want to fight, then fight! No need for this effeminate manner!" As a boar spirit, Awang held no regard for politeness. His only concern was defeating his opponent, which would grant him a fiefdom and a promotion. Clang! Such speed! Awang was startled. Undeterred by his missed attack, he unleashed a sweeping strike, covering most of the arena and leaving Wunyan with nowhere to retreat. The giant axe swung down, and Wunyan became serious. He placed one hand between his brows, and his body began to shimmer. This sight caused the many piglins to frown, silently cursing the Wither King for being so despicable. The Wither King's evasive skill, no thought, was a near-perfect counter to their strength-based fighting style. The Wither King smiled broadly, transmitting his voice to the Piglin King from afar. "That was close. Your junior is quite strong. He almost touched the hem of Wunyan's robe." "Ha!" the Wither King replied with interest. "How so?" "Humph! Your Wither skeleton race is utterly intolerant of outsiders. Today, you've taken in this kid simply to use him to slap our race in the face. Once this arena battle is over, this kid will be of no use to you. Whether you win or lose, he'll die." The Pig Spirit King, true to his old ways, saw through the Wither King's scheme immediately. The Wither King smiled, not denying it. Wunyan did indeed possess the aura of the Wither, but ultimately, to them, he was still an outsider. Moreover, Wunyan's talent was astonishing. Within just a few days, he had broken through a genetic lock, which made the Withering King feel threatened. Therefore, Wunyan must die afterward. The telepathic conversation between these two kings did not affect the fight on the other side of the arena. The pig Spirit Wang, after a series of attacks without success, was already getting impatient. If this continued, he would definitely be the one to suffer. "You're really good at dodging, kid!" The pig Spirit Wang put away his heavy giant axe, his muscles began to swell, and his size increased. "I can sense that you're holding back, but there's no need. Use your strongest power and fight me!" Wu Nian sighed. Wang the piglin was right. He had indeed held back. His withering illusion perfectly countered all damage from brute force attacks. Any piglin of similar strength had no chance of harming him. Therefore, this gate-blocking battle was destined to be a loss for the piglins from the very beginning. Shortly, Piglin Wang's muscles swelled to their maximum. "In the upcoming battle, please make me accept defeat wholeheartedly." "As you wish." Wu Nian nodded, his eyes becoming incredibly serious. Wu Nian's eyes were devoid of emotion. Instead of dodging, he advanced, meeting Pig Spirit Wang's punch at lightning speed. Clang! The two collided, and time seemed to stand still for a moment. Pig Spirit Wang was somewhat dazed, a hint of confusion in his eyes. His powerful punch struck the opponent's ethereal body without causing any damage. "Not good!" Pig Spirit Wang's pupils shrank sharply. He quickly realized that Wu Nian hadn't even made a move yet. The surging withering power rapidly spread throughout his body. A ringing sound rang in his ears. Wu Nian had instantly killed Wang, a piglin of the same level, with a single move. Everyone was shocked, especially the piglins. They simply couldn't believe that they, known for their strength and defense, couldn't withstand Wu Nian's attack. Xin narrowed his eyes, a vague guess forming in his mind. Wu Nian's instant kill of Wang wasn't due to poor defense, but rather because he found the right spot. No matter how much fat a person has on their stomach, it can't withstand an attack on the forehead. Wu Nian struck Wang directly between the eyebrows, dealing maximum damage without any warning, especially since the attack also had the wither effect. Wu Nian hadn't killed Wang. He had already shown mercy. Seeing the piglin's defeat, the wither faction cheered. "Ha ha ha, little pigs, you should go home and nurse. You were defeated in just one move. I think you shouldn't be called the Piglin clan anymore, you should be called the Dead Pig clan." The hatred between the Wither Skeletons and the Piglin clan wasn't just a blood feud, there was also a clash of ideologies. The Wither clan believed that flesh and blood were merely a burden, and that only by pursuing the ultimate Wither power could they achieve true strength. Therefore, they abandoned their flesh and blood, leaving only black skeletons. The Piglin clan, on the other hand, took pride in obesity and considered muscles beautiful, pursuing ultimate power and looking down on skeletons devoid of flesh and blood. The Piglin king's face was grim. He waved for his men to carry Piglin Wang away for treatment to remove the Wither power from his body, and then transmitted his voice to the Wither king from afar. "Do you really think that letting a player defeat us using the power of Wither proves our brute force is inferior to your Wither power?" The Wither king waved his hand dismissively, seizing the opportunity to mock. "Pig Spirit King, our two races have always had different views on the pursuit of power. Now, among peers of the same level, the power of Wither is superior, you have to admit that." Ha! The Pig Spirit King's face grew increasingly gloomy. He knew very well that Pig Spirit Wang was not weak. The reason Wu Nian was able to win in one strike was ultimately due to that unpredictable divine power. The Withering King had clearly calculated that Wu Nian's divine power perfectly countered the power system of their Piglin race. That's why they blocked the gate, intending to humiliate him. The key was that Wu Nian used the power of Withering, so the Piglin King couldn't say anything and could only swallow his anger. The barbarian general couldn't stand it any longer and quickly stepped forward to the Piglin King, saying, "Your Majesty, let my disciple Xiaoqing go. You can't really kneel before this old scoundrel." "Your Majesty, I'm willing to risk my life for my race." Piglin Xiaoqing knelt on one knee and shouted, hoping the Piglin King would give him a chance. Because of his exceptional talent from a young age, Piglin Xiaoqing had been taken in as a personal disciple by the barbarian general, And now, at such a young age, he had already reached level 16. The Piglin King shook his head helplessly. If he hadn't known Wu Nian's abilities, he might have actually let Xiaoqing go up and fight. It's no use. Xiaoqing is strong, but Wu Nian's ability is extremely strange. A junior who hasn't completed their second ascension can't defeat him. Then what should we do? You're not really going to kneel before this old bastard, are you? Absolutely not. The barbarian general paced anxiously back and forth. As someone close to demigod, he could naturally see that Xiaoqing was no match for Wu Nian. Kneel before this old bastard? A hint of contempt flashed in the Pig Spirit King's eyes. Is that necessary? Didn't we just make a new ally? Go and send him. That's right. How come I didn't think of that? This old scoundrel Diaoling is asking for outside help, and we have an outside help too. The barbarian general suddenly understood. But what if he doesn't agree? A vein throbbed on the Pig Spirit King's forehead. His barbarian general was good in every way, except he wasn't very bright. If the other party disagreed, couldn't he at least add conditions? No need. The carrots will still be sent. We're allies. Helping out with this little favor is nothing. Xian's voice rang out. While everyone was still engrossed in the match, he had already quietly crept up behind the Pig Spirit King. Actually, when he saw Wu Nian use a phantom skill similar to dodging attacks, he had already anticipated that the Pig Spirit King would ask him to join the fight. Because pig spirits cultivate brute force, they are naturally countered by Wu Nian. Below the second level of Gene Lock, no pig spirit can withstand any attack. When the barbarian general saw that it was Xian, his attitude completely reversed. Ally, you truly are our good ally. My attitude was wrong back then. I'll punish myself with 3 carrots. With that, the barbarian general gulped down 3 carrots in front of everyone, leaving Xian speechless. As a general of his race, shouldn't you at least have some composure? It's nothing at all. Xian smilingly. Just remember my kindness from now on. Upon hearing this, the barbarian general was almost moved to tears. He had once made things difficult for them, and now the other party was helping them without holding a grudge. His feelings were beyond regret. The Pig Spirit King pouted, his face full of reluctance. The barbarian general wasn't very bright, but his mind was still sharp. The most expensive things in the world are always the free ones. Now that Xian has done him a favor, he'll have to repay him tenfold later. That kid's got a wicked heart. Xian glanced at the Pig Spirit King, understanding that the other had seen through his thoughts, but at this point, he had no choice but to agree. He actually had another reason for wanting to fight in the arena. It would be a real waste not to include someone of Wu Nian's high-quality fighting ability in his team. Wu Nian's extraordinary composure during the battle was truly commendable. Pig Lin Wang's defeat wasn't a complete loss. If Xian hadn't been there today, perhaps the Wither King's scheme would have succeeded. But fate played a cruel trick. The piglins were able to bring out another, even more powerful player. I'm not an unreasonable pig. What you did for me today wasn't a small favor. I'll repay it in the future. Of course, if you had won today, you could also enjoy the reward I promised to Piglin Wang. Face is something that those in a race value most highly. From Xian's perspective, it was indeed a simple act. But from the perspective of the entire Piglin race, the favor he did was anything but small. Then thank you very much, Piglin King. Xian, on the other hand, was indifferent. If the other party was willing to give, he would accept it. There's no harm in having more benefits, and he'd already done a favor. Because of their special location, their conversation went unnoticed by others, and no one noticed Xian's presence throughout. Xian had originally intended to directly challenge them on stage, but upon reflection, he felt that wouldn't be prestigious enough, and the benefits wouldn't be maximized. So he took a long detour and ran to the very back of the Piglin crowd. Why is he running behind us juniors? The barbarian general scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. In his view, GXIN's behavior was completely unnecessary and roundabout. The Piglin King glanced at the slow-witted barbarian general and shook his head helplessly. This seemingly insignificant move was actually quite significant. But simply winning hearts and minds wasn't enough. GXIN also wanted all the younger piglins to remember his face, which would be his passport when they returned to the lower realms. I wonder if cooperating with someone like GXIN is a blessing or a curse for the piglins. The Piglin King considered himself quite intelligent, but this was built upon centuries of experience. GXIN, on the other hand, was not even 20 years old, yet his mind was already so extraordinary, which instilled fear in him. A soldier from the withered side, seeing that no one from the opposing side had yet stepped forward, taunted them. The piglins are too scared to fight. They've chickened out, ha ha ha. The Piglin clan is truly depleted of its talent. Our Wunyan only fought one match, and you're already too frightened to step onto the stage. I advise you to just admit defeat now. Let the Piglin King kowtow to my lord and beg him to return. These words reached the ears of the younger piglins, causing them all to blush with shame and indignation. Besides, going up there would only be suicide missions, changing nothing. Jason's roar was like a thunderclap, quickly silencing the clamor. The Piglin juniors and Wither juniors were all bewildered, especially the piglins, who had no idea a foreigner had infiltrated their ranks. Jason stood tall and proud, exuding arrogance, as the piglins slowly parted to make way for him. Whose child is this pig? He's really ugly, snort. I don't know, he is indeed a bit ugly. Hey! Are you crazy? This foreigner carries the aura of our king, he's clearly a helper the king sent. The barbarian soldiers, belatedly realizing their mistake, rubbed their noses. It really is true. Jason didn't care what the piglins were saying. Ugliness didn't matter, they'd just have to remember to give way when they saw his face in the future. Those dead pigs actually have outside helpers. This is bad news. Don't worry, Wunyan's abilities are among the best of the players. He might not necessarily lose if he faces him. Exactly. This player's aura seems a bit weaker than Wunyan's. The Wither clan's arrogance diminished considerably upon seeing the piglins' arrival, and they all secretly observed GXIN. Jason was only level 10. Indeed, one level lower than Wunyan. However, this didn't mean Wunyan's talent was superior to GXIN's. GXIN was preoccupied with many matters in the upper realm, and his level was only casually farmed by a few monsters blocking his path. He hadn't deliberately leveled up. When the Withering King saw a player emerge from among the Pig Spirit Juniors, his expression immediately turned serious. Wu Nian! Finish this quickly and don't hold back. This person is suspicious. The Withering King couldn't care less about such things. Either way, Wu Nian had to win this battle, or all his hard work would be wasted. Your Majesty, please rest assured I will do my best. Wu Nian nodded, his eyes also becoming serious. He felt a slight joy upon seeing a fellow member of his race, but due to his current position, he quickly suppressed it. He couldn't lose this battle. GXIN still wore his signature squint-eyed smile, giving him an innocent and harmless appearance at first glance. GXIN! Please enlighten me! As soon as the words fell, a ring of flames quickly ignited around the arena. The flames seemed to possess a spirit of their own, burning only at the edge of the arena, showing no intention of spreading. Wu Nian was greatly alarmed and involuntarily took a step back. In other words, fire attacks were a hard counter to his withering illusion. GXIN, with his sharp eyes, naturally guessed Wu Nian's abilities quite well. The ball of fire surrounding the arena was a warning shot to his opponent. Speed reading course. I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll just say it directly, beat you, then come with me. The Withering King has shown me great kindness, I cannot accept. If I can defeat you in this battle, I can officially join the Withering clan and become one of them. Don't be silly, those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts, you must have heard that saying. Regardless of the outcome of this contest, you will be killed by the Withering King. GXIN waved his hand, finding the other's idea slightly amusing. Withering skeletons were undead creatures, and among the most evil undead at that. How could Wu Nian, a mere living being, possibly integrate into their ranks? Even if his awakened abilities were related to the withering, it was impossible. Wu Nian continuously gathered withering power in his hands, completely ignoring GX Cyan's words. In his eyes, the Withering King was the most enlightened monarch he had ever met. The king hadn't ostracized him because of his origins; on the contrary, he had showered him with resources. This was undoubtedly a life-saving grace, and GX Cyan's words sounded more like sowing discord. He waved his hand, and the 5 steel golems in the shadows slowly dispersed, 5 almost imperceptible black shadows surrounding Wu Nian. This single action startled Wu Nian. He stumbled back 3 steps, his eyes warily fixed on GX Cyan's every move. If the other made a move, he would immediately dodge. As he spoke, the auras of the 5 steel golems were released simultaneously, all pressing down on Wu Nian, the oppressive feeling reaching its peak. "Since you refuse to come with me, then I'll just have to beat you into submission and kidnap you." Wu Nian's eyes flickered, desperately searching for a way to break the deadlock. Although his level was 1 level higher than GX Cyan's, their combat power was completely different, even utterly overwhelming. "The enemy is strong, we are weak. Let's trade blows and finish this quickly." Wu Nian's eyes narrowed, and he realized the optimal solution. But GX Cyan, as if he could read minds, saw through Wu Nian's thoughts at a glance. "Knowing you're outmatched, you want to trade blows? Don't be silly. Since I'm here, I'm determined to win. By the way, since you defeated the piglin with the power of Wither last round, I'll just use brute force this round. How about that?" "Arrogant. How do you know I'll lose before the fight even starts?" GX Cyan didn't move at all, just stood there quietly. "Don't underestimate me," Wu Nian roared, throwing a punch at GX Cyan's face. Just as he was about to land a punch, a giant steel hand appeared out of nowhere and grabbed at Wu Nian's ankle. Trying to sneak up? No way. Wu Nian had already sensed it. Wither transformation activated, and Steel 1 grabbed nothing. Wu Nian sneered inwardly. He felt confident he could defeat GX Cyan as long as he didn't use flames. Just as he was feeling smug, the second steel golem appeared, sending him flying with a single punch. He spun like a windmill off the stage. No, whose iron golems have monster heads? These 2 demigods had seen iron golems from the upper realm before, but these seemed different from the 2 under GX Cyan's command. Pfft! Wu Nian spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was incredibly fragile. A single punch from the steel golem had taken away nearly a third of his health. GX Cyan patted the iron golem number 2 beside him, quite satisfied. "Just as I thought, your etherealization skill can't dodge the cube's attack." "Cube attack?" Wu Nian stared intently. The iron golem that had sent him flying was holding an obsidian cube. It was this cube that had used to send him flying in his ethereal state. Fear gripped Wu Nian's heart. This weakness was something he himself hadn't even realized. How is it impossible? If you can dodge cubes, then Earth Escape Technique is the true name of your ability. Ha! The reason Wu Nian could stand steadily on the arena and fight others was simply because his etherealization couldn't penetrate the cube. Wonderful. Absolutely brilliant. This foreigner is so clever, huff huff. Actually, it's not unacceptable if he's a little ugly, huff huff. GX Cyan's discovery successfully won over a group of female pigs, who vied to have his piglets. So that's how it is. I've lost. I'm no match for him. I admit defeat. Wu Nian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. He hadn't expected his opponent to be not only so powerful in combat but also possess such terrifying observational skills. In this battle, he lost completely, without a single hope of victory. GX Cyan didn't want to fight anymore. If he really killed his opponent, he would be the one who suffered. Since you've lost, come with me. Trust me. This will be the best decision you ever make. GX Cyan put away the 2 steel golems and reached out to help Wu Nian, who was lying on the ground, to his feet. But to his surprise, Wu Nian didn't want to go with him. Wu Nian lowered his head, not daring to look GXIN in the eye. A hint of helplessness flashed in GXIN's eyes. In front of everyone, this reaction from the other party truly embarrassed him. He awkwardly withdrew his outstretched hand. All right, it's truly a pity. Take care of yourself. The Withering Spirits are an undead race, and in the game, they have an innate hostility towards living beings. This Wither Kid seems to have never played Minecraft. He completely misunderstood the killing intent in the Wither King's eyes. He had tried reasoning in force, but the other side still wouldn't acknowledge him. There was nothing he could do. By this time, the Pig Spirits and the Withering Clan were already locked in a war of words, though the Pig Spirits were more imposing. Seeing GXIN's somewhat dejected expression, the Pig Spirit King smiled and comforted him. Ha ha ha, my good ally, why aren't you happy after winning the battle? GXIN replied sheepishly. Well, I can't help it. I'm just offering my warm face to a cold backside. All right, man proposes, God disposes. Cheer up. Maybe I can even help you get that person back during the negotiations later. The Pig Spirit King was in a good mood. Although he didn't know why GXIN insisted on taking in the other party's Wu Nian, it was none of his concern. He only knew that the Pig Spirits had won the competition, and won spectacularly. A strange glint flashed in GXIN's eyes, his voice somewhat cold. No need. Now I'm a little reluctant to take him in. Fine, fine. Whatever you say. You're the biggest contributor to this battle. The Pig Spirit King laughed heartily. He hadn't expected his ally to be so temperamental, but it was good, at least he showed some humanity. The Piglin King, seeing this, quickly ordered his guards to escort him. The younger piglins, seeing GXIN approaching, stomped their feet excitedly, their attitude completely changing as they crowded around him, eager to get to know him. Hero, what's your name? How can I become as smart as you, Huff? Hero, what did you just summon? It was so powerful, Huff. Peppa Pig. Hero, can you tell me how you became stronger, Huff? Eat more, sleep more, ask fewer questions. The Pig Spirit's questions were varied and numerous, giving GXIN a headache. The constant huffing and puffing in his ears only worsened his already bad mood. Finally, thanks to the barbarian general's intervention, the younger generation was dispersed, allowing GXIN to escape. After this battle, GXIN's prestige among the Pig Spirits greatly increased, so he naturally deserved to be treated with the utmost hospitality. On the other side, Wu Nian stepped off the stage, utterly dejected. He walked slowly, head bowed, seemingly unable to face the Withering Clan. He lost already? What a useless bastard! It was probably intentional. They're all players. Who knows what kind of deal they struck? Shameless! Taking so many resources from our king, and yet he's siding with outsiders. He doesn't deserve to be our race. The Withering Soldier's eyes were filled with doubt and resentment. Some even spat withering power at Wu Nian. Wu Nian didn't dodge. He deserved it all. The Withering Soldier's words grew increasingly outrageous, until finally Wu Nian became the scapegoat of his entire clan, condemned by everyone. He walked through the crowd, head bowed, each step heavy. He wanted to refute, but couldn't find the words, because he had indeed lost this battle. And utterly. There was no chance of victory. His expression was somewhat dazed. He stumbled to the Withering King and knelt down with a thud. The Withering King's eyes were indifferent, constantly rubbing his fingers, his expression unreadable. I understand. This matter isn't entirely your fault. Go now. Yes. Thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty. Even if the world abandoned him, the Withering King would not. The pent-up anger in his chest vanished, and he felt much lighter. Your Majesty, I will definitely work hard to level up in the future, and I will not let you down. Wu Nian screamed, staring at the withering power emanating from his body, his eyes filled with disbelief. To the Withering King, this was merely a tiny, insignificant force. But even this power was enough to take Wu Nian's life. King! Why is this happening? Wu Nian slowly collapsed to the ground, his bones shattered, like a dead dog. "Heh, you were merely a pawn for me to humiliate the Pig Spirit King from beginning to end. Did you really think you could become a member of my race just by virtue of your withering aura? Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous." The gigantic Withering King used his fingers to pick up the heavily injured Wu Nian and toss him off the cliff beside him like a broken sack, his expression devoid of any pity. "The fate of trash is death." Wu Nian felt his body plummeting downwards, his face numb. His heart was broken, and the god dwelling within him was shattered. Recalling GXIN's divide and conquer words, he could only manage a helpless, bitter laugh. Thump! A heavy thud echoed, plunging both sides into silence. "TSK, TSK, TSK." The Pig Spirit King, watching from afar, couldn't help but shake his head. "I say, you old scoundrel, you use me and then discard me. Who will be willing to work for you in the future?" The Pig Spirit King shook his head and chuckled. The Withering King was right. It was indeed none of his business. Although GXIN was cunning, he wasn't bad at heart, and even treated his own kind with great kindness. This was truly commendable. Speed reading course. The Wither King gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. Now that Wu Nian had lost, he would have to bear the consequences. "What do you want, you dead pig?" "What do I want?" The Piglin King almost laughed. The rule for blocking the gates was that the loser had to kowtow, and this old fool was playing dumb. "Kneel down and kowtow to me in front of both races." These words caused a huge uproar. The Piglin race went berserk, roaring excitedly. It was rare to see a clan leader kowtowing to another clan leader. The Wither King's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Did we have to make things this tense? When you came to block the door, didn't it feel tense at all?" The Piglin King's edge was sharp, giving the Wither King no chance. "Fine. As you wish." The Wither King gritted his teeth and violently tore off one of his skeletal arms. A torrent of withering power erupted from it, his own blood. Kneeling in front of both races was out of the question. He knew exactly what the Piglin King wanted. The Piglin King feigned fear, trembling slightly, and smacked his lips, saying, "Why so violent? If you don't want to kowtow, just say so. TSK, TSK, TSK. It must be quite troublesome to heal a demigod's arm." With that, the skeletal arm, emitting black smoke, was tossed to the Piglin King. The Piglin King didn't back down. Even knowing the arm possessed immense decaying power, he still grasped it. A sizzling sound rang out as the powerful decaying power relentlessly corroded the Piglin King's flesh, even exposing the bare bone. But in the blink of an eye, the flesh regenerated and healed completely. This continued until all the decaying power was eradicated. A demigod's arm was a valuable treasure. With a little forging, it could be used as a weapon. The Wither King snorted coldly, turned, and led his million-strong skeleton army away. "Let's go back," the Pig Spirit King called to the still excitedly shouting Pig Spirit Juniors, urging them to return to the Crimson Forest. "Go and rescue Wu Nian from the bottom of the cliff, and bring him to my palace." "Wu Nian? That player who can use the power of decay? Your Majesty, why did you save him? He's probably already dead," a guard asked, puzzled. "Yes, sir." The guard rubbed the back of his head and hurried off to do so. Meanwhile, GXIN had already returned to the Pig Spirit King's palace. The events of the day flashed through his mind, finally settling on the image of Wu Nian refusing him. What a pity! Although he had won, he still felt a sense of defeat. Just as GXIN was sulking alone, a hearty pig laugh rang out. The Pig Spirit King shouted, and a dozen pig spirits, carrying crimson wooden planks, clanged and clattered as they erected a huge wooden table in the center of the palace. The subordinates brought up various foods, but at a glance, most of it consisted of meat and mushrooms. GXIN had no appetite for food. He quickly waved his hand, saying, "Forget about the food. I've been away from the upper realm for a while now, and I'm in a hurry to get back." GXIN reluctantly sat down and ate a little. Brother? You're too kind, Pig Spirit King." This favor was nothing, barely a favor at all. You've given me land and gifts. Are you trying to avoid repaying the favor? Oh. Not at all. Don't worry, these 2 gifts are far more valuable than this favor you're talking about. The Pig Spirit King chuckled mischievously. In reality, he simply didn't want to repay the favor. Xian was somewhat helpless. Since the other party had put it this way, he wanted to see what gift could be more valuable than a favor from a demigod. The Pig Spirit King didn't hesitate, and immediately took out the Wither King's severed hand. Wither skeleton severed. Hand refined, demigod level, incomplete, +1. The system notification sounded, and Xian's expression immediately turned serious. This old pig had actually broken off the Wither King's arm and forged it into a weapon. I love it! An arm of a demigod is priceless! Name, Withering Claw. Attack, 60 points. 60 points of attack power would make Xian virtually invincible below the demigod level. Ha ha, this is only the first gift. I have a second gift for you. The Pig Spirit King stuffed a piece of wild boar meat into his mouth, chewing as he spoke. Xian's eyes lit up. A gift comparable to the Withering Claw must be extraordinary. The Pig Spirit King kept them in suspense, not revealing the gifts immediately. Brother, do you think these 2 gifts are enough to repay your favor? Absolutely. Xian answered almost without hesitation. Even setting aside the second gift, the value of just 1 Withering Claw far exceeded the favor he had promised. Seeing that the effect had been achieved, the Piglin King calmly pulled out a second gift from his robes. Xian, his face full of anticipation, turned to look and saw that the Piglin King was quietly holding an undying totem and a healing potion. Xian hesitated, feeling that the Piglin King was deliberately playing a trick on him. The Pig Spirit King seemed quite pleased with his prank, offering no explanation. Semir, this isn't like you. Do you have something else you haven't brought out? Xian sat back down, not reaching for the items. Ha! Clever! Absolutely brilliant! If you were a few years older, I'd want to become your sworn brother. The Pig Spirit King patted his belly, laughing heartily. Normally, when he uttered a riddle, it would take his subordinates 3 to 5 days to decipher its meaning, but Xian could communicate without barriers, accurately extracting the meaning and implications of his words. Having such a confidant was truly a great blessing in life. The attendant nodded and disappeared in a flash. An undead man? Xian was puzzled as to what the Pig Spirit King was up to. About half an hour later, 2 pig spirit soldiers carried in a player covered in blood. Xian recognized him immediately by his clothes. It was Wu Nian. You actually got him back. To be precise, I picked him up. When he had his men retrieve him earlier, it was just a gamble. After all, Wu Nian was only a level 11 player. The chances of him surviving 2 severe injuries were extremely slim. As for the undying totem and healing potion in his hand, they were actually meant for him. With these 2 items, even if you had 1 foot in the grave, they could save you. Xian looked at Wu Nian, who was shrouded in black mist and looked miserable, and suddenly felt like laughing. He had already guessed that the Withering King wouldn't let Wu Nian join the Withering clan, and might even secretly kill him. But to everyone's surprise, the Withering King was so direct, crippling Wu Nian right in front of both races. Xian shook his head, grinding his teeth, as if talking to himself. I told you long ago the Withering King wasn't a good person. He looked at you like you were an object. How could he be a wise ruler? In the end, he still ended up in my hands. But this was for the best. Letting him suffer a bit would only make him more loyal in the future. Xian picked up the healing potion and walked to Wu Nian's side. The potion was plentiful, but he didn't force-feed it all. He only gave Wu Nian a sip. The potion took effect immediately, and the dying Wu Nian slowly opened his eyes. Wu Nian tried to sit up, but his depleted hunger and shattered bones prevented him from attempting this difficult task. Pfft! A mouthful of blood spurted out, his health rapidly declining. Death is cruel. Even the strongest person would feel fear at this point. Benefit! Wu Nian's pupils contracted, a wave of bitterness washing over him. He had nothing now, even his life depended on someone else's charity. What benefit could he possibly offer Gxian? The potion's effects wore off. The residual decaying power of the King of Decay within Wu Nian's body activated. Wu Nian's heart pounded. The countdown to his death had officially begun. It seems your time is running out. Gxian still wore his signature smile, but now, in Wu Nian's eyes, he appeared like a bewitching demon, no longer the kind and gentle figure he once was. I want revenge! I can't die yet! Wu Nian almost screamed, recalling the withering king's palm strike. The seed of hatred slowly sprouted. Gxian nodded. This was exactly what he wanted to hear. Fine. But that's not enough. How about you let me punch you once? If you can withstand it, I'll save you. How about that? Brother Gxian, you can't joke like that. Wu Nian's face turned deathly pale. Gxian was, after all, a level 10 player. A single punch dealt a full 40 points of damage. If he were at his peak, he might be able to try, but in his current state, one punch would be fatal. I can't vent my anger without hitting you. Gxian seemed not to hear Wu Nian's words and began twisting his arm. Brother Gxian, we can discuss your terms. This punch is truly too much for me to take. Wu Nian's voice was already hoarse, and he instinctively wanted to back away. The Pig Spirit King watched from the side, his face beaming with joy, but he showed no intention of intervening. Heh, you're getting more and more interesting, kid. Pig Spirit King, you flatter me. Gxian replied with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Gxian threw a punch, showing no mercy, dealing the full 40 points of damage. Thump! The Undying Totem's effect triggered. Countless particle effects burst forth around Wu Nian's body, and his injuries visibly healed. Looking at the changes in his body, Wu Nian was stunned for a long time. He had been on the verge of death, but now he had miraculously stood up. Hearing this, Wu Nian snapped out of his daze, immediately realizing that the Undying Totem had saved his life, and immediately knelt down. Thank you, Brother G. Ding! Wu Nian has entered into a master-servant contract with you. Gxian nodded in satisfaction. This time, he didn't make him call him boss like he had when he subdued the Ironclad gang. After all, Wu Nian had refused him before, which was a precedent, so his status would naturally be lower. Don't worry, brother, I won't let you call me that for nothing. The head of the Withering King will be turned into a puppet by me sooner or later. The Withering King was a demigod, and to turn the head of a demigod into a puppet was nothing short of arrogant. Wu Nian didn't offer any further words of thanks, only nodding vigorously. Gxian helped Wu Nian up, then turned and bowed slightly to the Piglin King, saying, Senior, I'll gladly accept these 2 gifts. I'll send the golden carrot as soon as I return to the upper realm. The Piglin King waved his hand and laughed. No rush, no rush! What specific requirements do you have regarding the fiefdom? Specific requirements? The more Gxian pondered this, the more something seemed amiss. After a moment's thought, he immediately understood its meaning. The Piglin's power structure was largely tied to land, with the Piglin King being the largest landowner. In other words, the amount of land one owned within the Piglin race directly correlated with their power and status. Some High Lords could even voice their objections at important meetings. If the Piglin King were to actually grant land and an official position to Jisun, this outsider, it would severely impact the Piglin political system, potentially leading to unrest and discontent among some large landowners. Some Piglins with ulterior motives might even use this as an excuse to openly oppose the Piglin King's orders. Jisun was adept at handling interpersonal relationships. Having already accepted 2 favors, it would be impolite to ask for land from the Piglins as well. After all, he had already witnessed the Piglin King's sincerity. The Withering Claw had proven everything. Gxian was speechless. He clearly didn't want to give it up, but his actions betrayed him. What a hypocrite! After thinking for a moment, he came up with a brilliant excuse. Since you wish to grant land, then grant it to the first pig spirit, Awang. Without his initial probe, I wouldn't have defeated Wunyan so easily. The pig spirit king's eyes lit up, secretly giving GXIN a thumbs up. This approach was brilliant. He hadn't even considered it. After all, no one could object if their king wanted to support a new landowner. Ha ha ha, as you say. Summon pig spirit Awang. Come quickly. Not long after, the wounded pig spirit Awang was summoned to the pig spirit king's palace. Pig spirit Awang cautiously entered the palace, his heart pounding with anxiety, constantly wondering why the king had summoned him. Could it be that I've been defeated, and the king is going to punish me? I'm so stupid. I missed such a good opportunity. I deserve to be punished. The pig spirit Awang rallied his spirits, feeling that he had disgraced the king, and even punishment wouldn't be a loss. Pig spirit Awang pays his respects to your majesty. Rise. From now on, when you enter my palace, you don't need to kneel. The pig spirit king waved his hand, exempting him from the kneeling ceremony. Not need to kneel? Pig spirit Awang felt like he had misheard. In the pig spirit tribe, only some landowners were entitled to be exempt from kneeling before the king. Now, he had been granted this privilege, which was quite flattering. Clearly, pig spirit Awang wasn't as clever as GXIN and hadn't grasped the true meaning behind the pig spirit king's words. When pig spirit Awang looked up, the figures of GXIN and Wu Nian first came into his view. He recognized GXIN on the left. When he awoke from his unconsciousness, GXIN had just defeated Wu Nian, so he remembered him vividly. He was puzzled as to why Wu Nian, on the right, was also in the king's palace. Descendants! Pig spirit Awang shuddered, his eyes filled with disbelief. For a commoner pig spirit like pig spirit Awang, a fiefdom was a blessing for his descendants, a life-changing event. If he continued to achieve military merit, he might even rise to the ranks of large landowners. You have to thank our young friend GXIN. It was he who suggested passing the land fiefdom to you. GXIN's words directly impacted the life of an ordinary pig spirit. Yes. The pig spirit Awang nodded heavily, and in doing so, he deeply memorized the appearance of this outsider. After seeing off pig spirit Awang, GXIN let out a heavy sigh of relief. Everything was done. He could finally go back. Senior Pig Spirit King, farewell. Okay. Go ahead, I won't see you off. Come visit often. The Pig Spirit King had now reverted to his ball of flesh form, and every movement was extremely difficult. You need to be mentally prepared. The trial grounds, upper realm, are even more dangerous than the lower realm. I don't know how much the zombie outbreak has worsened these past few days. The trial grounds. In a dimly lit tunnel, countless zombies seemed to be devouring something. The sounds of tearing flesh and snapping bones made the tunnel feel like a living hell. Suddenly, an arm shot out from the pile of mangled flesh being torn apart by the zombies, instantly snapping off a zombie's head. Get out of my way! You scum, all of you get out of my way! Then, he smashed the head of a second zombie with a single punch. I will not die! The god Herobrine will protect me! You cannot kill me! His eyes shone with a blinding white light, and his aura forced the surrounding zombies to retreat, not daring to take another step forward. Looking around, his body was covered in the teeth marks left by zombie bites and howls, and purple veins lined his neck. Such injuries would have killed a normal player countless times over. But this player survived, surviving through unparalleled willpower. Perhaps he can no longer be called a player. Thus, the Zombie King is born. The purple dizziness quickly subsided, and the system's voice rang in GXIN's mind. Ding! Day 15 of Shocking Change. Ding! Congratulations on your level upgrade, 1011. Ding! Congratulations on your level upgrade, 1112. Ding! Congratulations on your level upgrade, 1213. GXIN listened to the continuous system notifications, his aura steadily rising, startling Wu Nian, who retreated repeatedly, his expression as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. After GXIN's aura stabilized, Wu Nian weakly asked, "Did you cheat?" GXIN rolled his eyes at Wu Nian, slightly speechless. "Cheating my foot." This was clearly experience Wang Chang and the others had accumulated for him over the past few days of leveling up. Because the lower realm and the trial grounds were not connected, the experience was delayed. It seems Wang Chang and his group haven't been slacking off these past few days. In the lower realm, time doesn't distinguish between day and night. GXIN's absence lasted 6 days, and the upheaval has now reached the 15th day. The zombies have received a buff, so the experience they give is definitely much more than before. However, the zombies shouldn't be able to destroy blocks yet, so Wang Chang and his group's foot-climbing tunnel can still be used for a while. Once he collects enough obsidian, he'll build them an obsidian foot-climbing tunnel. That way, safety while leveling up won't be an issue. GXIN looked around but didn't see the ironclad gang or Chu Linger. They're probably leveling up in the foot-climbing tunnel. He then led Wu Nian on a brief tour of the base. The various redstone structures were mostly completed, showing no signs of damage. The 100-layer farm had reached 65 layers, indicating that Chu Linger and the others hadn't been slacking off these past few days. As the owner of this territory, GXIN thought, "Well done! I'll give you a bonus later." Recruiting a few underlings to guard the base was definitely a wise choice. GXIN muttered to himself before beckoning the still-dazed Wu Nian towards the cave. Wu Nian stared at the completely new world before him, his mouth slightly agape, his eyes filled with disbelief, like an infant encountering the outside world for the first time. The blue sky, the green grass blocks, the green trees swaying in the wind, he had never seen any of these in the lower realm. Finally, his gaze settled on a magnificent building over 60 layers high, and he couldn't help but marvel at its breathtaking craftsmanship. "You'll have time to see these things later. Now tell me about your specific abilities," GXIN urged, turning around when Wu Nian wasn't following. Reminded of this, Wu Nian hurriedly caught up. "My innate ability is Withering Illusion. You already witnessed it in the lower realm. Withering Infection itself isn't an offensive ability. It allows you to infuse your withering power onto a block or object. Anyone who touches it will suffer from withering poison." GXIN stroked his chin, carefully considering Wu Nian's second ability. Withering Infection isn't particularly strong, but it's not weak either. After all, it's an ability derived from an A-rank profession. It could be further developed. Its uses are quite extensive. For example, having Wu Nian control the intensity of the contamination, directly imbuing the weapon with the power of decay, is equivalent to enchanting it. Another use is to coat the walls surrounding the territory with the power of decay, which could be surprisingly effective at weakening the zombies attacking the territory. Thinking this through, GXIN nodded in satisfaction. Just for this ability alone, the effort he put into rescuing him was worthwhile. Once Wu Nian has adapted to life here, he'll immediately order him to work. 996. No weekends off, until the walls within a radius of tens of kilometers are completely coated with the power of decay. The capitalist's happiness is so simple and unpretentious. This way, the base's defense coefficient will increase significantly. Back in the cave, GXIN took Wu Nian to the warehouse where the boxes were stored. Rows of large crates were neatly arranged around the perimeter, each labeled with various display signs and notices for categorization and organization. In this respect, Chu Linger clearly did a great job, completely meeting his expectations. The items inside the boxes were all neatly organized. You just needed to find the corresponding area and then follow the category numbers to quickly find what you wanted. GXIN walked to a box with a golden carrot tag, and without a word, took out 2 sets of golden carrots, handing one set to Wu Nian, saying, "Don't be too reserved, take whatever you want. Whether it's weapons, armor, or blocky food, we have it all. Yes, take whatever you want. Be my subordinate, you'd be lucky." GXIN felt that he was doing a pretty good job as a boss, providing food, lodging, and even rationing. Where else in the world could you find such a conscientious capitalist? "All right, you can choose for yourself first. I have other things to do. Xian waved his hand, ignoring the still stunned Wu Nian, and turned to walk towards the chests in the ore storage area. He needed to settle the matter of the golden carrots he had promised to give to the Pig Spirit King. Delivering nearly 1,000,000 golden carrots over 3 months was no small sum. He had confidently set his conditions. It would be embarrassing if he couldn't fulfill them. Wu Nian kept moving through the warehouse, his eyes filled with disbelief. Food, equipment, blocks, everything was there. He looked exactly like a poor young man who had just arrived in the city, muttering to himself. Are all the people in the upper realm this wealthy? No. To be precise, I'm the only one this wealthy in the upper realm. Xian's voice came from afar, interrupting Wu Nian's murmurs. 15 days into the upheaval, the zombies had undergone a dramatic increase in numbers. Individual players and guilds alike were on high alert. Sleepless nights, hunger pangs, and constant anxiety were commonplace. Xian's ability to stockpile such a large warehouse of supplies amidst the chaos was unparalleled in the trial grounds. The gold ore had already been pre-fired, resembling gold ingots. He took out 3 large chests full of gold ingots, nearly 100 sets in total. He hadn't intentionally mined gold ingots before. These were byproducts of stone mining. After creating the stone golem's quarrying system, Wang Chang was solely responsible for managing the mining. Xian currently only had nearly 100 sets of gold ingots. This was far from enough to produce 1,000,000 carrots in 3 months. So he thought of another method, creating gold nugget golems. According to Xian's observations, among various ores, only iron ore golems seemed to possess strong offensive capabilities. Golems made from other ores had the same basic attributes as stone golems, all being functional golems. It was obvious that gold nugget golems would also tend towards being functional golems. Xian guessed that their abilities were probably related to food being gilded. If that were the case, 1,000,000 golden carrots wouldn't be a problem for him. After all, his farm had already reached over 60 stories, so the supply of carrots wasn't a concern at all. The only thing he needed to pay attention to was the gold production. Therefore, creating gold nuggets was particularly important. Xian left the warehouse, went outside the cave, and found a spacious spot to begin his experiment. Then, he took out the pumpkin head he had prepared beforehand, activated the puppetry technique, and the inanimate pumpkin head instantly came to life. Pumpkin head +1. I hope my guess is right. Xian silently prayed in his heart, and casually mixed the puppetized pumpkin head with the gold nugget. Name: Golden Golem, Health 50, Attack 20, Defense 10, Speed 10, Special Attribute, can metallize any food and grant it special effects. The Golden Golem was very similar in size to the Iron Golem, its entire body golden, shimmering in the sunlight. Just as I expected! Xian was delighted. The Golden Golem's function was exactly as he had guessed. Goldening food is a truly magical thing in Minecraft. Eating a regular carrot only increases hunger by 3 points and saturation by 3.6 points. However, a carrot plated with gold can increase the player's hunger by 6 points and saturation by 14.4. This makes carrots the food that restores the most saturation in the game. The effect is immediate. Of course, apples and watermelons can also be gold-plated in the game, adding special effects. Enchanted golden apples made from gold ingots are even called the king of foods by players. But the Golden Golem's potential goes far beyond that. Its attribute description allows it to gild any food. In other words, it can gild food that can be gilded in the game, and it can even gild food that can't. Golden wheat, golden potatoes, golden beets. These are things that are impossible to make in the game world, but the Golden Golem can make them all. Just as Xian was about to test the Golden Golem's abilities, Wang Chang and the others, who had finished leveling up, returned. Boss! When did you get back? Wang Chang's eyes lit up when he saw Xian, and he quickly stepped forward to ask with concern. Xian hadn't notified them when he went to the lower realm, but Wang Chang and the others were already used to it. Their boss liked to travel around. Immediately afterwards, everyone from the ironclad gang surrounded him. During the few days GXIN was away in the lower realm, all the construction work at the base proceeded smoothly, but without GXIN's presence, they always felt like they lacked a backbone and were very insecure. If GXIN hadn't already left them an upgrade plan, they wouldn't know what to do now. GXIN turned to look. The ironclad gang members had grown considerably larger, their auras completely transformed. Especially Wang Chang, GXIN felt a murderous aura emanating from him. Upon closer inspection, the murderous aura was incredibly dense, seemingly ready to solidify at any moment. Wang Chang, what happened to you? Where did you get such a heavy murderous aura? Wang Chang was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then laughed heartily. Boss, this isn't any murderous aura. It's the killing intent I condensed after changing my class to Berserker. Changed class? Killing intent? GXIN didn't hesitate, immediately activating the system to look at Wang Chang's information. Name Wang Chang. Level 10. Class, Vanguard Warrior Berserker. Special ability, can continuously stack killing intent during battle. Attack power and defense will increase with the stacked killing intent. Because Wang Chang was his subordinate, he could directly access all of Wang Chang's information through the system and display it clearly on the system panel. Not only Wang Chang completed the job change, but everyone else did as well. To GXIN's surprise, the 8 members of the Ironclad gang had actually differentiated themselves into 4 completely different warrior classes. Among them, Wang Chang's Berserker was the most representative. 2nd and 8th brothers have become tank warriors, with their health increased by 50%. 3rd and 6th brothers have become scout warriors, with their eyesight increased by 50%. P.S. 4th and 5th brothers are not included. They died earlier. When a player's level breaks through 10, they unlock the first gene lock. For example, Wang Chang's first class was Vanguard Warrior. After changing classes, he became a Berserker, but ultimately he didn't deviate from the warrior category. Therefore, the second class can be seen as an upgrade or derivative of the first class. Class changes vary from person to person. Not everyone changes classes after breaking through the gene lock. The team's increased strength was a cause for celebration. Especially since Wang Chang, the elder brother, had unexpectedly developed a divine power that could accumulate killing intent. This divine power, though weak, was better than nothing. In battle, it could create an information gap, slowly whittling down the enemy. After reviewing everyone's progress, GXIN didn't see Chu Ling or the Calamity Spirit, so he asked curiously, "Where are those 2? The sound of Shinpan shattering space-time? The Calamity Kingdom has come looking for us." This was a complete slap in the face to an entire nation, a humiliating one. They couldn't possibly let it go unpunished, but he hadn't expected the retribution to come so quickly. Seeing GXIN's bewildered expression, Wang Chang tentatively asked, "Boss, is this matter very serious?" "Serious. Extremely serious. Summon the Calamity Spirits to me immediately, right now." A grave look crept into GXIN's eyes as he began to consider the worst-case scenario. His alliance with the Piglin race was precisely to add an extra layer of protection, giving him the capability to deal with demigod-level powerhouses. Seeing GXIN's nervousness, Wang Chang and the others quickly realized the seriousness of the situation. Their smiles vanished abruptly, and the 8 of them dispersed in an orderly fashion, without unnecessary words or questions, displaying only efficient execution. A white light flashed in GXIN's eyes. With a wave of his hand, dozens of cubes floated up, forming a ladder leading directly to the cave entrance in front of him. He propelled himself forward, his figure flashing across the cubes. In the blink of an eye, he was back in the cave. At this moment, Wu Nian had finished selecting supplies and had just emerged from the warehouse. Seeing the hurried GXIN, he asked with a puzzled look, "What trouble have you encountered? You're just in time. Come and help." GXIN beckoned to Wu Nian to lend a hand while frantically tossing buckets of lava from his backpack. This lava was what he had collected in Hell. Now it was time to put it to use. "Make me an infinite water bucket over there." "Okay." Wu Nian quickly took the bucket. Seeing Ji Xian's urgency, he didn't ask any questions and did as Ji Xian instructed. In the blink of an eye, a stack of lava buckets appeared, silently floating on the ground. In the game, lava buckets are non-stackable items in the player's inventory. One bucket occupies one inventory slot. But in reality, this feature seems to have been removed. Lava buckets can be stacked up to 64 like other items. Ji Xian waved his hand, instantly activating the collection, and a 8x8x1 crater instantly appeared beneath his feet. Holy crap! Wu Nian's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets at this sight. He only knew that Ji Xian could summon puppets and control fire. He never imagined that the other could also instantly destroy blocks. What are you standing there for? Quickly pour all these lava buckets into it. Remember! Spread them evenly, don't waste any! Wu Nian quickly snapped out of his daze, picked up the lava buckets from the ground, and began pouring lava into the hole Ji Xian had just finished playing with. Ji Xian's hands moved swiftly, not daring to waste a single moment. Now that the Calamity Kingdom was in the shadows, he himself was in the light. Without a few obsidian golems guarding him, he was genuinely worried. With Wu Nian's help, a whole set of lava was quickly poured in, instantly turning the cave into a sea of lava, and the temperature rose rapidly. At this point, he had also noticed something. The combination of lava and water made his intentions all too obvious. Yes. Ji Xian nodded, not hiding anything. Wu Nian looked around, as if searching for something. Brother Ji, where's your diamond pickaxe? You can't break obsidian without a diamond pickaxe. Wu Nian felt his CPU was about to give way. You know you can't break obsidian without a diamond pickaxe, yet you're digging with your hands? Are you perhaps trying to practice the long-lost iron palm technique? Ji Xian ignored Wu Nian's puzzled expression, scooped up a bucket of water, and poured it onto the lava. Sizzle! Several obsidian stones, shimmering with a dark purple light, appeared beneath his feet. Then came the second bucket of water, the third bucket, the fourth bucket, until the eighth bucket, when the entire mass of lava was finally transformed into obsidian. Wu Nian stood beside him, imagining Ji Xian effortlessly breaking the obsidian with his bare hands, and couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly, the image of Ji Xian instantly breaking the stone flashed through his mind, his smile abruptly vanishing, his voice filled with disbelief. Brother Ji, don't tell me you can break obsidian as easily as you broke that stone? The hardness of stone and obsidian are worlds apart. He truly couldn't believe Ji Xian could break a whole set of obsidian in the blink of an eye. Ji Xian smiled slightly, waved his right hand across the obsidian ground in front of him, and all 64 obsidian stones were collected into his backpack. His expression was perfectly calm as he replied, Why not? All right, we're all on the same side, it's fine to tell you. Obsidian, although hard, isn't beyond my tolerance, so it's no different from other blocks to me. Now that Wu Nian had joined his team, there was no need to hide his abilities. A qualified leader only earns loyalty from subordinates through genuine sincerity. Of course, his sincerity was limited to his own people. If an enemy tried to be sincere with him, he could fool them out of everything. Wu Nian nodded. Instantly collecting obsidian still sounded a bit terrifying, but at least he could accept it. All right, now I need an absolutely quiet environment to refine the puppets. You can go out and wander around the base, familiarize yourself with life in the upper realm. If you encounter a group of muscular, cube-shaped men, just mention my name, they won't give you any trouble. Refining puppets is different from collecting blocks. It requires real consumption of hunger points, so a quiet environment is crucial. Yes. Wu Nian understood Ji Xian's meaning, nodded, and tactfully left. After Wu Nian left, Ji Xian summoned all 5 steel puppets. With a formidable enemy at hand, there are only 2 ways to quickly increase his combat power. One is to increase his level, and the other is to increase the number and strength of his puppets. He's currently at level 13, and the experience required for each subsequent level is astronomical. He did a quick calculation. Even with his SSS level talent bonus, it would still take him nearly 1.5 million experience points to level up from 13 to 20 and break through the second stage of the gene lock. In Minecraft's normal mode, an unarmored, unmutated adult zombie only drops 5 experience points. Even if mutated zombies drop more experience, each one would only drop a maximum of 30 points, meaning he'd need to kill 50,000 zombies continuously. This world has a completely new leveling system. Each time a gene lock is unlocked, the required experience increases dramatically. GXIN only killed a little over 100 monsters to level up from level 0 to 10, but from 10 to 20, that number jumps to 50,000. The experience required for the third and fourth gene locks will only increase. Reaching godhood at level 50 sounds simple, but it's incredibly difficult in practice. It's undoubtedly a very long process. The only way to quickly become stronger in a short time is to create an army of puppets. GXIN took 40 obsidian stones from a stack and upgraded 5 steel puppets. 40 obsidian stones were enough. Puppet technique activated. Satiety and hunger levels plummeted. At level 13, his hunger had reached 80 points, but it vanished in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, he quickly replenished his hunger with the golden carrot in his left hand. Thanks to the golden carrot's high regeneration rate, his hunger level would increase and decrease repeatedly, eventually reaching a delicate balance. GXIN was like an emotionless puppet-making machine, continuously outputting puppet power. About 10 minutes later. Ding! Obsidian *40, puppetization successful. As expected of Obsidian, its effects are truly potent. At his current level, creating an obsidian golem was still far too difficult. However, he managed to create 40 obsidian blocks without serious injury. Before GXIN could even feel happy, the system notification sounded. Ding! Host has suffered physical damage due to overuse of abilities, permanently reducing hunger points by 4. Hunger points, 8076. GXIN felt weak. His hunger point cap was too low, and his eagerness to refine 40 obsidian blocks at once had indeed been a waste of his body. After all, humans aren't machines. The system was simply using a digital representation to allow GXIN to directly experience the harm of his actions. Now it seemed that insufficient hunger points in the early stages were one of the key factors limiting a person's development. Combat golems, stone golem, steel golem, obsidian golem, nether alloy golem, bedrock golem. Stone golems and steel golems. No level requirement during crafting. Continuous crafting will not harm the host's physique. Functional golems. No level requirement during crafting. Continuous crafting will not harm the host's physique. Goodness, you really can't rush things. GXIN flipped over and leaped up, dividing the 40 pieces of obsidian that had already been golemed into 5 equal parts, throwing them all at the iron golem in front of him. It was only 4 hunger points, which was a bit of a waste, but the reward was still quite substantial. At least it allowed them to experience firsthand just how powerful the obsidian golems really were. The hard obsidian began to melt into countless nanobugs, slowly flowing into the steel golem's body like viscous purple oil. The steel golem's body began to swell, more than tripling in size. Obsidian spots appeared on its surface, blending seamlessly with its original steel skin. Ding! Steel golem, obsidian golem, golem upgrade successful *5. Obsidian golem *5, HP 1000, attack 80, defense 40, speed 40. Upgrading from a steel golem to an obsidian golem instantly increases its health from 100 to 1000, doubles its attack power, defense, and speed. While golems are powerful, their massive size presents a fatal weakness. They are easily restricted by blocks. With clever enemy planning, a golem can be slowly whittled down. With these 5 obsidian golems, anyone below level 30 trying to solo him is simply out of the question. Outside the base, 5 steel golems led the way. Calamity Spirit and Chu Linger followed behind, patrolling. Just now, Calamity Spirit had sensed an extremely dense curse power. The curse power was unique to the Calamity Land, ethereal yet undeniably real, permeating every corner of the land. The most representative of these was the spatial leap of the heart coil. Of course, the cursed arrows capable of sealing divine power also relied on the power of the curse. You mean the enemy we're looking for is nearby? Chulinger asked tentatively. They had been searching around the base for over 3 hours, and apart from zombies, they hadn't seen a single living creature. This made Chulinger wonder if the Calamity Spirit was being overly sensitive and misperceiving her. Chulinger nodded, saying nothing more, and simply released her little spiders to patrol alongside her. She had also completed a transformation of one of her genetic locks, resulting in a comprehensive improvement in all aspects of her abilities. Especially in terms of summoning creatures, she could now summon hundreds of spiders at once, though each was only the size of a thumb, and their attack power was only half that of an ordinary spider. Chulinger, slightly taken aback by the question, smiled and replied, "Yes, that's right. Is there a problem? Don't think so?" Chulinger's expression slowly turned serious. She tentatively asked, "If I don't seem like a spider mage, then what do I seem like?" Calamity's spirit didn't respond, continuing its analysis. "From what I understand, it seems that the awakened classes of you players are tiered, and higher-level players can even awaken divine powers. But Linger, your class is only a C-rank spider mage, yet you possess 2 extremely powerful divine powers, summoning and healing. This is simply too illogical." Chulinger frowned. She hadn't expected that Calamity Spirit, a Calamity Villager, could analyze the players' classes so thoroughly. "Sister Linger, I didn't mean to mock you. I just feel the system's job level for you is too low. Your job should at least be an A rank, don't you think?" Calamity Spirit was a little embarrassed. He had originally intended to lighten the tense atmosphere, but he hadn't expected it to backfire and displease Chulinger. Calamity Spirit was still underage and shorter than Chulinger by half a head. The tap made him spin around, pleading for mercy. After chatting and laughing for a while longer, the curse's power gradually faded, becoming almost imperceptible. Calamity Spirit sighed. Chulinger nodded in agreement. If it weren't for protecting her beloved disciple Gxian, she wouldn't have risked being attacked by a horde of zombies to leave the base. Just as they were about to return, a slightly aged voice called out to them. "Calamity Spirit, my good nephew, where are you going? This isn't your home." A Calamity Villager appeared behind them, smiling broadly at them. Calamity Spirit turned around abruptly upon hearing this, his face filled with shock when he saw the speaker. And now, the man was standing here unharmed, which was truly unbelievable. His parents rebelled, and his entire clan was wiped out. What he lacked most in this world was family. "Don't go, this man has a guilty conscience." Several pupils darted in Chulinger's eyes. Her beautiful spider eyes seemed to see through all the filth of the world. "Sister Linger, you've misunderstood. He's my uncle. In this world, besides my parents, he's the one who treats me the best. He might have been a good uncle to you before, but he definitely isn't anymore." After Chulinger broke through the first Tergene lock, her spider eyes underwent a minor mutation. When she concentrated, she could see the good and evil in others' hearts. If a person harbored good intentions, they would appear white in Chulinger's eyes, otherwise they would appear black. At this moment, in her eyes, Calamity Xingqian was a thoroughly evil person, the black aura surrounding him almost consuming him completely. They were outnumbered and outmatched. Every second they stayed was dangerous. His uncle's appearance at this moment clearly indicated that he had already sided with the Calamity Kingdom, and was most likely there to arrest him. While the trial grounds were dangerous, compared to the inhumane Calamity lands, it truly felt more like home. This little girl guessed correctly. "I'm not here to rescue you. Today, I represent the Calamity Kingdom to apprehend you. But I still hope you'll consider it, and avoid physical suffering." It's worth mentioning that they had all reached level 10, completing a rank advancement. This formidable lineup was solely for capturing the still underage spirit Xinpan. The sight made Chulinger and her companions' pupils shrink, their hearts pounding with apprehension. If the opponents attacked together, they had virtually no chance of winning. Seeing the situation was dire, Calamity 100 spirits grabbed Chu Linger's arm, preparing to teleport away. However, Calamity Xingqiuan, also from the Heart Coffin lineage, couldn't possibly have been unaware of this. Calamity 100 spirits' teleportation ability was suppressed, and their leaping figure plummeted to the ground. Hey Calamity Xingqiuan, why are you wasting your breath on a kid? Let's all attack together and take him down! A white-robed summoner chuckled, beginning to chant an incantation. 2 pale blue demons appeared above his head, ready to strike at any moment. What are you pretending for? If you hadn't secretly tipped off our suppression army, how could the rebels have been so easily suppressed? Now you know about morality? Ridiculous! The white-robed summoner showed no mercy to Calamity Xingqiuan, directly recounting how he had betrayed the Heart Pan Rebellion. Initially, although Calamity Xingqiuan was one of the leaders of the Heart Pan Rebellion, he didn't have high hopes for the uprising. So much so that at the most crucial moment of the war, he chose to betray the entire rebel army in exchange for the status and fame promised by the Calamity Kingdom. But things didn't go as planned. Even with his current high status, Heart Pan was still Heart Pan. This act of exchanging morality for status was still despised. His revered uncle was actually the true murderer of his parents. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Calamity Xingqiuan had no choice but to retreat, letting those behind him take over. Don't hurt him, the king wants him alive! The white-robed summoner, controlling 2 vengeful spirits to block the foremost steel golem, replied impatiently. I know! You don't need to repeat yourself! With that, more than 10 members of Calamity's side attacked simultaneously. Get out of my way! The attack wasn't powerful. Chu Linger only lost a drop of blood, but it sent her flying a considerable distance. The usually quiet and demure Calamity Spirit had such an unknown side. When Calamity Spirit was first brought back, GXIN had already warned them that Spirit might have serious psychological issues. Now, witnessing it firsthand, Chu Linger was still caught off guard. The enemy had 10 people, while her side, including herself, only had 6 effective fighters. They had to find a way to call for help from the base, otherwise, both she and Calamity Spirit would die here. Should I go get reinforcements and let Spirit hold them off here? No! Spirit can't hold on. Chu Linger shook her head, quickly dismissing the idea. Calamity Spirit's spatial teleportation ability was sealed. She was now just an ordinary person. If she left, everything would truly be over. By holding them off here, at least they could hold on a little longer. In a battle between 2 sides, even a second's hesitation could lead to defeat. Although the 5 puppets were made of steel, they clearly couldn't withstand the relentless bombardment of 10 opponents. Chu Linger didn't have much time to consider. Chu Linger's eyes flashed, and finally, she decided to take a risky gamble. She first summoned a small spider in her hand, then forcefully broke off one of its front legs, whispering. Having given the instructions, she hurled the small spider with all her might towards the base. The small spider Chu Linger summoned was very weak, far inferior to GXIN's puppets. It only followed its master's orders step by step, lacking any flexibility. Breaking off the spider's front leg was a way of sending a danger signal to those inside the base. If someone understood the message, they would surely come to the rescue. However, this was also risky. If the small spider didn't encounter anyone, it might perish here along with the Calamity Spirit. Chu Linger took a deep breath, encouraging herself. Before, others always protected you. Now you absolutely can't back down. She gritted her teeth, quickly donned her iron armor, and joined the battle, sword in hand. The Calamity side held an absolute advantage in numbers and strength, but facing these 5 seemingly invulnerable golems, they were finding it somewhat troublesome. Every time they were about to break through the defenses, the 5 iron golems would execute some unimaginable coordinated attack, pushing them back. Damn! Are these really iron golems? They can even coordinate attacks! The white-robed summoner spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, bewildered by the attack. Chu Linger, who had just joined the battle, saw a player lying on the ground slacking off and instinctively felt she was easy to bully. She drew her sword and thrust it towards the white-robed summoner. The white-robed summoner, seeing Chu Linger attacking him, felt a surge of anger. He wasn't going to fight the steel golems head-on, but he was confident he could handle a skinny female player. This is outrageous! Fawn attack! The white-robed summoner immediately used his second skill. A row of sharp fangs instantly shot out from the ground and stabbed towards Chu Linger. Chu Linger wasn't stupid. The summoner's Fawn attack had a long casting animation, giving her enough time to create distance. Heh heh! Little girl, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Our target is only the Calamity Spirit. If you leave now, you can save your life. If you continue to be stubborn, today will be your death day. The white-robed demon summoner threatened. Chu Linger gripped the iron sword in her hand, her breathing becoming rapid. She feared death, but she couldn't leave. If she left, even if she survived, she wouldn't be able to face GXIN. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. The master of this place has a terrible temper. If he finds out you attacked his people here, he might just twist your heads off and use them as footballs. Chu Linger threatened, mimicking his own words. Since we're here, we've made sure we're prepared. I don't believe he can take on 10 of us by himself. On the other side, Wang Chang and his second brother, Suda, searched frantically for Chu Linger and the Calamity Spirit inside the base. The ironclad gang members were all middle-aged men. They felt calling GXIN boss sounded a bit distant, so they privately called him Xiao Xian, which sounded more affectionate. You know what, it really does look a bit like it. Wang Chang picked up the little spider and examined it closely. Suda, look! This little spider's left foreleg is deformed, half of it's broken. It seems Chu Linger's summoning abilities aren't up to par, ha ha ha. Something's not right. The two men's hearts skipped a beat simultaneously. Summoned creatures shouldn't be deformed, it was clearly broken by someone. Oh no! Chu Linger and the Calamity Spirit are in danger! After exchanging a glance, Wang Chang and Suda quickly made a decision. They split up. Wang Chang went to provide support first, while Suda relayed the message to GXIN. Outside the base. It's over! The difference in strength between the two sides is just too great. Chu Linger felt a chill run down her spine. The only thing that comforted her was that after the Calamity Spirit switched to its enraged personality, it didn't choose to rush in and fight to the death, but instead stood there, raging helplessly. This undoubtedly lightened her burden considerably in protecting it. Fragility is the deepest armament hockey of an assassin, and Chu Linger was undoubtedly an expert in this. If the Calamity side hadn't had the advantage of numbers, the white-clad summoner might not have been able to defeat the heavily armored Chu Linger. I see you're all tired. How about we rest for a bit and continue later? Seeing she was outmatched, Chu Linger prepared to use her persuasive skills to buy time. At this moment, Calamity Xingchuan saw through Chu Linger's plan and stepped forward, coldly saying, This is the trial grounds, we shouldn't linger. Let's finish this quickly. The white-robed summoner replied impatiently. You're not our leader, so don't try to tell us what to do. A bunch of idiots. A flash of anger crossed Calamity's face as he glared at the white-robed summoner, but he was helpless and could only curse silently in his heart. He himself had little combat ability and could only stand guard. The other's words made him seem like he was meddling. Players here were given classes and awakened abilities, then grew or died in the trials. Anyone who had survived this long had some opportunities and means. The longer it dragged on, the greater the variables would become. On the other side, Chu Linger's beautiful spider eyes constantly shifted between the other side, and she began to make some guesses. The other side was not united. There was no absolute leader in the group. They were more like temporary workers hastily assembled to carry out an emergency mission. Perhaps she could use this to her advantage. You don't need to worry about that. After we capture the Calamity Spirits, the king will reward us. Chu Linger gritted her teeth, blocking an axe from a righteous warrior with her sword, and continued the conversation. So, will the credit be divided individually, or will you split a single great achievement? Why do you talk so much, little girl? What does the amount of credit have to do with you? The white-robed summoner, growing impatient, quickly dodged the attacking steel golems and, together with the other summoners, unleashed a fanged attack on Chu Linger. Chu Linger stumbled, for sharp fangs completely blocking her retreat. She was forced to take the hit head-on, losing more than half her health. With 2 fewer steel golems, their defenses were severely compromised. Especially the white-robed summoner, who had just been forced into a fierce battle by a golem, his face contorted, while Calamity and Power stood by as if nothing had happened. Chu Linger's words, if spoken by a normal Calamity team, would have had absolutely no effect. But this team was a makeshift group, and their relationship was more like that of mercenaries working together for money. It has to be admitted that Chu Linger's words truly struck a chord with them. Heh, what's the rush? Did we say we were going to take your life? That's for the best. Finally! Without the steel puppets to absorb the damage, Chu Linger was completely overwhelmed and on the verge of death. Little girl, I told you to run, but you didn't. Now you're going to die. Do you have any last words? The white-robed demon summoner smiled smugly. Chu Linger was held aloft by 2 demons, blood dripping from her forehead, looking utterly miserable. Just as Chu Linger was losing all hope, she seemed to sense something. A very familiar scent was approaching at incredible speed. She suddenly looked up, tears welling in her eyes. You've finally come. What? Who's coming? The white-robed demon summoner was confused. As soon as she finished speaking, a black obsidian golem descended from the sky, crushing the white-robed demon summoner to pieces, blood splattering everywhere. Immediately afterward, a boy with gleaming white eyes slowly emerged from the forest, a dozen obsidian stones swirling around him as if they were alive. Even when beating a dog, you have to consider its owner. You dare touch my people on my turf? You have some nerve. Flames suddenly erupted from GX Cyan's hand, the temperature exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius, instantly incinerating the 2 thugs holding Chu Linger. Chu Linger landed, caught steadily by a grass cube and delivered to GX Cyan's side. Wah, if you hadn't come, I would have been beaten into a pig's head. Chu Linger couldn't resist teasing him upon seeing GX Cyan return. GX Cyan smiled slightly, surprisingly not retaliating this time. Even knowing she was outmatched, she hadn't chosen to abandon her companion and run away alone. This deserved his gentle treatment. You've done very well. Leave the rest to me. GX Cyan put Chu Linger down and tossed her a large number of golden carrots from his backpack. Chu Linger picked up the golden carrot, quickly replenishing her hunger points, then suddenly thought of the Calamity spirit beside her. Your precious disciple seems to have gone mad. Shouldn't you go check on her? GX Cyan looked at the enraged Calamity spirit, feeling utterly helpless. His disciple's psychological problems definitely needed treatment. Otherwise, who could bear her suddenly switching to her raged personality in the future? At this moment, Calamity's spirit was still roaring madly. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but that he couldn't. The small blue orb of light that Calamity Xingchuan had thrown out initially was meant to bind him. The people from the Calamity Kingdom were all stunned. GX Cyan's empty gaze alone had terrified them. 5 giant obsidian iron golems with glowing red eyes stared intently at them, their mere presence making it hard for them to breathe. They knew very well that if they moved even slightly, these 5 beasts would tear them to pieces without any chance of fighting back. Spirit! Wake up, it's time to get up! Enraged, Calamity 100 Spirit stared blankly at GX Cyan, the blood-red light in his eyes rapidly fading, leaving only GX Cyan in his world. GX Cyan looked at Calamity 100 Spirit, his face streaked with tears, and felt a pang of pity. His entire family had been wiped out. His loved ones were an unresolved wound in his heart. His rage was likely caused by someone in the Calamity Squad using words from his family to provoke him. Don't worry, none of them will live! With a tug, several cuts instantly appeared on Calamity 100 Spirit's wrists. GX Cyan was slightly startled. He tried to touch the blue mist, but nothing happened. This blue mist is specifically designed to control the heart coil. It has no effect on others. A vein bulged on GXIN's forehead. He had never seen such a courageous person. Even as a prisoner, he was still relentlessly provoking him. Puppet number 1, tear him apart! No! Spare me, spare me! I'm telling the truth! GXIN laughed in exasperation. The other party thought he cared about the abilities of the Calamity Spirits. Send him on his way! This scream completely shattered the others' mental defenses, and they all knelt down, begging for mercy. Just then, Wu Nian, Wang Chang, and the others finally arrived. Although GXIN learned of the situation later, thanks to the obsidian golem's incredible speed, he arrived before Wang Chang and the others. Do you have a way to deal with this blue curse power? GXIN replied doubtfully. Wu Nian smiled and nodded, saying, My withering influence can also infect this kind of energy. With that, he placed his hand on the blue mist, and an extremely dense withering power rapidly infiltrated the blue mist, turning it into a black fog in the blink of an eye. GXIN quickly embraced the limp and powerless Calamity Spirit, marveling at Wu Nian's ability. Wu Nian's display of skill had been a great help to him. He hadn't expected the skill to be so powerful, admitting he had underestimated it before. You like outnumbering your opponents, don't you? Fine. I'll grant your wish. Don't say I didn't give you a chance to live. The rules are simple. All 9 of you just need to defeat one of my puppets. If you win, you can leave. I mean what I say. Immediately afterward, GXIN waved his hand, and the obsidian cage rapidly expanded, merging with the various stones on the ground, instantly creating an arena. The members of the Calamity Squad trembled at the sight. This power to create things in an instant had already terrified them, their legs going weak. Wu Nian was also seeing GXIN unleash his true power for the first time and couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. This is a monster! This is a monster! We can't win! Run! We still have a chance. Kill Calamity Rising Power, and we can go back. Once we're back, we won't have to die, ha 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 ha. As he spoke, one of the Guardians swung an axe at Calamity Rising Power's head. Then, he pulled him out of the arena. Calamity Rising Power's spatial jump wasn't as strong as Calamity 100 Spirits. Having arrived in another area, most of his abilities were locked down, making it impossible for him to escape the obsidian cage. GXIN turned his gaze back to the people inside the arena. Don't try any tricks. My rules are simple, defeat it, and you're free. GXIN chuckled, ignoring them. He had noticed a glaring characteristic of the Calamity Squad. They were incredibly quick to back down when they were losing. The moment you let your guard down, they'd betray you. He knew this pattern all too well. Puppet number 1. Kill them all. At GXIN's command, the obsidian iron golem immediately went berserk, fighting a whole group of enemies single-handedly without a shred of fear. Seeing their pleas for mercy were futile, the Calamity Squad members roared, their eyes bloodshot. Brothers, let's fight this black monster. Maybe we still have a chance to survive. Yes. We are all warriors of the Calamity Empire. United, we are invincible. Brothers. Attack formation. Finally! Under the relentless attacks of the 7 Calamity members, a small crack appeared in the obsidian golem's body. Ha! Brothers, hold on, we're almost there. The Calamity members were overjoyed. The obsidian golem's breach gave them hope. Inside the arena, the obsidian golem was clearly enraged. He took out a pre-prepared iron ingot and began to eat it with gusto. The cheers of the Calamity Squad members abruptly ceased, and the crack in the obsidian golem was healing at a visible speed. The obsidian golem wasn't just a simple obsidian golem, it evolved from the steel golem, and its full name was now Obsidian Steel Golem. Ha! We can't win at all. You never intended for us to win, ha ha ha. Compared to being smashed to pieces by the obsidian golem, suicide at least left him with a whole corpse. These people are all at least level 10 or higher. The experience points they drop are far more than those from zombies. Inside the arena, the obsidian golem scratched its head, looking somewhat bewildered. It couldn't quite understand why the other party had suddenly committed suicide. Was healing itself really that terrifying? Chu Linger turned and whistled, saying nonchalantly, "Our boss is the most trustworthy person." Xian clapped his hands, his eyes instantly turning cold. The puppets on guard outside the arena all sprang into action, leaping into the arena and beginning a brutal massacre. "Besides, I set the rules. Even if I break my promise, what can you do to me?" "Too powerful!" Xian's simple display of skill had already shattered his worldview. If there were gods on earth, they wouldn't be any more powerful than this. Seeing that the people in the arena had been mostly cleared out, Xian turned his gaze to the Calamity Xingqiuan inside the obsidian cage. The Calamity Xingqiuan trembled under his gaze and hurriedly begged for mercy. "Don't kill me. I'm useful. I can reveal some information about the Calamity Kingdom to you, as long as you spare my life." Con, suffocating sound. Ah! The suffocating feeling from the squeezing of the blocks made Calamity Xingqiuan struggle, his hands desperately trying to smash open the obsidian in front of him. But he was just a weakling. How could he possibly pry open the obsidian? "Don't kill me. I'm useful. I can serve you. I can be your dog." Under the threat of death, Calamity Xingqiuan began to ramble incoherently, even abandoning the dignity he valued most. Xian, his face full of disgust, held on to the power of creation, not letting go until the other man was down to his last drop of health. Calamity Xingqiuan gasped for breath, his eyes filled with relief at having survived the ordeal. Hearing Xian's question, he quickly tried to ingratiate himself. "Oh? Is that so? From now on, he's not." Xian, being incredibly clever, exchanged a glance and immediately grasped the reason for Calamity Spirit's fury. "Since there's no kinship, then kill him!" Seeing Xian about to kill him to silence him, Calamity Xingqiuan begged for mercy, knowing he had to appease his foolish nephew to survive. Chu Linger understood and quickly took Calamity Spirit's hand, leading him towards the base. "What do you want me to do?" Not killing him could also be interpreted as not killing him personally. There were many people present. He couldn't withstand a punch from any of them. They naturally referred to Wu Nian, Wang Chang, and the others. "Oh ho! You actually understood what I meant." Xian was a little surprised, but made no attempt to hide the accusation in the other's words. "All right, I guarantee they won't touch you, is that okay?" Calamity Xingqiuan wiped the sweat from his brow, still feeling uneasy. He had a feeling that the other party would have to come up with another reason to kill him. 3 questions. Xian had initially assumed the Calamity Kingdom had come to the trial grounds to kill him and save face. But their interest in the Calamity 100 Spirits was incomprehensible to him. The Calamity 100 Spirits are 1 in 10,000 mutated heart coils. Normal heart coils cannot continuously jump through space-time, especially when entering another world. They basically lose their jumping ability. But the 100 Spirit heart coils are different. They have no limitations. Therefore, their ability is the Calamity Kingdom's most powerful tool for freely traversing between worlds. "I see." Xian nodded, realizing that after all this time, the other party wasn't interested in him at all. "All right. Second, do you have any demigods in your land of calamity? I mean, those who have ascended to the 4th rank and reached the peak." "Yes." Xian nodded. Any creature that could pose a threat counted. "That's all?" "That's all I know," Calamity Xingqiuan replied cautiously. Xian didn't dwell on that, and directly asked the question he most wanted to know. "All right. 3rd question, how many blocks are there in this world?" "You have 10 seconds to answer this question." Calamity Xingqiuan, huh? Speed reading course. "No! You can't do this! I'm telling the truth!" Xian spoke leisurely, his face still bearing that smile. 10 seconds have passed. A cold blast. Xian's smile gradually turned cold, his voice low and menacing. "Dare to touch my people? I'll make you die 1,000 times over!" Calamity Villager's head, puppetized, +1. Wu Nian and Wang Chang, standing nearby, both swallowed hard. This was the first time they'd seen GXIN so ruthless. GXIN casually flicked his wrist, and several stones were stored in his backpack. Come out! A stone golem with the head of the Calamity Villager appeared before GXIN. Ding! New head skill detected. Ordinary heart coil has a fatal flaw. It cannot teleport between different world regions. However, by turning the heart coil's head into a puppet, this flaw was perfectly solved. The cost is only a few stones. This actually validates his idea of killing Calamity Xingqian 1,000 or 10,000 times over. Let's go! Head back home. On the other side of the rift was the base's cave. None of the surrounding zombies dared approach within 10 meters of him. But it was this very tightness that kept him alive. This feeling was strange. This golden carrot was what had kept him alive until now. If he actually ate it, it would kill him. Just then, a group of players hunting zombies appeared ahead. It really is. My hunger bar is almost empty too. Let's kill this zombie and head back to base. This group belonged to the Equipment Guild and had come out to hunt zombies and level up. The red-clad player now looked more like a zombie than the surrounding zombies. Whoosh! Before his thoughts could finish, an arrow pierced his heart, sending his already battered body flying a considerable distance. With that, he thrust his sword forward, delivering a head-on blow to the red-clad player. The red-clad player had already turned into a zombie. He could experience the same enhanced transformations as any zombie. Clang! A metallic clang rang out as the red-clad player forcefully blocked the attack with his claws. Why? Why are you killing me? The red-clad player roared. Without hesitation, he quickly created distance and warned the other players. Be careful, this zombie is strange. No! This zombie is unusual. The experience it drops will definitely be higher than other zombies. The red-clad player felt his body growing heavier, a powerful hunger gripping him, his mortal instincts quickly overriding his humanity. He began to rave. Food! You are all my food, roar! He was forced back, unable to advance. Finally, the corpse-like player in red finally succumbed to his low health and collapsed. I thought he was something special. Turns out, this is all. No! Give it back! Give me back the golden carrot! Roar! Their team usually didn't carry food when they went out leveling. After killing zombies, they would just eat some rotten flesh on the spot to make do. Boss, hurry up and kill it, see if there are any left in its backpack, we want to eat too. Alright. Guys, you'll all be living the high life following me. If this zombie drops any more golden carrots, they're all yours. Great! Boss is awesome! Boss is awesome! The henchmen cheered. Food was scarce, and eating golden carrots was like eating dumplings during Chinese New Year to them. He smiled self-deprecatingly. His whole life was a complete joke. On his first night in this world, he nearly died in the jaws of a zombie, barely escaping with his life. As a player, he hadn't awakened any class. He belonged to the group with extremely poor talent, and was ridiculed as trash by people on the forums. Later, the upheaval began, and he met a white-clad friend who was also considered trash. They set off together, excitedly wanting to join a player guild and survive in this world through their own efforts. But the guild told them, useless people and dogs are not allowed! Ha ha ha, bitter laugh. Then things took a dramatic turn. He and his friend began their escape, eating rotting flesh when hungry, burrowing into tunnels when in danger, enduring hardship and sleeping in the open, a truly miserable existence. After becoming a zombie, he possessed the combat power he had always dreamed of. He originally thought he could shed the label of useless, join a guild, and strive to survive. He can no longer be considered a player. The ever-present rampage of his zombie nature has forever stripped him of his right to be human. I'm still too weak. Even in this wretched state, I'm still too weak. Boom! He tried to cry for help, but it was too late. The broken spine had rendered him powerless, his arms hanging limply at his sides. Thud! Thud. Thud. They couldn't understand how the zombie, who had just been on the verge of death and utterly exhausted, could unleash such power. Ha! This is power! This is the power to not fear death! He laughed, a truly joyful laugh. This was his first time handling armor, his first experience of being protected. Not bad. As his words fell, the red-clad player began to change. His charred skin slowly transitioned to a bluish green, the white light in his eyes gradually brightened, and the crackling electricity within his body became increasingly pronounced. Then, the zombie bite marks on his body healed rapidly at a visible speed, and the arrows scattered across his body fell away one by one. In Minecraft, drowned creatures are mutated from zombies that have drowned, belonging to the undead mutated species. One of the essential conditions for a drowned creature's appearance is water. Without water, a zombie can never become a drowned. The waters of life are the most deadly. No! You're wrong! Who says you can't drown without water? Ha! The drowned red-clad figure laughed, a maniacal laugh. I was drowned, and what drowned me wasn't water, but you, the injustice of heaven, and everyone who tramples on the weak. For a zombie to become a drowned, water isn't the key, suffering and suffocation are. Only through extreme suffering can a zombie mutate into a drowned. Water is merely a medium for suffering. The drowned red-clad figure closed his eyes, feeling the surging power within him, and continued. That suffocating feeling of being trapped underwater, powerless to struggle or resist, is the real reason I was reborn. We may be weak, but we deserve to survive. What right do you have to trample on us like this? What right do you have? As a lowly player, his only wish was to survive in this chaotic world. Since you want me dead, then I'll transform into a necromancer and show you. This drowned corpse's mere presence was enough to suffocate them. It was a blue demon. Brothers, run! Back to base! As long as we get back to base, the guild leader will definitely save us. I'm hungry. Do you guys have anything to eat? With a swift movement, the red-clad drowned corpse appeared behind one of the players, biting off a large chunk of flesh in one go. Ha ha ha, this bloody smell is really addictive. Sound of equipment dropping. It seems like you were the one who shot my first arrow. Well, I'll let you have a taste too. The red-clad drowned corpse rummaged through the equipment before him, surrounded by the blood of players whose corpses had long since vanished. This world was unique, existing between game and reality, between truth and illusion. 5 minutes after death, a creature's body would dissipate into a wisp of white smoke, as if it had never existed. The red-clad drowned corpse still felt hungry. He picked up some rotting flesh from a player's inventory and tried to take a bite. However, the overwhelming stench of decay made it impossible for him to swallow. He, who had once survived on rotting flesh, could no longer eat it, forcing him to accept the fact that he was no longer a player. The red-clad drowned corpse picked up equipment he had never possessed before, looked around, and his eyes revealed endless confusion. After the frenzied slaughter came a chilling calm. Where should I go now? What is the meaning of my existence? Should I go find God? Forget it. God is so powerful, Herobrine definitely doesn't need me. Then what should I do? A flicker of doubt instinctively crossed their eyes, but lacking sentience, it was quickly dispelled by the chaos in their hearts. The red-clad drowned corpse, however, seemed to be coated with a layer of transparent powder. The surrounding zombies completely ignored him. This turned what was originally a hellish trial into a peaceful one for him. The red-clad drowned corpse had a headache, so he simply removed his equipment and lay down on the grass blocks to sleep. Time flew by, and the sun began to set. Cluck cluck cluck, tilting its head. The surrounding zombies stared intently at the chicken, but intimidated by the red-clad drowned corpse's imposing aura, they didn't swarm it. The red-clad drowned corpse smiled slightly, grabbed the chicken, and stuffed it into its mouth. The chicken, instinctively startled by the attack, began to tremble, clucking even more loudly. Whoosh! A flash of inspiration struck the red-clad drowned corpse's mind. He first looked at the chicken in his hand, then at the surrounding zombies. An overwhelming sadness welled up within him, an emotion that was impossible to suppress. How similar he was to that chicken back then, weak, helpless, pitiful, surrounded by danger, one wrong step and utter destruction. Now that he possessed power, couldn't he do something? Or rather, use his current power to do something for the whole world. At this moment, the red-clad drowned corpse, as if suddenly enlightened, addressed the white-feathered chicken. "Brother Chicken! Would you be willing to be my white-clad companion, so that we can protect the weak and vulnerable?" The chicken, cluck cluck cluck. The red-clad drowned corpse smiled. "You're not shaking your head means you agree. I'm happy to be your partner." With that, he turned and roared, instantly forcing back the surrounding zombies. "Hello? Drowned corpse!" The red-clad drowned corpse felt a chill run down its spine. An extremely sacred pressure instantly enveloped it. Without thinking, it pushed off with its legs, leaping back more than 10 meters, quickly creating distance between itself and the chicken. "Who are you? What did you do to my chicken brother?" Roar! Seeing the red-clad zombie's reaction, the white-feathered chicken chuckled. "Don't be nervous, I mean no harm. Your chicken brother isn't injured, he's just asleep." At this moment, the white-feathered chicken no longer exuded any weakness. Its eyes were white, radiating an overwhelming aura of power, every movement revealing a godlike will. The white-feathered chicken flapped its wings and continued. "Your birth is completely different from ordinary drownness. You are special. You don't have a name yet, right? How about I call you Drowned King?" "Drowned King? That sounds pretty good." The possessed white-feathered chicken paced back and forth a few times, then pondered for a moment before speaking. "I can be any block, any creature, even yourself, ha ha." The Drowned King was slightly taken aback. The laughter did indeed sound somewhat similar to his own, though it seemed to carry a hint of melancholy. "You didn't come looking for me just to give me a name, did you?" the Drowned King continued. "Of course not. Your birth is special, and your beliefs are also special." "My beliefs?" the Drowned King murmured. White-feathered chicken nodded and continued. "Yes, it's your philosophy. The essence of this world is actually composed of various philosophies. To establish a life for the weak, to create peace for the weak, that is your philosophy. A philosophy entirely under your control." The Drowned King's wariness slowly gave way to shock. The other party's words were somewhat profound, somewhat incomprehensible, but he was greatly impressed. "Ha ha, no, no, no! I'm here to bestow upon you an opportunity. You're still too weak, your strength is only equivalent to a level 20 player. How can you support such a great philosophy?" White-feathered chicken was very patient with the Drowned King and continued. "You currently lack a suitable weapon. Soon, I will open a secret realm in the trial grounds. Within this realm lie treasures that can make you stronger, ha ha. No, because this is also a test for you. Alright, I don't have much time left. Do you have any questions? If not, then I'll be leaving." The white-feathered chicken began to flap its wings, its white eyes flashing, as if it truly couldn't hold on any longer. The Drowned King pondered for a moment, then asked a question that startled the white-feathered chicken. "Did you create this trial grounds?" "Game base." A solemn expression appeared on the white-feathered chicken's face. It nodded, then shook its head. "Yes. But I'm just one of them. There are many gods in this world, more than you imagine. So don't be too arrogant. Maybe one of the players you encounter is a god's mortal incarnation." As it spoke, the white light in the white-feathered chicken's eyes noticeably dimmed. The Drowned King quickly seized the opportunity to ask one last question. "What is a mortal incarnation?" The light in the white-feathered chicken's eyes faded, whether intentionally or deliberately avoiding the question, it was unclear. "Oh, by the way, I've given your chicken brother sentience to you. This is a gift for you." "You're welcome." The Drowned King's own voice came from somewhere, very ethereal and illusory. The Drowned King pondered, sensing something strange about this deity, an unusually warm and familiar presence, so much so that he didn't doubt its words for a second. Is this really a god? Truly terrifying. And what exactly is a god's mortal form? The drowned king felt a headache coming on. He could have lived a carefree life, easily acting on his simple desires. But this other party insisted on slapping a grand ideological label on him. In a way, it was manipulating him. Fine, I've got nothing else to do anyway, might as well play around. Come on, chicken bro, I'll show you the vast world of Minecraft. The drowned king lifted the white-feathered chicken onto his shoulder, smiling broadly. Your teammate, or you can call me boss. What's a teammate, huh? A teammate is a like-minded friend. You'll understand later. Chicken, are you hungry? I'll go to the player guild and steal some seeds for you. Okay, cluck cluck cluck. Time flies, and a week has passed. The upheaval has reached its 23rd day, and the zombies have received another buff. Inside the base, GXIN had just killed nearly 1,000 zombies. He, along with his 5 obsidian golems, were covered in blood. Of course, all the blood was from the zombies. He washed himself with some water and then changed into a clean set of iron armor. After several days of leveling up, his level finally jumped from 13 to 14. Leveling up is really not easy. GXIN lay on the pink bed, stretching comfortably. So, the task of breeding the sheep was handed over to Wang Chang. The absurd thing is, reality isn't like a game. In a game, you only need to feed 2 of the same species 2 different crops, and they will give birth to new life. In reality, however, the probability of 2 species mating is random, and the probability of creating new life is also random. With these 2 randomnesses, the 2 sheep's yield was ridiculously low. The wheat they fed them was completely wasted. Luckily, GXIN wasn't short of food. If the other players knew, they'd probably say something like, "Do you need more sheep in your sheepfold?" Finally, Wang Chang, in a fit of anger, slaughtered them, and thus the only bed in the base was created. Because cattle and sheep are difficult to breed, the profession of herder arose, but this profession is completely monopolized by the Food Guild. GXIN opened the forum on the system panel, wanting to see what was new. Shocking! The Food Guild was attacked by the Blue Demon, losing a large amount of seeds and meat, suffering heavy losses. Blue Demon? An awakened player? Heh! Such a good thing. Upon seeing the Food Guild's attack, GXIN immediately revealed his ugly face. The Food Guild and the Stonemasons Association are in cahoots. Apart from the Stonemasons Association, the Food Guild was the one that ostracized him the most. He was blocked in chats, blocked when buying things, and it wasn't just him, his subordinates were the same. Now zombies roam outside the base, biting and killing everything alive, to the point that the others don't even have a decent bed. Luckily, they took in Wu Nian. With his system, they can buy some meat from the Food Guild to change their diet. Normally, they can only make do with golden carrots. GXIN wanted revenge, but he couldn't find a way. Their food was affordable, relying on high volume and low profit margins, making a price war impossible. He had made hundreds of golden golems, but they were all busy making golden carrots to send to the Pig Spirit King, leaving no time for quality competition. This gave GXIN a major headache. His food had absolutely no competitive advantage. He hadn't expected his opponent to suffer today, and he couldn't help but feel a little smug. Brother G, the golden carrots have been delivered. The Pig Spirit King asked me to tell you to come visit him often and have a chat. At this moment, Wu Nian entered the cave, still radiating a scorching heat, followed by several clumsy stone golems carrying boxes. Chu Linger is now the base's Minister of Food and Logistics, responsible for everyone's food and drink, as well as the operation of Emperor's shop. Okay, I understand. GXIN smiled. The Food Guild was in a frenzy. It was like a godsend. Once the food workers recover from the crisis, his golden puppet could finally focus on quality. Selling golden wheat then would scare them to death. After Chu Linger finished her report, she left the cave, which was, in a sense, GXIN's private room and leadership office. The others in the base had built their own houses outside the cave, and they usually only gathered to chat during mealtimes. GXIN lay on his bed, happily browsing the forum. Having a few more followers was definitely useful. If he had to do all these things himself, he'd be driven crazy. Therefore, he was more suited to being a leader and enjoying life. Ding! The Secret Realm Water Kingdom is about to begin. Participating players, please proceed to the corresponding coordinates for the entrance as soon as possible. GXIN. This pig looks perfect for barbecue. Meanwhile, all players in the trial grounds received a message that the secret realm was about to open. Instantly, both casual and guild players were abuzz with excitement. The system provided very little information about the secret realm. All they knew was its name, Watery Kingdom, and nothing about the dangers or opportunities within. GXIN stroked his chin, deep in thought, wondering why a secret realm trial had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Watery Kingdom, could it be related to water? If that's the case, we must prepare properly. Everyone in the base, except for Calamity Spirit, received the system message. They all looked towards the cave, their eyes flashing with various emotions. Now that GXIN was their leader, whether or not to go to the secret realm depended on his opinion. Half an hour later, everyone gathered in the cave, speechless. Not many of us in the Ironclad gang are good swimmers, so we're not going. We'll stay and guard the base. Not good swimmers? All of them? GXIN gave Wang Chan a deep look, quickly understanding his intention. The not good swimmers. Excuse was a complete lie. Even a fool could sense that this secret realm was extraordinary. There must be some hidden opportunity within. Of course, GXIN didn't point it out. He was very gratified by their thoughtfulness. And what about you two? GXIN turned to Wu Nian and Chu Linger. GXIN looked at Chu Linger with a strange expression, his voice tinged with doubt, and replied, "This is a secret realm. Do you really think it's a swimming pool? Wu Nian is an A-rank professional. You, a C-rank, might die in there." GXIN didn't mean to look down on her. He simply thought Chu Linger was too weak. "Actually, I'm not as weak as you all think. Since you won't let me go, I'll just stay home and farm." "Go if you want to." GXIN shook his head helplessly. He had no reason to restrict someone's choice if they wanted to go. Life and death are predestined, wealth and honor are determined by fate. Even if she died in there, that would be her own destiny. "Great. I'll go hand over the farm matters to Calamity Spirit." Calamity Spirit has been spending a lot of time with Chu Linger lately, managing the farm together. As for whether or not Calamity Spirit should go to the secret realm, GXIN's answer was no. Even if she wanted to go, he wouldn't allow it. It's too dangerous. There are many entrances to the secret realm, almost covering the entire trial grounds. The coordinates recommended by the system are only the closest entrance to the players. Following the system's prompts, GXIN, Wu Nian, and Chu Linger quickly arrived at a sea estuary. The coastline at the estuary is quite wide, and above the sea is a huge whirlpool, which, if I'm not mistaken, must be the entrance to the secret realm. However, the secret realm is not yet open, and the whirlpool is still unselectable. Also, I don't know if it's just GXIN's imagination, but since the notification of the Water Kingdom trial, the number of zombies has noticeably decreased, as if they're making way for the secret realm trial. GXIN was taken aback, then smiled calmly. "Relax. I built over 1,000 stone golems, nearly 100 steel golems, and almost 5,000 more with various functions at the base. Even a demigod would have to take a couple of slaps before leaving." During this time, GXIN spent his time either leveling up or building golems. If he didn't have enough iron, he used stones. He made anything that could enhance his combat power. "Huh! So many!" Wu Nian's lips twitched upon hearing this. Good grief, it turned out he had worried for nothing. The three chatted and laughed, completely devoid of the tension they felt before entering the secret realm. On the other side, the drowned king, accompanied by the white feather chicken, arrived at an entrance. "Cluck, cluck, cluck! All right, just don't die in there. Come out and we'll steal more food from the players together." The white feather chicken jumped off the drowned king. This secret realm was originally prepared for the drowned king by that unspeakable god. This weakling was better off not participating. Brother Chicken, that's not a lucky way to talk. The drowned king smiled slightly, not taking it to heart. Suddenly, the vortex exploded, releasing a dazzling blue light. Wherever the blue light touched, players disappeared one after another. GXIN felt a flash of light before his eyes, and the system's voice rang out. Ding! Secret Realm Water Kingdom opens. You will be randomly teleported to various corners of the secret realm. First mission issued: compete for the heart of the ocean and survive. As soon as the system finished speaking, an extremely strong feeling of suffocation instantly spread throughout GXIN's body. He opened his eyes and saw that he was surrounded by seawater, and he was at the lowest point of the ocean. GXIN frowned and quickly pulled a wooden door from his backpack, planting it in the ground. With the wooden door blocking the water flow, a vacuum was instantly created, and the suffocating feeling of drowning vanished. He had anticipated this situation. How could he not have brought the wooden door, a crucial tool for underwater exploration? It seems the potion project needs to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. GXIN secretly calculated that if he had an underwater breathing potion, things would become much simpler. Ah! A few choked screams rang out. GXIN turned his head and saw that there were still 3 players around. One of the players, after seeing GXIN's actions, widened his eyes and immediately sent a message in the group chat. Era bro! Do you still have any wooden doors? DXIN, no! Blue sky and white clouds, bro! I'll pay you a month's lifespan, sell me one. DXIN, I have birch and oak doors, which one do you want? Era? The sun seen in shallow water, the original text says deep water. Husky, didn't you say there were no more wooden doors? DXIN, Schrodinger's wooden door. Husky, good heavens, you swindler! Give me one too, and I'll give you a month's worth of lifespan. Buying a wooden door for a month's worth is clearly extortion, but they had no choice but to buy it. Before long, 3 wooden doors appeared deep in the sea. Husky, brother, how did you come up with the idea of using wooden doors to block the water? That's amazing. DXIN, common sense. After arriving in this world, although everyone was forcibly implanted with some Minecraft worldview, only Minecraft players would know about this trick of using wooden doors to block water. Era, how about we form a team? We can help each other out. Blue sky and white clouds, me too. The 3 of them looked at GXIN with suspicion in their eyes. Form a team? Humph. Whoever actually treats a stranger as a teammate is the first to die. Forget it. I prefer to go solo. Goodbye. GXIN refused without even thinking, taking out a wooden door to make way for him. A hint of dissatisfaction appeared on Era's face. He was the one who suggested forming a team. The other's response was a blatant slap in the face, leaving him no face at all. What are you so arrogant about? You sell a wooden door for a month's lifespan? I've been annoyed with you for ages. I'm telling you right now, if you leave the group, you'll be the first one to die. Upon hearing this, the surroundings fell silent instantly, save for the gurgling sound of water. Oh? Is that so? You've got quite the ability. Era wanted to say something more, but the sand beneath his feet suddenly vanished, along with the wooden door above him. What's happening? What's going on? Help me, breathe, I need to breathe. GXIN's eyes were cold as he turned to look at the 3 of them. You're the most dangerous ones here. One more word and I'll slap you all to death. As he finished speaking, GXIN's level 14 aura surged through the seawater, causing the wooden door stuck in the ground to creak. Even the most powerful creatures without intelligence can be dealt with. Level 14! The 3 gasped in unison. The average level of players on the forum was only 6. This guy had more than doubled that. Now I'm not the first one to die. Seeing that the 3 had quieted down, GXIN took out the wooden door from his inventory to block the water and left. Should we save Era? He seems like he can be saved. His armor looks pretty good. When the equipment drops, the iron boots are mine. Deal. Visibility underwater was poor. It was a murky black, surrounded by a hazy mist, creating an extremely oppressive atmosphere. GXIN moved slowly. 3 obsidian golems led the way, carrying wooden doors, while 2 behind him collected them with their fists. This cycle repeated, creating a walkable water vacuum for GXIN. The system's first trial objective was to find the heart of the ocean. In the game, the heart of the ocean is a material for crafting the tidal core, and its uses are not actually widespread. GXIN didn't expect the system task to require him to craft the tidal core. It felt more like a key to the surface. Just as he was pondering this, distant lights caught his attention. Looking closely, he saw it, the heart of the ocean he was looking for. Handsome guys are always lucky. He knew even a fool would know there were cannon fodder guards there. As he expected, the moment the obsidian golem entered within 10 meters of the ocean heart, the surroundings stirred. A one-eyed ocean guardian immediately leaped out, firing a laser at the obsidian golem. In the game, guardians are fish-like creatures that spawn in underwater temples. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A flash of instinctive rage crossed the guardian's eyes, and it was about to launch a second attack. Splat! Blood splattered everywhere. The obsidian golem clapped its hands together, then forcefully shook off the guardian stuck to its hands, scratching its head blankly. The guardian died instantly, like a mosquito, without even dropping anything. GXIN chuckled. So, without any level bonus, it was just a regular level 0 newbie. Heart of the ocean, ocean key, +1. Effect. Twisting it will teleport the player out of the deep sea purgatory and into the watery kingdom. This level was meticulously designed. Although there weren't any particularly difficult monsters, the water was extremely deadly. If he hadn't been prepared, he probably would have perished here too. The deep sea purgatory truly lived up to its name. Let's go! Let me see what the real aquatic kingdom looks like. Freedom, power, a suffocating yet subtly exciting sensation. He was drowned. His nature yearning for suffocation, or rather, he was meant to live underwater. For the players, this was purgatory. For him, it was home. Clearly, the gods had given him special treatment, allowing him to eliminate a large number of obstacles. He was just incredibly unlucky. He found 2 platforms meant for holding ocean hearts, and both were empty, which annoyed him. Suddenly, the drowned king spotted a 3rd platform. Hey, please! Let me get an ocean heart, please! On the way, he unexpectedly saw a flattened guardian. Corpses can exist for 5 minutes. TSK, TSK, TSK. Poor thing. As a fellow sea creature, the drowned king felt a bit sorry for the guardian. Outside the secret realm, a white feathered chicken stood blankly on a grass block. It didn't crow, didn't move, and wasn't breathing, completely out of place in the dynamic world around it. The surrounding zombies instinctively twisted their stiff necks, letting out whimpering sounds. They smelled life. A blunder. Under the clear sky, a bolt of lightning as thick as a bowl struck down, instantly turning the lead zombie into rotting flesh, leaving not even a corpse. Get lost! I'm not in the mood to play with you right now! The white-feathered chicken turned, its 2 eyeballs spinning wildly. Zooming in, one could see 2 images reflected in its eyes. The other was GXIN being teleported to the Water Kingdom by twisting the heart of the ocean. The difference was exactly 5 minutes. Almost! Just almost! But don't worry, I still have a chance. The white feathered chicken smiled, flapped its wings, spun around in place, and roared excitedly. The heart of the ocean shattered, a flash of blue light disappearing in an instant. GXIN opened his eyes, and what came into view was a glowing sea crystal lamp. The surroundings were completely silent. He looked up and saw a floating water city appearing in the far distance, its outline barely visible through the clouds. GXIN looked around and realized he was on a small floating island. Behind him was a tree, and beneath it lay a wooden box. Not only that, but there are at least 8 or 10,000 islands like this scattered around the water city, like planets orbiting the sun. Sky Island survival? No! This is a multiplayer online Sky Island survival game! GXIN chuckled, instantly intrigued. He was an expert at Sky Island survival. Starting with a single tree, your home depends entirely on grinding. This is a game mode in Minecraft where you can create miracles. Ding! Welcome to the Water Kingdom. Deep Sea Purgatory has ended. 1236 people successfully completed it. 66,127,456 died. Good luck. Lucky dog. Holy crap! So many people died! That's ruthless. GXIN was secretly astonished. The death rate was ridiculously high. By that calculation, he was indeed a lucky one. I wonder if Wu Nian and Chu Linger escaped yet. After offering a brief prayer for Wu Nian and Chu Linger, he turned to look at the Sky Island treasure chest. The system's mission was quite clear: use the resources on one Sky Island to build a path to another. Continuously collect resources, repeating the process until you reach the Water City. However, for GXIN, all that trouble was unnecessary. He could simply use his creation power to control the entire Sky Island and fly there. The chest opened, and the items inside popped out. Bucket *1, lava bucket *1, sapling *1, bread *25, apple *3, diamond *1. Wow, a diamond! GXIN's eyes lit up, and he immediately put the diamond into his backpack. Diamonds are incredibly rare in the trial grounds. He had been mining with his stone golem for almost a month and had barely collected 8 diamonds. Making a diamond golem requires 4 diamond blocks, which is 36 diamonds. Without a diamond golem, his enchantments were useless and had been sitting idle. If it weren't for the fact that no one else could find any, he would have almost thought it was bad feng shui at his base. Happily putting the diamond away, GXIN's eyes lit up, and he controlled the island to head towards another island. Set a small goal first: open 100 diamonds. On a floating island in a distant desert biome. The scarred-faced player excitedly rubbed the diamond in his hand. Wow, this is a diamond! Looks like this trip to the secret realm wasn't a waste after all. Ha! Diamonds are incredibly rare. Once they enter the trial grounds, a single one could buy at least several months of lifespan. Just as the scarred-faced player was laughing heartily, GXIN slowly approached, piloting a floating island. Hey buddy! Have you seen the diamond I left here? Wow! Where did this floating island come from? The scarred-faced player was too busy celebrating to have seen how GXIN transported the floating island. Hey kid, go away, there's no diamond you left here. The scarred-faced player hadn't yet realized that the other man was referring to the diamond in his hand. GXIN didn't care and continued. I think the diamond in your hand is the one I left. You left it? The scarred-faced player scratched his head, suddenly realizing the implication. This guy was here to rob him. This is truly an eye-opener. Someone dares to covet my diamond? You're asking for trouble. The scarred man sneered, his muscles bulging. Go ask around and find out who founded the Equipment Guild. As he spoke, the scarred man's aura intensified, his level 9 pressure causing GXIN's clothes to flutter. Before the scarred man could finish speaking, GXIN's level 14 pressure swept over him, making his face wrinkle. Damn it! The scarred man's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He had never seen such a shameless person. Seeing the other party still hesitating, GXIN immediately pulled out the withering claw from his backpack, his smile gradually turning cold. In his perception, the skinny skeletal claws dealt a staggering 60 points of damage. One hit, and he'd be instantly killed. Hee hee! Brother, why didn't you say so sooner? Diamonds are so precious. What if you lost them if they were in my hands? Here, take them. Brother! Take it. I'm easy to talk to. What if you had fallen into the hands of someone difficult to talk to? GXIN's smile returned, and he addressed the other man as a brother, saying, Brother, I won't take your diamonds for nothing. If the Equipment Guild ever need anything, just let me know. If I'm in a good mood, I might be able to help you through a crisis. GXIN pocketed the diamonds and flew away on his sky island. The scarred man let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if he had just escaped death. That skeletal claw looked thin and unassuming, but it was ridiculously powerful. He had a premonition that if he were even scratched by that thing, he would be poisoned and wither away, beyond cure. And given the other man's ability to manipulate objects, his class level must be at least A rank or higher. Therefore, this person was best befriended, not antagonized. Suddenly, Scarface seemed to remember something and shouted loudly at GXIN. Brother! I don't even know your name yet. How am I supposed to ask you for help in the future? Scarface scratched his cheek, feeling like he'd heard the name somewhere before. He opened the forum, typed in DXIN, and the first post that popped up was it. Scarface, huh? GXIN was in a particularly good mood, wandering around and collecting a total of 18 diamonds. Although not every sky island had diamonds, this efficiency was already quite good. One last job and then I'll call it a day. Soon, he saw a sky island in the distance. Above, another player had used lava and water from a chest to build a cobblestone generator, constantly mining stone to make road building blocks. At that moment, Jia Junyu, the president of the Stonemasons Guild, was frantically chiseling stone, muttering angrily. As the president of the Stonemasons Guild, I actually forgot to bring some cobblestone before leaving home. A blunder, a real blunder. Hey! Isn't this our president Jia? Haven't seen him for a few days, and here he is, chiseling stone himself. GXIN's smile widened. What a small world! He had kindly let the other man go back then, and the other man had spread rumors about him online. He held a grudge for a long time. Get lost. I don't even have enough stones for myself right now. GXIN chuckled. The other player thought he was another player looking to buy stones to build a road. Guild leader Jia, are you selling your life or not? As he spoke, the floating island where Jia Junyu was located began to melt away little by little, and the blocks inexplicably began to fall off into items. Jia Junyu's pupils instantly shrank to their smallest size. He had seen this method before. It was that man from back then. Full of iron armor, quite impressive, TSK tisk TSK. GXIN gritted his teeth. He hadn't expected that even though he nearly bankrupted the Stonemasons Guild, the other party was still so wealthy. Before Jia Junyu could finish speaking, the grass block beneath his feet shattered, and he himself fell into the endless void. GXIN scoffed, piloting the sky island back towards the water city. Do I need your pittance? I wouldn't be exaggerating to call myself the richest man in the trial grounds. This wasn't arrogance. The stone golem's cobblestone production line and the sale of crops from the 100-layer farm had already earned him a considerable amount of lifespan. It's time to end this journey through the secret realm. GXIN put away the grass block and ascended the water city. At the same time, a blue-skinned demon also arrived at the water city. The two, one on the left and one on the right, simultaneously headed towards the summit. The two advanced unimpeded, singing as they went. He was panting heavily, his body soaked through, the lightning on his skin constantly evaporating the moisture. He looked up. What he was looking for was right ahead. The trident was entirely golden, crackling with undulating arcs of electricity, indiscriminately attacking anyone who approached it. The drowned king slowed his pace, walking up to the trident, his eyes filled with excitement. A gift from the gods. Truly extraordinary. Although the trident was golden, the lightning within was an incomparably pure blue-white. The drowned king closed his eyes, sensing the power of the lightning here, finding it to be of the same origin as his own. At this moment, they seemed to become one. The drowned king was startled and, before he could react, was sent flying by a punch. Are you a drowned? GXIN's eyes flashed with doubt, then he shook his head, dismissing his own thought. No, you don't look like someone without sentience. In this world, drowned, like zombies, are born without sentience. GXIN didn't rush to pull out the trident. Compared to this treasure, he was more concerned about who was faster than him. The drowned king wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked up at the newcomer, and his eyes gradually became cautious. So strong! Since my second mutation, I haven't encountered anyone who could send me flying with a single punch. The drowned king chuckled, arcs of electricity crackling around him, forcing the obsidian golem to retreat repeatedly. He had already completed his second mutation, his strength equivalent to a player level 20 or higher. A mere obsidian golem couldn't do anything to him. God? Test? What kind of nonsense is this? GXIN hadn't witnessed the drowned king's growth and naturally couldn't understand his words. It's alright, just know that a battle between us is inevitable. With that, the drowned king's fist, imbued with the power of lightning, slammed heavily into the obsidian golem. Because the obsidian golem possessed the 100% knockback resistance of the steel golem, the drowned king's punch didn't send it flying. Crack! A crack instantly spread across the entire obsidian golem's body, and in the blink of an eye, the golem's form was tattered and broken. The drowned king didn't hold back with this punch. The powerful impact, crackling with lightning, nearly wiped out a third of the obsidian golem's health. Not only that, but the electricity crackled into the obsidian golem's body, relentlessly damaging its internal structure. This is an iron golem? No, it's more like an obsidian golem. Such a tough body. The drowned king looked at his hand, now slightly bloodied, the madness in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by inward astonishment. That punch had been incredibly powerful. Even his own fist had been ripped open by the recoil, yet the golem had withstood it. He gestured, and the injured obsidian golem reappeared behind him as a dark shadow. He took out a set of iron ingots and pressed them all into the body of golem number 1. After absorbing a set of iron ingots, the puppet's injuries began to heal at a visible speed. This big guy can actually regenerate health like this? I've really learned something new today. The drowned king marveled at the obsidian puppet's almost astonishing recovery speed. Only now did he belatedly realize that the other party didn't seem to be a player. If I had a choice, I would still want to be a player. Becoming this monster was truly out of necessity. Out of necessity? GXIN was a little confused. In his view, the other party's current individual strength already surpassed his own, entirely thanks to the lightning power within the drowned corpse. The drowned king didn't reply immediately. He first wiped the blood from his fist, then touched the zombie bite marks on his body where flesh had grown back, his eyes gradually becoming unfocused. Life is a sea of bitterness. I've tried to swim to the other side more than once, but I'm always mercilessly kicked back. Since I can't be a player anymore, I can only be a drowned zombie swimming in this sea of bitterness. The drowned king spoke calmly, but GXIN could hear the bitterness and hardship in his voice, which piqued his interest in the drowned zombie's past. That's a profound statement. You might become an excellent philosopher someday. Ha ha ha, I just want to live. I have no other desires. I'm curious about what you've been through, so would you mind telling me? That depends on how moving your story is. The two chatted and laughed, completely shedding the tense atmosphere from before. The two weren't absolute enemies, harboring no deep-seated hatred. Their current opposition stemmed solely from a conflict of interests. There's only one trident, it can't have two masters. This trial ground seemed to be creating a king, and he was the variable in it. It would be so much better if we sat down and talked properly. Why did we have to fight? So boring. GXIN was somewhat disappointed at not getting a story. Beat me, and maybe I'll tell you. Oh? Really? If that attack was your strongest attack, then you will surely lose this battle. Seeing this, a bead of cold sweat rolled down the drowned king's forehead. Good heavens, no wonder he was so calm. He had a backup plan. I really envy players like you who are born with immense power. With that, the 5 obsidian golems and the drowned king moved simultaneously, clashing in a flash. However, to his surprise, the golems seemed to have planned it all. 4 of them retreated simultaneously, while one, despite being heavily wounded, punched him away. The drowned king spat out a mouthful of blood, cursing. Damn, so strong, Are they trying to kill me? Of course, he didn't give up easily. He was born of oppression, and he could only die on the path of resisting oppression. GXIN, standing to the side, didn't rush to intervene. With the drowned king's current abilities, the 5 golems were more than enough to subdue him. 5 minutes later, the drowned king collapsed, exhausted, and the 5 puppets returned to GXIN's shadow. Is there no justice in this world? How can you be so strong? The drowned king felt a pang of inferiority. This battle was a complete rout. He could easily crush 1 obsidian puppet. With 2 obsidian puppets, if he played cautiously, he might have been able to win. With 5 obsidian puppets, he was like a bowling ball, utterly without a chance to fight back. He was constantly being beaten, his immense power of lightning finding no outlet. Outside the secret realm. Yes. It's this feeling of being beaten. I miss it so much. As he spoke, the electric arc in the white-feathered chicken began to flash uncontrollably, and a golden trident mark appeared on his forehead. It's just the last step, we must hold on, drowned king, don't let me down. All right. I won, the trident is mine. GXIN chuckled, reaching for the golden trident. The drowned king sighed, but he was accepting of it. He didn't force what he couldn't have, and simply lay back to rest. A bet's a bet. This demigod weapon is destined to be out of my reach. It's a bit of a disappointment to that god's good intentions. In his view, this was a test from the god, and he hadn't passed it, so he wasn't qualified to have the trident. 5 minutes later. Silence. Hey! Why aren't you saying anything? At least give an acceptance speech. The drowned king opened his eyes, puzzled by the silence. On the other side, GXIN held the golden trident, his eyes shining brightly, the surrounding cubes trembling. I refuse to believe it. I can control the power of creation, and you, a mere semi-divine artifact, the golden trident, dare to reject me? GXIN secretly challenged himself, continuously attempting to refine the trident. The drowned king turned his head to look, and GXIN's appearance completely stunned him. His pupils trembled uncontrollably, his mouth half open, unable to close. The drowned king slowly stood up and moved to stand behind GXIN. Herobrine, is that you? But he never imagined their meeting would end in a fight. He had considered it. His god might actually be a player. If so, how would he face him? Without the golden carrot the other party had thrown at him, he wouldn't have had a second life. Huh! Herobrine! Jason abruptly released his trident, his eyes filled with wariness. Where? Where is he? He looked around but couldn't find him. Are you seeing things? Where did this him come from? Jason was speechless. He was refining the golden trident when he was inexplicably interrupted by the other party's words. The drowned king panicked slightly, frantically rummaging through his inventory. 2 seconds later, a golden carrot appeared in his hand. The golden carrot that GXIN had accidentally dropped was gone. This one was the one he'd stolen from the player guild. Do you recognize this? This? Yes. It's the golden carrot. You remember now, it's the golden carrot. The drowned king was like a fangirl, tears welling in his eyes. GXIN was still a little confused. Wasn't it reasonable for him to recognize a golden carrot? Why was the other guy acting like he'd seen his own mother? It's just a trident, I'll help you refine it. With that, he took 3 steps in 2 and pulled out the trident with one hand. The moment the semi-divine golden trident appeared, dark clouds instantly gathered above the secret realm of the Water Kingdom. Several lightning bolts surged within them. All the players in the secret realm looked up in unison. Look at the sky! What's happening? Spectacular! So spectacular! Spectacular, my foot! Run! Get away from Water City and seek refuge on the surrounding sky islands! In an instant, players who had gathered towards Water City scattered in all directions, screams echoing everywhere. Sensing the danger, puppet number 1 burst from the ground, spreading its arms to shield GXIN, protecting him from the torrent of lightning. Ea! The drowned king gritted his teeth, bathed in the lightning. Although he possessed lightning power within him, this pure heavenly lightning was still overwhelming. Bearing the pressure of the lightning, the drowned king ripped away the lightning-coated layer on the trident. Ding! The semi-divine artifact golden trident has been successfully refined. The moment the trident was refined, the thick clouds in the sky exploded, and the lightning vanished without a trace. It's done! Here! The drowned king, dragging his somewhat charred body, handed the refined trident to GXIN, his smile growing even brighter. Ah! GXIN looked at the charred body of the drowned king, then at the trident lying quietly in his hand, a mix of emotions welling up inside him. He was still a little bewildered. Why would the other party go to such lengths for him? However, considering how badly the other had been cleaved, giving away the trident as a favor wasn't out of the question. After all, he wasn't lacking in weapons. Huh! What did you call me? GXIN quickly grasped the key point of that question. Hero Brian? What's wrong? Is there a problem? The drowned king scratched his head. Hadn't the other party already remembered him? Ding! His consciousness began to leave his body, and the white light in his eyes flared uncontrollably. From his perspective, the entire world turned black. GXIN was somewhat bewildered. He looked around, confused about what was happening to him. Suddenly, he saw the trial grounds, or rather, a miniature version of the trial grounds, only the size of a palm. This! GXIN felt a little panicked, not understanding what this change meant. A loud noise. A loud bang drew his attention. Turning around, he saw an even more shocking scene. At this moment, all the worlds in the Minecraft universe lit up, revolving around him. At this moment, he seemed like a creator god. Outside the secret realm, White Feather Chicken was already in tears, its head tilted back as if savoring the fruits of victory. Everything was unintentional. Everything happened naturally. The name Hero Brian was given to GXIN by the drowned king. No one had deliberately guided him beforehand. Now, the title Hero Brian was personally bestowed upon GXIN by him. GXIN, GXIN! From now on, you will officially become him's mortal form. You must grow quickly. Him's resurrection depends entirely on you, cluck cluck cluck. The secret realm was never a gift prepared for the drowned king from the beginning. There was only one true protagonist, GXIN. The White Feather Chicken wanted to use the drowned corpse's words to bestow the identity of him as a mortal being upon GXIN. It was vast, stretching as far as the eye could see, seemingly endless. A glimmer of light appeared at the edge of darkness, rapidly expanding until it annihilated the entire Minecraft universe. This seemed to be a special space, devoid of blocks, devoid of life, only an endless white void and an utterly tranquil silence. The crystal coffin stood solemnly and sacredly, undisturbed. Just as GXIN was about to approach to investigate, the surrounding space began to fluctuate. A bald man with a black beard emerged from nowhere, walking directly towards the crystal coffin, his eyes seemingly filled with tears. GXIN's heart pounded wildly. He recognized the person before him, Notch, one of the creators of Minecraft. How is this possible? Notch actually exists in this world. GXIN's pupils trembled uncontrollably, and he gasped repeatedly. In other words, Notch was the creator of Minecraft, hence the nickname, the Creator God, among players. And now, Notch appeared before GXIN as a real creator god, a fact that was hard for him to believe. This old man with the black beard looked ordinary, completely unremarkable in a crowd. Yet this old man was the creator god of the Minecraft universe, capable of deciding the birth and destruction of an entire world with a single thought. At this moment, GXIN was like a transparent cube, completely unnoticed by Notch. GXIN looked helplessly at his slightly transparent hands, his eyes filled with confusion. Am I invisible? No! That's not right! Notch is the creator god. Invisibility can't fool him. He looked around, then suddenly realized that he wasn't invisible. He seemed to be in a spatial recording. A hint of wariness appeared in GXIN's eyes. He didn't know how he got here, who brought him here, or what showing him this spatial image meant. Notch approached the crystal coffin, tears finally streaming down his face, his voice tinged with sorrow as he spoke. I never imagined that you, the embodiment of destruction and death, would one day lie here. Old brother, now that you're gone, there's no one left in this world who can fight me. Don't worry, the gods have already prepared your funeral. It'll be the most extravagant funeral in the entire Minecraft universe. Notch rambled on, his words disjointed and rambling, as if chatting with an old friend. After an unknown amount of time, Notch grew tired, slowly rose, and vanished into the white void. Jason stood there, stunned, his gaze shifting to the crystal coffin, a name seemingly forming in his mind. A blue-skinned deity wielding a golden trident entered. The drowned king? This person was exactly like the drowned corpse he had seen in the secret realm, the only difference being that this drowned corpse was exceptionally powerful, with a halo symbolizing divine status behind him. It shouldn't be called the drowned king anymore. Calling him the drowned god would be more appropriate. The drowned god seemed very angry at this moment, the trident clanging in his grip, his eyes filled with rage. Those bastards insist you're dead. I don't believe it. How could someone as shrewd as you die? You must have a backup plan, right? You must have a way to resurrect yourself. Humph. Those guys insisted on burying you. I won't allow it. Anyone who dares to bury you, I'll break their legs. With that, the drowned god stormed out of the white space. Him! This is him's morgue! Gxian screamed, a chill running down his spine from the thought. His emotions began to falter. How did I get here? Is this the past or the future? Who is it? Come out! What do you want with me here? Gxian's voice carried far, but no one answered him. He grew impatient and hurried towards the crystal coffin, wanting to see if the person lying inside was indeed him. But when he reached the crystal coffin, his vision went black. Lying inside was none other than Gxian himself. No! Impossible! I'm not him! Why am I lying in there? This can't be! Gxian's emotions began to crumble. Something unseen seemed to be influencing his emotions and consciousness. His stubble had grown to over an inch long, clearly unkempt. From a distance, the Gxian in the crystal coffin was unmistakably him. Just as Gxian was about to break down, a sharp and frantic scream rang in his ears. Ha ha ha, come with me, or you'll really become him's mortal form! As soon as he finished speaking, an iron golem with glowing white eyes appeared behind him. The iron golem spread its arms, scooped Gxian up, and then threw him backward to the ground. Brother G, wake up! He's drowning! If we don't suck the water out of his mouth, he'll keep losing blood. Chulinga used her healing power to prolong Gxian's life while urging Wu Nian to give him CPR. Wu Nian hesitated slightly. Really, should I do it? Never mind, Brother G, just bear with it, it'll be over soon. Cough, cough, cough. He's awake! He's finally awake! Chulinga breathed a sigh of relief, her green glowing light surging into Gxian's body to help him restore his health and hunger. Wu Nian also breathed a sigh of relief. Where am I? Gxian's voice was weak. Everything was blurry from just waking up. The secret realm of the Water Marsh Kingdom is over. Everyone who survived has been teleported back to the starting point. Wu Nian quickly replied. It's over? Yes. It's over. When we found you, you were already unconscious from drowning. Brother G, what exactly did you experience in the secret realm? Wu Nian asked curiously. What happened? The white space? The crystal coffin? The creator god Notch? The drowning god? And finally, that strange iron golem. All of this seemed like a dream that lasted for tens of thousands of years. Gradually, the memories of this dream began to blur, and he could barely remember them. No! This isn't a dream. The trial grounds are the chessboard where the gods play their games, and we players are the pieces. It must be like this, it must be like this. The scenes in the white space flashed back in Gxian's mind, finally settling on him lying in the crystal coffin. How could I possibly be him? How could it be? Why are they going to such lengths to make me him? GXIN felt extremely uneasy, as if an invisible hand was manipulating everything around him. Seeing GXIN muttering incomprehensible words, Wunyan looked at Chu Linger strangely and asked, "Brother G, what's wrong?" "Ah." Chu Linger's mouth gaped open, a terrifying thought popping into her mind. Could our base's boss have gone mad from being soaked in water? No need to try. Take me back to the base, quick. GXIN's eyes narrowed, and he slapped Chu Linger's hand away, his voice laced with ruthlessness. I don't care what you, the gods, are up to. You think you can just use me as a pawn and manipulate me at will? Not so easy. This journey to the secret realm was like a sharp knife, helping GXIN slice open a corner of this trial ground, and also revealing some secrets among the gods. What's so great about you gods? If you push me too far, I'll fight to the death. Nobody can play with me. On the other side, dark clouds gathered, and lightning flashed incessantly, as if it had been injected with gunpowder. Wasabi! I demand a reasonable explanation. The iron golem, its eyes glowing white, laughed heartily, rubbing its steel arms excitedly. I interrupted the succession ceremony of him's human host. Wow! That's insane! That's him's human host. Upon hearing this, the white-feathered chicken's face instantly turned ashen with rage, letting out a howl. A bolt of electricity shot from the chicken's body, transforming into the form of the drowned god, who swung its trident at the golem god Wasabi. Shameless! How dare you say that? Oh. Drowned god, you're usually so refined, why do you always become so agitated when it comes to him? Wasabi didn't linger, controlling the iron golem to constantly dodge, always narrowly avoiding the drowned god's attacks. Even so, the drowned god's electric current still grazed the steel golem. Even if you kill this golem, it won't matter. I have plenty of golems like this. If you want some, I'll give you a few, ha ha ha. Him's resurrection using a human body is something all the gods have agreed to. Why are you interfering? The steel golem shrugged, saying helplessly, Him's resurrection using a human body, I have no objection. I agreed to it back then. The key is that you can't give him my human body. Your human body? What arrogance! When did you give him that title? I didn't know. The drowned god sneered, clearly disbelieving. Mustard didn't say much, simply waving his hand and releasing a video. In the video, my current ability is probably similar to Mustard's in Fansuin village, right? Foreshadowing here will appear in Chapter 28. The video abruptly ended. Wasabi looked at the drowned god with a grin, his voice slightly smug. How about it? Did I get my title earlier than him? The drowned god stared blankly at this scene. Although GXIN's words were unintentional, even somewhat joking, they had indeed taken effect. Jisun was now Mustard's human form. You incarnated as a mortal and registered your mortal body in the trial grounds. That's nothing, just a small mistake. But you shouldn't have tried to use the drowned king to push GXIN into the position of him. This violates Notch's principle of non-interference. Now I can use this as leverage to sue you. Surprised? Unexpected? Ha! Clearly, when it comes to political maneuvering, the drowned god is no match for the puppet god, Mustard. The drowned god narrowed his eyes, his trident fell, and lightning instantly engulfed the iron golem. After the drowned god's lightning-formed energy body vanished. However, the drowned god wasn't faring much better. Its energy form had also exhausted its energy in that attack, dissipating into nothingness. Neither of them used their true forms to fight, otherwise this small trial ground wouldn't have been able to withstand the power of two gods. Mustard seemed to sense something, gazing in a direction thousands of miles away, the location of GXIN. Now, the madness on his face was gone, replaced by boundless worry for the future. He was, after all, an extremely profound person. Beneath that madman's exterior lay a most delicate heart. The drowned god has gone mad. He'd sacrifice everything, including his own life, to resurrect him. Jason, he's got his eye on you. Who knows if it's a good thing or a bad thing? His predictions of the future were always shrouded in mist, with one major variable, Jason. Since the birth of the Minecraft universe, the gods have existed. They have no past, only a future. But whether god or human, how can there be a future without a past? Therefore, the mortal forms of gods were born, carrying the gods' past, and the gods, in turn, could become their future. In other words, everything the drowned king is experiencing now is what the drowned god experienced before. In a sense, they are the same person. Now that him is dead, if Gxin becomes him's mortal incarnation, he is destined for a fatal fate. The moment Gxin becomes him's mortal incarnation, he will have no future. The appearance of Mustard is to give Gxin an opportunity, a chance to successfully become a god and live a good life. To become his mortal incarnation, to become a puppet god with a future. Of course, now there seems to be a small problem. Gxin, this variable, has undergone some strange chemical reaction, suddenly becoming the mortal incarnation of two gods. This is completely illogical. How can one person have two different futures? This is too illogical. The iron golem's head began to turn red, growing hotter and hotter, finally showing signs of melting. The drowned god's words before disappearing were correct. Him's resurrection is inevitable, and Gxin becoming him is also inevitable. This is something Mustard cannot change. Gxin is currently in a very awkward position. He might become the creator god him in the future, or he might become the puppet god Mustard. Something's not right. There's a problem here. Existence implies reason. Could there be another story behind this? Perhaps the creator god him has a backup plan. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Mustard, the god of puppets, and he abruptly looked up at the sky. Ha! Him, you've hidden yourself well enough. Even in death, you still control everything. He smacked his lips, trying to move, but the iron golem's head had melted into molten iron, rendering it invisible. Outside the secret realm, the drowned king scratched his head, completely baffled. He looked around. This was the entrance he'd used to enter the secret realm, but the vortex was gone, replaced by a large crater. The drowned king felt a surge of warmth as he held the golden trident in his hand. What a pity. I was just trying to impress Herobrine, but it backfired. He could sense Gxin's goodwill. That last part about not accepting charity was just an excuse. The other party's real purpose was to give him the trident. After standing there grinning foolishly for a while, he suddenly remembered his chicken brother. Holy crap! Where did my chicken brother go? The drowned king snapped out of his daze, looking around blankly, but couldn't find the white-feathered chicken anywhere. Could he have been eaten by zombies? The drowned king panicked. He'd been so focused on the danger within the secret realm that he forgot the zombies outside were equally dangerous. His chicken brother, though intelligent, was still essentially a weakling. How could he possibly defeat a horde of zombies? Chicken brother! Hold on, I'm coming to save you! Lightning crackled around the drowned king as he accelerated to his maximum speed, frantically searching for the white jade chicken. Half an hour later, he collapsed weakly to the ground, his voice tinged with a mournful sadness, muttering, "It was my oversight, I've ruined you, chicken brother, may you rest in peace." He truly hadn't expected his partner to die in this way. Drowning king, what are you doing lying here? Is your adventure in the secret realm over? Cluck cluck cluck? Brother chicken. It really is you. The drowned king suddenly sat up, his eyes shining brightly as he stared intently at the white-feathered chicken floating down from the sky. Chickens in Minecraft are naturally slow-falling creatures. No matter how high they fall, they won't die. Great. Brother chicken, you're still alive. The drowned king used his legs to pull the floating white-feathered chicken down. The white-feathered chicken pecked at its feathers, a hint of lingering fear in its voice. Drowning king, I think I just saw two gods fighting. Thunder roared for miles around. The scene was absolutely spectacular. Perhaps you're mistaken. Hey, by the way, How did you come up with the idea of flying into the sky to escape the zombies? I really didn't see wrong, one of the gods looks like you. The white-feathered chicken leaped onto the drowned king's shoulder, somewhat annoyed by the king's distrust. If I ever truly become a god, I'll definitely take you to steal the most delicious seeds in the world. Is it a promise? It's a promise. A towering stone wall blocked the zombies' advance. They roared and howled, their minds blank, unable to figure out how to break through. Inside the base, in a cave, Wang Chang strung 2 iron blocks together with a fence, creating a square dumbbell. He happily tested the dumbbell. The weight was perfect. Hee hee. I'm so clever. Behind him lay GX Cyan, unconscious on the bed. GX Cyan's face was slightly pale, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, a sign of extreme weakness. He had slept for 3 days and 3 nights, and showed no signs of waking up. For the past few days, everyone in the base had taken turns watching over GX Cyan, ensuring someone was present 24 hours a day. GX Cyan was unable to eat due to his deep sleep, and Chu Linger had to heal him every 12 hours to restore his hunger level, barely managing to prevent him from losing health due to low hunger. Clearly, this was Wang Chang's shift. He shook his slightly dizzy head, a jumble of thoughts rushing through his mind. He had slept for 3 days and 3 nights, pushing his body to its limits, especially his hunger level, which was barely 3 points. While Chu Linger's healing skills could restore hunger, it only restored it to the point where he wouldn't lose health. To fully restore his hunger, he needed to replenish it with food from the outside. Food! GX Cyan's hoarse voice rang out, startling Wang Chang, who immediately turned around. Ouch! Boss, you're finally awake. Ah! Grunting and puffing. After eating 5 golden apples and over 20 golden carrots, GX Cyan's weakened state finally improved slightly. He looked at Wang Chang and asked, "Where are the others?" "Don't worry, boss, I'll call them up right away." GX Cyan, having exhausted a great deal of his mental and physical strength in the white void, collapsed before even returning to the base. This terrified Wu Nian and Chu Linger, who took turns moving him, but even with all their might, they couldn't move GX Cyan. They tried calling upon the obsidian golems in GX Cyan's shadow to help, but without GX Cyan's command, they refused to emerge. Finally, Chu Linger returned to the base first, allowing the calamity spirits to tear open a spatial rift, and only then could everyone work together to carry GX Cyan back to the cave. Not long after Wang Chang's voice rang out, a spatial rift opened, and Calamity Spirit emerged with the others. 3 days ago, this little brat had nearly gone berserk when he saw GX Cyan unconscious, and it took a lot of coaxing to calm him down. Now that GX Cyan was awake, he was like a husky, running around the bedside and frantically stuffing all sorts of food into GX Cyan's arms. He had been unconscious for 3 days, completely cut off from all contact with the outside world. This feeling was extremely unpleasant, so the first thing he did upon waking was try to understand the outside world. Wang Chang spoke first. "Don't worry, boss, the quarrying project hasn't encountered any problems. Recently, the stone golems even dug up 3 diamonds." GX Cyan glanced at them but didn't take them, his gaze shifting to Chu Linger. GX Cyan nodded, as expected. Wu Nian, seeing that everyone had finished speaking, then spoke. "The golden nugget has finished manufacturing 1 million golden carrots. Just give the order, and I'll send them to the piglins." That's good news." Jisun took a deep breath, briefly reviewed everything at the base, and then lay back down on the bed to rest. The white void incident resurfaced in his mind, his thoughts returning to the words of the last iron golem. He murmured, "What exactly is a mortal body? What does it mean to become a mortal body in him?" After thinking for a long time without finding a clue, Jisun simply gave up. He still knew too little to deduce any valuable information. He didn't even know who was behind his schemes. Could this white void be an illusion, something everyone who enters the secret realm experiences? A possibility suddenly popped into GX Cyan's mind. It was unlikely, but it wasn't impossible. "Chu Linger and Wu Nian, stay here. Everyone else, please leave. I need to ask you some questions about the secret realm. What strange things did you encounter in the secret realm? Like the white void, for example? Wu Nian and Chu Linger exchanged a glance and shook their heads in unison, indicating no. Chu Linger stroked her chin, trying to recall. After entering the secret realm, I was teleported to a place called Deep Sea Purgatory, but thanks to the wooden door you prepared for us, we quickly found the key and escaped without encountering any difficulties. As for what happened after we got to the Sky Island, I knew you could definitely get the trident, so I simply didn't go. In that instant, she seemed to understand everything. Could it be that her boss lost to someone else and got beaten up like this? As her boss's excellent subordinate, her CPU was spinning wildly, trying to find words to salvage the situation. GXIN didn't seem to care and turned to look at Wu Nian. Wu Nian quickly replied, My experience was similar to Chu Linger's, except I killed a few people who were trying to take the heart of the ocean. I understand, you can leave now. GXIN took a deep breath, his eyes gradually hardening. It seemed the other party was after him. Oh. Right, I have 7 diamonds here, all scavenged from the Sky Islands. Chu Linger suddenly had a flash of inspiration and pulled 7 diamonds from her backpack. In the secret realm, everyone else was frantically making their way to the water city to steal the trident, but she was wiser this time. There was only one trident, and with so many people vying for it throughout the secret realm, the probability of her getting it was practically 0. Thinking outside the box, it was more practical to scavenge resources from the surrounding sky. Islands. I have 5 here too, Wu Nian quickly added, reminded by Chu Linger. They were dependent on GXIN for survival, so handing over the resources they had scavenged was only natural. This time, GXIN didn't ignore it. He gathered all the diamonds collected by everyone and counted them carefully. There were a total of 38. In the trial grounds, diamonds were abnormally rare compared to other minerals like iron or in coal. This, ironically, indirectly limited GXIN's second stage block enchanting ability. Excellent! GXIN took a deep breath, shaking off his earlier dejection. Since he didn't know who was sabotaging him, he would focus on improving himself. As long as he was strong enough, he didn't care who it was, human or demon. Anyone who dared to come would be slapped across the face. This way, GXIN's second stage abilities would be fully unlocked, and his strength would reach a new level. He arranged the materials on the workbench in a pyramid-shaped symmetrical arrangement. And so, an enchanting table that could improve equipment quality was completed. Simply making the enchanting table isn't enough. The enchanting table actually has levels, starting at level 1 and going up to level 30. Wu Nian and Chu Linger nodded and quickly ran towards the warehouse in the cave. GXIN didn't waste any time either. He took out a pumpkin head and 4 diamond blocks from his backpack, activated puppet spell, and a diamond puppet landed with a thud. Immediately afterward, an introduction to the diamond puppet appeared before him. Name: Diamond Golem, HP 100, Attack 40, Defense 10, Speed 20. Attribute 1, Experience Saturation, continuously grants surrounding creatures an experience saturation buff. Using the enchanting table will not reduce their level. Attribute 2, Experience Extraction, able to collect or extract experience to create experience vials for the host's use. Note that extracting experience from living creatures requires their consent, or they must be severely injured and unconscious. The Diamond Golem's size is very similar to the Iron Golem in the game, the only difference being that it is transparent, like a real diamond. Of course, none of that is the key point. The key point is that it possesses 2 incredibly overpowered attributes. The first attribute is easy to understand. In Minecraft, using an enchanting table always results in a loss of experience points. With the Diamond Golem's experience saturation buff, this problem will be perfectly solved. As for the Diamond Golem's second attribute, that's a bit more interesting. As we all know, players lose a significant amount of experience upon death, with very little experience dropped outside the game, sometimes less than what a single monster drops. However, the Diamond Golem's experience extraction is remarkable. It can reduce this experience loss to 0. In this way, all players in the trial grounds will become his walking experience bottles. If GXIN wanted, he could even devour everyone's experience. Hiss, now I'm really going to become the Demon King. GXIN chuckled, countless uses for the diamond golem flashing through his mind. He didn't consider himself a ruthless killer. On the contrary, he had extreme respect for life. He wouldn't casually decide someone's life or death unless provoked. However, that's about it. The world's resources are limited, and competition is inevitable. GXIN is stronger than others, so he has the right to possess more resources, including experience. After all, the title of Strongest Bandit isn't given lightly. A short while later, Chu Linger and Wu Nian rushed over, each carrying a small box. Is this the radiance of money? Ah, it almost blinded my spider eyes. They both stood there stunned, their first thought being, this thing must be worth a lot of money. Go test your abilities. Immediately afterward, the diamond golem activated its experience saturation skill, acting like a beacon, granting an experience buff to all creatures within a 15 by 15 by 15 radius. Whoosh! Looting, as the name suggests, involves stealing loot dropped by monsters. Enchanting it onto a weapon increases the amount of loot dropped after killing monsters, making it an extremely important enchantment in the game. With this enchantment, collecting monster resources later in the game becomes much easier. Here! Immediately afterward, the system panel popped up. Enchanting LV1, Looting 3. GXIN felt an indescribable power surge within him, a power like the force of creation, permanently imprinted on his genes. So that's it. At that moment, GXIN seemed to understand what a true cube enchanter was. He quickly took out the Withering Claw from his inventory. GXIN felt his hunger level decrease slightly. Ding! Withering Claw enchantment complete, Looting 3. The originally black and withered Withering Claw was quickly enchanted with a layer of purple light, and its oppressive aura seemed to intensify. This scene completely stunned Wu Nian and Chu Linger. Ever since they started following GXIN, their Minecraft worldview felt like it was being constantly turned upside down. Enchanting items in Minecraft without an enchanting table was like stuffing durians into your nostrils. Brother G, are you sure our talents are only slightly different? Wu Nian asked, completely unconvinced. What are you talking about? As your boss, would I lie to you? You have to trust your boss. Ding! Obsidian Golem enchanting complete, Steel 3, *5. The same operation left Wu Nian and Chu Linger completely dumbfounded. Alright, this is none of your business. Go do whatever you were doing. GXIN found them a bit annoying and immediately dismissed them. 3 days passed quickly. Over the past 3 days, GXIN has tried almost every effect on the enchanting table. Whether it's offensive or defensive enchantments, he can apply his abilities to all sorts of things. The Obsidian Golem's name is now as follows. Name, Obsidian Golem, Looting, 3, Underwater Speed Mining, I Blast Protection, 4, Deep Sea Explorer, 3, Fall Protection, 4, Fire Protection, 4, Projectile Protection, 4, Protection, 4, Lightning, I, more than a dozen enchantments omitted here. In Minecraft, fire protection is incompatible with other protections. Simply put, except for fall protection, only one of each type of protection can be present on a single piece of equipment, and multiple enchantments cannot coexist. However, GXIN's enchanting enchantment does not follow this rule. He can simultaneously enchant 2 incompatible protections onto one object, allowing them to work together. This directly breaks through the game's limitations. Brother G, the golden carrot for the Pig King is ready. We can set off now. GXIN stretched and recalled the purple glowing obsidian golem into the shadows. This time, he was going to the lower realm with Wu Nian. The Pig Spirit King, that old fellow, had lived for over 100 years. He definitely knew some of the world's secrets, at least some things GXIN didn't know. The golden carrot couldn't be given away for nothing, it had to be used for something. This time was different. Upon hearing that GXIN was coming to visit in person, the Pig Spirit King specially arranged for someone to greet him. Pig Spirit Awang greets Lord Ji. A rather obese pig spirit soldier hurriedly approached to greet Gxian. Lord was a respectful title used by the pig spirits for a landowner. Although Gxian didn't have a fiefdom in the lower realm, he was worthy of the title. Awang the Piglin! Awang the Piglin scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. Jisun understood, a smile spreading across his face. Then please lead the way. It's my pleasure, it's Awang's honor to guide Lord Ji. Awang the Piglin was extremely respectful. Although Jisun was a foreigner, he had done him a great favor, which he couldn't forget. This wasn't Jisun's first time in the Piglin territory. The Crimson Forest was vast, and it was easy to get lost if one wasn't careful. Now, with him leading the way, no foolish Piglin soldier dared to offend them. Soon, a familiar palace appeared before them, with the same 2 guards still standing at the gate. However, the treatment was completely different this time. The 2 barbarian guards, seeing Gxian arrive, immediately crowded around to make their presence known. Lord Ji, the Pig Spirit King has prepared a banquet for you in the palace. Please come in, please come in. Gxian smiled broadly, took out 2 sets of golden carrots from his backpack, and handed them to the 2 men, saying, Thank you for your hard work on guard duty. Here's a small token of my appreciation. The 2 piglins drooled at the sight of the golden carrots. These were currently only enjoyed by the Piglin King and the High Lord. They, the lowly minions, didn't even have the chance to smell them. Jisun didn't mind. He had plenty of golden carrots. Giving away a few more was a favor, and he'd find them useful later. After Jisun entered the castle, the 2 piglins began to devour the golden carrots. Lord Ji is such a good man. You were so blind back then, daring to offend him, slurp. Oh ho, I remember you were the one who wanted to chop Lord Ji up with an axe. What are you pretending to be a good guy for? No way, I deserve to die, humph. The 2 gatekeeper piglins looked at each other, feeling a little guilty about the golden carrots in their hands. The pigling Awang didn't follow Gxian into the Pigling King's castle. His task was merely to guide him. After all, this was the Pigling King's residence, and ordinary piglings weren't allowed to enter. Gxian nodded, naturally understanding the other's meaning. Thank you for your hard work. You can go back to your work now. After Awang withdrew, Gxian led Wu Nian into the castle. The castle was empty, with a pungent, extremely unpleasant odor, just like before. However, Gxian had gotten used to it. He almost vomited the first time he encountered it, but now he could at least tolerate it. Ha ha ha, brother Gxian, how have you been? Seeing Gxian enter the hall, the Pigling King's already small eyes narrowed into slits with laughter, his voice lingering for a long time. Food scraps were scattered all over his body. Jisun and Wunyan bowed in unison, saying, Greetings, Pig Spirit King! Oh! Don't be so formal. We're all allies. Make yourself at home in the castle. If you keep acting like this, I'll get angry. The Pig Spirit King snorted, feigning anger. Jisun knew exactly what the old pig was thinking. He was a hypocrite, probably secretly delighted, and continued. The most important thing in a union between 2 races is etiquette. We can't neglect that. The Pig Spirit King chuckled, gesturing to the seat beside him. Brother Ji, you still speak so kindly. Good, good, good. Please sit. Quickly, take a seat. Gxian didn't stand on ceremony and sat down in an empty seat beside him. After Gxian sat down, the Pig Spirit King picked up a golden carrot and put it in his mouth, then looked Gxian up and down with his eyes, saying, Brother Ji, you seem a bit weak. Have you encountered some problems lately? As a demigod, the Pig Spirit King immediately noticed that Gxian's mental state was a bit off. Gxian didn't beat around the bush, stating directly, I've come to ask you some questions, Senior, hoping to receive the answers I seek. Questions? The Pig Spirit King paused slightly, then patted his belly and laughed. Ask away. I've lived for over 100 years. I dare not boast of anything else, but I do know a thing or two about various secrets from ancient and modern times, both Chinese and foreign. That's wonderful! Senior, have you ever seen a true god? GXIN asked eagerly. A god? This? Ha ha ha, brother GXIN, look how generous I am. This whole feast was prepared just for you. I didn't let anyone else in. GXIN frowned slightly, immediately understanding the other party's meaning. Yes. Wu Nian wasn't stupid. He naturally understood the meaning behind the Pig Spirit King's words. Just tell me what's on your mind. I came here seeking an answer. I want the truth. This world holds many secrets. Tell me as much as you know. GXIN's eyes were firm. He had no time for riddles at this moment. To be honest, in all my years, I've never seen a single god, and I've rarely even heard of any. Quite a few. GXIN's pupils contracted, and he muttered softly. The Pig Spirit King nodded and continued. In your eyes, what's the difference between gods and mortals? Strength? GXIN thought for a moment before replying. That's right. It's all about strength. There are actually only two supreme gods in this world, the two creator gods who were born at the beginning of the universe's chaos. The Pig Spirit King paused, then added, and the other gods are just more powerful mortals. You're too ungrateful, kid. It's already amazing that I know of these two creator gods. If you asked anyone else, they probably wouldn't even know what a god is. Ah. Is that so? Hee hee. GXIN let out a dry laugh to cover his embarrassment. He just wanted to confirm his thoughts. One of the two supreme gods was definitely Notch, that was beyond doubt. While him was powerful, he was far from reaching the level of a creator god. But him, as a supreme god, was dead. What exactly happened to him? Who on earth possesses such power to kill a supreme god? GXIN kept organizing his thoughts. Seeing GXIN deep in thought, the Pig Spirit King hesitated for a moment before speaking. Actually, we piglins do have gods, though far less powerful than those two supreme gods, but they have still appeared. The piglins have gods too. GXIN countered. Yes. It's a secret. In the lower realms, only our piglin race has ever had gods. Other races haven't, ha ha ha. The Piglin King puffed out his chest, looking extremely proud. GXIN swallowed hard and tentatively asked, Then you should know the name of your piglin god, right? Of course. He is our piglin ancestor, the blood god. A salute to him. P.S. Giving the blood god a divine position isn't too much to ask, is it? Blood god. That name sounds familiar. A flicker of confusion crossed GXIN's eyes. He wondered if this was the same blood god he knew. Do you know our pig spirit race's supreme god? The Pig Spirit King asked curiously. It's a pity, I can only ever reach the demigod realm in my life. I really want to stand at the level of my ancestor and see this world. Perhaps I would have a different perspective. Speaking of the ancestor, the blood god, the Pig Spirit King's mood became slightly somber and melancholic. After the blood god became a god, where did he go? GXIN's eyes flashed as he asked his last question of the trip. The Pig Spirit King scratched his head, momentarily speechless. I don't know. Stories about our ancestor, the pig god, only appear in some ancient texts. As for whether they're true, that's impossible to verify. Is impossible to verify? Good heavens, so it's a myth from the pig spirit race. GXIN sighed. This trip to the lower realm hadn't yielded much information. The only useful piece of information was confirming the identities of Notch and him, the supreme gods of the universe. Okay. After several rounds of wine, golden carrots, and several dishes, GXIN let out a satisfied burp, feeling thoroughly relaxed. Although this place was a bit dirty, it was indeed a good place to unwind. The Pig Beast King's comical laughter always brought a smile and dispelled fatigue. The 1,000,000 golden carrots have all been collected. Please take some time to count them, Senior. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. With that, GXIN prepared to leave. The Pig Spirit King's face hardened, and he quickly tried to persuade him to stay, saying, "You've come all this way, and I haven't even finished my hospitality. Aren't you slapping me in the face? How about this? It's my clan's junior's 20th birthday coming-of-age ceremony right now. Shall we go and take a look? As a senior, it wouldn't be a problem for you to give the juniors some pointers, would it?" "Senior? Huh." GXIN was completely bewildered. The reason the other party gave for trying to keep him was too lame. He couldn't believe it had anything to do with the word senior. Before GXIN could refuse, the Pig Spirit King's obese body rapidly shrank, transforming in no time into a strong, muscular fighting pig, even the grime on his body becoming much cleaner. In this vast world, the only constant is that those who are accomplished are teachers. I know your strength. Even 1/10 of your abilities would be more than enough to be their teacher. With that, the Pig Spirit King approached GXIN, putting his arm around his shoulder and trying to drag him to watch the coming-of-age ceremony. "Then I'll make a fool of myself. Ha ha ha, great! I'll personally lead the way." And so, the man and the pig walked through the Crimson Forest. All the pig spirits in the forest knelt in submission, whispering amongst themselves. "Who's that foreigner walking beside the king? I've never seen him before, Hiru? You don't even know? He's the foreign hero who helped our people fight the black demons. He's incredibly powerful. You must bow to him whenever you see him, understand, Hiru? Do I have to bow to him even though he's not a local lord? You don't know anything. If I ever walk alongside the king, you'll be licking my toes." Walking alongside the Pig Spirit King was, in the eyes of the pig spirits, a symbol of honor. This caused Jisun's status among the pig spirits to rise steadily, and now it was showing signs of surpassing some minor lords. GXIN glanced up at the slightly smiling Piglin King, inwardly thinking, "A seasoned veteran." The Piglin King had long recognized GXIN's potential. How could he invest without paying some capital? His status within the Piglin race was an intangible investment the Piglin King was making in GXIN. This investment would only pay off when the Piglin race faced future hardship, and with a double return. GXIN wasn't opposed to this. The Piglin King genuinely cared for him. Once he became powerful, helping the Piglin race wouldn't be difficult. The Piglin King and GXIN chatted and laughed, and soon a vast clearing appeared before them. The clearing was located in the center of the Crimson Forest, arguably the safest place for the Piglin race. Piglins who turned 20, regardless of gender, would hold their coming-of-age ceremony here. On the far right of the open space, where the best view was, stood a high platform made of netherworld bricks, the Piglin King's seat. "Young brother GXIN, come! Up on the platform, the view is better from there." The Piglin pointed to the platform with his fat finger and led GXIN up. The Piglin King's voice was majestic and solemn, carrying far and wide. GXIN, however, was quite composed. Since the invitation was sincere, how could he refuse? The entire Piglin clan, young and old, all looked towards the platform, their eyes flashing with disbelief. They truly hadn't expected their king to allow an outsider to witness their coming-of-age ceremony. "Senior, am I attracting too much hatred by sitting here?" GXIN felt somewhat embarrassed by the stares from below. "Hatred? Ha ha ha, this isn't hatred, it's honor, the highest honor among the Piglins." Jisun chuckled dryly, glancing around. He didn't see the barbarian general. He was probably out on business, otherwise he would have jumped out and questioned him. He didn't mince words and sat down on the high platform without any hesitation. The Piglins below, especially some of the Piglin barbarians, showed a hint of dissatisfaction in their eyes, but under the pressure of the Piglin King, they all suppressed it. "Let's begin!" At the Pig Spirit King's command, the commotion below the platform gradually subsided. The younger pig spirits moved swiftly, 3 in groups and 5 in rows. In the blink of an eye, a battle formation appeared before the platform. "Bless us, Your Majesty! We are willing to fight for the pig spirit race, to the death." The final slogan was shouted 3 times, deafeningly loud, its momentum incredibly strong, and the entire process was executed cleanly and decisively. GXIN didn't rush to answer, his eyes flashing as he scanned the faces of every pig spirit below the platform. Since they had invited him to offer some guidance, he couldn't just give a perfunctory reply. If we consider the younger piglins below as an army, then their displayed discipline and bearing were undoubtedly outstanding. This is already incredibly close to that of a modern army. The existence of a wise ruler like the Piglin King is a great fortune for the Piglin race. Auspicious fortune, thriving prosperity. GXIN meant no flattery. This was his true feeling. What auspicious fortune, what a thriving prosperity! GXIN's face was unusually calm. He didn't hide anything and stated his position directly. Ha ha ha, how boring! Why did you have to spell everything out? The Piglin King laughed, waving his hand to indicate that the second activity could begin. Just as GXIN thought they were about to have a fierce battle, a sound of wood being struck came from somewhere nearby. Hey yo le! Wa jia ho! Hey yo le! Wa jia ho! They stood in twos and threes, hands on hips, shoulders shaking, chanting lyrics with some peculiar meaning, and every single one of them started awkwardly dancing on the spot. Imagine thousands of overweight people doing a folk dance in front of you. It's just too much to bear. GXIN's lips twitched uncontrollably. He glanced sideways at the Piglin King, his eyes filled with disbelief. Just moments ago, they were a disciplined army. How did they suddenly transform into a disorganized dance hall? Young GXIN, don't be so reserved. Life is all about having fun. If dancing makes you happy, you can't deny its value, right? GXIN frowned, carefully considering the Piglin King's words, and was momentarily speechless. That's so true. The Piglin race is truly a fascinating race. GXIN closed his eyes, absorbing their unique customs and traditions, somewhat captivated. Sometimes living carefree is a kind of happiness. Now comes the interesting part. The Piglin King chuckled, nodding to signal the start of the final part of the Piglin coming-of-age ceremony, the highlight of the day, the martial arts competition. GXIN, however, was uninterested and didn't find it particularly interesting. These piglins all carried their own weapons, some of the larger ones even wearing partially enchanted golden armor. It was clear that a final contest was imminent. This contest might be amusement for the Piglin King, as he held it annually. But for the piglins below, it was a chance to quickly rise above mediocrity. It was undoubtedly a college entrance exam. Some piglins had fierce fighting spirit in their eyes, while others looked worried, much like students entering an exam hall. Jisun's gaze swept across the scene, quickly spotting a piglin who looked tense and wore no armor. The Piglin King followed Jisun's gaze, quickly spotting the piglin as well, but only glanced at it before looking away, his voice leisurely. If we rigidly stipulate that everything is equal, it will dampen the enthusiasm of many people. The most important reason why my people are so persistent in achieving military merit is to secure more resources for their descendants. Indeed, the rules I've set might miss some capable individuals, but that's unavoidable. There's no perfect system in the world. As the emperor of his tribe, the Pig Spirit King understood this better than anyone. As the saying goes, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Do you remember that pig spirit Owain you gave land to? Now you're a benefactor to their entire clan. Their name will be passed down through generations. As they spoke, a group of piglins carrying crimson planks quickly erected a large arena in the center of the open space. 100 smaller arenas surrounded the large arena. My dad bought me a set of gold breastplates enchanted with Protection 2 today. I'm sure I can get a good ranking in the coming-of-age competition. Humph. What's so great about that? I don't know if your Protection 2 gold breastplate is more powerful, or my sharp 2 gold axe. Only a minority of piglins possessed enchanted equipment. Most only had ordinary gold axes, and the poorer ones even had broken axes. Jisun activated his system and looked at the piglins. Most piglins were between level 5 and 9, with a few exceptional ones reaching level 10. Level 9 and 10 were a crucial dividing line. In the Piglin race, advancing from level 9 to level 10 was considered a promotion. After a successful promotion, all attributes doubled, especially attack power, which could reach a terrifying 40 points. Add to that their weapons, and a level 10 fighting a level 9 was incredibly easy. In the original game, even on hard mode, a Piglin barbarian only has 19.5 health points. It's obvious that this martial arts champion will be one of these level 10 Piglins. At the Piglin King's command, the Piglins began to march onto the arena in an orderly fashion. Wu Nian strolled here alone. The exchange of the golden carrot wasn't too complicated. He only needed to direct the stone golems to place the box in the designated spot. It didn't take much time. Jisun had only used this excuse to get rid of him. Now that Xin and the Piglin King were attending the Piglin's coming-of-age ceremony, he had nothing to do, so he came here alone for a nostalgic visit. The red lava of hellfire is still so captivating. Perhaps it was due to the influence of his wither class. He always felt a sense of nostalgia for the lower realm. Even if the scenery of the upper realm was beautiful, he still missed this intense heat. Wu Nian walked to the edge of the cliff, bent down, and sat down, admiring the beautiful scenery alone. The cliff offered a very wide view. This place was located at the border between the Piglin and Wither races. To the left stretched an endless crimson forest, to the right a valley of souls, teeming with wandering spirits. Strangely, however, no one guarded this place. It was as if the two races had agreed to use it as a buffer zone. Of course, this place held another special significance for Wu Nian. It was here that he was betrayed by the King of Withering and thrown off the cliff, and it was also here that he met the greatest benefactor of his life. It's so high up here. Falling must have hurt so much. I was so loyal back then, and in the end, all I got was to be shattered to pieces. It's not only pathetic, but also utterly laughable. Wu Nian gritted his teeth. Whenever he recalled the past, he couldn't help but curse himself for being so blind. After saying this, he turned to look in the direction of the Valley of Souls, his anger surging within him. He was still weak, but as long as he lived, he would definitely avenge this. After a long while, Wu Nian composed himself and got up to leave. Just as he was about to leave, a voice called out to him. The entire Wither Skeleton race now believed he was dead. If they found out Wu Nian was still alive, they would definitely hunt him down relentlessly. Given the Wither King's character, he would never leave a threat in the world. Wu Nian, it really is you! You're still alive! Wu Nian paused, his eyes gradually turning cold. Since he'd been discovered, he might as well go all the way and kill him. The secret that he was still alive absolutely couldn't be revealed, or things would get incredibly complicated. Just as he was preparing to finish the fight quickly, the person before him stunned him. During his time living among the Wither race, he hadn't been entirely without interaction with the other Witherlings. Wither Little K was Wu Nian's first friend, or rather, his only friend who truly cared for him. As a player, Wu Nian was an outsider in the Witherling's eyes, naturally an object of rejection. Before he displayed his powerful Witherling potential, Little K was the only Witherling willing to approach him. And because of this, Wither Little K successfully became an isolated figure. It's no exaggeration to say that at that time, Little K was a ray of light in Wu Nian's life, illuminating his entire world. It's worth mentioning that Wither Little K was also a female skeleton. Now that the other person was here, Wu Nian hesitated for a moment, unable to bring himself to kill him. When Withering Little K saw Wu Nian, his skeletal eyes were filled with excitement, and he spoke incoherently. You know, when I saw you thrown off the cliff, I cried for you all night. Now that I see you're all right, I'm so happy. Why are you here? Why is it you here? Wu Nian struggled internally, his fists clenching and unclenching repeatedly, his killing intent wavering. He truly wished that another skeleton was standing here, so he wouldn't feel this guilt when he killed. Withering Little K was completely oblivious to Wu Nian's unease, continuing to recount his experiences. I rushed over as soon as the blockade ended, but unfortunately, I didn't find your body. Hee, so I come here every day to check. And look! I was right, you really aren't dead. Don't come any closer. Wu Nian gathered withered power in his hand, forcibly suppressing the killing intent in his heart, his voice icy. I'm no longer a member of the withered clan. Now I'm their enemy. Out of consideration for our past relationship, I won't kill you today. Leave! You should just leave now, I'm begging you. Wu Nian's teeth gritted together. The most sentimental person in his life simply couldn't bring himself to kill Xiaoke of the Withering Clan. Withered little Kay was speechless after being rebuked. At this moment, she could not find any words to comfort Wu Nian, and could only quietly look at the other party. How can you advise someone to be kind if you haven't suffered like them? Withering little Kay didn't try to persuade Wu Nian anymore. After all, being betrayed by the king he trusted most was unbearable for anyone. Besides, Wu Nian wasn't strictly speaking a member of the Withering Clan. Forcing him to return was, in a sense, killing him. How have you been lately? Withering little Kay smiled calmly. Since things couldn't go back to the way they were, he should cherish the present. Wu Nian withdrew the withering power emanating from his body, took a deep breath, and turned to leave. He didn't want any further interaction with Withering little Kay. This wasn't just for his own safety, but also because he didn't want Withering little Kay to be dragged into this hatred and become a sacrifice. After saying this, Wu Nian turned to leave. He knew that letting Xiaoke go like this would be irresponsible, but he had no other choice. He would rather bear more danger himself than kill his first friend in this world with his own hands. No! Don't go! Just talk for a while. I'll keep your survival a secret. The withered Xiaoke finally reacted, his tone pleading as he continued. I just wanted to know more about your current situation. If you really have nowhere to stay, I can help you find a way. The lower realm is so vast, there must be a place for you. Wu Nian paused. A place to stay? No, there's no place left in the lower realm. But don't worry, I'm fine now. I've met a truly wise ruler. After saying this, he turned to look towards the Crimson Forest, his eyes filled with the relief of surviving a calamity. He didn't name names, and his meaning was vague. This was intentional. His own safety was secondary. He couldn't betray Jisun, who had taken him in. The Lord? Withering little Kay followed Wu Nian's gaze to the Crimson Forest. The Crimson Forest was Piglin territory, which inevitably made her associate the Piglin King with the Lord Wu Nian spoke of. But thinking about it, it made sense. When Wu Nian was on the verge of death, the only one who could save him was probably the Piglin King. Actually, it's not a bad choice. At least he can survive. Withering little Kay sat down on another rock, her tone tinged with a strange emotion, like a friend reminiscing. The Wither and the Piglins were sworn enemies, irreconcilable. But Withering little Kay's eyes lacked the usual hostility in Withering's. She understood Wu Nian's situation and didn't see anything wrong with him siding with the Piglins. Withering Kay hesitated for a moment, seemingly struggling with something, but finally spoke. Joining the Piglins is indeed an option, but the Piglins may be facing a disaster soon. You should think of another way out as soon as possible. Disaster? What do you mean? Wu Nian turned to look at the somewhat nervous Withering Kay. I heard about this by chance. The Wither King is planning a war to exterminate the Piglins. You'd better prepare in advance. Exterminate the Piglin race? Heh, what a boastful tone. Wu Nian didn't take this seriously. He had lived in the lower realm for a while and had some understanding of the situation there. The Piglins and the Wither each control half of the lower realm, and the two races have been fighting for thousands of years without a clear victor. To think that a mere war could wipe out the entire Piglin race is simply wishful thinking. Actually, I'm not sure. I heard this news by chance. They say that in this battle, our Wither race has an 80% chance of winning. Wither Xiaoke's voice grew softer and softer. Now that Wu Nian was part of the Piglin race, telling them this was tantamount to betraying the Wither race. 80%? Wu Nian frowned. This probability, between the two races, was already a one-sided massacre. All right, I know. Take care of yourself and live well. Wu Nian finished speaking and his figure flashed, appearing several meters away in the blink of an eye. They were never meant to be together. Parting ways sooner would be better for both of them. You must live well too. GXIN couldn't help but yawn as he watched the piglins fighting on the arena below. So boring, completely uninteresting. The piglins' fighting style was very similar. You swing an axe at me, I swing an axe at you, completely lacking in skill, relying entirely on who had more meat and more health. What? Brother GXIN isn't interested in this? Do you want the truth or a lie? GXIN was speechless. The answer was written all over his face. GXIN activated his system and looked in the direction the Piglin King was pointing. A level 9 piglin came into view. This piglin wasn't weak. He even wore a golden breastplate, but winning the championship would be quite difficult. Difficult? Less than 1% chance. Don't be so pessimistic, okay? You've seen it yourself, our piglin fighting style is very limited. If you go and teach him a couple of countermeasures, your chances of winning will increase by at least 10%. 10%? GXIN suddenly seemed to remember his enchanting techniques, a mysterious smile appearing on his lips. 80%? That's an exaggeration. This junior hasn't even completed one ascent yet. How could he possibly beat those who have already ascended? The Pig Spirit King clearly didn't believe it. 10% was the absolute maximum. Facts speak louder than words. Since GXIN was idle anyway, he might as well give it a try. Don't worry, I won't fight a battle I'm not confident in. Jisun leaped off the platform alone. The moment he landed, the obsidian golem flashed by, its steel attribute instantly granting it immunity to all fall damage. The Piglin King's narrowed eyes snapped open, his heart skipping a beat. The obsidian golem's figure flashed by, but as a demigod, he still saw it. Was that an iron golem? No, its aura has changed. It's more like an obsidian golem than an iron golem. So powerful! Speed reading course. The Pig Spirit King clicked his tongue, repeatedly recalling the scene from just moments ago. The obsidian golem was twice the size of the steel golem, exuding a far more intense aura of killing intent. Its most distinctive feature was its monstrous head. Upon closer inspection, it completely resembled the original golem, instead appearing as a new monster. GXIN had demonstrated this skill before when helping the pig spirits fight Wunyan, so the Pig Spirit King naturally knew that GXIN possessed the ability to control puppets. If the Pig Spirit King could have easily crushed GXIN before, he would likely have to expend much more effort to do so now. Your growth rate is truly impressive. The Pig Spirit King took a deep breath, a pang of bitterness in his heart. Back then, he too had been a genius youth of the pig spirits, spending most of his life reaching the demigod realm, becoming a powerhouse below the divine level. But his brilliance paled in comparison to GXIN's. If the other continued to grow at this rate, reaching the demigod realm would be within his grasp in 5 years, or even less. The Pig Spirit King waved his hand, signaling the chief official beside him to come closer. The chief official understood and respectfully asked, "Your Majesty, what are your orders? From this day forward, GXIN will enjoy the privileges of a great landowner within our pig spirit race. No one may offend him. Those who disobey will be executed." The chief official was astonished. He had never seen a foreigner enjoy such privileges within the pig spirit race before. The Pig Spirit King glanced at the chief official, his voice icy. "What? Do I need to repeat myself?" "No need." The chief official had barely uttered the words when he sensed something was amiss and quickly added, No, I'll go and inform them immediately." He lacked the Pig Spirit King's foresight and naturally couldn't understand the meaning behind this action. GXIN was unaware that his mere slip of the obsidian golem had already made him a major figure among the piglins. With all the piglins cheering for their brethren on the arena, and GXIN's careful movements, few even noticed him. GXIN stealthily approached his target piglin, his voice leisurely. "Brother! What's your name?" GXIN activated his system and looked at the piglin. Its level was the same as Piglin Wuyo's, level 9. Not him? How do you know? Piglin Weo frowned, looking at his side in surprise. Sure, keep your voice down. GXIN was a little surprised, not expecting to be so popular. The location of Pig Spirit Weo was very secluded, and their conversation didn't attract much attention in the noisy arena. The news of GXIN abdicating land to Pig Spirit Awang a while ago had already spread like wildfire. This wasn't just an outsider, this was practically a sugar daddy. Now, everyone of Pig Spirit Awang's generation was insanely envious. Was he going to have his luck today? Huh! The Pig Spirit Weo thought he had misheard, his mouth half open. Lord G, are you mistaken? How can my current level possibly defeat those level 10 ones? He was now starting to doubt his pig life. This wasn't some sugar daddy, this was clearly a living devil. The Pig Spirit Weo was still skeptical, a hint of wariness creeping into his eyes. Do you believe me? Logically, I should believe you, but... Pig Spirit Worryfree replied. The but Pig Spirit Worryfree didn't say aloud, but GXIN understood. It simply meant that what he did was incredibly dishonest. If he were worry-free, he would have been cursing by now. Upon hearing this, Pig Spirit Worryfree immediately laughed, his suspicious gaze vanishing. Instantly. Back then, GXIN had perfectly crushed the Withering Illusion, which was specifically designed to counter brute force attacks, with a single square attack. That glorious moment was still talked about. If he had received even a bit of the other's true teachings, he might actually be able to win the martial arts champion title today. I'll obey Lord G. Just as Pig Spirit Awang thought the other was about to impart some martial arts secrets, GXIN suddenly snatched the golden axe from his hand. Before Pig Spirit Awang could finish speaking, a purple light began to gather in GXIN's hand, then he slammed it down on the golden axe. Ding! Enchantment complete. GXIN's enchanting abilities were incredibly overpowered. He could not only bypass the limitations of the enchanting table and anvil, directly enchanting items. He could also force enchantments that were incompatible with the item to adapt to it. Furthermore, with its sharpness, power, and sweeping blade, this golden axe is truly formidable. GXIN beckoned with his finger, signaling the other party to remove their breastplate as well, so he could give them some instruction. Speed reading course. Pig Spirit Weo stared blankly at the scene, momentarily forgetting what he was supposed to do. Upon closer inspection, a unique sense of oppression emanated from it. He felt his entire worldview as a pig had been shaken. Doesn't enchanting an item require an enchanting table or an anvil? Enchanting with bare hands? What kind of nonsense is this? In the real world, enchanting is an extremely complex and difficult process. Diamonds are rare, and an enchanting table, which requires 2 diamonds to craft, is even rarer. After each enchantment, the enchanter enters a special state of weakness, their level decreases, and they cannot enchant continuously. This makes enchanted items extremely rare here. Most piglins who can afford them are at least small landowners. Common piglins can forget about it. But GXIN doesn't have to worry about that. With the experience saturation buff from the diamond golem in the shadows, the only cost he has to pay is a little hunger. Time is limited. If you don't take off your golden breastplate soon, I'm leaving. The piglin Weo belatedly realized what was happening and quickly took off his golden breastplate, tossing it to GXIN. His voice carried a hint of flattery. Whatever Lord G says. Hee hee. Because enchanted weapons are rare, even the lowest level, sharpness I, golden axe can fetch a good price. For him, the ranking in this competition was no longer important. Getting 2 enchanted items for free was a sure win. GXIN glanced sideways at Pig Spirit Weo, seeing right through the latter's little scheme. You're pretty shrewd, kid. Don't worry, I won't cheat you. Consider these 2 enchanted items a gift from me. Do your best in the upcoming matches. Thank you, Lord G. Ding. Enchantment successful. GXIN's lips curled into a smile, very satisfied with his masterpiece, and he turned to Pig Spirit Weo. I'm really looking forward to your performance on the field. Lord G, I won't let you down. Pig Spirit Weo rubbed his hands together, his eyes fixed on the two items in GXIN's hands. GXIN tossed the two pieces of equipment to the other player without saying anything more, then turned and walked back towards the platform. With these two pieces of equipment, even a level 9 true boar could probably chase down a level 10 piglin. The piglin Weo caught the equipment and eagerly examined the axe, wanting to see if Lord G had enchanted it with sharpness, I, or durability, 2. Sharpness V, huh? Durability 3, huh? Fire effect 2, knockback 2, sweeping blade 3, looting 3, lightning I, loyalty 3, efficiency V, penetrating 4, strength V. GXIN ignored the frantic piglin Weo and returned to his seat on the platform. You finished giving pointers so quickly? What did you tell Piglin Weo? Why is he acting like that? The Piglin King scratched his head. Due to the angle, he hadn't seen GXIN enchant the other's character. Nothing. Just a simple pointer. Maybe he grasped some ultimate secret. GXIN smiled confidently, offering no further explanation. Alright then, let me arrange for a level 10 Piglin Jr. to spar with him. Since unlocking this enchantment skill, GXIN hadn't used it in actual combat. This match was his first, making it a valuable reference. With a glance from the Piglin King, the organizer immediately understood, cleared his throat, and forcefully suppressed the noise of the match, speaking. Quiet down, everyone. Your Majesty has selected one match for today. All other matches are suspended. Upon hearing this, all the pig spirits were momentarily stunned, then erupted in deafening cheers. In their eyes, the Pig Spirit King's words were law. Even if the coming-of-age ceremony were cancelled on the spot, none of the pig spirits would object. A match selected by the king must be a clash of titans. We can't miss it. Hurry and grab a seat, or you won't be able to watch later. Could you please remove the axe from my body before you leave? GXIN was a little surprised. He had originally intended to secretly watch a match and record the data, but the Pig Spirit King had unexpectedly offered to share the good stuff. The Pig Spirit King chuckled. I'm pretty generous, aren't I? I suspended the entire tournament just for you. GXIN was speechless, giving a dry laugh without replying. The Pig Spirit King's influence was undeniable. In just a few breaths, the central arena was already packed with people. At the command of the organizer, a robust piglin exuding a level 10 aura stepped onto the stage. Look! That's Piglin Ade, who just completed a level up. He's the most promising junior piglin to take first place this time. I knew it! It's bound to be a clash of titans. Guess which level 10 opponent he'll face? Piglin Ling Shuang, I think. He seems to have broken through to level 10 recently, but he probably can't beat Piglin Ade, since Ade broke through over a month ago. The piglins in front of the stage discussed amongst themselves, each sharing their thoughts. Matches between players of the same level were normal, but what they never expected was that the participant would be the unremarkable Piglin Weo, even among level 9 players. Piglin Weo, holding his enchanted equipment, was trembling all over, large beads of sweat constantly dripping from his forehead. He suddenly turned his head, staring intently at the radiant Piglin Ade on the stage, his eyes gleaming with madness. I never thought I, Piglin Weo, would one day be the protagonist. Thank you, Lord G, for the opportunity. Thank you, Lord G, for the opportunity. Finally, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. This feeling was like an ordinary student in class suddenly receiving the standard answers before an exam. Directly beating the academic genius, even if it was only a temporary peak, gave Piglin Weo unparalleled pleasure. Speed reading course. Dude! Make way, ah! Pig Spirit Weo let out a scream, being pushed out of the way by the surging crowd for the nth time. His shouts went unheard, and he couldn't squeeze in. He finally got his moment in the spotlight, but he, the protagonist, couldn't even get on stage. The organizer on the stage was almost hoarse from shouting. Please, Pig Spirit Weo, come up on stage. Is Pig Spirit Weo here? Come up on stage. Cough, cough. The pig spirits below the stage looked completely bewildered, exchanging bewildered glances. Who is Piglin Wuyo? Is he also a level 10 piglin? Don't know, don't recognize him. Probably a rising star from some lineage. This Piglin Wuyo is so arrogant, leaving Piglin Ade here. He's definitely going to get a beating later. Puppet number 1, go help him. As soon as he finished speaking, a black shadow swam towards Piglin Wuyo at incredible speed. The obsidian golem was imbued with knockback 2 and impact 2. With this single move, Piglin Wuyo experienced what it meant to fly freely. Thump! A loud crash echoed across the arena. A pig plummeted from the sky, landing face first, losing 5 health points before the fight even began. The fall protection 4 and fall protection 4 on his chest armor stacked, directly absorbing 80% of the fall damage. Otherwise, with that obsidian golem thrown at him, Piglin Wuyo would have been out of the game. The piglins around the arena fell silent. What was that thing that suddenly appeared? How did it get up there? Whoosh! It looks like it flew up. His opponent Ade was also startled. This entrance was truly unusual. Only lost 5 health points? How is that possible? Could it be his chest armor? The Piglin King immediately saw the problem. That doesn't make sense either. The chest armor can't be enchanted with fall protection. P.S. In the game, fall protection can only be enchanted on shoes. He turned to GXIN, his eyes pleading for an explanation. Senior, you'll find out soon enough. GXIN didn't want to reveal the answer so quickly, so he kept it a secret. The Piglin King, helpless, could only continue watching the match. The presiding officer, seeing everyone had arrived, cleared his hoarse voice and announced, I hereby declare the match officially open. Ade 1 step, level 10. Please enlighten me. This match was personally selected by the Piglin King, so the pre-match etiquette had to be observed. The Piglin Wuyo followed suit, replying, Wuyo, level 9, please enlighten me. Only level 9? The moment Wuyo uttered the word, level 9, all the piglins, including Ade, erupted in an uproar. Level 9 and 10 were a clear dividing line. A level 10 piglin could single-handedly take on 3 level 9 piglins without being at a disadvantage. That was the difference. You'll find out. Wuyo didn't waste any words. A flash of cold light appeared in his golden axe, instantly placing it above Ade's head. Ade wasn't going to be outdone. An enchanted golden axe simultaneously appeared in his hand, and he blocked the attack. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. How is this possible? Ade felt immense pressure on his hand. The axe he thought he could easily block was unexpectedly being pressed down. With the combined power of sharpness, V, and strength, V in terms of sheer strength alone, the level 9 Wuyo was actually overwhelming the level 10 Ade. Ade roared, unleashing his full combat power, and pushed the golden axe back. Wuyo staggered 2 steps, horrified. Level 10 is indeed level 10. Without equipment enhancement, I have no chance of winning. The crowd below erupted in cheers at this sight. Ade took 2 heavy breaths, his expression gradually becoming serious. Just as he was trying to figure out what had gone wrong, flames suddenly burst forth from his body. Flame enhancement? How is this possible? The Pig Spirit King slammed his fist on the table, his eyes filled with shock as he looked at GXIN. How did you manage to apply flame enhancement to the axe? GXIN didn't beat around the bush and answered directly. Logically, the fire enchantment should only appear on swords, but that restriction is ineffective for me. With that, he casually pried off a rock from the surrounding area, a flash of purple light in his hand, and applied the fire enchantment. My new ability, Enchanting Enchantment, ignores all enchantment rules. I can do whatever I want. He lightly touched the Piglin King with the Hellrock. Boom! The flames spread rapidly, engulfing the Piglin King's entire body, a truly spectacular sight. Although it looked spectacular, it didn't cause any damage to the demigod-level Piglin King. GXIN smiled but didn't speak. In reality, ordinary players weren't much stronger than ordinary piglin kings. His powerful divine power was entirely due to his SSS level class. The perspective shifted back to the arena. Ade the piglin was no less surprised than the piglin king. Being a clever pig, he immediately realized the problem lay with his opponent's weapon. No wonder the king challenged me to a duel! So you have such powerful equipment! Ade took a deep breath, re-evaluating his opponent. In terms of individual strength, I can't compare to you, but I'm luckier. I received a stroke of good fortune, so you were destined to lose this battle from the very beginning. Humph! Arrogant! How will you know if you don't try? Ade roared in fury, his figure flashing as he charged forward, braving the flames. This time, his goal was clear: to disarm his opponent. Wuyo hastily engaged, but his reaction speed was far inferior to Ade's level 10 power. With a sudden, skillful move, Ade actually disarmed him. Even the best equipment is useless if you can't control it. Xian, witnessing this, nodded repeatedly. It had to be admitted that Ade completely overwhelmed Wuyo in both talent and combat skills. If it weren't for Wuyo's equipment, he would have been defeated within 2 rounds. If Piglin Worry only had an axe, Ad would indeed have a chance to win, but... The battle is over! Worry watched the axe grow larger before him, a knowing smile playing on his lips. I told you, you lost from the start! Worry leaned back, and Ad's axe slammed heavily into his golden breastplate. The thorns 3 on the breastplate triggered. The reflected damage, amplified by the knockback, strength, sharpness, impact, and fire effects on the breastplate, was returned to Ad. Holy crap, he had a backup plan! Ad's pupils constricted, the powerful impact sending him flying backward, crashing far off the field. Upon landing, he coughed up blood, his health bar plummeting. On the contrary, Ad had taken a full-scale counterattack at point-blank range, leaving him critically wounded and on the verge of death. The battle is over! Ade the piglin, his expression dazed, looked tremblingly at his chest. There was a deep, bone-revealing wound there, blood still gushing from the gash. His strike had clearly hit Wuyo the piglin, but it was as if he'd struck cotton. Most of the force had been neutralized by an unknown power, vanishing without a trace. And then, he was the one who was injured. His gaze shifted upwards. Wuyo the piglin was now swinging his golden axe, completely unharmed. How is this possible? How did you defeat me? Fear crept onto Ade's face. In that instant, he had sensed danger, but hadn't seen how his opponent had attacked. The surrounding piglins were all stunned. They had all expected Wuyo to be instantly killed. But it was Ade, the level 10 piglin, who was flying backwards. Acting? You think this is how it works? Fine, fine. Snort. Acting my ass. Who would hold back in a match personally selected by Wang? Are you out of your mind? Snort. Then tell me, why can't a level 10 Ade beat a level 9 Wuyo? The 2 piglins immediately started arguing, each offering their own opinion. It's thorns! And the highest level thorns 3 at that. Just now, it seemed like Ade hit Wuyo, but after the thorns transformation, all the damage went to Ade himself. On the contrary, Worry-free, protected by armor, didn't suffer much damage. The 2 younger piglins looked at the older piglin with suspicion in their eyes. They weren't fools. Every piglin knew the purpose of the thorns enchantment. We're not very well educated, don't try to fool us. No matter how powerful thorns is, it can't reflect all the damage. Exactly. You make up lies so easily. The older piglin blushed, his expert demeanor vanishing instantly, and he coughed repeatedly. He had never seen a level 10 piglin like Ade reflect damage like that in all his years. Ahem, I am a few years older than you, this should be Thorn-Class. Otherwise, do you have a more reasonable explanation? The older piglin, trying to save face, made up a lie on the spot. A person's understanding is limited. Naturally, they would only guess at the answer within their own knowledge, and piglins were no exception. They would never have imagined that the thorns that had just been deflected were enhanced with power, sharpness, knockback, and fire effects. How could the damage be compared to that of ordinary thorn reflection? The two younger piglins exchanged a protective glance. This explanation did seem to make some sense. The piglin Wio put away the equipment, jumped off the arena, and helped Ade up. His face didn't show the joy of a victor, but rather the calm after the frenzy. VV. This match wasn't just a game. Many scenarios provided valuable reference data for GXIN. Especially the Loyalty 3 enchantment, its effect was surprisingly good. If used properly, some melee weapons could be thrown. Turning melee into ranged combat significantly boosted his fighting power. The Piglin King didn't understand the meaning behind GXIN's actions and shook his head regretfully. GXIN narrowed his eyes, his mind racing as he listened to the Piglin King's words. Even a fool could guess what the other was implying. He simply wanted GXIN to craft enchanted equipment for the Piglin King, which would then be used to boost the Piglin's fighting power and ultimately unify the Nether. If this ability were extended to all Piglin equipment, the Nether would truly be transformed. A new idea suddenly popped into GXIN's head. Could he use this as leverage to exchange for something? For example, Nether alloy shards. Thinking this, he quickly interjected. Or what? The Piglin King sat back down, his voice tinged with longing and regret. Otherwise, our Piglin race would be truly blessed. Unifying the lower realm wouldn't be a dream. Oh. Is that so? No problem, I can help you. GXIN feigned sudden realization and continued. Are you sure? A big deal has arrived. As long as the price is negotiated well, GXIN will definitely reap a substantial profit. He wouldn't mind having more of these mutually beneficial opportunities. The Pig Spirit King stared intently at GXIN, his face full of disbelief. If I'm not mistaken, this enchantment sacrifice should be your cultivation level, right? I've never heard of anyone willing to joke around with their cultivation level. Indeed. The price to pay for equipment enchantment is experience, but how do you know I don't have a solution? With that, GXIN waved his hand, and the Diamond Golem's experience saturation buff was immediately applied to the Pig Spirit King. The Pig Spirit King clenched his fists, then began burning his own cultivation level. When he saw that his cultivation level didn't decrease as a result, he completely lost his composure. Monster! You're a monster! How can there be someone like you in this world? This is unreasonable. I'll take that as a compliment. GXIN's lips twitched, replying somewhat speechlessly. The Pig Spirit King grunted, immediately realizing his words were somewhat rude, and chuckled to cover his embarrassment. Come on! This lousy coming-of-age ceremony is nothing to see. Let's go back to my palace and chat, ha ha! What a fickle, worthless pig. The official in charge of the coming-of-age ceremony, seeing the Pig Spirit King about to leave, quickly chased after him, saying, Your Majesty! Are you in charge of the coming-of-age ceremony? You can handle it. Just tell me the name of the martial arts champion at the end. The Pig Spirit King waved his hand impatiently. The coming-of-age ceremony was held every year. There was nothing special about it. Not long after, Jisun returned to the Piglin King's pigsty. Tell me your requests. As long as they're not too unreasonable, I'll try my best to fulfill them. Before even starting negotiations, the Piglin King proactively handed over the power to make requests to Jisun, showing his sincerity. Jisun smiled. We're so familiar with each other, so let's not beat around the bush. 2 requests, both fulfilled. I can provide the Piglin race with equipment of all attributes. Of course. If you want a customized version, just give me your requirements, and I can make it too. Here. Equipment of all attributes naturally refers to fully enchanted equipment. Enchanting has no cooldown time, the only limitation is hunger. But with the Golden Carrot's blessing, that's not a problem either. All right. Go ahead. The Piglin King nodded in agreement. Jisun opened his palm, several obsidian stones spinning in his hand. Notably, some of them even had enchanted purple hues. First, I need to build a lava production line in the underworld to continuously produce obsidian for me. The Piglin King frowned, deep in thought, and didn't reply immediately. As far as I know, there are countless lava seas in the underworld. Collecting lava shouldn't be difficult for the Piglin race, right? Jason was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the Piglin King to hesitate. However, water can't be placed in the underworld. Without water, mass-producing obsidian is impossible for us. Furthermore, we piglins can't travel to the upper realm for extended periods, so we can't provide you with labor there. Your proposal puts me in a difficult position. Labor? Jason chuckled. Several thousand stone golems in the base, and you're telling me there's a labor shortage? The Piglin King was unfamiliar with Kishin's puppetry techniques. He only knew Kishin could summon multi-headed golems, but he didn't know that there was no limit to how many. So, upon hearing about building a lava production line, his first thought was of labor shortages and the inability to mass-produce obsidian. Kishin cleared his throat and added, As for manufacturing the obsidian, leave that to me. Good. You're too kind, ha ha. The Piglin King's earlier gloom vanished. With that, the difficulty of the task was reduced by 90%. I have many projects to collaborate on with the Piglin clan in the future. Giving me a discount is only right. After all, you think highly of me, and I can't let you suffer a loss. Xin made a polite remark, thus fulfilling his first request. Although he couldn't mass-produce obsidian puppets yet, it was always good to prepare in advance. All right. My second request is simple. Find ancient netherworld debris for me and mark its coordinates. Smelting ancient debris yields netherworld shards. Netherworld shards and gold ingots can be combined at a crafting table to create netherworld ingots. Diamonds are rare, and netherworld ingots are even rarer. Without advanced preparation, even by level 30, Xin might not be able to gather enough for a single netherworld golem. His request was very simple. Just mark the location of any ancient debris he found, and he would gather it himself once he had enough. Ha ha ha, easy peasy. You don't need to mark the locations. I'll go dig for you myself. The Piglin King laughed heartily. A demigod's fists were the best gathering tool in the world. No matter how hard the netherworld was, it couldn't withstand his continuous attacks. The image of the Piglin King nearly smashing obsidian into pieces with 3 bare punches was still vivid in his mind. And the Piglin King hadn't even used his full strength back then. Then thank you very much, Senior. Xin was overjoyed. It was even better that the other party was willing to help, saving him trouble. Xin suddenly realized that he had planned to develop his own alchemy system back in the secret realm of the Water Kingdom. However, too many things happened afterward, and this matter was naturally forgotten. He reached into the box and opened it, revealing 10 brewing stands, 10 stacks of netherwort, and 10 stacks of blaze rods. Thank you so much! Senior, this is incredibly timely. I'm extremely grateful. It was nothing, don't be so polite. If you run out of blaze powder and netherwort later, just let me know, and I'll have someone restock. The Piglin King wasn't stingy at all. These things were indeed just a matter of a word for him. 2 kilometers outside the Crimson Forest. Wu Nian! We only wanted to kill a few piglins for battle points, but we never expected to run into you here. Wu Nian didn't reply, his teeth grinding as he constantly dodged the attacks around him. After separating from Wither Kelpie, he hadn't lingered for a moment, trying his best to conceal himself and sneak back into the Crimson Forest. But by sheer coincidence, he stumbled upon a Wither spy squad on his way back. Wu Nian's luck was simply incredible. He just happened to stumble upon such a large place. Level 16 and level 14. Wu Nian was secretly astonished. With his current strength, dealing with these 2 wither skeletons in one go was already his limit, not to mention the other skeleton minions around. I advise you to be more cautious. This is Piglin territory. Wu Nian slowly retreated, constantly stalling for time. The Wither Squad leader was unfazed, waving his hand to signal the surrounding skeletons to block the enemy's retreat, and replied, "Don't worry about that. We'll finish this quickly, capture you, and take you back. This risk is worthwhile. Military merit is extremely important, whether among the piglins or the Wither. The Wither spy squad's job is to lick blood from the edge of a knife. I never expected you to survive the king's attack." With his escape route blocked, the only way to break this stalemate was to stall for time. If he could stall long enough, either GXIN or the surrounding piglins would discover the battle, and he could be rescued. While thinking, a crack appeared in Wu Nian's shield. Without further hesitation, taking advantage of a gap in the enemy's attacks, he swung his iron sword and decapitated a skeleton soldier on the spot. These minions weren't even level 10. Given the opportunity, they were almost always one-shot. The surrounding withering minions, seeing their comrade fall, showed no fear, continuing to surge forward, catching Wu Nian off guard and inflicting injuries. He knew Wu Nian's abilities perfectly well. His innate ability, Withering Illusion, was extremely unpredictable. And a level 16 Wither Spirit's attack would be a deadly strike. Dense black smoke rapidly spread upwards, enveloping the withering soldier behind him and relentlessly eroding the opponent's withering essence. Crack! The shield shattered, but the stone sword's momentum didn't diminish. Its target was Wu Nian's neck. At the critical moment, Wither Illusion activated. Wu Nian's entire body began to flicker rhythmically. The stone sword pierced through his body without harming him in the slightest. "You want my life? You dare!" Instantly. In the brief moment between the dissipation of Wu Nian's illusory withering power, he felt a tremendous force surge through his right temple. "Cough, cough, cough, a few bones are broken in my neck, but I won't die. This Wu Nian is a tough nut to crack." The king's initial high regard for him wasn't without reason. On the other side, Wu Nian felt dizzy, watching the approaching withering skeleton with terror in his heart. "No! I can't die yet! Get up quickly!" Wu Nian forced himself to stand, but after less than 2 seconds he lay back down. Although Wu Nian also possessed withering power, it was from a different source and he was still affected. The two withering soldiers exchanged a glance, both seeing the fear in each other's eyes. However, rank trumps all, and they had no choice but to bite the bullet and go check. Before the soldiers could even get close, Wu Nian, lying on the ground, began to ignite his cultivation, pushing the withering influence to its limit, sending dense black smoke billowing into the sky. Meanwhile, GXIN had just emerged from the Pig Spirit King's palace. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he abruptly turned to look beyond the crimson forest, inwardly crying out in alarm. Speed reading course. Thump! A figure descended from the sky, shattering an entire layer of hellrock with a single step. The broken hellrock fragments floated silently on the ground as debris. The traces of the battle were still visible, but the person had vanished. This place was only 2 kilometers from the edge of the Crimson Forest, but still some distance from the Pig Spirit King's palace. At that moment, the withering influence of Wu Nian had only flickered for less than a second, and GXIN hadn't sensed it clearly. "Calamity Rising Power, emerge!" GXIN shouted sharply, summoning the heart-piercing puppet from the shadows. A hint of confusion appeared in Calamity Xingqiuan's eyes, then he slowly shook his head. Although the aura of decay emanating from Wu Nian was intense, it only lasted for a moment before being interrupted, leaving no time for Calamity Xingqiuan to locate it. "A withering skeleton?" GXIN reached down and picked up a piece of coal and a bone, dropped by a withering skeleton, his eyes narrowing, his fists clenching so tightly they cracked. "Very good! You've successfully caught my attention. If Wu Nian dies, I won't hesitate to wipe you out." He was quite satisfied with Wu Nian, this underling. He was not only diligent and reliable but also a capable helper at times. Of course, he wasn't the type to rush into a fight alone in a fit of rage. With the Wither King, a demigod, in charge of the Wither clan, no matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be arrogant enough to challenge a demigod. To rescue Wu Nian, they would ultimately need the help of the Pig Spirit clan. At this moment, the Pig Spirit King, having just seen Jason off, sat on his throne, pondering something, muttering to himself. Ouch, holy crap! How dare you! Trespassing into my palace, you're tired of living! The Pig Spirit King was startled by the spatial rift before him. Recovering, he instantly flew into a rage, releasing his aura and unleashing a punch. Senior! Show mercy! It's me! GXIN had just stepped into the spatial rift when a large fist came hurtling towards him. Startled, he quickly identified himself to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Upon hearing the familiar voice, the Pig Spirit King withdrew his fist in time, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Spatial jump? The ability of the Calamity Clan? Little brother GXIN, you've got quite a few skills, but you can't joke around like that. The Pig Spirit Clan's biggest taboo is trespassing. It's only you who's come here. If General Barbarian had dared to do this, I'd have beaten him to a pulp. The Pig Spirit King was still somewhat bothered by GXIN's trespassing in his palace. The stone body of the Calamity Rising power exploded, turning to dust and dissipating into nothingness. I just sensed a very strong aura of decay. If I'm not mistaken, that should have been released by Wu Nian. GXIN nodded, his voice still carrying a hint of anger. Indeed! A look of surprise appeared in the Pig Spirit King's eyes. He had never seen GXIN so angry before. The Pig Spirit King had a rough idea of what was going on, but he didn't want to say it outright. GXIN took a deep breath, trying to suppress his anger, and spoke. Senior, the two conditions I just agreed to in the deal with the Piglin race are null and void. I can upgrade your Piglin race's equipment for free. The Piglin King's expression didn't change much. He waved his hand and replied. Those two conditions of yours aren't difficult. No need to void them. If you want to add conditions, just say so. This junior wants to use the power of the Piglin race to destroy the Wither race. Destroy the Wither Skeleton race? These words seemed to strike a chord with the Piglin King. The surprise on his face vanished, and he laughed loudly. Destroy the Wither race, indeed. A small matter, a trivial matter. I thought it was something important. The Piglin King took a deep breath and continued. I've long disliked that old scoundrel, but alas, we are both demigods, and neither can match the other. Now, with your help, the decline of the Withering clan begins today. The Pig Spirit King's eyes flashed. The barbarian general had been stationed at the border of the Crimson Forest for some time. General, please come in. The barbarian general strode in, slightly surprised to see GXIN present. Although surprised, he didn't dismiss him. The competition at the gate had significantly improved his impression of GXIN. Greetings, barbarian general. GXIN bowed. The barbarian general nodded, saying nothing more, then looked at the Piglin King on the throne, hesitating to speak. Speak, it's all right, we're all on the same side. The Piglin King indicated, gesturing for him not to be reserved. Having received the signal, the barbarian general loudly reported. Large numbers of Wither are gathering in the eastern and southern parts of the Crimson Forest. I suspect the Wither King intends to launch a large-scale battle. The Piglin King nodded, his expression becoming serious. This news wasn't too far off from his guess. The Piglins and the Wither have been at odds for millennia, assassinating each other's members being a common occurrence. Judging by the time, the Wither King's arm should have healed by now. It wouldn't be like him if he didn't retaliate. Time is a bit rushed, brother GXIN. What do you think about the equipment? GXIN responded with a cupped fist salute. This battle was exactly what he wanted. Anyone from the Wither who dared to touch his people would have their ribs broken. Speed reading course. The Valley of Soul Sands. The clanging of bones echoed everywhere. The dense withering power rendered the area almost barren, a vast expanse of fallen soul sand stretching as far as the eye could see. It was hard to imagine that any living being could inhabit this place. Upon detecting an invasion by outsiders, they would immediately go into battle. At the very center of the fortress was a very strange hall, its ceiling piled high with wither skeleton heads. Inside the hall, The Wither King sat on his throne, his eyes indifferent, gazing down below. Beside him stood an old man in purple robes. Notably, beneath the old man's cloak were not black bones, but the white of normal skeletons. Below the hall, a few skeleton soldiers knelt in small groups, heads bowed, avoiding eye contact with their king, as if terrified of something. "Have you gathered the 100 piglins I requested today?" the Wither King asked in a cold, leisurely voice. "Reporting to your majesty, only one more is missing," the leading Wither soldier replied tremulously. "Oh? One more?" The Wither King opened his eyes, clearly dissatisfied with the answer. A hint of rage flickered in the karmic fire within his skeletal eye sockets. "No! Your Majesty! Spare my life! I know I was wrong, spare!" "Ah!" The hand contracted rapidly, the sound of breaking bones mingling with the skull screams, all fading into the black smoke. The black smoke then quickly receded, returning to the Wither King's body. The Wither soldier had vanished, leaving only a solitary Wither head in its place. "Useless. There are so many piglins in the Crimson Forest, and you can't even catch 100 a day. You're a bunch of useless trash." The Wither King waved his newly grown arm, still slightly uncomfortable. The Wither soldiers below were too intimidated to even lift their heads. The Crimson Forest did indeed have many piglins, but they still needed to be able to get inside. The piglin barbarians' golden axes were no joke. The Wither soldiers exchanged glances, all seeing the helplessness and sorrow in each other's eyes. If even the smallest thing displeased the Wither King, the final fate would be to merge with him. "Yes, sir!" A few Wither soldiers, as if finding saviors, scrambled to pick up their fallen comrades' heads, hoping to escape. The Wither King slowly looked at the purple-robed elder. He wasn't angered by the elder's mockery. Instead, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. "No matter how you look at it, you're just an ordinary skeleton." The purple-robed elder chuckled, tapping his fingers lightly to a rhythm, his voice languid. "Whether I'm ordinary or not isn't the point. The point is, I can sit here and communicate with you as an equal, isn't it?" The purple-robed elder's words were barbed, showing no respect whatsoever to the Withering King. The Withering King's eyes flashed with karmic fire, but he couldn't discern the elder's true strength, and finally had to give up in frustration. At first, the Withering King didn't believe it. He had spent most of his life exploring the demigod realm, yet he had never found a way to advance further. The other party was just an ordinary skeleton from the upper realm. How could he possibly know the way to godhood? But reality immediately slapped him in the face. This purple-robed elder not only offered a path to godhood, but he also produced a box imbued with divine aura. That was a realm he had strived for most of his life without ever reaching. Feeling his own realm seemingly frozen in place, the Withering King felt a surge of anger rising within him, his voice cold and hoarse as he spoke. "You say the fundamental reason the Withering race cannot become gods is that we lack flesh and blood?" The purple-robed elder nodded in reply. "That's right. Your Withering race has abandoned flesh and blood, focusing solely on cultivating the power of decay. This is inherently a highly biased approach. To aspire to become an omniscient and omnipotent god is simply a pipe dream." "Humph!" The Withering King sneered, smashing the throne to his left with his bare hand, gritting his teeth. "So, following your method, I've been consuming the flesh and blood of 100 pig spirits every day for the past month. Why hasn't my realm changed at all? 100 pig spirits a day is too little flesh, and a month is too short a time. As the king of the Wither race, you can't possibly lack even this much patience, can you?" The Wither King forcibly suppressed his anger. As the king of his race, being so disrespected by an outsider made him uneasy. "Your method had better work, or you'll die a horrible death." The purple-robed elder didn't reply this time, but instead looked at the 99 pig spirits brought into the hall. "Begin. Today's flesh sacrifice is rather meager." The Wither King's eyes were cold as he condensed a black netherworld star from his body, his wither essence. Their obese bodies visibly withered away. Finally, even their bones were corroded into ashes by the wither power, vanishing without a trace. The Withering King closed his eyes, savoring the flesh and blood flowing into his body. Then he suddenly exhaled a breath of black gas, as if he had damaged his very essence. You tricked me! The Withering's corruption clashes with flesh and blood. How can absorbing flesh and blood improve your cultivation level? The Withering King suddenly realized something, and the killing intent in his eyes reached its peak. If the purple-robed elder didn't offer a perfect explanation, he would surely annihilate him instantly in agony. Seeking death! Come! Kill me! Oh, right, I forgot to tell you, absorbing flesh and blood is only the first step in advancing your cultivation level. To solidify it, you must find another way. And the other way, only I in this world know. The lost forever. The Withering King took a deep breath, his expression instantly changing. Ha ha ha, sir, you are truly talented. How could I possibly bear to kill you? I was careless just now and startled you. Now I wish to apologize. As he spoke, the Withering King was about to bow to the purple-robed elder. No need! The purple-robed elder waved his hand to interrupt, rising to leave. The Withering King's eyes turned cold, the fawning expression on his face vanished, and he voiced his doubts. I'm curious, why did you help me? Since the method to godhood works, what are your intentions? Of course. And there's a deep connection. The purple-robed skeleton laughed, his voice becoming extremely serious. He added, because this is also part of the plan. The Withering King's eyes narrowed with rage. He snarled, You're using me as a pawn? The purple-robed skeleton had practically made it clear that he was using the Withering King. His intention was that simple. But unfortunately, the Withering King had no choice but to comply, because he wanted to become a god, and the other party had his Achilles heel. This was a calculated scheme. A blatant, overt scheme, and even if the Withering King was told it outright, he couldn't break free. You want me as your pawn? No problem. But I expect that after you achieve your goal, I will receive the complete method to godhood. Of course. It should be so. The purple-robed skeleton turned to look at the Withering King, the eerie red light in its eyes terrifying. The Withering King felt a chill run down his spine at that look. The skeleton's gaze was as if it were looking at a work of art, completely disregarding him. The purple-robed skeleton didn't linger, stepping down from the platform, preparing to leave the hall. The Withering King's fists clenched tightly. The feeling of being manipulated was unbearable. A thought flashed through the Withering King's mind. As long as he killed this guy before him, whatever the other's intentions were, they would no longer pose any threat. No! No way! That's the method to godhood! I have to get it no matter what. Even if it comes at a price, it's worth it. The Withering King sighed helplessly, and waved his hand to extinguish the power of decay in his hand. He desperately wanted to advance further. Being forever stuck at the demigod level was truly unbearable. Meanwhile, the Withering Little K returned to the lower realm fortress, dejected, still worrying about Wu Nian's safety. Suddenly, a loud laugh from the skeleton guarding the fortress caught her attention. Hey, isn't this Wu Nian, the one Wang Yi slapped to death? How did he end up in your hands? Withering Little K's heart sank, and she quickly looked towards the fortress gate. There, at the fortress gate, a spy squad was escorting an unconscious player. Upon closer inspection, she recognized him as Wu Nian, whom she had just parted ways with. We caught him in the heart of the Piglin territory, bah! And he was a tough nut to crack. I almost didn't make it back. The skeleton guarding the gate chuckled obsequiously. Your spy squads are always on the edge of a knife, aren't you? The greater the risk, the greater the reward. I might guard this gate for a year and still not earn as much as you do in one battle. That's right. Once we hand Wu Nian over to the king, we'll earn merit and a good position, and we won't have to do this life-threatening work anymore. All right. We'll go in first, you guys keep watch. The skeleton guarding the gate watched the team leave with envy in its eyes. Oh no! Wu Nian, how could you be so careless? What do we do? If Wu Nian falls into the king's hands, he'll definitely be eaten. I have to think of a way. Or should I bribe the spy team to get them to release Wu Nian? That's Wu Nian. What could I possibly use to bribe them? Her position in the clan wasn't high. She wasn't much better than the withering guard at the fortress gate. It was impossible for her to use connections to get him released. Besides, everyone knew Wu Nian's identity, and he was a thorn in the Withering King's side. Even if someone held a high position in the Withering clan, they couldn't cover this up. Now that Wu Nian was captured, his death was only a matter of time. No! I have to find a way to save Wu Nian's life. With a determined heart, Withering Xiaoke quickly caught up with the Withering spy team. If even she gave up, Wu Nian truly wouldn't even have that 1 in 10,000 chance of survival. Your Majesty! Look what we've brought you! As they spoke, they released the unconscious Wu Nian and tossed him into the palace. The Wither King, who had been resting, looked up, a hint of surprise in his eyes. The unconscious player was none other than Wu Nian, whom he had once killed. Wu Nian! You're not dead! The Wither King murmured, immediately intrigued. Your Majesty! While capturing piglins for you, we happened to encounter this person. We suspect he may have already defected to the piglin race. The Withering King nodded. He didn't know how Wu Nian had survived, but that was no longer important, as Wu Nian was now back in his hands. You've done well. Go and collect your military merits later. Thank you, Your Majesty. The two Withering Kings were overjoyed and quickly thanked him before retreating. During the conversation, Wu Nian slowly awoke. The familiar scene reappeared before his eyes. But things were different now. He had been summoned here by the Withering King as a genius, but now he was a prisoner. Wu Nian, long time no see. How have you been? The Withering King's feigned concern reached Wu Nian's ears, making his stomach churn. Pa! You scoundrel! I was truly blind to have called you king! Wu Nian spat immediately, his face filled with disgust. The Withering King didn't care. He wouldn't get angry with a dying man. I'm curious how you've managed to survive. Can you tell me? Wu Nian turned his face away, unwilling to answer the question. The Withering King rubbed his two skeletal fingers and voiced his guess. If I'm not mistaken, your new master must be that guy who controls the puppets. The Withering King's words made Wu Nian's breathing falter slightly, taking a half-beat. Ha! Looks like I guessed right. The Withering King slumped back down, his voice languid. The Piglin King is astute and adept at seizing opportunities. The Wither King is ruthless and decisive, acting with clear-cut convictions. Their personalities may differ, but as kings of the same race, the Piglin King is wise, and so is the Wither King. Wu Nian's allegiance to the Piglin race is merely a facade. His true intention is to attach himself to that puppet boy. Wu Nian snarled. Kill me if you want. Who I submit to is none of your business. Good. Very good, I like your unruly attitude. Today I'm still short one blood sacrifice, so I'll use you to make up the difference. Speed reading course. The commotion caused by the Withering King and Wu Nian was considerable. Their voices carried far, echoing throughout the entire lower realm fortress. TSK, this Wu Nian is really hard to kill. He's still alive! If I had taken a blow from the king, I would have been reincarnated long ago. Humph! Although Wu Nian is a foreigner, his talent is undeniable. With your pathetic abilities, you dare compare yourself to him? You're dreaming! At this moment, a large number of skeleton soldiers had gathered outside the hall. Looking at the half-crippled Wu Nian on the hall, they were filled with mixed emotions. Wu Nian, however, accomplished in just over a month what others took over a decade to achieve, a talent that was truly astounding even within the Wither clan. So what if he has great talent? He'll still die soon. Yeah, what a pity! What a real pity! These skeletons had come to watch the drama unfold after hearing of Wu Nian's resurrection. During his time with the Wither clan, Wu Nian had impressed many of them. The Wither clan and piglins have different habits. They don't have such a strong sense of territory. While there are ranks, there are no strict rules. Therefore, It's not uncommon for skeletons to peek and eavesdrop over the walls. The Withering King had learned of a piece of news first, and if it were overheard by the patrolling skeleton soldiers outside, the news would spread throughout the entire fortress within hours, becoming known to everyone. The Withering King didn't care, and was too lazy to rectify such a trend. Besides, sharing information had many advantages. At this moment, Withering Little K was hidden among the many skeletons, somewhat uneasy. When she heard that Wu Nian was to be used as food, her hands clenched involuntarily, and she silently prayed. "Old bastard, giving a heads up before killing someone? That's not like you." Wu Nian's face showed a mocking smile, a sarcastic remark directed at the Withering King. "Back when I trusted you most, you slapped me. I still remember that slap vividly. Today, you're so gentle. I'm truly touched, ha ha ha." Wu Nian's words were sarcastic and barbed. After speaking, he laughed wildly, completely disregarding the threat from the Withering King. He was now powerless to resist. Every last bit of sarcasm before he died was a bonus. Last time he was beaten, he didn't have time to curse this old bastard. This time, he had to be arrogant one last time before he died. "Holy crap! He's mocking the king!" Hand preparing to leave. The other skeleton didn't resist, nodding silently. Gradually, most of the densely packed with withering skeletons left. Withering Little K stood there, stunned, black withering power flowing from her eyes, tears. "No! I have to find a way to save Wu Nian." She was merely a lowly soldier in the Withering Kingdom. How could the high and mighty king possibly give her any face? If she went in, Wu Nian would only be tortured even more horribly by the Withering King, and might not even have the right to die. Just as she was losing hope, an old yet gentle voice rang in her ear. "Want to save him? I have a way." Withered Little K's eyes lit up, and she quickly turned around. But to her surprise, there was no one behind her. A hallucination! So real it was almost unreal, making her think for a moment that it was a hallucination. "No, it's a hallucination. Turn your head and look at the tower to your right." Following the other person's guidance, Withered Little K quickly found the other person. On a watchtower about 300 meters away, the purple-robed skeleton stood there waving at Little K, every movement exuding gentleness. "High Priest!" Withered Little K was startled and unconsciously took a step back. She didn't understand how the other person could hear her from such a distance. In the Wither race, those with official positions are called priests, and like the landowners of the Piglins, they are ranked from highest to lowest. Him unable to utter a sound. If he hadn't awakened the power of withering, allowing him to prolong his life with his own withering essence, any other player would have died dozens of times over from such injuries. "Purple robe! Purple robe!" The Withering Little K suppressed his fear and took out the purple robe from his arms. The Withering King loosened his grip, Wu Nian's floating body crashed to the ground, and the oppressive aura emanating from Little K gradually dissipated. The Withering King was already annoyed by the purple-robed skeleton's earlier harassment, his voice tinged with a hint of annoyance. "Wu Nian is the key to your godhood, please spare his life." Withering Little K gasped, not daring to hesitate for a moment. Withering Little K's body trembled like a leaf, his bones crackling. "Then why didn't he come himself, but instead sent you to report? You seem quite concerned about Wu Nian's life or death." Withering King's few words shattered Withering Little K's psychological defenses. After a long while, Withering King waved his hand, saying helplessly, "It seems I was overthinking it. The purple-robed skeleton acts without any rhyme or reason. This is actually in line with his character." Upon reflection, this made perfect sense. Although the purple-robed skeleton wasn't particularly powerful, his actions were extremely unpredictable and erratic. His reluctance to intervene was likely simply a matter of unwillingness. It wasn't that complicated. "Did he say anything about the specifics of the second method of becoming a god?" the Withering King inquired. "All right. I'll ask him myself later." The Withering King had a headache. As the leader of his race, being led by the nose by a mere upper-realm skeleton was a huge loss of face. "Take Wu Nian away first." Find a few skeletons who have reached the second rank to keep a close watch on him. Oh, and find some recovery potions. Don't let him really die. Yes. Withering Little K nodded repeatedly, casually wrapping the purple robe around Wu Nian, then picking him up and turning to leave. Wu Nian's flesh and blood were almost completely gone. All that could be seen was a skeleton. The only thing possibly intact was his beating heart in his chest. What's your name? Skeleton Soldier, Little K. Wither Little K's voice trembled slightly. Wither Little K was slightly pleased, but did not show it. After bowing to the king, she hurriedly left the hall. With this order, she could openly take care of Wu Nian. Keep an eye on Wu Nian. If he tries to escape, cut off his legs immediately. No need to report. The 3 skeleton guards bowed in unison. Yes, sir. Wu Nian was essentially incapacitated. It would take 3 or 4 months of recuperation to fully recover his health. Even if he recovered his health, due to the significant loss of flesh and blood, he wouldn't be at his peak condition. Let alone 3 level 20+ skeleton guards, even a level 10 skeleton soldier could easily handle him now. With everything settled, Withering Little K carried the unconscious Wu Nian away. The Valley of Soul Sand stretched as far as the eye could see, a veritable black desert. Soul Sand, as the name suggests, was sand laden with vengeful spirits. Walking on it would significantly slow players down, and also deplete their hunger points. The Withering race didn't have prisons in the strict sense. The dark, corrupt, and terrifying Valley of Soul Sand itself was a natural prison. On the other side, high above, a purple figure stood, witnessing everything. He hadn't personally intervened, yet he had orchestrated everything meticulously. Everything is ready, except for the final touch. The purple-robed skeleton muttered, various images flashing through his eyes, clearly speculating about something. Snoring. A pig squeal broke the purple-robed skeleton's thoughts. Turning his head, he saw a portal to hell appear behind him. A pink pig leaped out of the portal. This pig wasn't a pig spirit, it was just an ordinary domestic pig from the upper realm. Upon closer inspection, it seemed this pig didn't even possess intelligence. Hee hee! Blood God, long time no see. How have you been? The domestic pig tilted its head, glanced at the purple-robed skeleton, grunted twice without replying, and happily nudged the skeleton's purple robe with its snout. Humph! Still pretending? Since you're just an ordinary domestic pig, I'll kill you and eat you. As it spoke, a cloud of black mist condensed in the purple-robed skeleton's hand, emanating an extremely powerful aura of fear. You little rascal! It's been so long, and this is how you treat an old friend. Can't you take a joke? As it spoke, a crown gradually appeared on the domestic pig's head, and its appearance suddenly became much more solemn. Little rascal? Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since I've heard that name. Now, besides the one I follow, only you remember. However, nowadays people prefer to call me the Dreadlord. At first glance, I sound like a ruthless demon. The blood god didn't transform into human form, but instead bent his 4 legs and lay down beside the Dreadlord, teasingly. The name Dreadlord is quite good, at least it fits your aloof persona. A hint of helplessness appeared on the Dreadlord's skeletal face. He looked at his bony hands, sighed, and replied, You know I hate myself like this. Your so-called aloofness is just me not wanting to show this face to people. The blood god shook his head and quickly changed the subject. The Dreadlord didn't take the blood god's sarcasm seriously, his voice as calm as ever. A vein throbbed on the blood god's forehead. He was momentarily speechless. Well, it's been so long, when did your skin get so thick? The non-interference principle Notch mentioned, does it only mean you shouldn't interfere with your own mortal body? And interfering through someone else's hands, isn't that interference? Shameless! Purple, you've changed. The blood god gritted his teeth, then sighed helplessly. I'm not as bored as you. Report you? Too lazy. After criticizing the Dreadlord, the blood god turned to look at the lower fortress, his eyes radiating white light, his gaze traversing millions of miles, passing through all the blocks, finally landing on Wu Nian, draped in purple robes. At this moment, Wu Nian was imprisoned in a matchbox made of lower realm stone bricks, his breath extremely weak, as if he would die at any moment. Your mortal form? The Demon King of Fear nodded, saying nothing more. Regularly registered? The Blood God laughed directly. Is it necessary? You've already donned the purple robe. Isn't that more useful than just being officially registered? I think you have ulterior motives. Do you have another goal? Upon hearing this, the Fear Demon King's eyes turned cold, his eerie karmic fire glancing sideways at the Blood God. What exactly are you trying to say? The Blood God didn't back down, looking directly into the Fear Demon King's eyes. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Humph! I knew why you appeared here out of nowhere. So you came to cause me trouble. The Fear Demon King waved his hand, scattering the cloud of ashes beside him. You're becoming more and more repulsive. Can't you let me finish what I'm saying? The Lord of Dread didn't care what the other party thought of him, and snapped his fingers. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The pig coughed up blood and collapsed, dying instantly, its screams carrying far. The gates of hell reopened. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Lord of Dread smiled, saying with a hint of amusement, Interesting. After the deaths of over a dozen pig clones, the Blood God finally learned his lesson, hiding behind the gates of hell, his voice drifting back. I'm warning you, playing around is fine, but this is the only piglet I have left in the upper realm. But if you cause trouble, I will kill you. There was no anger in these words, only pure purity. The Blood God swallowed hard, forcing a smile. With that, the Blood God controlled the pig to sit back in its original position. But now, the atmosphere between the two was completely different from before. As for why the other party wanted to prevent him's resurrection, only the other party knew. Of course, the Dreadlord didn't want to hear the Blood God's reasons. Like the drowned god, he was a fanatical follower of him. He was willing to do anything to bring him back to life. The time? Don't give me that. I only trust myself. The Dreadlord stood up, preparing to leave. Black smoke rose around the Dreadlord as he turned to look at the little pig controlled by the Blood God. Don't think I'm joking. This matter of him's human form must be settled. If you dare to cause trouble, I won't just kill the little pig you control. The power of fear spread rapidly. Even the Blood God, a fellow deity, felt a chill, a slight jolt in his heart. The wielder of fear, indeed, is not so easily provoked. Purple. You damn immortal. This really is my last one. Give me back my pig. Meanwhile, at the base, GXIN bid farewell to the Pig Spirit King and returned to the upper realm via the Hell Portal. Of course, this was all based on the assumption that Wu Nian was still alive. If something truly happened to his subordinate, the nature of this war would change. GXIN respected life, that was his principle. That didn't mean he lacked the ability to trample on life. A massacre that could be carried out at any moment only required a suitable reason. Besides, skeletons belong to the undead race, and living beings and the undead are inherently enemies. It shouldn't be too much to kill hundreds of thousands of withering minions to accompany Wu Nian in death, right? After catching his breath, GXIN's eyes flashed white, and he shouted sharply, All puppets, assemble before me. His voice wasn't loud, and it dissipated quickly. But this call was like a spell. The entire base began to tremble. The spare puppets slumbering beneath the base simultaneously opened their eyes. Their blood-red pupils, like vicious hounds from hell, began to squeak and writhe upon receiving their master's command. Most of these were stone golems. The trial grounds didn't have villagers, so there was no way to create an iron farm like in a game. Of course, the Calamity villagers possessed intelligence. There was no reason why ordinary villagers couldn't awaken. In the real world, iron farms simply didn't exist. If it were truly possible, GXIN could only express his astonishment. 1,000,000 steel golems were no longer a dream. The moment the order was given, all the golems in the base, whether in reserve underground or actively mining and farming, froze in their tracks. They first pinpointed GXIN's location, then sprinted off without hesitation. Their king was calling them. Over 100 steel golems, over 1,000 stone golems, nearly 5,000 functional golems. The sound of footsteps shook the heavens, and dust billowed everywhere. Wang Chang and Chu Linger in the base were also startled. What's wrong with the golems? Oh no, something must have happened to Xiao Xian. Quick, let's go check it out. Ouch. Don't step on me. Brother Chang, help me up. These golems have gone mad. And so, at Xian's call, everyone in the base, humans and golems alike, rushed towards him. A dozen minutes later, Calamity's spirit arrived first, followed by Wang Chang and the others. When they saw that Xian was unharmed, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to them, Xian had long since become their pillar of strength. Don't go over yet. Xian looks unwell. Something serious must have happened. The boss spoils you, but you need to know what to do in different situations. Calamity's spirit seemed to understand, but looking at the serious atmosphere around them, she felt that Sister Linger's words made some sense. Wang Chang, as the leader, steeled himself and stepped forward to ask, "Boss, what happened?" Xian nodded, his eyes sharpening. "Wu Nian is in trouble." Xian briefly recounted the entire story. After listening, Wang Chang and the others all looked indignant. Wu Nian was probably among the third batch to join the team, and although they hadn't known each other for long, Wu Nian's steady and humble demeanor had left a very good impression on everyone. Now that Wu Nian was in trouble, they had no reason not to help. This time is different from before. This time we're facing an entire race, and a demigod is also present. So, if this isn't handled properly, people could die. Demigod? Wang Chang and the others exchanged glances. This was the first time they'd heard of this realm. The creatures of the original world simply divided their realms into 4 stages, with the peak of the 4th stage being the demigod realm. However, whether demigod or true god, anyone even remotely related to the word god is beyond human resistance. Xian nodded and continued. A demigod is what we players call level 49. However, you don't need to worry too much. I have my own forces developing in the lower realm. At least on the front lines, the Withering King won't pose any threat to us. Wang Chang, with his quick temper, took the lead, saying, "Boss, tell us what to do, we'll listen to you." Upon hearing this, everyone below grabbed their weapons and chimed in. Yes. Let's get them. So what if they're demigods? If they dare touch our people, we'll fight them. That's right. Even if we can't beat them, we should at least show them our mettle. Taking a bite out of them is good enough. With a whoosh, the ironclad gang members all donned their armor, fully equipped with weapons and shields, ready to engage in battle at any moment. Xian was taken aback. He felt the ironclad gang members had misunderstood him. While they had all completed 1 rank advancement, their combat strength was at most equivalent to that of his 6 steel puppets. Sending them to the battlefield? Absolutely not. I acknowledge your goodwill on behalf of Wu Nian, but with so many puppets at my disposal, I don't need you risking your lives on the battlefield. What I'm telling you is simply to let you know we're in trouble, nothing more. Huh. The ironclad gang members' newly surging enthusiasm was doused with cold water, their lips twitching involuntarily. They knew they were weak, but being implied like that by their boss was still somewhat disheartening. Boss! We know you're doing this for our lives. That's kind of you, we'll remember it. But we're not like the puppets in your hands, we have our own thoughts. We want to repay your protection with our actions. Even if the price is our lives, we'll do it willingly. Wang Chang poured out his heart in one breath. In this chaotic world, having a powerful figure to protect you is an immense blessing. However, the longer this protection lasts, the more burdensome it becomes for someone like Wang Chang. They believe in reciprocity. Weakness is not a reason to accept gifts with a clear conscience. Wow! What profound and heartfelt words! Xian was somewhat incredulous. Wang Chang usually seemed like a man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, but he hadn't expected him to be so insightful at a crucial moment. Good! Since you have this insight, as your boss, I should at least take you to the lower realm to broaden your horizons. Wan Chang was somewhat excited and wanted to say thank you, but felt a bit awkward and couldn't find anything else to say. What are your thoughts? After finishing this, GXIN turned to Chulinger beside him. Me? Sure. Absolutely no problem. GXIN was more than happy to have someone watching over things at the base. From now on, all the systems in the base are yours, including the operation of the Emperor's shop. Don't let me down. GXIN's gaze shifted to the Calamity Spirit. The Calamity Spirit's eyes widened, preparing for its mission. However, GXIN only glanced at it before looking away, showing no intention of giving any instructions. Calamity Spirit panicked and immediately cried out. Ah? Master. Me too. I'm willing to go to the lower realm with you to fight the enemy. Oh. I appreciate the sentiment, but it's impossible. GXIN refused casually. Master. I can also use spatial jumps in the lower realm, it's very useful, why won't you take me? GXIN directed the puppets to pass through the Hell Gate in an orderly fashion, casually making up a reason. Because minors are prohibited from watching violent scenes. Upon hearing this reason, Wan Chang and the others almost couldn't hold back their laughter. What the hell? Minors can't watch violent scenes? This is too perfunctory. GXIN's eyes were strange. Wasn't his reason sufficient? War requires bloodshed, and bloodshed needs to be censored. What if not censoring affects the minds of minors? Wan Chang and the others exchanged glances and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. This reason is simply irrefutable. Calamity Spirit looked around at everyone trying not to laugh, its little face pitiful. It was a native of the Minecraft world, not someone who had transmigrated. Naturally, it didn't get the joke and thought the people in the base were mocking its weakness. Chulinger quickly stepped in to defuse the situation and comforted it. Staying at the base is fine. You can help me manage the farm. Calamity Spirit didn't want to stay at the base. She looked at GXIN, who was busy working, hoping for a chance. I'll definitely take you there when you come of age. GXIN casually offered a promise. He already had the head of Calamity Rising power. He didn't need Calamity Spirit's help at all. Going there would just be a sitting duck, one arrow and he'd be dead. It was better for her to stay at the base and manage the farm. The tactic of making empty promises proved quite effective on the Calamity Spirit. The other party didn't say anything more and obediently followed Chulinger towards the farm. After needed the Pig Spirit King to lure out the Withering King, a demigod. In this way, without a god to guard the Withering clan, GXIN could advance unimpeded, with no one able to threaten his life. He wouldn't dare say he was invincible, but at least self-preservation was guaranteed. As long as he successfully rescued Wenyan, he could fight this war without any worries. The Pig King closed his eyes, enjoying the various enchantments on his armor, his own power level beginning to surge rhythmically. Such powerful enchantments! Ha! I anticipated it would be very strong from the beginning, but experiencing it firsthand brings unexpected surprises. As he spoke, the Pig Spirit King's aura continued to rise, the surrounding cubes began to tremble, and his cultivation level seemed poised to advance a step forward. GXIN's pupils constricted, and he involuntarily took a step back. Is it about to break through? The Pig Spirit King was currently at the demigod level. After breaking through, he would be at the god level. Just how strong was the god level? No one knew. However, if the Pig Spirit King truly broke through, it would be an incredible stroke of luck for GXIN. Haha! This is the feeling! It's simply amazing! What a pity! I still couldn't succeed. The Pig Spirit King murmured, slowly opening his eyes. At that moment, he had indeed touched the threshold of godhood, but something seemed to have blocked his path, preventing him from succeeding. But there's nothing to regret. In my lifetime, I've glimpsed the realm of gods. Even if today is my death day, it's worth it. The Pig Spirit King laughed heartily, his body fat burning as his cultivation level surged. Composing himself, he took out the head of the Calamity Rising Power and tore open a new rift in front of him. The other side was the very place where Wu Nian had disappeared. In the Valley of Soul Sands, inside a matchbox. Wu Nian slowly awoke, his vision blurry. At this moment, the withering little K was carefully feeding him a healing potion. The withering were undead creatures. Potions that restored health to living beings were poison to them, so little K's movements were extremely gentle. Where am I? Wu Nian turned his single eye, surveying his surroundings, his voice muffled. Wu Nian, you're finally awake! Seeing Wu Nian react, the withering little K quickly leaned closer to hear what he wanted to say. Hearing the commotion, the Wither guards outside turned and asked, What happened? The Wither guards outside were all above level 20, far superior to Wither K in rank. It also asked me to put this purple robe on you. Wu Nian understood, slowly stroking the purple robe in his hands, not feeling anything special. It was just an ordinary robe. If that's the case, then it makes sense that he saved him. Withered little K smiled and shook his head, replying, Do you think that's possible? We Wither clan are extremely xenophobic, you know that. He's a little white skeleton from the upper realm, kind of a close relative of ours. As Wither Skeleton spoke, he suddenly paused, a hint of doubt appearing in his eyes. Wu Nian, now a skeleton, wearing purple robes, somehow resembled the High Priest. Was it just his imagination? Wu Nian felt a chill run down his spine under Skeleton's gaze. Looking at his mangled, bloodied body, a wave of bitterness and inferiority washed over him. What's wrong? Do I look ugly? You know, our skeleton aesthetics only consider personality, not appearance. I just feel you're looking more and more like a skeleton now, haha. Whether it's a little white skeleton from the upper realm or a wither skeleton from the lower realm, they are all born without a trace of flesh and blood. The reason wither skeletons can develop sentience like other races is because they possess their own wither essence. This wither essence is like the wither skeleton's flesh and heart, allowing them to live like normal creatures. His awakened class is A-rank Wither Prince, and along with his flesh, he has also generated a wither essence. In other words, this wither essence is currently acting in place of his flesh. Wu Nian tried to get up, but Diaoling Xiaoke pressed him back down. You saw it too, there are guards outside. There's no way you can escape. Wu Nian's eyes flashed, his exposed teeth clenched, and he activated the system, looking out the window. The 3 skeletons outside were all level 20. Even in his prime, let alone his current severely injured state, he would only be able to take a beating. No. I have to find a way out. Only then can I possibly avenge this humiliation of being skinned and dismembered. Wu Nian gritted his teeth, his anger surging. Diaoling Xiaoke sighed, picked up a recovery potion, and fed him some, gently advising him. This can't be rushed. You're injured like this. There's no way you can escape. It's better to heal here first, observe the situation, and take it one step at a time. Diaoling Xiaoke's thinking was simple. She would be content if he could survive. He was already incredibly lucky to be alive. How could he possibly hope to escape? After another half hour, with the help of the recovery potion, Wu Nian's injuries finally stabilized, and his mind cleared considerably. All right, you should leave now, lest others become suspicious. Wu Nian's voice was very soft, almost like a gentle breeze from his throat. Diaoling Xiaoke understood his meaning. She tidied herself up a bit and prepared to leave. Take good care of your injuries. If you want to do anything, please discuss it with me first. Don't act alone. Diaoling Xiaoke's words were tactful, but she was essentially warning Wu Nian not to think about running away. Even if he wanted to run, he should tell her. Perhaps she could help him. On the other side, Xian emerged from the spatial rift. He looked around, his brow furrowing. The Valley of Soul Sands was vast. Without a guide, the chances of getting lost were too high. Impulsive. Too impulsive. I wasn't prepared enough. Xian criticized himself, pacing back and forth, trying to find a solution. He wasn't exactly prudent, but he was always well prepared. This was the first time he'd felt so lost. Concern clouded my judgment. I must be more careful in the future. The Pig Spirit King was rushing to the battlefield. Time was of the essence, and he had no choice but to bite the bullet and go in. GXIN waved his hand, causing a cube to float up, and then leaped onto it. The slowing effect of the soul sands was a hidden, deadly weapon. However, this wasn't a big deal for GXIN. He possessed the head of the Calamity Rising power, and could control the cube to fly. Even if he got lost, he could easily escape. Just as GXIN was about to enter the Valley of Soul Sands, a pig's squeal rang out behind him, and a squad of piglins had appeared behind him without him noticing. Lord G, don't go! Lord G, don't go! GXIN turned his head and saw the person. He recognized him. It was Zhu Lingwuyo, whom he had helped during his coming-of-age ceremony. Zhu Lingwuyo? Yes, yes, yes! It is I. Zhu Lingwuyo breathed a long sigh of relief, seeing that he had caught up. His attitude was very humble. Even the Pig Spirit King would show this man some respect, so he dared not be arrogant in the slightest. Speed reading course. What's going on here? GXIN glanced at the group of pigs. This squad was clearly on patrol. The Pig Spirit Wio wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled ingratiatingly. We're a patrolling Pig Spirit squad. GXIN was speechless. His time was precious. If Wio kept this up, he was leaving. His Pig Spirit teammate beside him snorted, interrupting Wio's grumbling. Oh! Haha, that's not the point. Our strength is limited, and we can't be of much help, but please accept this. This was bought with money pulled together by a few of us. Lord G, you might find it useful. Map, mostly blank, *1. Players are slowed when walking on soul sand, but with the soul's swiftness enchantment, this slowing effect is greatly reduced, or even negated. What's useful to GXIN is the second item the other party handed him, a map. Although most of the map is blank and unmarked, a nether fortress is clearly marked on it. Attacking and hacking and slashing each other desperately. The sounds of tearing flesh and breaking bones mingled together. The Piglin King looked around but didn't see the barbarian general. He guessed he might be on another battlefield. Let's start from here. The simplest way to lure out the Wither King is to join the battlefield as a demigod. Once any creature reaches the demigod realm, the number of enemies is no longer a limiting factor in strength. In other words, if the Pig Spirit King enters the fray now, it will be a ruthless massacre. You old withering bastard, come out and fight me now, or I'll slaughter your entire army by myself. The Pig Spirit King took a deep breath, his muscles bulging. You old withering bastard, show yourself and fight me now. The Wither race looked up at the gigantic phantom hand in the sky, the entire army stunned, fear spreading like wildfire. If this palm strike were to land squarely, any skeleton soldier below the third level of the Ascendant would have no chance of survival. Run! Get out of the area covered by the palm's phantom. Quick! Signal the king to engage! The Piglin King has gone mad! Because GXIN could now clearly see the soul soil behind the fortress. Without specific coordinates and a map, accurately locating a fortress was virtually impossible. I had heard before coming that the Valley of Soul Sands was known as the Black Desert, and now it seems that its reputation is well deserved. GXIN was secretly alarmed. It wasn't just the Soul Sands that slowed people down, the blue-purple mist was also a major headache. Fortunately, his luck was always good, he had encountered both. Above the Nether Fortress, 2 skeleton guards patrolled this area. They turned to look at the boundless Valley of Soul Sands, a hint of weariness appearing on their faces. We've been patrolling for 4 hours today, let's rest. It's not time to rest yet. This isn't a good idea. What if some outsiders sneak in? There aren't that many outsiders here. This is the Valley of Soul Sands. No fool would dare come here. Hearing this, the skeleton on the left thought for a moment, and realized it made sense. This was the Valley of Soul Sands, a desolate wasteland. Apart from the Wither skeletons, no creature could survive here. And so, the two skeletons readily accepted the idea of slacking off. Two skeleton soldiers walked to the outer edge of the fortress, gazing down into the distance. The weariness on their faces quickly faded, replaced by contentment. I heard the Piglin King killed quite a few on the front lines. Aren't demigods forbidden from the battlefield? Those piglins have no sportsmanship. Who says otherwise? Don't worry, our race has demigods too. We'll definitely avenge them. The two skeletons chatted idly, completely unaware that a figure had crept up behind them. The skeleton on the right stretched, then suddenly realized his stone sword was missing. Hey! Have you seen my stone sword? It was just here. The skeleton on the left shook his head, a hint of schadenfreude on his face. Losing a stone sword is punishable. You're in trouble. Hurry up and help me find it. We're in the same group. If I get punished, you won't get away with it. The skeleton on the left sighed. Fine. You're always so careless. The two skeletons sprang into action, groping around for a while. In the shadows, GXIN forcefully snapped the stone sword in two, his eyes flashing with various lights. He was plotting how to extract useful information from the two skeletons. After searching for a long time without success, the skeleton who had lost the sword truly panicked. That's strange. I clearly had it in my hand, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Could it be a ghost? We're undead, there are no ghosts, the other skeleton retorted. Just as the two skeletons were at a loss, a third voice rang out. It's just a stone sword, nothing serious. How about I give you an iron sword? It's much more powerful than a stone sword. GXIN took out an iron sword from the shadows and handed it to the skeleton who had lost the sword. An iron sword? Where would you find iron ore in the lower realm? The two skeletons felt a chill run down their spines. Looking up, they were met with GXIN's kind smile. It's simple. I mined it in the upper realm. Do you want it? I have another one here. GXIN cheerfully pulled another sword from his backpack and handed it to the skeleton on the left. The two skeletons hadn't even climbed the steps. They were just ordinary skeletons. At this moment, the mere pressure emanating from GXIN rendered them immobile, let alone able to reach for the iron sword. Life is short, why make things difficult for each other? Cooperate obediently, or your head will be on your shoulders. GXIN was completely clueless, having no idea where Wunyan prison was. He had to ask the two little tongues. The skeleton who had dropped the sword opened its mouth but didn't utter a sound, its whole body trembling. Finally, it nodded obediently. That's more like it. A month's worth of battle merits, why are you risking your lives? I only have one question, where is Wunyan imprisoned? Upon hearing this, the two skeletons exchanged glances, immediately understanding the man's purpose. After a moment of silence, the skeleton who had dropped his sword spoke first. A chill ran down his spine. A cold glint flashed from the iron sword, black with her power spraying everywhere. Mold, where are you? The skeleton soldiers below exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison, indicating they didn't know. I just saw them patrolling there. Where did they go in the blink of an eye? Maybe they fell asleep somewhere. Good for nothings. Those two are the only lazy ones in the whole team. They're always slacking off, taking it easy. Find a chance to tell them their entire month's merits are docked. After his tirade, the second-tier skeleton's emotions gradually calmed down. Good news? The skeletons, puzzled, began to murmur amongst themselves. The second-tier skeleton smiled smugly and continued. The fighting at the front is intense, and a large number of personnel have been redeployed from the central fortress, resulting in a relative shortage of defenses. The higher-ups have issued a temporary mission, ordering us to garrison there for a few days, with double the reward for merit. On the front lines, the Piglin King accidentally killed a fourth-tier powerhouse. This forced the Wither King to dispatch another fourth-tier skeleton to command the army. As a result, the lower realm's central fortress needs reinforcements from surrounding fortresses. After all, the fall of a border fortress is not a big deal. Then the Wither race will lose face. The Wither King's throne lies there quietly. This lucrative position was one I managed to snag with great difficulty. You guys should be secretly thrilled following me. Ha! The second-tier skeleton puffed out its chest, looking extremely smug. The central fortress is the safest place for the Withered clan. A lucrative position, a really lucrative one. Who says otherwise? Not only do we not have to worry about safety, but we also get double the battle merits. Awesome! Our leader is mighty! Long live our leader! The soldier skeleton showered the second-tier skeleton with compliments, making it feel incredibly pleased. Hiding in the shadows, GXIN smiled upon hearing this, inwardly shouting, "Long live! Such a good thing! He was just worried about not finding the central fortress. All right. I'll let you live a little longer. Once we get there, I'll slaughter you all." GXIN chuckled, quickly dug a hole, concealed himself, and prepared to sneak up behind them. The central fortress is teeming with powerful figures. You'd better be careful, lest you offend some big shot and die without even knowing how. The second-tier skeleton, clearly having been to the central fortress before, continued. Don't think that just because we've reached the second tier of the fortress, we're already high level. In the central fortress, second-tier skeletons are commonplace. You can encounter them everywhere. Remember, with your current levels, don't be surprised no matter who you meet. Bow and call them priest, and you can't go wrong. Very good. Let's go. Without hesitation, they headed towards the fortress exit after giving their instructions. Boss, shouldn't we go find Little Fallen and Little Unlucky? After all, we're in the same team. Those two are slacking off, missing this opportunity. Don't blame us for being heartless. The skeletons nodded, agreeing with their leader. Such lucrative opportunities were rare, missing them would be a waste. And so, the squad of skeleton soldiers hurriedly headed towards the central fortress. Jason waved his hand, breaking through the netherstone blocks in front of him. Then, using instant collection, he sucked all the blocks from a pavilion into his inventory. In the game, these blocks were only useful as building materials and stepping stones, not very practical. But in the Valley of Soul Sands, he could use the netherstone block's ability to become invisible in the mist to conceal his movements. As long as he calculated the distance correctly, it would be difficult for others to detect him. A white light flashed in Jason's eyes. The power of creation activated, and the surrounding blocks began to distort and shift. In the blink of an eye, a small house built of netherworld bricks appeared before him. The house wasn't large. Its base was only 9 by 9 centimeters. But this was enough for GXIN. After GXIN left, the phantom of the Dread Lord appeared on the spot. He strolled to the dilapidated building, his eyes burning with crimson karmic flames. A beast leaves its skin, a goose its feathers. Even netherworld bricks you have to collect a set to keep as spares. That's just like you. The purple-robed skeleton laughed loudly, his expression gradually turning serious. He turned to look in the direction GXIN had left, his eyes filled with anticipation. Everything is under control. I look forward to your meeting. It all seemed incredibly coincidental, but behind this coincidence was an invisible hand orchestrating everything. And the one who brought it all together was the purple-robed skeleton before them. With the patrol team leading the way, GXIN soon came upon a far more magnificent nether fortress. The fortress they had just encountered paled in comparison. There was no comparison whatsoever. GXIN's eyes flashed with white light, and nether stone bricks flew from his hand, quickly erecting a stone wall in front of the skeleton team. Now that they had arrived, their value was exhausted. They could be turned into heads and reused. Something's up! All on alert! They were a group of patrolling skeletons, who had never seen anything like this before, and they all huddled together, trembling. How dare you! This is the central fortress! Get out of here now! His voice couldn't travel, and because of the lower-level stone bricks blocking his view, the patrolling skeletons on the fortress couldn't see him. This was clearly a trap set specifically for them. Humph! They're after the central fortress. GXIN didn't want to waste time here. Everyone down! Finish this quickly! Upon receiving their master's command, the 5 obsidian golems simultaneously opened their eyes, 5 streaks of red-eyed black shadows swiftly rushing towards the patrol team on the ground. The obsidian golems were incredibly fast, reaching the ground almost in the blink of an eye. Not good! The second-tier skeleton was startled. He hadn't seen where the danger came from, but his spiritual instincts told him to dodge to the side. Several of them together might even be able to fight a level 30 skeleton. GXIN stared at the withered head lying quietly in his backpack. The childishness in his eyes vanished rapidly, replaced by cold indifference. He had once been a boy who revered life, but at some point, he had become numb, even ruthless. This entire patrol team hadn't done anything wrong from beginning to end. They simply wanted a better life. They were also the most miserable members of the Withering clan. But GXIN slaughtered them all, leaving no one alive, just for a few heads. Becoming indifferent. Is this what growth is? Or the price of becoming stronger? GXIN felt different. He didn't think he had done anything wrong by killing skeletons. If it were his former self, he might have killed, but not so readily. Now, he seemed to have lost some of his humanity. His every action was transitioning towards greater rationality, becoming somewhat divine. What's wrong with me? GXIN turned to his puppets and hurriedly shouted. Look at me carefully. Has anything changed? The 5 obsidian puppets didn't understand their master's meaning and shook their heads in unison, indicating they didn't know. No! Something's definitely different. I can feel it. GXIN's eyes widened as he stared at his hands, almost roaring. The obsidian puppets all froze, unsure how to react. Finally, they transformed back into a dark mass and disappeared into GXIN's shadow. Going through a Chunibyo phase? With no thought of life or death, what am I doing here acting crazy? A mental illness? Holy crap! Could I have caught the Calamity Spirit's curse? No. This illness needs treatment. I wonder if there are any psychologists in this other world. GXIN had a feeling this might be a premonition of something. In the center was the arena where the Wither King and the Piglin King faced off. The Wither King unleashed a palm strike, colliding head-on with the Piglin King's golden axe. His body was enormous, but the flames seemed to be some kind of law, engulfing half his body. I can't take it anymore. The Wither King extinguished the flames, staring at his hand, now cracked open, his expression on the verge of collapse. Thorns enchantment. Fire enchantment. Repel enchantment. It even seems to have a hint of undead slayer. Damn it! You pig, what kind of hellish enchantment did you put on your chest plate? The Piglin King was extremely pleased. He had finally gotten that look from his opponent. I had the same reaction when I first saw this spectacle, even the expression was exactly the same. Ha! Impossible. Laws are laws, even a demigod cannot break through them. The Withering King seemed to have realized something and continued. Unless someone has mastered a power that transcends the laws. The Pig Spirit King's smile vanished, and he muttered, above the laws of nature? The Wither King's perspective was quite peculiar. He had never considered such a thing before. Unlimited enchantment was GXIN's ability. This kid was indeed very strong, practically invincible among his peers. But thinking about it from another angle, the opponent wasn't actually that strong, because even with his current cultivation level, he would still be instantly killed by a demigod. And this very youth, whom he could instantly kill, possessed an ability that transcended the laws of nature. For a moment, both the Pig Spirit King and the Wither King fell silent. The Piglin King's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. He had seen from the beginning that GXIN possessed immense potential for future development. His abilities were incredibly diverse, even easily mastering the spatial jump of the Calamity race. This couldn't be described as merely genius. He might even achieve godhood 5 times over. Of course. Consider GXIN's abilities carefully. He could not only ignore the rules of enchanting, mixing various enchantments onto a single item, But he could even transform an ordinary block into something extremely aggressive. This wasn't just ignoring the laws, it was practically rubbing the laws into the ground. Puppets. His puppets are problematic too. They don't seem to abide by the puppet laws of this world. The Piglin King's mind conjured up GXIN's black monster. In Minecraft, there are only two types of puppets: iron golems and snow golems. The laws of the world forbade the existence of such a creature. Yet, GXIN had created it anyway. Breaking through the laws of the original world was something only gods could do, and now GXIN, only at the first rank, had mastered it. This inevitably made the Pig Spirit King suspicious. And so, the battle between the two demigods came to an abrupt halt. The Withering King, looking at the pensive Pig Spirit King, was completely dumbfounded. "You used enchanted equipment to attack me, what the hell are you pondering?" He had initially thought the other would laugh at his ignorance, but in reality, the other seemed to be seeing this power for the first time, just like him. The Pig Spirit King suddenly snapped back to reality, his furrowed brows instantly relaxing as he thought to himself. "Oh. Right, why should I worry about that? No matter how strong Jason is, he's still my ally. Shouldn't I be happy if my ally is stronger? Besides, Jason's character is good, he shouldn't betray the piglins. Being a king of a race isn't easy. While enjoying supreme power, one also bears the fate of an entire race. Anything that threatens the race's development will be carefully considered. After being king for a long time, even things that are beneficial to oneself require careful analysis." "Heh heh. Old fool, how I wielded this power, you can guess for yourself. I can tell you, the Wither race is destined to decline under your rule." After saying this, the Piglin King conjured a celestial image from his giant axe and slammed it down on the Wither King. The Wither King reacted extremely quickly, a resolute glint in his eyes. He severed his own arm, turning it into a weapon, and swung it to block the axe attack. A demigod's arm, in a sense, wasn't an object. Only in this way could he isolate most of the enchantments on the opponent's axe and return to the same level as the Piglin King. "Good. Decisive enough. I have no objection to you becoming the king of the Wither clan." The Wither King was furious, but helpless, and could only curse angrily. "You idiot! Utterly shameless!" Central Fortress. Inside the matchbox, Wu Nian lay motionless on the soul sand. It wasn't mealtime yet, and he was alone in the room. 3 level 20+ skeletons took turns guarding the entire matchbox, prohibiting anyone from wandering within 300 meters except for the withering little K who came to deliver food. Inside the house, Wu Nian's single eye rolled, a cold glint flashing deep within it. He slowly reached his left hand towards the wall beside him, then activated Withering Illusion, and his hand passed right through it. Ever since GXIN broke Withering Illusion with the cube, Wu Nian had been diligently researching how to overcome this weakness. During this time, GXIN had given him many suggestions, all of which had benefited him greatly. Now, his ability allowed him to attempt to dodge the blocks. It was fine for passing through walls, but burrowing underground was impossible. Wu Nian took a deep breath, trying to recover the hunger points he had just depleted. All of this was done silently. The guards outside noticed nothing amiss. Escape was now hopeless, but opportunity favors the prepared. Given the chance to escape, he would make his choice without hesitation. Creak! The wooden door opened, and Withering Little K entered, carrying today's recovery potion. "How's your recovery going?" Withering Little K asked with concern. "My health is fully restored, but my body has lost a lot of flesh and blood, so I can't return to my peak condition." Wu Nian clenched his fist, feeling a sense of frustration. Being confined here for so long had somewhat affected his mental state. Withered Little K handed the healing potion to Wu Nian, her face showing hesitation and unease, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. Wu Nian keenly observed this and spoke first. "Just say what you want to say. Has the Withered King given you another order?" Withered Little K took a deep breath and shook her head, saying, "No. I have some very important news to tell you." The king isn't in the fortress right now. If you want to escape, now might be your best chance. After speaking, withered little K's breathing became unsteady with tension. Telling Wu Nian such crucial information was tantamount to betraying her race. Treason was a capital offense, punishable by death. But she didn't want Wu Nian to become the king's food, she wanted Wu Nian to live. As for her own mistake, she would take responsibility for it later. Upon hearing this, Wu Nian's expression instantly turned serious. He didn't doubt Diaoling Shaoke's words. He was now like a fish on a chopping board, his life hanging in the balance. Diaoling Shaoke had no need to lie to him. Really? Shaoke panicked slightly. Sure. Keep your voice down, there are people outside. Absolutely true, I saw Wang Fei go out with my own eyes. It seems the Pig Spirit King has killed a 4th-tier early-stage expert on the front lines, his purpose being to issue a challenge to the king. The Pig Spirit King made a move? And he killed a 4th-tier early-stage expert in public. Wu Nian was a smart man. He immediately sensed something was amiss. The Pig Spirit King was a demigod. Once a creature reaches that level, it generally doesn't act easily. Especially since the Withering Realm also had a demigod, and he publicly killed a 4th-tier expert. The provocation was too obvious. The Pig Spirit King wouldn't care about his life or death, much less exacerbate the hatred between the two races because of him. But one person cared, Xin. That man had come to save him. Brother Ji, it must be you. It must have been you who did all this. You came to save me. You didn't abandon me, ha ha ha. Tears welled up in Wu Nian's single eye, and his hands trembled involuntarily. This time I wasn't abandoned, this time I've chosen the right person to follow. Only Xin in this world can command the respect of the Pig Spirit King. The Pig Spirit King's intervention must be Xin's doing. Wu Nian didn't utter a sound, but his face was already streaked with tears. He had experienced betrayal once, a wound he could never heal. However, he was lucky. He had met Xin during the lowest point of his life. If he could survive this calamity and escape this hellish place, he would follow Xin to the death, until the very end. Withered little Kay stared blankly at the tearful Wu Nian. Although he was crying, she could clearly sense that it was tears of joy. She hadn't expected that her words would give Wu Nian such great hope. A wave of heartache washed over her, strengthening her resolve to save him. Withered little Kay's words reminded Wu Nian. He turned to look at his alien friend, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Little Kay, why? The withered little Kay was somewhat bewildered by the question. Why what? Why are you being so kind to me? I'm an unlucky person. Helping me like this might put you in danger. Wu Nian continued. The withered little Kay quietly looked at the barely recognizable Wu Nian before him, wanting to say something, but swallowed it back, finally only managing a slight smile. We're friends, right? Isn't it normal for friends to help each other? Why so many questions? Yeah. That's right, that's how friends should be. You stay put for now. I'll steal you a map of Soul Sand Valley later. I'll figure out the rest for you. The most direct obstacle to Wu Nian's escape was still the 3 second-tier skeletons outside the cell. If they could find a way to distract them, Wu Nian would have a chance to escape. As for whether to kill them directly, Shaoke immediately rejected this option. Firstly, they were of the same race. She could help Wu Nian, but she absolutely couldn't bring herself to harm her own kind. Secondly, her own combat strength was only around level 7 or 8. How could she possibly defeat these level 20+ skeletons? After saying this, she prepared to leave. Wu Nian pondered for a few seconds, then quickly called out to Shaoke, lowering her voice to a whisper. Shaoke! Do me a favor! Wu Nian turned to look around, casually plucked a piece of soul sand, and activated Withering Infection. An extremely dense black aura instantly surged up. Under his precise control, the black aura only infected half of the block and showed no sign of spreading. Take this with you and wander around outside the fortress as much as possible. Remember not to touch the black mist there, it's highly corrosive, and you'll get hurt. With that, Wu Nian handed the uncorroded side to Xiao Ke. Withered Xiao Ke took the soul sand, a hint of doubt in his eyes. What's this for? It's useful, extremely useful, Wu Nian answered decisively. I can't tell you much right now. Just remember, if anyone asks about my location, you must answer truthfully. Don't lie. Also, absolutely do not have any murderous intent towards them. Withered Little K was taken aback by Wu Nian's words, replying nervously. What will happen if I mess up? Wu Nian lowered his gaze, then sighed. You might die. Don't worry. I will definitely do it. After saying that, she put the corrupted soul sand into her spatial backpack and hurriedly left. Assuming GXIN had already arrived at the central fortress, his biggest headache would undoubtedly be finding his location. There are countless powerful individuals here. If he didn't determine his location in time, exposure was only a matter of time. And the cube he had corrupted was something GXIN would be extremely familiar with. As long as Withered Little K could encounter GXIN, this problem would be easily solved. Transforming back into normal blocks. Don't move! Where did you get this sand? A chilling voice rang out behind her. The lingering decay power on it proved the other party had killed many skeletons. Xiao Ke's mind went blank, her whole body trembling, completely forgetting Wu Nian's warning. GXIN seemed impatient. Every skeleton seemed to be cut from the same mold, repeating the same phrase over and over. Enchanted power surged, isolating it from the corrosive power to prevent harm. Yes, this was a cube created by decay corruption. The other party must have seen Wu Nian. Ha ha ha, what I've been searching for has come to me without any effort. GXIN narrowed his eyes, the white light within them magnified. Tell me, where is the person who created this cube? It's you! So that's what Wu Nian meant. Withered Little Ke's heart skipped a beat, her fear quickly receding. Ignoring the iron sword at her neck, she boldly turned to look at GXIN. Behind him was another young player, as handsome as Wu Nian. A few stubbles had grown on his chin, as if he hadn't groomed himself in a long time. Combined with the oppressive white light in his eyes, Diaoling Xiao Ke's first reaction was submission. She felt as if she were worshipping a king, a supreme king. Even though the other party's current level was far below that of a demigod, she still felt an urge to kneel. Do you know Wu Nian? Wu Nian sent me to find you. The iron sword in his hand moved closer to the other party's neck. Who is Wu Nian? Listen carefully to my question. Where is the person who made this block now? This block was made by Wu Nian himself right in front of me. He's also the one who sent me outside to find you. Could it be that I've come to the wrong place? She was completely bewildered, unable to distinguish between truth and falsehood. She felt she had found the right person, but not entirely. GXIN smiled and sheathed his iron sword. Very good. It seems you really are that kid who came to guide me. Withered Little could just felt that the person in front of him was a bit inexplicable. GXIN nodded, confirming her thoughts. He was indeed the person she was looking for. But he had no time to play games with her. Under high pressure, people inevitably enter a state of high tension, and even sentient skeletons are no exception. In this state, everything, including lies, becomes more real. GXIN clearly stated from the beginning that he didn't know Wu Nian, creating suspense and posing the first question. Then, he asked where the person who created the cube was, setting up a second question. If the other party wasn't sent by Wu Nian, she would subconsciously pay attention to the second question and, to save her life, would most likely provide a location. As for the authenticity of the location, that's hard to say. But if the other party was indeed sent by Wu Nian, she would only focus more on the first question. She wondered if she had found the right person, why everything seemed to be correct, yet the result was still wrong. Her answer would naturally reflect Xiao Ke's current reaction. Even if the other party answered incorrectly, he would most likely not kill her. He had finally found a clue. Even if it was dangerous, he had to try. Okay. He told GXIN everything, including Wu Nian's current condition and the surrounding guards. GXIN's eyes flashed as he stared intently at the skeleton before him, lost in thought. After the withering little K finished speaking, GXIN stroked his chin and asked a question that had been bothering him. As a member of the Withering Clan, why are you helping Wu Nian so much? As GXIN listened, a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. As an outsider, he could clearly sense that Withering Little K had a special kind of affection for Wu Nian. It was inexplicable, indescribable. Only then did he realize that not only did piglins have males and females, but Withering Little K seemed to have the same. Although the skeletons weren't very different, GXIN could clearly sense that the other was a female skeleton. You should know what your actions would be if Wu Nian were really rescued. GXIN's smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression. Withering Little K nodded. Treason! A capital offense! Upon hearing this, Withering Little K fell silent, finally replying timidly. Withering Little K was interrupted by GXIN before she could finish. That's enough. With those words, I understand. You've worked hard these past few days. Leave the rest to me. Withering Little K felt something inside her, but upon closer inspection, she couldn't detect anything. Don't worry, it won't harm you. You just need to meet with Wu Nian one more time, and I can easily rescue him. Easily? Should we plan something else? Withering Little K felt that the other party was being a bit too arrogant. This was the central fortress of the Withering Clan. Although the opponent was strong, judging from their aura, they were only at the mid-stage of the first tier. How could they possibly rescue Wu Nian so easily from such a heavily surrounded position? The Withering Little K shook her head, gazing in the direction GXIN had left, muttering, What a strange personality! After saying that, she turned and walked towards the central fortress, though her back view was slightly desolate, and each step was heavy. In the shadows, GXIN watched the Withering Little K, his eyes filled with extreme rationality. His plan to rescue Wu Nian was simple: to have the obsidian golem and the heart-piercing golem attach themselves to the Withering Little K's shadow. She would then bring these two golems into the fortress and hand them over to Wu Nian. Then, he could use the heart-piercing golem's spatial jump ability to enter the fortress. This process would be completely safe and extremely easy. But everything comes at a price. The dead person, Wu Nian, could very well have transformed into her. After all, her crime was treason. Haha! I'm actually a little envious of that kid Wu Nian. GXIN shook his head and smiled bitterly, his mind racing, searching for a better way to save the Withered Little K. Could I take Withered Little K with me? That way, either of us will die. On the other side, the Withered Guard, seeing Withered Little K return, hurriedly asked with concern. Little sister, did you encounter any danger? Withered Little K awoke, with a start, looking up at the fortress where she once lived, tears welling in her eyes, her heart filled with reluctance. The guard skeleton felt ignored and was slightly angry. Humph! I was truly blind to have fallen for this kind of personality. I don't love her anymore. Outside the matchbox. Didn't you deliver the potion once already? Forgot to tell him? Heh. The leading second-tier Withering Skeleton's eyes were full of contempt as he continued. I advise you to behave yourself. If that guy inside gets lost, we'll both die. Brothers, I really have an urgent matter. Please help me out, make an exception. Make an exception? What kind of exception do you want? Another skeleton on the right walked over with a smile, reaching out to touch Little Ku's cheek. Withering Little Ku's delicate personality successfully piqued his interest. The other two skeletons laughed heartily. Third brother, you actually like skeletons with this kind of personality. You have a unique taste. The skeleton called Third Brother chuckled, his hand movements becoming even more exaggerated. Skeletons don't discriminate between beauty and ugliness. They only judge by personality. Smack! A crisp sound rang out, and Little K felt a tremendous force on her face, then flew backward. Humph! You dared to dodge? A piece of trash who couldn't even complete one step up. It's your good fortune to have caught my eye. The skeleton called Third Brother sneered. Inside the matchbox, Wu Nian heard little K's scream and quickly peered out. However, because the cell window was too small, he could only see little K lying on the ground, crying. "What are you doing?" The third brother skeleton, hearing the shout from inside the matchbox, ignored it and continued walking towards little K lying on the ground. "It's one thing if one didn't know about your relationship, but we've investigated thoroughly these past 2 days. No wonder you were always whispering in there. Turns out you're old flames. Coincidentally, that's exactly my type." He then lunged at the fallen Xiaoke. "Third brother's tastes are getting weirder and weirder, TSK. Big brother, can we switch places? Your angle is perfect." "No way." The more little K struggled, the more excited the third skeleton became. He slowly released his wither essence, beginning to invade little K's essence. "We've been fed up with you for a long time. As a member of the wither race, you're always hanging out with an outsider. Have you no shame? Today I'll take you down. Let's see how you'll be able to hang out with that pretty boy afterward." Inside the matchbox, seeing the withering little K being humiliated, Wu Nian's eyes turned red. Withering illusion, wall passing version, activated. His body began to flicker rhythmically. "Get out of the way! Let me out!" He exerted force with both legs, increasing his speed to the extreme. The wall in front of him was like paper, easily passed through by him. Emerging, Wu Nian, in one breath, before the other 2 skeletons could react, kicked towards the third skeleton's source. Crack! A scream rang out, and the third skeleton flew backward. Wu Nian's withering power surged throughout his body. Taking it by surprise, this kick actually landed a critical strike. Crack! My withering source, it hurts! It hurts! It hurts! No one knew about this wall-penetrating ability, not even withering little K. Wu Nian had originally intended to use it as a trump card for escape. But now, the situation was urgent, and he could no longer hide it. "Holy crap! Third brother flew out! Is this little girl that fierce?" The 2 skeleton leaders, who had been watching intently, were completely stunned. If they had eyes, they would probably have popped them out of their sockets. They turned to look at the empty cell, then at Wu Nian's murderous expression. Countless thoughts raced through their minds. They had been guarding for so many days, and they hadn't even known their opponent possessed this ability. This was no small matter, a surprise attack, and they hadn't even known when he had escaped. "Second brother, go check on third brother. I'll deal with Wu Nian." The eldest skeleton drew his stone sword, his eyes fixed intently on Wu Nian. It hurts so much. It's cracked. My withering essence has cracked." The withering essence was like their flesh and blood. The feeling of having it ripped apart was truly unbearable. He paused here, a barely perceptible smile flashing across his face. Seeing his friend's expression, the third skeleton panicked. "But what? What is it? Just say it." "No! No! No! That's impossible!" The reproduction of the wither race involves the merging of essences to create a new essence, a new wither skeleton. This entire process requires the male skeleton to invade the female skeleton's body with his essence. Unable to extract its essence, the third brother's reproductive ability was essentially destroyed. "No! Don't pull back! Come out now!" The third brother was almost crying with anxiety. Meanwhile, Wu Nian helped the withered little K up, his voice gentle. "Little K, are you alright? At most, they'll cut off your limbs and turn you into a human stump." The withered leader continued Wu Nian's words. They indeed didn't dare take Wu Nian's life. But that didn't mean they couldn't cripple him. The withered king had made it clear, if the opponent escaped, they could cut off his limbs, leaving him alive. Wu Nian turned to the leader of the skeletons and sneered, "I'm locked up in this godforsaken place. What's the difference between this and having my limbs cut off? Besides, I was going to die sooner or later in the hands of your withering clan. If I can cripple one of them before I die, I've got a bonus." Upon hearing this, the third skeleton, now completely defeated, panicked and cried out, "Big brother, kill him! Kill him to avenge me. Wu Nian. We originally had no enmity, but you crippled the third brother's essence, so I have to intervene. I'll take one of your legs, that's not too much to ask, is it? Wu Nian showed no fear, not even glancing at his opponent. He definitely couldn't win in a fight. The opponents were 3 second-tier beings, while he was only a half-crippled first-tier being. The outcome was obvious. They sensed Wu Nian's presence. Then, the shadow withdrew, merging with Wu Nian's shadow. Surging. Domineering. Fearless. At that moment, all of this surged into Wu Nian's heart. This was the sense of security the obsidian golem gave him. Brother Ji! Wu Nian laughed loudly, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes, and abruptly turned to look at the 3 skeletons before him. If you leave now, you might still live, otherwise, when that one arrives, you'll be in trouble. The eldest and second eldest skeletons exchanged a glance, bewildered by the other's madness. You! A half-crippled first-tier climber? You've really mastered the art of playing the hero. The second skeleton looked at the third, whose testicles had been kicked, and couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. TSK, half a powerhouse, I suppose. No one can help you today. I'll destroy your withering essence. With that, the third skeleton struck first, the aura of a second-tier powerhouse sweeping over them. The third skeleton brother retorted fiercely. Don't worry, big brother, I'm not that stupid. However, just breaking one of his legs is too lenient. I want him to suffer the same fate as me. If he didn't let the third brother vent his anger, this grudge wouldn't be resolved. Brother Puppet! Thank you for your trouble! It grabbed the lunging third skeleton brother in one swift motion, as easily as catching a chicken. GXIN had already instructed the puppet to ensure Wu Nian's safety after entering. This effectively transferred control to Wu Nian. At this point, Wu Nian was no longer a crippled Tier 1 player. With his obsidian golem enchanted with all attributes, he could easily take on 3 skeletons single-handedly. In the blink of an eye, the tide of battle turned. The third brother's cry for help rang out, feeling as if every bone in his body was about to crack. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. Save the third brother! The skeleton leader's reaction was incredibly fast. Although he didn't know what this black beast was, his biological instincts told him that this giant was dangerous. A slight misstep would mean death. The skeleton leader's second brother drew his stone sword and charged forward with his brother, attempting to take down the black puppet in one fell swoop. Ha! Wu Nian, long time no see, have you missed me? The Heartpan puppet tore open a spatial rift beside Wu Nian, its hearty laughter echoing around. GXIN stepped slowly out of a circle of light. Immediately afterwards, several obsidian pillars, like black dragons gleaming with a cold light, shot out from his body. They charged headlong towards the 2 skeleton leaders. Not good, get out of the way! The skeleton leader reacted quickly, but GXIN, controlling the obsidian, was even faster. Ah! 2 screams rang out as the 2 were instantly pinned to the ground. Mere trash, daring to hurt my men! GXIN spat, instantly killing 2 second-tier skeletons with a single move. The obsidian he was using was now fully enchanted, possessing considerable attack power. Wu Nian looked at the 2 skeletons pinned to the ground, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Brother G, is the difference between us really just a little bit? What are you saying? This is distrust of your superior. You're a really incompetent subordinate. Before he could finish, Wu Nian's fleshless appearance startled him. Wu Nian's skin was now completely festering and ulcerated. Upon closer inspection, one could even see his beating heart through his chest cavity. Moving the gaze upwards, Wu Nian had no lips, 2 rows of white teeth were exposed, and even his eyeball was gone. GXIN's smile slowly vanished, his voice cold. This was done by the Withering King? Yes. Wu Nian nodded, not denying it. GXIN suppressed his anger and continued. After your health is fully restored, will your skin and flesh grow back on their own? Wu Nian smiled bitterly. I'm at full health now. This skin and flesh were rubbed away little by little. It won't grow back. Gxian clenched his teeth, his fists cracking. He wanted to ask if it hurt, but in the end, he didn't ask. With all his skin and flesh rubbed away, it would be strange if it didn't hurt. Wu Nian, sensing Gxian's question, smiled and shook his head. It hurt a little at first, but it doesn't hurt anymore. It doesn't hurt anymore. How could it not hurt? Gxian's anger finally erupted. You ruthless withering king! You dare to mistreat my people like this! This is outrageous! One day, I will slaughter your entire race! Gxian's words were almost a growl, causing the surrounding blocks to tremble violently. Upon hearing this, withering little K was terrified and quickly pleaded. Your Majesty, he didn't do it on purpose. Please don't slaughter our entire race. For your sake, I'll slaughter half. Huh? Half? Wither little K grumbled aggrievedly. Slaughtering half is still a bit much. Many witherers are innocent. Ugh! So annoying. Wu Nian, take your own revenge. This is too contradictory. I can't handle it. I won't touch the others. TSK, he shouldn't have saved this guy. He really knows how to coax girls. Gxian was too lazy to watch the two of them being so lovey-dovey. He rebuilt a body for Calamity Xingqiuan and opened a spatial rift. The other end of the rift was the upper realm base. Let's hope so. Wu Nian didn't have much hope. After all, even healing potions weren't effective for this kind of injury. You can't stay in the Withering Clan anymore. Staying here is just asking to die. Why don't you come work for me? Food and lodging included, plus weekends off. Gxian sincerely extended a team invitation to Withering Little K. To be honest, the other party was willing to sacrifice his own life to ensure Wu Nian's safe escape. He quite admired this kind of skeleton. Recruiting him as a subordinate was perfect. Low strength? No. He never assessed strength when recruiting followers, only character. Dual cultivation? How do you cultivate? Withered Little K asked innocently. Yes. Little K, come with us. Brother G is very kind. If it weren't for his taking me in, I might be dead already. Looking at Wu Nian's happy expression, Withered Little K smiled sincerely. She slowly withdrew Wu Nian's hand, her eyes filled with reluctance. Hug you? Wu Nian was filled with questions, somewhat confused about what Xiao Ke was thinking. Let's not talk about this now. Let's get out of here. Come on, come with us. Wu Nian was getting anxious, pulling the withered Xiao Ke back up and heading towards the spatial rift. Wu Nian, don't pull her anymore. Just hug her. Different perspectives, some things can't be forced. Let go, Wu Nian. I am a wither, I love my race. Letting you go is already a grave betrayal of my race. I can't make another mistake. It's time to atone. If she were to simply walk away after making a mistake, she wouldn't be able to forgive herself. From the wither race's perspective, Little K was a sinner, and of course, she thought so too. Go! What a great opportunity! Ha! A discordant voice rang out from the obsidian golem's hand. It was the still-breathing third skeleton. Gxian's temple throbbed, and he gave the golem a wink. From now on, don't ask me for permission for these things. Just kill him. Puppet brother. Let me handle this. Each punch was delivered with all his might, each punch imbued with boundless rage. He wanted to release all the suffering he had endured. The third skeleton, his throat gripped by the withering influence, couldn't utter a sound. He could only endure Wu Nian's overwhelming fury, slowly fading away in agony. Seeing Wu Nian like this, Withering Little K wanted to step forward and say something, but Gxian held her back. Don't go, let him vent. He's suffering terribly. Withering Little K didn't speak, a pang of sorrow gripping her heart as she looked at Wu Nian. But she couldn't. Defecting from her race would not only implicate her, but all the skeletons connected to her would be affected. She couldn't let her selfish desires drag her entire clan down with them, forcing them to die in her place. Even if she died, she would stay and bear this sin alone. Why? We could all have survived. If you had been a little selfish, things would have been so much better. Wu Nian collapsed to his knees, powerless. Withering Little K didn't want him to die, and he didn't want Withering Little K to die either. GXIN sighed helplessly, preparing to help the exhausted Wu Nian up. No! You can't die. I must make you live. A ruthless glint flashed in Wu Nian's eyes. He had made up his mind. Even if Withering Little K didn't want to leave, he would still take him away bound. GXIN saw through Wu Nian's plan and spoke up to warn him. Wu Nian, calm down. Think carefully before you do anything. Wu Nian's eyes slowly cleared. That's right, Xiaoke doesn't want to leave, she doesn't want to. In that instant, he realized his feelings for the withering Xiaoke had undergone a qualitative change. It seemed to transcend mere friendship. This feeling was becoming clearer. Wu Nian suddenly stood up and hugged the withering Xiaoke tightly. Come with us, please, I don't want you to die. I'm already content that you're not dead. Don't cry. Our withering king is actually quite good, not as bad as you all imagine. Don't worry, I'll apologize to the king, maybe he'll forgive me. Wu Nian didn't say anything more, only hugged her tighter. He knew very well that the withering Xiaoke was incredibly kind. She always imagined everyone to be as kind as herself. Even if that person is the bloodthirsty and ruthless withering king. You're still the same, so gentle to everyone. Wu Nian smiled. He didn't beg the other to go back with him anymore, just held Withering Little Ke tightly. How much time passed he didn't know. So what if the other hated him? It didn't matter. He just wanted Little Ke to live. Before his hand could even fall, his own head began to spin, and he eventually passed out. GXIN hadn't actually attacked. It was Diaoling Xiaoke who had knocked Wu Nian unconscious. While her cultivation level wasn't high, it would have been impossible for her to knock Wu Nian unconscious under normal circumstances. But Wu Nian was already exhausted, his mind extremely tense, and completely unable to withstand that hand strike. I'm sorry, Wu Nian. I'm so happy you survived. And also, I really like you. Live well. After saying this, Diaoling Xiaoke hurriedly placed the unconscious Wu Nian in GXIN's hands, somewhat embarrassed. In the end, I didn't have the courage to say those words to your face. Never mind, let it be. Life is full of regrets. Having witnessed the whole thing, GXIN felt only one thing: complexity, an overwhelming complexity. Various emotions swirled together, forming a huge knot. Fine, I didn't know you were so ruthless. Since you've made your choice, I respect it. GXIN picked up Wu Nian and slowly walked towards the spatial rift, his voice drifting back. Try to live, even if it's just for Wu Nian. If you die, I'll tell him what you wanted to say, making him feel guilty for the rest of his life. Ha ha, so don't die. GXIN smiled with relief, carrying Wu Nian into the spatial rift. As the rift closed, black tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. From the moment she first saw Wu Nian, she was captivated by his elegant demeanor. Humble, polite, and so gentle. In that instant, she felt she had found her home. Her whole world revolved around him. An encounter, a conversation, mutual understanding, and finally, friendship. She longed to be with Wu Nian like this all the time. The once prodigy foreign youth of the Withering clan had ultimately become their enemy. She didn't understand why things had turned out this way. She couldn't understand why her king had killed Wu Nian. If only the Withering king hadn't betrayed Wu Nian. Cough, cough, cough. A violent cough interrupted Withering Little K's thoughts. The second Withering elder slowly pulled his broken skeleton from the obsidian. Eldest brother, are they gone? The flames in the eye sockets of the eldest and second eldest skeletons rekindled. They had miraculously come back to life. Or perhaps, they had simply been playing dead. Withering Little K stammered in shock. You guys aren't dead! No, we're already dead! That kid was truly powerful, instantly killing both of us with only first her strength. A trace of lingering fear appeared in the skeleton leader's eyes. GX Cyan's attack directly shattered their withering essence. It shattered quite thoroughly, causing them to temporarily fall into a state of unconsciousness. But first tier strength is, after all, only first tier. The damage was still somewhat lacking. They weren't completely killed. Big brother, what do we do? Third brother is dead, and our combined withering essence is shattered. It's better to be dead. The second brother's voice trembled with tears. A skeleton losing its essence loses everything the withering possesses. Strength, reproduction, withering power. They're essentially crippled. The eldest withering brother sighed, seemingly accepting it, and comforted him. Be content. It's good enough to have your life. The second withering brother was silent for a moment, then anger flashed in his eyes. It's all her fault. She brought the enemy in. Big brother, while we still have the strength to fight, let's kill her together. They, who were once high and mighty, have lost their withering essence. Now it takes two of them to defeat Withering Little K. The eldest skeleton was clearly thinking more deeply than the second. The second skeleton was somewhat unwilling. Just like that, she gets off so easily? Humph. Not so easy. The eldest skeleton continued. We lost Wu Nian. Given the king's personality, what's the usual fate? The second skeleton trembled, fear rising in his heart, and he stammered. To atone with death. The eldest nodded and continued. In the end, third brother dies in battle, and we're all destroyed and knocked unconscious by the withering source. Given the king's personality, how will that be accounted for? Second brother suddenly realized. Meritorious service, promotion, ennoblement, and the advancement to lesser priest. Ha ha, all right. Only in this way will our interests be maximized. Then see if Withering Little K can still die. The skeleton leader's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared on his lips. Upper realm base. The unconscious Wu Nian lay on the pink bed in the base. Brother Wu Nian, what happened to him? Oh. GXIN sighed and asked Schulinger, who was standing nearby. Check on Wu Nian's condition. After a long while, she replied with lingering fear. It's a miracle he's still alive. With injuries like that, any other player would have died 800 times over. Okay, time's limited, get to the point. GXIN understood this. He couldn't have survived such injuries. Fortunately, his awakened class is related to decay, and he has a decay origin within him. That's the key to him surviving this long. Can he be saved? Like regenerated? GXIN asked the question that concerned him most. Schulinger smiled slightly. I don't know about others, but I can definitely save him. GXIN immediately breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. If he had a choice, he still wanted to see the handsome Wu Nian he used to be. Such confidence is rare. GXIN teased with a smile. Pale green particle fluorescence slowly drifted towards Wu Nian's battered face. GXIN was startled and looked up to see Schulinger losing health. What's wrong? Does Wu Nian still have the Withering King's trump card? Schulinger looked weak and replied, Don't worry, the Withering King didn't leave any tricks up his sleeve. Get me some food, I'm hungry. Damn it! Why didn't you say so earlier? It turns out your hunger points are depleted. GXIN cursed, turned around, went to the warehouse, grabbed some golden carrots and golden apples, and tossed them to Schulinger. The recovery of flesh and skin was a massive undertaking, and the consumption of hunger points reached an alarming level. GXIN watched as everything stabilized, feeling a strange sense of accomplishment. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, it just felt good. Don't rush. Put everything else at the base aside. Your task now is to heal Wu Nian. GXIN stood up, took out the head of the Calamity Rising Power, rebuilt a body for it, and tore open a spatial rift. Schulinger asked in confusion. Wu Nian has been rescued, aren't you going to rest? GXIN stretched, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. Indeed, rescuing Wu Nian was only the first step in this matter, or rather, just the beginning. Being my subordinate, you can all be secretly happy. You won't have to worry about anything. With that, he stepped into the spatial rift. On the other side of the spatial rift was the Crimson Forest. The Pig King, in order to help GXIN hold off the Wither King, should still be fighting. Now that he had succeeded, it was time for the Pig King to return and rest. On the battlefield, the Pig King and the Wither King were locked in a fierce battle. The Pig King's advantage with its enchanted equipment was evened out after the Wither King chose to sever its own arm. What could I want? I'm just itching for a beating, so I wanted you to give me some leeway. The Pig Spirit King scoffed, his attacks continuing relentlessly, striking at the Wither King. You just want to show off your all-attribute equipment. What's so great about that? You've had your fun, haven't you? A growing unease crept into the Wither King's heart. He couldn't kill the Pig Spirit King, and he couldn't defeat him either. Continuing the fight was pointless. The only possibility he could think of was that the Pig Spirit King had other plans. The Wyvern King was nearly driven mad. Everyone was playing dirty tricks on him, right? This was utterly humiliating. The stone golem completely ignored the two demigods beside it. The Pig Spirit King had seen GXIN steel golems and obsidian golems before, but he'd never seen a stone golem before. He didn't react for a moment. The dance was exactly the same one the piglins danced during their coming-of-age ceremony, a one-to-one replica, the only difference being that it was even more cringe-worthy. Ha ha ha, I almost didn't recognize you, you old bastard. That's it, bye-bye. After saying this, the Piglin King turned and flew towards the Crimson Forest. The dance the piglins performed was also known as the Dance of Victory. GXIN was indirectly telling the Piglin King that the matter was settled and there was no need to fight anymore. He reached out and picked up the stone golem, examining it closely. The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. Because the stone golem's head was that of a wither skull. The Wither King's heart sank. He crushed the stone golem to pieces and turned to fly swiftly towards the Wither Valley. P.S. Please follow me. I want to reach 1,000 followers, shameless. The muscular Piglin King flew into the Crimson Forest. He looked around but didn't see GXIN. Strange, he was clearly here just now. As a demigod, the Piglin King, while lacking in sensory abilities, possessed incredibly heightened senses. Especially his nose. With focused concentration, no scent within 1,000 miles could escape his notice. Oh, the Calamity Clan's spatial teleportation, it must be him! The Piglin King immediately grasped the key. GXIN was extremely cautious. He himself hadn't come here. The other party had only teleported a puppet. Heh. This kid, so cautious! Then, his voice drifted into the ears of the Piglin army. All soldiers, retreat to Crimson Forest. No one is to act without my order. Yes. Having won the battle, the Piglin army erupted in cheers, dancing a victory dance in celebration. In this battle, the Wither King suffered heavy losses. Not only did he lose a general, but his newly regrowth arm was also severed. There would inevitably be some retaliation in the future. Retreating to Crimson Forest would minimize this threat. Not long after, the Piglin King landed, chuckling. Little brother Jason, did you encounter any danger this time? Thanks to your help, everything went smoothly. Jason replied with a smile. Good. Let's go inside and talk, don't stand here. After exchanging a few polite words, the Piglin King and Jason entered the fortress. The castle was empty, no one was there. He hadn't initially thought highly of GXIN's mission to rescue Wu Nian. It was extremely dangerous, and the chances of success were slim. In the end, it was highly likely he'd make a wasted trip, only to return with a severed head. But GXIN had always been incredibly lucky. His life is temporarily safe, but 80% of his flesh has been torn away. He's barely recognizable as human. The Pig Spirit King was slightly surprised. He specialized in flesh and blood. Losing even 50%, let alone 80%, would be unbearable. I understand. I had the same thought when I first saw Wu Nian. GXIN smiled slightly, not taking it to heart. After speaking, the Pig Spirit King suddenly seemed to remember something, waved his hand, and called his daughter, Pig Spirit Xiaoyan, into the palace. Little brother GXIN, don't worry. Since she's not dead, there's hope. Come, let me introduce you. This is Pig Spirit Xiaoyan, my daughter. Her cultivation isn't great, but her healing techniques are incredibly skillful. It's quite a coincidence. Her specialty is flesh and blood restoration. You two getting to know each other is perfect. She can heal Wu Nian. The Pig Spirit King's eyes gleamed with amusement, clearly intending to matchmake. A marriage alliance was naturally the most efficient method. If GXIN rose to prominence in the future, their Pig Spirit clan could also benefit. The Pig Spirit Xiaoyan's cheeks flushed, clearly a little shy. Healing spell? GXIN frowned, looking at the Pig Spirit Xiaoyan, a hint of doubt rising in his heart. As far as he knew, apart from players, other races didn't seem to awaken supernatural abilities. At most, they possessed some racial innate skills. This Pig Spirit Xiaoyan actually knew healing spells. Clearly, he hadn't grasped the Pig Spirit King's intentions. Of course, it was also possible he was choosing not to interpret them. Yes. It's a healing spell. Didn't expect that, did you? Divine power isn't just something you players can wield. We piglins can too. He gestured for the piglin little rock to demonstrate for GXIN. GXIN couldn't sit still at this sight. The green particles felt exactly the same as the healing particles emanating from Chu Linger. Even the aura was terrifyingly similar. The Piglin King smiled smugly and continued. However, the probability is extremely low. You players are the darlings of heaven. Everyone has a chance to awaken. But for us piglins, and other creatures as well, there might only be 1 or 2 in the entire race. I see. GXIN sat back down. No wonder you were so surprised when I used my divine power. The probability is indeed very low. Another favor done for him. How wonderful! I've already found a solution for Wu Nian's flesh wounds, so I won't trouble your daughter. The Piglin King's smile froze. How could that be? If you ask who in the world has the deepest understanding of flesh and blood, our Piglin race is second to none. GXIN felt a little embarrassed. He knew the Piglin King meant well, but it really wasn't necessary. Chu Linger alone was enough. Furthermore, piglins cannot linger in the upper realm. They easily necrotize into zombies, zombie piglins. The amazing thing is, even the aura they emit during healing is exactly the same. Ha ha ha. GXIN was both amused and exasperated. Chu Linger had just run into the same skill as the Piglin Xiaoyan. How is this possible? This time, it was the Piglin Xiaoyan who spoke up, tears welling in her eyes, as she continued to argue. Even if it's an awakening, the aura emanating from their abilities shouldn't be exactly the same. She felt a little wronged. Her semi-self-created ability was being awakened by someone else in exactly the same way. She knew he had endured a lot of hardship to master this ability. GXIN was momentarily speechless, unsure how to comfort her. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed quite tragic. Effort seemed so insignificant in the face of absolute talent. This would be a blow to anyone. But it was strange, not only were Chu Linger and Xiaoyan's healing effects similar, but even their auras were identical. That was a bit outrageous. It felt like the same person was casting a spell. P.S. I'm taking a break for this chapter. I need to work on the subsequent plot and connect the foreshadowing. GXIN smiled. Seeing that the pig spirit Xiaoyan was a little downcast, his eyes lit up, and he immediately came up with a perfect solution. Princess Xiaoyan's kindness is something I cannot refuse. Wu Nian's injuries are quite severe. My subordinate won't be able to heal him in less than 10 days to half a month. How about this? I can bring Wu Nian to the lower realm, and you two can treat him together. How about that? Treat him together? The pig spirit Xiaoyan hesitated. That's right, how come I didn't think of that? Is it really possible? The pig spirit Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. She looked at the pig spirit king, wanting to see what her father thought. Ha ha ha, whatever makes you happy, I have no objections. The pig spirit king responded with a laugh. Although it wasn't what they had planned before, it was still some progress. Feelings can't be rushed, they need to be nurtured slowly. All right. I'll go prepare. She still really wanted to meet the healing expert GXIN had mentioned. Of course, there was also a competitive spirit involved. Either wanted to be second to the other. Seeing this, the pig spirit king chuckled and shook his head. My daughter is spoiled rotten. Please forgive her. It's all right. GXIN stood up. Although Wu Nian has been rescued, this matter is not over. The Withering clan suffered such a great loss. They will definitely retaliate in the future. Please make plans early, senior. This matter was not as simple as it seemed, not to mention the Withering clan's losses on the front lines. He had rescued Wu Nian unscathed from amidst a massive army. That was incredibly humiliating. The Wither King, unable to deal with GXIN, could only vent his anger on the piglins. Don't worry about this, I'll handle it. The Piglin King waved his hand dismissively. As he spoke, his muscles began to bulge, and fat began to grow. The once majestic fighting pig instantly transformed into a relaxed ball of flesh. He had fought the Wither King for so many years. If he couldn't even handle this small risk, he would be unworthy of the title of Piglin King. Bring the food! Let's feast! Let's have another good meal! GXIN was embarrassed. Ever since he met the piglins, they were always throwing feasts. He couldn't refuse. Seoul Sand Valley, Central Fortress. The Wither King returned to the fortress, his face ashen, uttering not a word. Especially after seeing that the Wither King had lost another arm, they trembled with fear. They knew that last time their king lost an arm, he had consumed thousands of skeleton soldiers to recover. The Wither King sat back on his throne, his voice cold and clear. Nothing happened in the Valley of Soul Sands while I was away, did it? Below the hall, a row of skeleton guards knelt, the head skeleton saying, Everything is normal, nothing amiss. Oh? Nothing amiss? The Withering King conjured a gigantic skeletal hand and grabbed the skeletal guard in one swift motion. With a snap, he chewed him to dust. This scene stunned everyone. Their king wasn't asking about the fortress's situation. He was clearly looking for a reason to devour them. The Withering King shifted his gaze to another skeleton. You report. Think it over carefully before you speak. The skeleton whose name was called trembled, feeling impending doom. He knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly, trying to save his life. The Withering King stretched his neck, the karmic fire in the skeleton's eye sockets flickering. Oh? You mean I'm making things difficult for you? Snap! Another crisp crack of breaking bones echoed as the skeleton became nourishment for the Wither King to regenerate his arm. Do you think I'm a tyrant who indiscriminately slaughters the innocent? Upon hearing this, the skeletons below were all stunned, inwardly cursing. This was practically a death trap. Having suffered a defeat, he immediately devoured two of his own kind to vent his anger. What else could this be but a tyrant? However, despite their inner dissatisfaction, to save their lives, they still had to offer flattery. Yes, yes, yes! Your Majesty has fought a lifetime of wars. It was her. She betrayed our kind, leading a foreign tribe to rescue Wu Nian. That's right. That foreign tribesman was incredibly powerful. We 3 brothers fought to the death. The youngest brother died, and my eldest brother and I had our withering essence shattered, leaving us crippled. Your Majesty, you must avenge us. The skeleton brothers, working in unison, shifted all the blame onto the withering little K. What? Such a thing has happened. The Withering King slammed his fist on the table, his eyes flashing with an extreme coldness, and glared fiercely at the supervising skeleton guard. This is what you mean by nothing happened. Where was your support while they were fighting? The central fortress was heavily defended, with small groups every 3 steps and squads every 5. Second-tier skeletons roamed everywhere, and third and fourth-tier skeletons were also present. Even with this level of defense, the enemies still managed to break in silently. Your Majesty, we really didn't receive any news. You can ask the others if you don't believe me. The other steward skeletons quickly replied. That's right. The central fortress is guarded 3 layers deep. We definitely didn't see anyone break in. The two skeleton brothers sensed that the Wither King's attention was a bit off, and quickly added. The Wither King was agitated. Lately, he had a feeling that the whole world was playing him. So, according to you, the other party jumped right into your face and beat you both into this state. Then easily rescued Wu Nian, without alerting any of the Withering Guards? The two skeleton brothers nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. Your Majesty, how did you know? The king, as expected of a king, deduced the gist of the matter from just a few words. This is outrageous. The Withering King reached out and grabbed the second skeleton, swallowing him whole in one gulp. Do you think I'm stupid? Or do you think I'm easily fooled? Using a fabricated reason to deceive me, you have some nerve. The sudden turn of events caught the eldest skeleton off guard, who repeatedly cowed out in apology. Your Majesty. We didn't lie. They suddenly emerged from a circle of light, and used the obsidian to severely injure us. Please, wasn't great, but his talent was exceptional. Within a few years, he would quickly become a highly threatening time bomb. Moreover, Wu Nian was the catalyst for his ascension to godhood. Letting the other go was tantamount to abandoning his path to godhood. This crime was enough to kill Withering Little K 1,000 times over. Withering King slowly withdrew his force with one hand, and the sound of bones cracking rang out. This is a sign of impending death. It hurts, Wu Nian, it hurts. So this is what death feels like, Wu Nian, I'm so scared. Actually, it's not that scary. It's good that you're alive. Trading my life for yours is a win. I really wanted to see you one last time before I die. Maybe not. You'd better never come back. This is good for both Withering and you. Farewell, Wu Nian. If given a choice, no one would want to die. But everything changed after Wu Nian appeared in her life. She began to try new things, began to cultivate diligently, wanting to keep up with the genius. Although in the end, she still couldn't keep up. After Wu Nian was slapped to death by the Withering King. Every few days she would visit Wu Nian at the cliff's edge, a place far removed from the Wither's territory. This was something she wouldn't have dared to dream of before. But for Wu Nian, he was willing to risk it. The purple-robed skeleton looked at the withering creature, Xiao Ke, in agony, his heart pounding. Only in this way could things proceed as he desired. But now that the moment had arrived, he felt a pang of reluctance. Wu Nian's love for Xiao Ke was genuine, and this same feeling applied to the Dreadlord. Oh? The High Priest is feeling sorry for her? The Wither King smiled. He knew the purple-robed skeleton would save this Wither, which was why he hadn't crushed Xiao Ke immediately. As the king of a clan, one can be led by the nose once, but not forever. Having been used as a pawn for so long, one has learned a thing or two. High Priest, you seem quite concerned about her life or death. The Withering King brought his massive head close to the purple-robed skeleton, chuckling. Having spent so much time with the purple-robed skeleton, this was the first time he'd seen the latter so distraught. This inexplicably pleased him. Having been used as a pawn for so long, it was time to be the player on the table. The Withering King's grip didn't loosen, on the contrary, he tightened it, blatantly provoking the purple-robed skeleton. I remember last time when I wanted to kill Wu Nian, it was Withering Little K who relayed the message to you, right? At the time, I wondered why you chose her. Now it seems it wasn't a coincidence. The Withering King laughed heartily, gathering a breath of withering power and exhaling it all over the purple-robed skeleton like a smoke ring. Tell me, if I strangled her, wouldn't that ruin your plan? It wouldn't cause any harm, but it was an extremely insulting act. Don't try to challenge me, that's a warning. A warning? Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Demigod-level Wither King couldn't catch it with the naked eye. Not good! Horror flashed in the Wither King's eyes as he retreated hastily, trying to get away from the purple-robed skeleton. But it was too late. A sudden, intense fear surged within him. This fear was like an abyss, endless. The Wither King was enormous. Compared to the purple-robed skeleton, he was a veritable giant. Since becoming a demigod, he had almost lost the ability to feel fear. But today, the skeleton before him made him remember it all. Fear! This is fear! Such an eerie aura! You are no ordinary upper realm skeleton! Who are you? The Wither King, disregarding the witherling claw in his arms, tossed it aside and assumed a fighting stance. He was ready to strike at any moment and kill the purple-robed priest. The skeletons below exchanged bewildered glances, completely bewildered. In their eyes, the purple-robed priest had done nothing at all, while their king had nearly been scared out of his wits and almost collapsed. A smile played on the purple-robed skeleton's lips. The attack hadn't been strong, it had just managed to break through the Wither King's defenses, a demigod-level being. It hadn't caused much damage. But in that instant, the Wither King had felt like he just escaped death, completely without a chance to retaliate. If it weren't for the rules, I'd really like to chew you up too. The purple-robed skeleton walked over to the witherling claw and picked it up. The Wither King, enraged, was about to strike and kill the two before him. Crack! The sound of bones cracking rang out. He touched his brow, where a horrifying crack was clearly visible. The Withering King was incredulous. What did you do? What was that power just now? The purple-robed skeleton glanced at the Withering King, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. The power you've pursued for most of your life is now presented before you, and you still dare to ask what it is? Ridiculous! With that, he picked up Withering Claw and walked out of the hall, leaving the Withering King standing there stunned. After a long while, the Withering King suddenly came to his senses, then burst into laughter, his appearance utterly deranged. The skeletons below the hall were at a loss, unsure whether to stay or leave. In the end, they could only stand there watching, hoping not to be implicated. After laughing heartily, the Withering King's eyes lit up with joy. Divine power! That's it, it's this power! I never expected you to actually possess the method to become a god. If before he had only a 50% belief that the purple-robed skeleton could become a god, now it was 100%. After all, a mere white skeleton without any cultivation level could actually mobilize divine power to break through the defenses of a demigod. Under heaven and earth, only the power of a god could accomplish such a feat. Don't worry! I will definitely master this power. A pawn with its own thoughts will be terrifying. All the actions in the hall today were the Withering King's tests. Clearly, he succeeded. Thinking this, the Withering King looked at the others in the hall. The unconscious Xiaoke felt a warm sensation all over her body, as if she were soaking in lukewarm water. It was incredibly comfortable. After a long while, she managed to open her eyes, and what came into view was a familiar white skeleton. The image of the skeleton overlapped with that of Wu Nian, eventually merging into one person. Her eyes were filled with joy, and she spoke weakly. Wu Nian, is that you? His plan was still in progress, and the withering little K was the most crucial link. She had to live. Now you're under my protection, no one will dare touch you. Then, he reached out and ripped off his own arm. The power of decay instantly surged forth, turning the white severed arm black. A burst of white light erupted from the purple-robed skeleton's eyes, and a surge of divine power coursed through him, reattaching the severed arm to the withering little K's body. After doing all this body reached its limit. I forcibly broke through the limits just now, and suffered a backlash. Oh well, a lesson is a good thing. With that, the purple-robed skeleton collapsed, vanishing into nothingness as a wisp of black smoke. The plan has changed. Looks like I'll have to rethink it. Time flies. Day 45 of shocking change. Xian collapsed onto the pink bed, surrounded by 10 large chests of fully enchanted equipment. Wang Chang! Take some time to deliver these to the Piglin King in the lower realm. The sooner the better. I'll go now. Wang Chang directed a dozen stone golems to carry the chests out of the cave. After Wu Nian was injured, Wang Chang naturally became his intermediary with the Piglin King in the lower realm. The fully enchanted equipment he promised the piglins was also delivered by Wang Chang. Initially, he was worried that Wu Nian might offend the piglins due to recklessness. However, after just a few days, Wang Chan had become remarkably adept at interacting with the piglins. He handled all the social interactions with remarkable skill, showing great potential to be a general manager. Seeing Wang Chan's growth, Xian was filled with satisfaction. Be careful. Although the piglins and the Wither have begun a truce, it's still fraught with danger. Especially the Wither spy squad. With your strength, dealing with them will be quite difficult. Wu Nian was just unlucky enough to encounter the Wither spy squad, which is why he suffered this ordeal. He didn't want his hard-earned communicative talent to be stuck in the lower realm. Wang Chang scratched his head, somewhat dismissive. The piglins are there to meet us in the lower realm. There shouldn't be any problems, right? Xian sighed. It seemed he had protected them too well. They didn't even understand the principle of better safe than sorry. Go to the underground storage area for spare golems and choose 2 steel golems to accompany you. That's an order. Yes, sir. Wang Chang smiled and stood at attention, his attitude extremely respectful. He knew Xian was doing this for his own good and didn't dare say anything more, hurriedly leading the stone golems out of the cave. After a long while, Xian recovered some of his hunger points. Controlling the head of the Calamity Rising power, he tore a rift open before him. Below the wall, swarms of zombies were densely packed. The base hadn't had time to clear them due to manpower shortages. With the added benefit of the 45 days of the cataclysmic event, these hordes of zombies had become extremely troublesome. A single misstep could turn even a newly ascended cultivator into zombie food. Xian beckoned, and 5 dark figures descended the city wall, beginning a horrific slaughter. Zombies, in a sense, were a type of undead. The undead killer on the obsidian golem was their nemesis, no matter how many zombies there were. They were all instantly killed by the ruthless hand. Xian felt the experience surging into his body, sensing a potential breakthrough in his cultivation level. Almost at level 15, this is so slow. He was somewhat disappointed. Ever since completing his ascension, his leveling speed seemed to have slowed down by more than 1,000 times. The required experience points were in the tens of thousands. But thinking about it carefully, it made sense. He felt it was slow because his comparison was to the demigod realm, level 49. Keep in mind, it had only taken him 2 months to level up from 0 to 14. Such a leveling speed would be incredibly impressive for any race. Soon, a figure appeared in his field of vision amidst the zombie horde. This person's withering power erupted intermittently, forcing the surrounding zombies to retreat. Wu Nian's physical wounds had barely healed, yet he was eager to level up. Xian understood his feelings. The incident with the withering monster had been a significant blow to him. Without sufficient strength, everything was just empty talk. Withering skeleton, but more like a small white skeleton from the upper realm. The other party was indeed the high priest of the withering. This was clearly a trap, a scheme to lure him in. The purple-robed high priest naturally saw through Wu Nian's intentions. To strike a snake, you must strike its vital spot. The same applies to negotiations. He only needed to seize upon the fact that Wu Nian wanted to kill the Withering King but lacked the power. That was enough. Believe you? My foot! Take this! Wu Nian was enraged. Anyone with eyes could see it was a trap, yet he was being asked if he believed him. This guy was a bit off his mind. The power of the Withering enveloped the iron sword, as if adding another layer of enchantment. With a full-force strike, he thrust it towards the purple-robed skeleton in front of him. The purple-robed skeleton didn't dodge. Instead, he stood still. Clang. Withering illusion? You actually have that ability too! Wu Nian was utterly astonished, staring blankly at the flickering purple-robed skeleton. The opponent was using his innate skill, Withering illusion, evading all physical attacks. Since you're so clear-headed, let's just leave it at that. With your talent, I believe that in another 10 years or so, you'll definitely become a demigod, kill the Withering King, and then rescue Withering Little K. With that, the purple-robed skeleton turned to leave, leaving Wu Nian standing there dumbfounded. His words were clearly a provocation, easily seen through. But at the same time, it was also the truth. With Wu Nian's A-grade talent, reaching the demigod realm without any other fortuitous encounters would take a very conservative 10 years. Just as Wu Nian was still hesitating, the purple-robed skeleton casually added another sentence. Even if it really was a trap, he had to try. The purple-robed skeleton turned around with satisfaction, directly grabbing him. Speak, it's nothing more than a life. As long as you help me kill the Withering King, I'll give it to you. The purple-robed skeleton was somewhat disappointed with Wu Nian's answer. Life? Do you think you have the right to control your own life? Or rather, is your life even worth anything? Humility and politeness were Wu Nian's strengths. However, his weaknesses were equally obvious. What do you mean? Wu Nian was somewhat confused by the other party's words and was speechless for a moment. Wu Nian seemed to suddenly understand why. Xian had gone through so much trouble to rescue him from the wolf's den. In a sense, his life no longer belonged to him. Now, to turn around and sell his life to someone else felt like betraying that sacrifice. Wu Nian took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and bowed slightly to the purple-robed skeleton. Thank you for your admonition, Senior. I have learned my lesson. Regardless of the purple-robed skeleton's true purpose, the words of admonition alone were enough for him to address him as Senior. The purple-robed skeleton laughed heartily, pleased with Wu Nian's change. What I'm about to say, you must remember. Remember, don't mention this to anyone, not even your boss. Hee hee. Don't worry. Inside the cave, torches and glowstones illuminated the cave as bright as day. The group sat around the dining table. Unlike before, there were some golden foods on the table. The Calamity Spirit handed Xian a piece of golden bread, its face full of anticipation. Master, try this, it's delicious. Made by a golden golem? You know what, it's quite beautiful. Xian smiled as he took the golden bread and put it in his mouth to chew. Duration 1 hour. Xian's eyes lit up. The surrounding scenery suddenly became clear. This golden bread is something else. It even gives the eater a night vision buff. The golden bread was made from golden wheat created by golden golems. Its original dark gray exterior had been transformed into a piece of opulent gold, clearly something ordinary players couldn't afford. And this? Chulinger smiled and handed Xian a piece of golden potato. Quick! Try this, it's good too. They've made various kinds of food and stored them in the warehouse. However, Xian has been too busy lately and hasn't noticed this small matter yet. Duration, 15 minutes. In Minecraft, resistance percentage is equivalent to the percentage of damage you are immune to. It can be simply understood as damage reduction. The Iron Golem's 100% fall resistance means it's immune to all fall damage. The golden potato, on the other hand, provides resistance to all attributes: fire, weapons, fall damage, negative effects. All of these can be reduced by 10%. However, resistance immunity isn't invincible. Hunger and void damage are unaffected. Xian felt his hunger level rising, silently calculating something. After being gilded, the bread and potatoes both increased the recovery of hunger and satiety, but still didn't surpass the effect of golden carrots. However, the buffs they provided to the user were extremely useful. Each had its own characteristics, and neither was overwhelmingly superior. Xian stuffed 2 more pieces of golden bread into his mouth and turned to Chulinger asking, Are there any other foods? Introduce them all to me. Okay. Chulinger took out golden beetroot and golden watermelon. Beetroot increases speed, and watermelon restores health. Using multiple beets consecutively also has a chance to stack time effects. Overall, the gilded foods have undergone a significant transformation. Excellent! Xian nodded, quite satisfied. This way, some potion effects could be replaced with food. Especially the golden bread, it's practically a lifesaver for navigating the night. Besides crops grown in the ground, can meat also be gilded? After finishing the vegetarian dishes, Xian suddenly thought of meat. Right now, all the players outside are suffering from famine. Meat is sold out, supply can't meet demand, I can't get any at all. Chu Linger, the logistics manager, shook her head helplessly. She also wanted to develop new foods, but unfortunately, conditions didn't allow it. I see. GXIN didn't care. Whether or not he ate meat didn't matter. Anyway, gilded vegetarian dishes far surpassed meat in both taste and effects. After the 100 days since the upheaval, the ecology of the upper realm would recover, and it wouldn't be too late to try gilded meat then. Hey! Where did Wu Nian go? Wang Chang, who was eating nearby, suddenly noticed someone was missing from the table. Just as GXIN was about to answer, a figure covered in blood and clad in a purple robe entered the cave. I'm here. I'm sorry to have worried everyone. Please sit down. You need to take care of yourself. Practicing for 14 hours a day, even an Iron Man couldn't handle that. Wang Chang made room for Wu Nian to sit down and eat. The ironclad gang members looked at each other, speechless. They had all heard about Wu Nian's situation. It was complicated in some ways, but also very simple in others. If they could just kill the Withering King, everything would be fine. But the problem was, they couldn't defeat the Withering King. Seeing Wu Nian's distraught state, the ironclad gang members felt both sorry for him and angry, and they all spoke up. Wu Nian, Chang'e is right. Take things easy, there's always a way. Yes. Unity is strength. We're all brothers in this base. If Wu Nian is in trouble, we have to do our part. GXIN frowned. The ironclad gang members were too loyal, but also too impulsive. This wasn't about rescuing Withering Little Ke at all. If Xiao Ke had wanted to, she could have easily come to live in the upper realm with Wu Nian. But she couldn't. Her entire clan was in the Valley of Soul Sands. If she left alone, the Withering King would make the entire clan pay with its life. Therefore, even if you force Xiao Ke to leave now, she won't go. The only way is to kill the Withering King and completely control the Withering clan. The ironclad gang members all sat back down reluctantly, not daring to say another word. GXIN looked Wu Nian up and down, a hint of doubt in his eyes. He felt a sense of familiarity with Wu Nian's appearance, but couldn't quite place him. The ironclad armor is uncomfortable. The purple robe is fine. Wu Nian forced a smile and replied. 2 hours passed quickly. GXIN lay on his bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He decided not to sleep at all and opened the system forum, browsing the posts. Recently, he had been staying in the lower realm, somewhat out of touch with life in the upper realm. There were many posts on the forum, dazzling and quite varied. A livestock herder shares breeding experience, postpartum care for sows. The self-cultivation of keyboard warriors, 1-drop spray, 1 bread can spray for you all day. 100 ways to make rotten meat delicious. Hee hee! GXIN looked at the posts and couldn't help but laugh out loud, the mental pressure swept away. No matter where you are, netizens always find something to do. Suddenly, a post about the Stonemason Association caught his attention. With Jia Junyu dead, the Stonemason Association is leaderless and on the verge of collapse, but the Food Guild leader has intervened. Clicking on the post, the gist was that the Food Guild had completely acquired the Stonemason Association. The two groups merged into one, becoming the largest player guild in the area. They are now constantly recruiting casual players, growing unprecedentedly large. GXIN quickly skimmed through it. This Food Guild leader was very mysterious. Most of the information online was anonymous. The only thing known was that the leader's class rank was A. This gave the leader absolute influence among the players, and he seemed poised to become a player leader. Interesting. An A-rank player actually holds such a high position among players. GXIN became interested in this person. Back then, this person was the first to publicly isolate him from the Stonemason Association. Now that the Stonemason Association had fallen, this person had soared to great heights. It seems I need to find an opportunity to take them down. Just how large is the trial grounds? How many players are inside? Over 7 billion people on Earth have been teleported here. Theoretically, the population density should be very high. This made GXIN feel puzzled. Could it be that the trial grounds are divided into multiple areas? Am I just in one of them? Or perhaps the trial grounds are vast, and these players have simply been assigned to a specific area, unable to interact with each other. Looking at the word area on the system, GXIN became increasingly convinced of this idea. Combined with the information the system had given him when he first transmigrated, GXIN guessed that after 100 days of upheaval, the areas might undergo a major merging. If that were the case, it would be much more interesting. After all, those who survived 100 days of upheaval were no pushovers. Of course, GXIN himself wasn't worried. An SSS rank class was already the absolute best. Even if other players were strong, they would at most be on par with him. Furthermore, one's own network of influence is also a form of strength. He didn't believe other players could get a demigod like the Piglin King to help them. However, now that I've guessed it in advance, I can't afford not to prepare. GXIN scrolled through the various guilds, large, medium, and small, in the system, a smile unconsciously playing on his lips. Could I do something else? Like, control all the players in my region? Make them another force under my control? Day 46 of Shocking Change. In front of a mine in the southern part of the trial grounds, many players were mining something. Most of them weren't gathering professions, yet they were still engaged in the work, their efficiency extremely slow. Players stood guard nearby, clad in iron armor and wielding iron swords, their eyes fixed intently on their surroundings, not daring to relax for a moment. They weren't oppressing other players. On the contrary, they were protecting those mining stones. Help! Zombies! A player mining stones cried out in alarm, retreating in fright. The armored players quickly rallied and rushed towards the source of the sound, not daring to let their guard down for a moment. GXIN could sweep away these zombies like garbage because he was strong enough. A single obsidian golem possessed strength far exceeding that of a second-tier ascendant. The threat these zombies posed to him was practically zero. However, most ordinary players haven't even completed a single-tier climb yet. Even a single, ordinary zombie requires several players to cooperate to kill. Once more than 10 zombies gather, their gathering activities must cease, and a full-scale siege must begin. At the foot of the mine, there's an area enclosed by a wall 5 or 6 blocks high. This is the Equipment Guild's headquarters. Those gathering stone and ore aren't slaves. They're all members of the Equipment Guild, out gathering resources. There are few decent houses here, and each person's private space is only a few square meters, making it look extremely cramped. In stark contrast to the dilapidated scene are the players' determined gazes, determined to survive. Everyone in the base is busy, each performing their duties, and no one is slacking off. This is their shared home. In a reasonably decent stone house. He was the leader of this isolated city, the president of the Equipment Guild. Inside the stone house, he wasn't alone. Besides him, there were 3 other well-dressed players, a stark contrast to the dilapidated Equipment Guild. Gu Yunwu, vice president of the Food Association. I've long admired your name. Sit, please sit. My humble abode has little to offer. Please forgive me. Li Hu laughed heartily, quickly gesturing for the delegation to sit. These were all members of the Food Guild, one of whom was the vice president of the Food Association. Currently, the Food Guild held a dominant position, so even though Li Hu was the president of the Equipment Guild, he still had to be treated with respect. After all, the two guilds had trade relations, and the Equipment Guild offered him substantial discounts on food. TSK, everyone online says your Equipment Guild is the strongest of the 4 major guilds. Now it seems, it truly lives up to its reputation. Upon hearing this, Li Hu's eyes flashed, and his smile gradually turned cold. Although this sounded like a genuine compliment, everyone could tell it was a veiled criticism of the Equipment Guild's extremely poor working conditions. The original 4 major guilds were the Stonemasons Association, the Equipment Guild, the Medical Guild, and the Food Guild. Normally, their Equipment Guild would indeed be the most powerful guild. After all, most of their members were combat-oriented. But now, everything has changed. In the face of this upheaval, mere strength isn't enough. You also need resources, especially food, which is of paramount importance. Other guilds can sell resources to earn lifespan points. But their equipment guild, besides being fierce in combat, doesn't have any other special skills. This is why they're so poor. Now, the stonemason guild has been swallowed up by the food guild, which is arguably the wealthiest guild in the trial grounds. Li Hu, seated at the head of the table, frowned. He wasn't stupid. He naturally understood the implication. Vice President Gu, you jest. How can our equipment guild compare to yours in terms of benefits? Please, have a seat. Gu Yunwu heard what he wanted to hear and felt a surge of satisfaction. He found a square, sat down, and a hint of satisfaction crossed his face. President Li is indeed sensible, unlike those old fogies in the medical association. So stubborn and inflexible. I see them only destined for ruin. Clearly, this guy surnamed Gu had already been to the medical association. But it seemed he hadn't made any progress and had been rebuffed. Now he's come to the equipment association to try and make his presence felt. Although Li Hu was also somewhat annoyed, in order to ensure his guild members could feed themselves. Even if they were cold and indifferent, he had to put on a friendly face. Vice President Gu, can't we discuss this on the system? Why risk being attacked by zombies and come all this way in person? Li Hu chatted with a smile. Gu Yunwu took a deep breath, somewhat helpless. President Li, you probably don't know this yet, do you? Recently, someone has appeared online who can hack into player systems. This person can not only manipulate and tamper with chat between players, but they can even extract parameters from anonymous players. At this point, Gu Yunwu slammed his fist on the table, his expression indignant. Their most remarkable skill is creating fake lifespans. Li Hu frowned in confusion. Are there real and fake lifespans? Gu Yunwu noticed the confusion in Li Hu's eyes and continued. The lifespan itself isn't fake, but the other side can create false information about lifespan being credited to their account. The most crucial point is that the system can't even detect it. It's simply outrageous. We were tricked into giving them nearly 5 or 6 years' worth of lifespan food before we realized what was happening. I see. Li Hu nodded. He only knew about the F-rank keyboard warrior profession before. He never imagined there were hackers. Something even more advanced. So, what is the purpose of your visit today? My purpose in coming here is to discuss the guild merger. Guild merger? Li Hu seemed to sense something unusual. The food guild was currently dominant, with more than 3 times their size. Why would they proactively propose guild merger? Could you elaborate? At that time, all the stone walls we built on the outer perimeter will be rendered ineffective. Therefore, we must unite and merge into a large group. What does guild leader Li think? Li Hu was speechless for a moment, not rushing to reply. In other words, Li Hu didn't understand whether the other party wanted guild merger, or whether the food guild wanted to unilaterally absorb their guild. After a long silence, Li Hu took a deep breath, his eyes becoming wary. I knew it. Why would you, as the vice president of the food guild, come in person? So you want to annex our guild? Merging players into a large group would indeed make it easier to resist zombie attacks, but the potential risks would also increase. Player merging would inevitably mean the Equipment Association merging into the Food Association, meaning being dependent on others and subject to their orders. According to reliable information Li Hu had, the Food Association couldn't supply players from 3 guilds at once. That was the first point. The second point was that Li Hu was unwilling to hand over the guild he had built from scratch, and he didn't trust the Food Guild's leadership abilities. I'm talking about guild integration, which is essentially a temporary cooperation. After this upheaval, you can leave anytime you want. Besides, you can't just think of yourself. Think about your employees. If you relinquish management, they can enjoy a better life than they do today. Li Hu snorted coldly. The other party's words sounded nice, but he knew the true capabilities of the Food Guild. While it currently appeared unprecedentedly powerful and continued to recruit casual players, it was actually all bark and no bite. If the player base collapsed during the upheaval, with such a large population, very few would survive. He had also heard rumors of the Food Guild abusing its members. I don't know why your guild leader is in such a hurry to absorb other guilds, but you'd better not try to take advantage of our equipment guild. I'll guarantee the safety of my men. You don't need to worry about them. Show them out. Li Hu waved his hand, and 3 or 5 armored players rushed out, ordering Gu Yunwu and his group to leave. Seeing their resolute attitude, Gu Yunwu immediately lost his temper. Li Hu, don't push your luck. Don't forget, your equipment guild still has trade relations with our food guild. We're not asking for your consent today. You'd better think carefully before you answer. At this, everyone fell silent. Although their equipment guild could grow some food to be self-sufficient, the efficiency was too low. If anything unexpected happened, they would have to rely on external purchases. If the food guild cut off their preferential access, it would indeed have a significant impact on them. A member clad in iron armor flew into a rage, leaping forward and kicking Gu Yunwu. Get the hell out of here, you sissy! You dare threaten our guild leader? I don't even need to use my toes to think that your food association has no good intentions. After you swallowed us up, weren't you just trying to use us as cannon fodder? Go to hell. Because of the system, player communication was extremely convenient. But the answer from the Annex Stonemasons Guild was, don't come. When Jia Junyu was the guild leader, although he reduced their lifespan, it was limited to exploitation. While they were dissatisfied, they could tolerate it. The miners and quarry workers have practically lost their human rights, spending their days in dimly lit tunnels. This is practically treating them like animals. The Stonemasons Guild members can still dig stones, but if the Equipment Guild members are absorbed, they might truly become cannon fodder. Li Hu smiled, but despite saying this, he didn't actually try to help Gu Yunwu up. Gu Yunwu, covered in dust and dirt, had never suffered such humiliation. He unleashed his full power, a level 10 aura instantly filling the entire stone house. Outrageous. Outrageous. As the vice president of the Food Association, no one has ever dared to treat me like this. Kid, I'll make you pay. Not good. Level 10? Everyone's expression changed. They hadn't expected this effeminate man to be so high level. His disciple was only level 7. He definitely couldn't withstand that punch. Thud! The sound of fists colliding with steel rang out. Pfft. A trickle of blood spilled from the corner of Li Hu's mouth. Guild leader. Although their levels were low, their numbers were superior, and they intended to overwhelm the level 10 Gu Yunwu with sheer numbers. My men were wrong just now. Consider this punch my apology. If you insist on injuring my men, then we'll have some fun. As he spoke, Li Hu's level 11 aura rose, 1 level higher than Gu Yunwu's. Level 11? I never expected that you, a fellow B-rank class, could reach level 11. Fine. I'll give you that face today. Moreover, the other party was a level higher than him. However, this matter is not over. The purchase discounts we gave your equipment guild before are gone. If you want food, you must buy it at full price. With that, Gu Yunwu led his group away angrily. Li Hu's eyes flickered as he considered the equipment guild's escape route. They would buy food from the food guild as a group and receive a significant discount. This was also why Li Hu still gave Gu Yunwu some face despite his outbursts at the equipment guild. Seeing this, the others quickly tried to persuade him. Boss, don't worry. Even if we starve every day, we won't beg them for handouts. That's right. It's just a small discount, yet they brazenly urinated on our territory. It's outrageous. Their guild leader was practically begging to feed them. This wasn't a business negotiation. They were clearly there to collect slaves. They had no respect whatsoever. As one of the 4 major guilds, the Equipment Guild may be poor, but the cohesion among its members is unmatched by other guilds. Unity is the key factor that allows them to stand shoulder to shoulder with other guilds. Li Hu sighed, looking at the guild members around him who cared about him, feeling both gratified and heartbroken. Now that he had already offended the Food Guild, saying discouraging things was pointless. I, Li Hu, am not very capable and cannot provide for everyone's basic needs, but I can guarantee that if the zombies really break through the walls, I will be the first to charge. Good! Upon hearing this, the crowd's morale soared, and they cheered. Cough, cough. At this point, a metallic taste suddenly rose in Li Hu's throat, the lingering force of that punch. Although his level was higher than Gu Yinwu's, taking a full-force blow had still injured him. The members of the Equipment Guild were shocked and rushed forward to inquire about Li Hu's condition. Guild leader, are you all right? Isn't that obvious? Our guild leader just took a full-force blow from a level 10 player. It's no wonder he's injured. Don't stand there. Quickly, help our guild leader sit down. The sudden turn of events threw everyone into a panic. Li Hu had a fierce appearance and a deep scar on his face. However, he enjoyed extremely high prestige within the Equipment Guild. He ate and lived with the members, showing them no special treatment. He implemented a series of rules and measures that ensured the Equipment Guild suffered the fewest casualties during the upheaval. At the same time, Li Hu was also an excellent leader, always making the right decisions whenever the Equipment Guild faced a crisis. Humph! What a joke! Do you think your guild leader is that fragile? Go do what you're supposed to do! He waved his hand, preparing to dismiss the crowd. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. That's right. How come they hadn't thought of that? I'll transfer some of your lifespan to buy our association leader the most expensive one. And me. Slap. You spendthrift. Recovery potions are so expensive, why waste your lifespan? We're already so poor, and you still don't know how to save money. Guild leader, our guild may be poor, but we can't skimp on expenses when necessary. Without healing potions, your injury will be very difficult to heal. Li Hu scoffed. Go away, I'm a grown man, I'm not that fussy. Just find me some rotten flesh from the warehouse. While full hunger does restore a player's health, the recovery isn't as dramatic as in the game. Without healing potions, Li Hu's injury would take at least half a month to heal. This is the fundamental reason why the Medical Guild is one of the 4 major guilds. The group wanted to say something more, but Li Hu frowned, ready to resort to violence. Are you all itching for a beating? You don't listen to me anymore. Don't let my injury fool you, I can still give you a good thrashing. Damn, that hurt like hell. These brats wouldn't leave, I was about to break character. He didn't scold the other man. The deed was done, and as the leader of the Equipment Guild, thinking of a solution was what he needed to do now. With that in mind, Li Hu opened the system shop. The Food Guild only held 45% of the market share. Individual farmers who weren't guild members together held 5%. Everyone knew about it. The Stonemasons Association was utterly humiliated and dared not utter a sound. Then, for some unknown reason, they went quiet for a while, finally giving the Stonemasons Association a chance to catch their breath. This move sent shockwaves through the Food Guild, who quickly lowered their prices to fight for market share. This tactic worked. Emperor One shop lost its price advantage, and its market share plummeted to a paltry 10%. It had absolutely no impact on the Food Guild. Just as the Food Guild's leaders breathed a sigh of relief, their warehouse was nearly ransacked overnight by a blue demon. Seeds, in particular, suffered heavy losses. As a result, Emperor One shop quickly seized the market and rose to prominence, becoming the undisputed #1 shop. Li Hu touched the scar on his face, his mind growing increasingly puzzled. To be honest, it's already quite remarkable for an organization to have a unique product and dominate the market. But for D shop to suddenly carve out 2 separate territories is hard to believe. Just who is the owner behind this shop, possessing such power? Li Hu clicked on D shop's homepage and found the owner. The shop owner had set their account to private. He could only see a large, grayed-out avatar, nothing else. So discreet, so secretive. This D shop is a bit mysterious. Could it be a shop secretly opened by some major guild? No. That's impossible. Including them, there are only 4 major guilds in the trial grounds. The stonemason is gone, and they haven't even figured out their own medical shop. Could it be that besides the 4 famous guilds, there's another force in the trial grounds that's even stronger than us? Hiss. Thinking this, Li Hu couldn't help but gasp. As the old saying goes, a barking dog doesn't bite. If that's really the case, given the other party's patient and reserved nature, they're definitely a formidable opponent. Perhaps they're secretly plotting something big, preparing to unify the trial grounds in one fell swoop. Damn, I didn't think about it before, but now that I've thought about it carefully, it's quite a shock. Li Hu's eyes darted around as he considered the worst-case scenario. Maybe I should try negotiating with them first, see if we can cooperate. Even if it doesn't work out, at least he can make a good impression and become friends. It's a win-win situation. Li Hu is extremely perceptive, assessing situations and acting accordingly are his strengths. Choosing the right path is often more important than blindly working hard. This is a motto he has always believed in. Now, an opportunity is clearly presented to the Equipment Guild. Occasionally, 1 or 2 trolls would pop up, saying things like, disrupting the market balance, or despicable. Since they can't compete on quality, they resort to smearing the other side. Li Hu chuckled. This Emperor One shop is really something else. They've beaten up food businesses and stonemasons. Now the only thing they haven't yet fallen victim to is medicine. Just as he was thinking this, Emperor One shop suddenly received an update. Ding dong. Attention, dear customers, old and new, folks, brothers and sisters. To thank you all for your support. We are now launching the Golden Healing Watermelon. Priced at only 15 days of lifespan. First come, first served. Hurry and grab yours. Li Hu didn't have time to be surprised. He quickly clicked on the newly added item to check it out. New item, Golden Healing Watermelon. Effect. Instantly restores 10 health points and provides a continuous health regeneration buff for 15 minutes. A golden apple? No. This is far more powerful than a golden apple. An unenchanted golden apple, when eaten, grants a 4-point, 2 hearts, health shield and continuously restores health. A watermelon gilded by a golden golem, however, instantly restores 10 lost health points and continuously restores health. In some ways, this golden healing watermelon is far more useful than a golden apple. Sometimes 5 or 6 trees might not yield a single apple. Watermelons, however, are different. They can be planted in the ground and are easily mass-produced. Each whole watermelon consists of 9 slices. Of course, if you chop a whole watermelon with your bare hands, it will only drop 3 to 7 slices. The skillful harvest enchantment allows you to harvest a whole watermelon without breaking it. The announcement from D's shop was like a bombshell, sparking a flurry of comments from netizens. Big mushroom, it restores health, is it real or fake? Oh. Ragdoll, is this a scam? Minecraft trivia, golden watermelons are inedible. With that, Papa became the first player to order the golden healing watermelon. No one was in a hurry. 15 days of lifespan wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a little either, considering the item was just a slightly yellow watermelon slice. It didn't seem worth the price at all. After about 2 minutes, everyone started tagging at Papa. I'm invincible handsome. Bro? How effective is it? Tell me already. If I weren't broke, I would have bought it myself. Lion's Roar successor. Yeah, tell me. Silence. Papa replies to everyone's comments. Just as everyone was still wondering whether to buy it, someone placed another order for the golden healing watermelon. Ding! Papa purchased healing watermelon *1. Ding! Papa purchased healing watermelon *1. Ding! Papa purchased healing watermelon *1. This message caused an uproar. Damn it, they thought it was a store exploring streamer. But it turns out it's a scalper. Big mushroom, shut up, 6th brother. What will we eat if you snatch them all? Rag doll, exactly. Huh! Why can I only buy 5 times? Now everyone knows that this healing watermelon is really useful, and they're all rushing to buy it. But strangely, This thing can't be bought in bulk, you can only buy one at a time, and there's a maximum limit of 5 purchases per day. Xin lay lazily on his bed in the base, a smile playing on his lips. He had specifically added the rule that players couldn't buy in bulk. The golden watermelon's effects are truly remarkable. After all, it's a rare item that can restore life. During the game's upheaval, having a golden watermelon in a player's inventory every day would be incredibly reassuring. Furthermore, the golden watermelon isn't expensive, costing only 15 days of lifespan. Everyone can afford it. A truly affordable product for the common people. Given time, the golden watermelon will become an essential food and potion for every player in the trial grounds. Xin is exploiting this sense of security among players to convert resources into power. The power to control all players in the trial grounds. Imagine if any foolish guild dares to offend him. He could easily cut off the supply of restorative watermelons. Golden watermelon slices, also known as glittering watermelon slices. They actually exist in the game and can be crafted at a crafting table using 8 gold nuggets. 9 gold nuggets equals 1 gold ingot, just like golden carrots. However, golden watermelons crafted at the crafting table cannot be eaten like golden carrots. In other words, glittering watermelons are items, not food. Their only use is to brew healing potions at the brewing stand. But the golden healing watermelon sold by Xin is fundamentally different from the glittering watermelon. The healing watermelon is created by his golden golem. Not only can it be eaten directly, but it also grants it a life-restoring effect. This completely replaces the function of healing potions, and is even more effective. Most importantly, no one else can copy it. He has an absolute monopoly. This is also a crucial premise for his plan to exchange resources for power. In Emperor's shop, the sales of healing watermelon slices skyrocketed from a few moments to several thousand, and are now approaching 10,000. Xin only ordered 10,000 slices at once, and showed no intention of restocking. This product had just been launched and wasn't yet widely known. He figured that by creating a sense of scarcity, it would only sell better later. He also wanted to see how the major guilds would react after this miraculous product was listed. While Li Hu was still in a daze, the healing watermelon slices were about to sell out, so he quickly grabbed one. Ding! Golden healing watermelon slice *1. Wow! This stuff is really popular. I almost missed it just because I was in a daze. Li Hu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, holding the watermelon slice in his hands, his face full of relief. Perfect, he was injured too, so he'd try it out first. Slurp slurp slurp, sound of chewing. The healing watermelon rind melted in his mouth, sweet and refreshing, simply delicious. Li Hu closed his eyes, savoring the sweetness of the watermelon, a look of enjoyment on his face. For the past few months, his staple food had mostly been rotten flesh. While rotten flesh did restore hunger, it tasted extremely unpleasant, even resembling a stinky sock. Compared to the sweet, golden watermelon, it was like heaven and earth, utterly incomparable. Just as Li Hu was still savoring the sweetness, a burning sensation came from his abdomen. Looking closely, he saw that the injury left by Gu Yunwu's punch had miraculously healed. And that wasn't all. After instantly restoring 10 bars of health, the golden watermelon also gave him a recovery buff. His health continued to climb until it was fully restored. A miracle! This is practically a survival miracle! The same type of recovery potion would cost 5 months' worth of lifespan at the medical guild. And its effects weren't even as good as the watermelons. The key is, this only cost half a month, 15 days, of lifespan to restore the little watermelon. It's incredibly generous. Compared to this, the potions sold by the Medical Association are simply outrageous. Great shop! Absolutely fantastic shop! Li Hu was instantly captivated by Emperor Yi's shop. Looks like the medical guild is going to suffer too. Ha! He had just set a lucky flag for the medical guild. Snap! It came true. But in the opposite direction. Luckily, our equipment guild doesn't have a shop. Hee hee. Li Hu felt a little smug. Their guild was poor, and seeing other guilds' businesses thriving, it was impossible not to feel envious. But now Emperor Yi's shop was completely disruptive, leaving no room for other guilds to survive, taking them down one by one. The other two guilds were itching to destroy Emperor Yi's shop. No, this is clearly a powerful backer. The Equipment Guild has to make a choice if it wants to survive in this chaotic world. He pondered, his expression gradually turning serious. He could clearly sense that the power behind Emperor One's shop was immense, even stronger than the Food Guild currently in the open. If he had to describe it in one word, it would be a super guild hidden in the shadows. The Equipment Guild had no conflict of interest with them. They could easily cooperate. Even later, after the other party established its brand, the Equipment Guild could integrate into their ranks and become their subordinate. This wasn't hypocrisy. In Li Wu's view, someone capable of taking on the three major guilds was far more reliable than the outwardly strong but inwardly weak Food Guild. This was his choice. Of course, these were all secondary considerations. Unless absolutely necessary, he still preferred to rely on his own strength to ensure the Equipment Guild's survival. With this in mind, he didn't hesitate to open the grayed out avatar, preparing to discuss cooperation with the other party as the leader of the Equipment Guild. On the other side, Xian, Chu Linger, and Calamity Spirit were inspecting the farm. The farm was vast, stretching over 100 stories into the sky. During Chu Linger's tenure over the farm, she had also renovated it. The entire process lasted only 2 or 3 seconds. Click! The pistons contracted, blocking the water flow and rushing the mature crops, along with the seeds, into a funnel at the other end. Below the funnel are more funnels. Seeds and crops flow downstream into an automatic sorting device. Finally, the crops are packed into boxes, and the stone golems transport them back to the warehouse. The seeds return to the farm for planting. The entire process is completely automated, requiring no human intervention. Excellent! Much better than I expected! Because Xian had opened a golden watermelon business at the Emperor's shop, she had specifically cultivated a plot of land for growing watermelons. Xian nodded, and was about to follow when the system notification sounded. Ding! You have an unread message. The message came through the shop's profile picture. He guessed it was probably from the medical association. After all, his treatment of small watermelons had directly damaged their reputation the moment it hit the market. No wonder they were furious. Scarface, Equipment Guild leader brother. Can we have a chat? The Equipment Guild? Xian was slightly surprised. The first to contact him was the Equipment Guild. He knew about the Equipment Guild. They had the fighting power. But because they didn't have much to sell, they didn't have their own shop and were dirt poor. Li Wu's online name was Scarface. Back in the Sky Island's secret realm, he'd even stolen diamonds from him. Following one's heart isn't shameful. He didn't have a bad impression of Scarface. However, before knowing the other party's intentions, Xian decided to play it safe and didn't reveal his true identity, replying anonymously. Anonymous, okay. On the other side, Li Wu was incredibly excited to see a reply. Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Wu. You can just call me Tiger, he offers a cigarette emoji. He continued his mysterious reply. Anonymous, something wrong? Tiger, yes, I'm here to discuss cooperation. Don't worry, I'm here with sincerity. Name your terms. Cooperation? I think they're just here to curry favor. Xian smiled slightly, seeing through the other person's intentions at a glance. He had just listed the golden watermelon for recovery, and the other person's message arrived. Their intentions were obvious. However, he wasn't in a hurry to reveal anything. He had nothing else to do anyway, so he'd listen to what the other person had to say first. Anonymous, tell me more. What do you need us to do? What can you provide us? Upon seeing the message, Li Wu immediately stood up from his seat, his expression extremely serious. He keenly noticed that the other person had used the word we. This meant that his guess was correct. The other person really was a powerful force hidden in the shadows. The more things are like this, the more he has to fight for it. To be honest, just now, we had a falling out with the Food Guild. They cut off all our food subsidies. You probably know about our equipment association. We're practically dirt poor, so naturally we can't afford this kind of burden. So, at this point, GXIN understood. The other party was here to buy food. Easy. As long as there's money to be made, he wouldn't mind more of this kind of cooperation. Anonymous, just tell me how much of a subsidy the Food Guild gave you. Li Hu was slightly taken aback. As expected of a large organization, they were quite direct. He didn't dare to be negligent and quickly replied. Tiger, 30% off. We're buying as a group, so they can give us a 30% discount. We're buying as a group, so we can buy a lot at once. You only need to give us an 80% discount, so we'll be better off when we're short on food. If that's not possible, a 90% discount is fine too. GXIN chuckled. They were really humble enough to let the Equipment Guild survive. Laughing aside, Li Hu was indeed a competent guild leader. At least in his opinion, he was much better than the higher-ups of other guilds who only knew how to exploit players. Fine. I'll help you out for the sake of that diamond. Anonymous, I'll give you a 50% discount, and this discount also applies to Golden Watermelon. But you must sever all cooperation with other guilds until the upheaval ends. Is that acceptable? GXIN's food production didn't need to consider costs or labor wages like other guilds. Even if he offered a 50% discount, he'd still make a profit. Besides, he'd promised to help them once, and now he was fulfilling that promise. On the other side, Li Hu's mind went blank. He stared at the number. His legs momentarily weak. In his mind, a 50% discount was practically free. The other party was losing money. He swallowed hard and replied cautiously. The bigger the discount, the greater the corresponding cost they have to pay. GXIN knew what the other party was worried about. Diamonds are valuable, but at most they only last a year, nothing compared to the benefits he offered the Equipment Guild. But it doesn't matter. Diamonds aren't valuable. What's valuable is the promise he made. Anonymous, don't worry. There are no other costs. Everything has its cause and effect. That's it. Don't bother me unless it's absolutely necessary. Seeing the other party about to leave, Li Hu quickly called out to them. How about this 3, no, 5? As long as you ask, our Equipment Guild can mobilize the entire guild to do 5 things for you, regardless of casualties. If you think the conditions are too few, you can say more. I won't haggle. Wow. Quite generous. GXIN had never seen anyone add conditions for someone else before. Free benefits are never wasted. There was absolutely no reason to refuse. But this is fine too. Recently, he was planning to control the entire trial grounds, preparing for the future regional integration. The Equipment Guild can be honed into a blade to control the trial grounds. If successful, he himself can retreat into the background, becoming the hidden executioner. This way, he can minimize his own presence. Anything that might offend someone can be left to the Equipment Guild. At least it's safer than showing your face in public. Anonymous, great. Looking forward to our future cooperation. After seeing GXIN's message, Li Hu breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a little more at ease. Sometimes, the greater the temptation, the greater the danger. There was no reason why the other party would offer such a large benefit, which made him suspicious. Finally, if the other party didn't agree to the additional conditions he offered, he really wouldn't dare buy their food. If you ever need our help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. Ding! Emperor's Shop and Equipment Guild have reached a contract. Ding! Equipment Guild and Emperor's Shop have reached a contract. The contract between the two parties has begun to take effect, subject to mandatory system monitoring. The first contract was proposed by GXIN, and the second was a condition added by Li Hu at the last minute. The two contracts do not conflict. After closing the system, GXIN fell into deep thought. The Equipment Guild is still too weak. It cannot help him control all the players in this area. The Food Guild has absorbed the remnants of the Stonemason Association, with a total of over 5,000 members, and is transitioning to 6,000. The Medical Guild has over 2,000 members. Although its growth is slow, it is still a force to be reckoned with. Now that he has damaged the Medical Guild's reputation, it is impossible for them not to take some action. Once the Medical Guild, in desperation, joins the Food Guild, the total number of people they can control will suddenly surge to over 9,000. 9,000 people isn't a huge number, but it's not a small number either. If these 9,000 people were to become his enemies, the consequences wouldn't actually be that severe. If he were truly provoked, he could simply kill them all. With his current strength, he could easily do that. But that's not what he wants to see. Thinking about it another way, what if he could control all 9,000 people? That seems much better than killing them all. I wonder if the players in other areas have already formed a unified force. Xian's eyes flashed, and he murmured, "Master, hurry up! Our melon patch is just ahead!" The voice of Calamity Spirit came from afar, urging Xian on. "Don't rush, we're coming!" Xian snapped out of his reverie, temporarily setting aside his thoughts, and smiled, waving back. In the center of a lake in the southeastern part of the trial grounds, the Medical Guild's base was located. The base was vast and towering, appearing to be over 30 stories high. The foundation at the very bottom almost covered half the lake's surface, hovering 7 or 8 blocks above the ground. However, lacking intelligence, they didn't know how to build with blocks. This place hadn't been cleared in a long time. If someone fell into the lake now, they would be torn to shreds instantly. Given the lack of sufficient resources, this construction method was quite wise. At least until the zombies learned to build with blocks, they were safe. The unmanageable zombies piled up, and as the number of days of chaos increased, these zombies would eventually erupt en masse. This, to some extent, also restricted the Medical Guild's movements. Conversely, they were more like trapped in the middle of the lake. "Emperor One Shop! What's the background of this shop?" An elderly man with graying temples paced back and forth, his face ashen with anger. The golden watermelon had been launched and quickly dominated the entire medical market. That's right. Completely, leaving them nothing. The Medical Guild's shop revenue instantly plummeted to 0. No one could bear that. Even their own members were buying and stockpiling golden watermelons. The old man's shout carried far, but no one answered. The dozens of people below looked at each other, somewhat bewildered. "No answer, huh? Fine, then we'll all starve to death in this lake." The old man angrily flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. "Chief Zheng, please calm down. We're investigating with all our might. You have to give us some time." A middle-aged man quickly grabbed Jingqiwei, his expression showing a hint of panic. The Medical Guild was in a state of panic. If their leader gave up now, they were truly finished. Seeing this, Jingqiwei didn't insist on leaving. He gracefully returned to his seat. Jingqiwei frowned, thought for a moment, and immediately dismissed the idea. The crowd below all agreed that their leader had a point. "But Emperor's shop can also do that. Don't you find that strange? You know, there aren't that many farmers in the trial grounds." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. "You mean, the Food Guild and Emperor's shop are actually on the same side, and they're selling the food in 2 batches? When we really can't hold on any longer, they can legitimately swallow us up, and then we'll have to be grateful to them." The middle-aged man nodded. "That's exactly what I mean." His scheming. That's incredibly cunning. Upon hearing this conjecture, the higher-ups of the Medical Association cursed the Food Guild inwardly for their shamelessness. They could even come up with such a despicable trick. Seeing that everyone was beginning to agree with him, the middle-aged man continued to elaborate on his points. "Everyone! Do you remember how Emperor's shop made its fortune? Stones? Is there some significance to that?" Everyone answered, following the middle-aged man's line of thought. The middle-aged man adjusted his non-existent glasses, replying with feigned mystery. "Is this just a coincidence? I don't think so. Now Dee has released the little watermelon that restores health. It's obviously the exact same trick. Holy crap. It really is, exactly the same, not even the method changed. No way, we can't tolerate this, absolutely not. We must fight back. Yeah. I was actually quite sympathetic to the Food Association just now, but thinking about it now, it's terrifying. No sportsmanship. As if a thick fog had been cleared and the truth revealed, everyone burst into curses. There aren't that many coincidences in the world, there are only deliberate arrangements. The scheming frog kept touching your stomach. The culprit is the Food Association. The middle-aged man pointed. At that moment he seemed like Conan reincarnated, seeing through all the mysteries and confusion, pointing the way for everyone. At his pointing finger, the crowd erupted in a frenzy, everyone cursing and venting their anger, the target of which was naturally the Food Association. But what he didn't know was that the whole thing was actually a coincidence. The Food Association was also a victim, and the situation wasn't that complicated. The Food Association, unjustly attacked, felt deeply wronged. He also felt the middle-aged man's words were reasonable, logically sound, and flawless. A few days ago, Gu Yunwu from the Food Association had come here. They discussed the guild merger. But he saw through the man's scheme immediately. The merger was a pretense, a covert takeover was the real intention. After being firmly rejected, Gu Yunwu even made a harsh statement before leaving, saying their guild would soon perish. He hadn't taken it seriously initially. But not long after Gu Yunwu left, the golden recovery watermelon was put on the shelves. This was too much of a coincidence. He couldn't believe the food guild wasn't involved. Thinking this, Jing Qiwei couldn't hold back any longer, and all the telegraphic language he had accumulated in his life spilled out. Damn it! Brothers, give them a go! Our medical guild isn't going to be trifled with. They actually tried to play dirty tricks on us. I can't swallow this. This is outrageous. The curses gradually subsided, and they stared at their increasingly frenzied leader on the stage, finding it hard to believe. This was the first time they'd seen him curse so recklessly. It was clear from the sidelines that their guild leader was truly enraged. The sun set, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Day 49 of the shock dusk. Ah! Zombie scream. The shock is about to reach its 50th day, and all the zombies are stirring restlessly, as if welcoming an even greater power. Outside the base, GXIN, clad in full attribute iron armor, is surrounded by flames, causing the zombies to scream in agony. The mindless zombies are fearless, their instinct to attack driven by the sight of living beings. GXIN sees a few lucky zombies break through his wall of fire, and a white light flashes in his eyes. A pillar of obsidian instantly bursts forth from his body. It impales the zombies like a skewer of candied hawthorns. Ding! Level increased by 15 to 16. All physical attributes increased by 5 points. Ha! Finally enough experience! GXIN grins, thoroughly tormented by this leveling system. He spent 2 whole days and nights grinding to go from level 15 to 16. He had almost wiped out all the zombies around him. And he had only just leveled up once. The difficulty of leveling up in the future would only be more terrifying. Too slow. GXIN frowned. The experience from these zombies was far too little for him. He had a feeling that after the 100-day trial of the upheaval ended, there would likely be an even higher experience boss. And this 100-day trial of the upheaval seemed more like a selection process. Only players who survive will be able to enjoy the experience bosses later on. Sizzle. A spatial rift was torn open, and the Calamity Spirit emerged from it. Master, the blood moon of the 50-day period is about to begin. Let's go back first. It's quite dangerous. After saying this, he cautiously glanced around, fearing a zombie attack. Going back to base first, being cautious is always a good idea. Has Wu Nian returned to base? GXIN thought of this. Competitive maniac. Recently, the other party has even sacrificed meals and sleep in order to level up. He seems to want to divide each 24 hours into smaller segments. Calamity's spirit shook his head. He's in the south of the base, still leveling up. Let's go pick him up. The blood moon is coming soon, and the zombie amplification over 50 days will be terrifying. Don't let him keep grinding. GXIN sometimes genuinely worried that Wu Nian would collapse from exhaustion. Sizzle. The spatial rift reopened, and the two strolled inside. Time ticked by. Everyone in the trial grounds was on edge. That night, the blood moon slowly rose, and not a single player could fall asleep. The walls of GXIN's base had been replaced with obsidian walls. Although only 5 or 6 blocks high, they were enough to keep out the zombies. I heard that 50 days after the cataclysmic event, zombies can destroy stone. We're doomed. Please, God, I barely made it to 50 days. Let me live another 50. Go out and take a look. Get lost. Why don't you go? At this moment, they watched the slowly rising blood moon, the madness and confusion in their eyes gradually fading. Suddenly, among the millions of zombies, the confusion in one zombie's eyes quickly vanished, replaced by clarity. In that instant, he awakened his intelligence. Hungry! I'm so hungry! He growled, actually speaking. The surrounding zombies were startled by the sound, turning to look at the talking zombie, their eyes still filled with confusion. The intelligent zombie looked at its bewildered kin and slowly frowned. Whoosh! Without hesitation, he pounced on another zombie, pinning it to the ground and beginning to devour its flesh to replenish his energy. The zombie that was pounced on was dazed and didn't resist at all, allowing itself to be torn apart. A moment later, the torn zombie transformed into a stream of light and merged into the intelligent zombie's body. The intelligent zombie looked at its health bar, now twice as thick, and chuckled. He could actually devour his own kind to increase his health. This ability seemed to have no upper limit. The surrounding zombies nodded, offering no resistance, willingly sacrificing themselves. Thus, a new zombie king was born. The systems of everyone in the trial grounds simultaneously activated. The second-generation zombie king is born, the shocking 50 days begin. Looking at the system notification, GXIN's eyes filled with a hint of doubt. Why the second generation instead of the first? The system didn't seem to have mentioned who the first-generation zombie king was. Could it be a bug? I've heard of rich kids and government kids, but this is the first time I've heard of second-generation zombies. Hey! Do you think this zombie king is just a small zombie, hence the name? Second-generation zombie king. Even at a time like this, people are still joking. GXIN looked at the bizarre comments on the forum and couldn't help but shake his head. In his view, a king was a synonym for leadership and wisdom. This indirectly suggests that the zombie king mentioned by the system must be a zombie that has developed intelligence. Once a zombie awakens intelligence, it may be recognized by the system as the zombie king. The first zombie king was undoubtedly a zombie who awakened intelligence by chance. Therefore, the system did not report it. As for this second-generation zombie king, it was clearly granted intelligence by a sudden change, not something it developed accidentally. In fact, the facts are largely consistent with GXIN's conjecture. The first-generation zombie king is the one currently wielding the golden trident, the drowned king. Although he is no longer a zombie, the system still recognizes him as the first-generation zombie king. The death toll in this area has reached 900,000, exceeding 90% of the total population. The shocking change sprint phase is now initiating. Mission: kill the zombie king codenamed Year. Directly ascend to demigod status? GXIN was completely dumbfounded by the last sentence. This mission issued by the system was simply inhuman. If this zombie king named Year hides somewhere and doesn't come out, then they're all doomed. With GXIN's current strength, he could exchange a few blows with the demigod, but only if the demigod meant him no harm. If they were to truly fight seriously, he wouldn't even be able to withstand a single attack from a demigod. The system's last sentence was tantamount to telling the players that if they couldn't kill Nian before the cataclysmic change, They would all die. Upon the release of this system, not only was GXIN stunned, but all the other players were also dumbfounded. Family members, who understands? This system is really addictive. Everyone. I'll die first, goodbye. Ha ha. It's over. One of them went crazy before the mission even started. They couldn't even beat demigod-level zombies, let alone ordinary zombies. This shocking trial, from beginning to end, had no so-called gradual progression. It only focused on using drastic measures to efficiently select strong individuals. That was its sole objective. GXIN forced himself to calm down. No! This isn't the end of the world. I still have a trump card. Demigod-level zombies were indeed very strong. He couldn't defeat them. But that didn't mean he had no way to deal with them. He still had 3 chances to ask the Pig Spirit King for help. He had used one before to save Wu Nian. If he ultimately couldn't kill his opponent, he could simply take his family and flee to the lower realm. If the opponent pursued him, he would kill them together with the Pig Spirit King. Of course, if he could kill the opponent before the upheaval in 100 days, then everything would be fine. Having figured this out, this trial wasn't so difficult for him anymore. That was the number of deaths and the percentage of deaths. 900,000 died, a 90% percentage, which meant that there were only 1 million people in this region. If each region only had 1 million people, the global population of over 8 billion could be roughly divided into 8,000 groups. If all the regional trials are the same, TSK, then in the end, less than 1 in 10 players will survive. On the other side, the intelligent zombie devoured more than a dozen zombies in one go. The intense hunger finally subsided, and the bloodlust in its eyes was temporarily suppressed. Still hungry? I need better food. The flesh of my own kind is just too smelly. The intelligent zombie curled its lip in disgust, clearly wanting to eat something different. Just as it was thinking this, it suddenly heard a rustling sound beneath its feet, the sound of soil being dug. Then it heard the voices of 2 players talking. Bro, is it really necessary for us to dig a tunnel to get somewhere this late at night? I think it's safer to stay put. Don't be a coward. These zombies are powerful, but they're incredibly stupid. They don't even know the most basic thing like digging blocks. Don't worry, we'll be fine. The food guild is just ahead. Let's keep pushing. What if we encounter the Zombie King? Shut your mouth. There's only one Zombie King out of millions of zombies. It's not that easy to encounter one. Do you even want to join a big guild? Judging from their conversation, they were probably individual players trying to join the food guild under the moonlight. However, they were unlucky. They dug right at the feet of the Zombie King. Oh, it was his takeout. A scream from the 2 players. 5 minutes later, the Zombie King wiped the blood from his mouth, his face full of enjoyment. This is high-quality flesh and blood. I'm getting addicted. As he spoke, his aura began to rise steadily, and all his physical attributes were significantly enhanced. This was the result of a rank advancement, and a second one at that. The experience from the 2 players had just allowed him to reach level 20.